500 years ago, the arrival of ferocious beasts from another world put humanity in a crisis of life and death. In this desperate situation, humans unexpectedly gained the ability to open up the divine realm. Some people chose Gaia, the A-level goddess of the earth, who could shatter mountains and rivers with one punch. Some people chose the S-level dark god Erebus, and summoned endless black suns. However, when I was opening up the divine realm, I gave up the powerful SS-level Zeus and chose an E-level corpse warrior. This choice made me be ridiculed by countless people, and I was even regarded as a skinny and weak waste. Some people arrogantly declare, "I can take care of a weakling like you with just one punch." Faced with these ridicules, I just smiled coldly, because no one really understood the horror of 096. As long as the universe does not explode, he will be immortal. This is 096, known as the Immortal Warrior. At this moment, on the playground of Jinghai No. 3 Middle School, I had just stood up from the summoning altar when I was bombarded by a fiery voice. "Lin Yan, are you crazy? You don't want the A-grade hero unit, but have to choose the E-grade zombie warrior? If this gets out, everyone will think that our Lu family is mean to you." As expected, it was Lu Xian again. Lu Xian's angry face moved closer to me, her tone full of accusations and confusion. "Also, when are you going to break off the engagement with my cousin Luli?" My name is Lin Yan, and I was originally an ordinary courier on Blue Planet. While delivering a package, I encountered a torrential rainstorm. I couldn't stop my car on the highway and it was destroyed, killing everyone. When I opened my eyes again, I came to this different world. This is a world where everyone can open up a divine realm and become a god. After opening the divine realm is to summon the first heroic unit. The quality of the hero almost determines the height of life. Who would normally give up on high-quality heroes? However, I chose the E-level zombie warrior because I have my own plan behind it, because I have a system. The Abnormal Foundation system focuses on containing and transforming abnormal existences that do not belong to this world. According to the guidance of the system, as long as I sacrifice the appropriate materials and accumulate enough power of faith, I can transform these terrifying and mysterious existences into my dependents. And this corpse warrior is the first piece of the puzzle I summoned. "Lin Yan!" Lu Xian yelled, pulling me out of my thoughts. "Do you think that by clinging to your engagement with Sister Luli, you can be like a toad trying to eat swan meat?" I feel a little helpless. I was not willing to sign this engagement with Luli back then. When I was a child, my parents saved Luli's parents, so we played together since childhood. Luli was already a genius at that time, 2 years older than me. She often beat me until my face was bruised and swollen, and then forced me to write a marriage contract on a piece of paper. But every time I was in danger, Luli always stood in front of me. At that time, she was not only a bully, but more like a big sister. Later, the world changed and my parents disappeared while exploring the ancient gods' battlefield. The Lu family prospered rapidly and became a wealthy family in Jinghai City. Luli also became the only heir of the Lu family and was specially recruited by the Imperial Capital University at an early age. Now she is a legendary figure in the entire Jinghai City. "Break off the engagement?" I couldn't help but smile and turned to look at Lu Xian. "Don't worry, even if I break off the engagement, I won't marry you." "Bah!" Lu Xian was so angry that her face turned red. She chased after him and continued to mutter, "Do you know how many people are watching you outside if you choose an E-level hero like this? Aren't you afraid that Li Qing and Leha will come to cause trouble for you?" Lu Xian kept talking non-stop. I suddenly stopped and was about to fight back when I saw her frozen like a cat with its tail stepped on. "Cousin!" Lu Xian's voice softened instantly, and she forced an awkward smile on her face. "Why are you here?" I turned my head and saw the familiar figure of Luli. She was tall and slender, with an ethereal temperament, like a fairy who was not of this world. In an instant, the entire playground fell silent, and the eyes of the students around were as bright as hungry wolves staring at their prey. After a while, I heard a bunch of sarcasm. "Senior Luli! Why is she back? No way, she came here specifically to cancel the engagement, right?" I didn't bother to pay attention to these sarcasm. I took 2 steps forward and asked, "Sister Luli, why are you back?" Luli smiled slightly. Although her smile was cold, it still made people unable to look away. I came back specially to bring you a message. I will be returning to the imperial capital soon. The students around immediately pricked up their ears, waiting for the verdict that would decide their fate. Luli said calmly, "Either wait until I graduate from college and fulfill the engagement, or you can take the entrance exam to Imperial Capital University and defeat me personally, and then I will agree to cancel the engagement. These crooked ways are useless." The air froze instantly, and there was a dead silence around. This plot is not right? Lin Yen wants to cancel the engagement? And senior sister Luli refuses? I shook my head helplessly and said to Luli, "Sister, that was just a joke we played when we were little." From childhood to adulthood, I don't know how many times I have mentioned breaking off the engagement, but every time I was punched back by Luli. Later, Luli simply said, "If you want to cancel the engagement, defeat her yourself, otherwise wait for her to fulfill the engagement." Thinking of this, I got angry. Luli is a perverted genius, and she is 2 years older than me. Who can beat her? But now, I have a system, so maybe there is still some hope. Luli narrowed her eyes slightly, and her tone suddenly softened. "Lin Yen, do you really not like me at all?" I sighed. "Sister Luli, I have never doubted your charm. No man would dislike you. But—" I paused, my eyes firm. "But I don't need this kind of engagement." An imperceptible smile flashed across Luli's frosty face. "Still, like when I was a kid, I like to act mature." Luli suddenly turned around and said, "Then I will wait for you to come to the capital and defeat me, otherwise you will just marry me obediently." After saying that, Luli patted Lu Xian on the shoulder and said, "Let's go." Lu Xian shuddered suddenly and followed obediently. "Cousin, wait for me." Seeing Luli and the others leave, the students around them were all petrified. "It's not Lin Yen, what right did he have? This world is crazy. It was Lin Yen who broke off the engagement, but senior sister Luli refused." When I got home, I sat down on the bed, still thinking about the ridiculous scene today. Putting aside Luli's question, I really wanted to be admitted to Imperial Capital University. After all, I always believed that my parents were still alive, they just lost their way in the battlefield of the ancient gods. The ancient gods' battlefield are well known. Even true gods can fall. Only in the ancient gods department of Imperial University can you learn the most professional information and coping methods. This is why I bound the system. I want to become stronger and find my parents. Just one A-grade hero unit is not enough, I thought to myself. With a thought, my consciousness entered the divine realm. This divine domain is approximately 100 square kilometers wide, with a dense forest on its border, and is separated from the Sea of Chaos. In the center of the divine domain, a group of more than 200 human relatives were praying devoutly around a simple altar. On the altar, the staggering dead warrior in tattered armor was looking around unconsciously. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in my mind, detected that the materials have been collected, the novice gift pack has been triggered. Summonable unit, abnormal containment 096, summon now? I took a deep breath and suppressed my excitement. Confirm the call. As soon as he finished speaking, the space around the altar suddenly twisted, completely enveloping the undead warrior. When the family members saw this, they were frightened and turned pale and fled in all directions. "Run! Is this God's wrath?" someone shouted. A muffled thunder exploded in the sky, mixed with the majesty of the divine realm. I immediately issued an order as a god. "Don't panic, this is a hero from the divine realm who is about to arrive." The family members immediately stopped running, knelt on the ground, and prayed devoutly to the sky. As the prayer sounded, the system's voice appeared in my mind again. Estimated completion time of the sacrifice summon, 59 seconds. An ordinary believer felt your power, and his faith level evolved to a devout believer. I was delighted and called up the data panel of the God's domain to check. God Lin Yen, level, demigod, God's domain core level, level 1, ordinary followers, human, 300 ordinary believers, 99 deep believers, 1 pious believer, hero unit 0, power of faith, 139. Before officially showing off my heroism, I've already cultivated a devout believer? I couldn't help but sigh at my good luck. After all, the degree of faith of followers is divided into ordinary, deep, pious, fanatical, and saint. It is not easy to cultivate a devout believer, but I succeeded by simply sending down the oracle. The space within the divine domain continued to distort, and finally, on the altar, a grayish-white figure slowly took shape. The original dead warrior had disappeared, replaced by a humanoid creature with long limbs and shriveled skin. Its shape was strange, as if a skeleton was covered with a layer of grayish-white skin, exuding an ominous aura. The system prompt immediately appeared: Hero Unit, Anomaly Containment 096, Hero Level, Level 1, Quality, Unknown, Faith Level, Saint. 096, Shy Person, really appeared. I felt ecstatic. This is a terrifying existence with a nearly immortal body. Even when facing powerful gods, it cannot be easily killed. According to legend, someone once asked the false god 343 to use the planet as a weapon to try to destroy 096, but ultimately failed. 096 has a very special characteristic: it is usually very quiet, but once someone sees its face, it will go into a frenzy, increasing its speed infinitely until it kills everyone who sees its face. No wonder he's called Shy Person. It makes sense when you think about it. I couldn't help but mutter to myself. I continued to check the panel to confirm that what the system said was true. The containment summoned by the system was born with saint-level faith. This means that 096 will be completely loyal to me and will not waver even in the face of death. The power of faith provided by a hero unit is 3 times that of an ordinary believer, I calculated secretly. But 096 alone is far from enough. I must upgrade the core of the God's domain as soon as possible and summon more hero units. The God's domain core requires God's domain core fragments, and these fragments are extremely precious and can usually only be obtained from the broken God's domain. If I want to be promoted quickly, I must have reliable resource support. Luli. I frowned. Although the Lu family has the ability to help me obtain the core fragments, I don't want to owe her any more favors. Let's take it one step at a time. I sighed and rubbed my temples. If it doesn't work, I can only go find Luli. The next morning, the grade 2-3 classroom was already in chaos. Hey, Lin Yan is here! Senior Sister Luli came back yesterday just for him. He also made a bet with Senior Sister Luli to get into Imperial Capital University? With his level? Faced with these discussions, I remained calm and walked straight into the classroom. In the crowd, a familiar figure caught my attention. I was stunned. Lu Xian? What happened to you? Who hit you? Lu Xian's eyes were bruised and her face was ugly. Obviously she had been beaten. She glanced at me and said in a voice full of resentment, "It's all because of you. My cousin beat me up last night and said I was meddling in other people's business." I couldn't help but laugh. "You are so miserable." Lin Yan! Lu Xian gritted her teeth in anger, but she finally took a few deep breaths and suppressed her anger. "Don't go to class today. Come back to the Lu family with me and kill that corpse warrior. We will choose a new hero unit." When I heard this, I was stunned. This is because after a hero unit dies, it can consume a large amount of faith power to be reborn. If the faith power is not enough, it is necessary to extract life energy from the core of the divine domain. However, this will cause irreversible and serious damage to the core of the divine domain. But even so, it's better than you choosing that corpse warrior. Lu Xian took a deep breath and said, "Originally, this resource was prepared for you by your uncle a long time ago. Who knew that you went crazy yesterday and directly chose the corpse warrior, causing me to be beaten by my cousin?" After saying that, Lu Xian glared at me angrily again. "Thank you for your kindness, but it's not necessary." I smiled slightly. "Perhaps my hero unit is stronger than you think." Lu Xian was stunned, looking at my confident expression, and was speechless for a long time. She muttered unwillingly, "Madman. What a madman." Student Lu Xian. At this moment, a voice full of jealousy and excitement suddenly sounded. "It's okay if Lin Yan doesn't know what's good for him. But you can give me this resource, I'm willing to accept it." Lu Xian and I looked forward at the same time. I saw a fat guy surrounded by several boys, jogging towards us. His name is Leha, the second son of the wealthy Li family in Jinhai, and a student in Class 2. His brother Li Qing is the top student in the 3rd grade and one of Lu Li's many suitors. And this Li Hao. "Li Hao? What are you doing in our class?" Lu Xian's voice was filled with anger. What does it have to do with you if our Lu family is willing to give resources to someone? Leha was shocked when he heard this and said excitedly, Classmate Lu Xian, you are finally willing to talk to me after so long in high school. Then he hurriedly said with a smile, I don't want it for free, I am willing to pay for it. Spend money? Do I need your money? Lu Xian responded with disgust. Leha, if you come in front of me again, I will beat you up every time I see you. Leha's eyes lit up and he asked excitedly, Is it really possible? I couldn't help but roll my eyes. That's right, Leha is Lu Xian's liquor. When I first entered high school, Leha came to trouble me because Lu Xian said a few words to me, and I beat him up badly. Get out! Lu Xian finally couldn't bear it anymore. At this time, Leha's face turned gloomy, and a lackey next to him immediately said, Stop! Lin Yan brother Hao's Mutor's cultivation method is missing. I saw you steal it yesterday, return it quickly and compensate us. Bullshit! I didn't want to pay any attention to him. Lu Xian immediately shouted angrily. Not to mention that Lin Yan's hero unit is a zombie warrior, is your Minotaur cultivation method useful? Then, Lu Xian stepped forward and protected me behind me. Lin Yan is my cousin Lu Li's fiancé. Our Lu family can't afford any resources he wants. The students around him immediately cast jealous glances at him. The lackey was also jealous, but he didn't dare to get angry at Lu Xian. Student Lu Xian, you are right. According to normal people's thinking, it is true. Leha sneered. But Lin Yan, is he normal? Would a normal person choose the zombie warriors as a hero unit? Hearing this, the students around began to whisper. However, at this moment, I interrupted. You talk too much bullshit. If you want to be taught a lesson again, just come and try it. The students around were shocked. It is true that I beat up Leha and his group last year, but that was before the God's domain was opened up. Now that I have opened up the God's domain, he still dares to provoke me like this. Leha's face darkened. They had made a big fuss about me a year ago, but I dealt with them severely. It can be said that this is a dark history that they can never forget. Now I actually brought it up. What a man, Lin Yan! You have guts! Leha sneered and said, I want to fight you in a life and death battle in the divine realm. Do you dare to accept it? The students around him were shocked. Leha, isn't the God realm life and death battle a bit too much? The so-called life and death battle of the divine domain is that two gods desperately invade each other's divine domain until the core of one of the divine domains is shattered. The shattering of the divine domain core means that a god is completely abolished. Although the school encourages students to invade each other's divine domain, if such serious consequences occur, the invaders will definitely be punished by the school, unless both parties agree in advance to engage in a life and death battle in the divine domain, in which case they can be exempted from responsibility. Leha looked at me and said sarcastically, Lin Yan! Don't just talk big and hide behind a woman. Oh, I forgot, ever since your parents died, you've been living off women. I'm afraid you've gotten used to it. Ha ha! Hearing this, Lu Xian was shocked and immediately took my hand and whispered, Lin Yan, ignore him, he is provoking you. I will take you back to the Lu family. My eyes turned cold. Ever since I could remember, my parents have always been very kind to me and they are the most precious things to me. Now when I heard this, I suddenly felt angry. Okay, come on. I accepted the challenge without hesitation. Okay. Okay. Leha laughed angrily. I will send you, a piece of shit, to meet your parents who died long ago. Fearing that I would regret it, a message from Leha suddenly appeared in front of me. The other party requests to challenge you to a life and death battle in the divine realm. Do you agree? I didn't hesitate at all and just checked OK. The next moment, my consciousness directly entered my own divine realm. Boom! With a violent roar, our divine domains touched each other. At the junction of the divine domains, cracks appeared in the divine domain barrier, forming huge portals. In my divine domain, more than 200 minotaurs are ready to go. Each minotaur is wearing iron armor and holding a weapon. The leading minotaur was much taller than the other minotaurs and was better equipped. The giant axe on his back flashed with a cold light. Tauren Chieftain, C-level hero unit. Seeing this scene, all the students were shocked. A C-grade hero unit, the Tauren Chieftain, Hiss! As expected of Li Hao, with the resources of the Li family. With this combat power, he should be at least in the top 50 in the whole grade, right? When Lu Xian saw this scene, her pretty face turned pale. When Li Hao mentioned my parents, she guessed that I would not be able to hold back, but she did not expect it to be true. But Lin Yan agreed to the life and death battle, and no one else can interfere. Lu Xian was extremely anxious. No, I must tell my cousin. As my followers appeared, Li Hao's voice reached my divine realm. Hey, Lin Yan! I knew you, an idiot, would fall for my provocation. Li Hao grinned and said, Senior Sister Luli didn't want to bear the stigma of being ungrateful and refused to cancel the engagement, and you took it seriously. However, I broke your God Realm core, which can be regarded as an excuse for Senior Sister Luli. In this way, when my brother Li Qing is admitted to Imperial Capital University, he will be able to win Senior Sister Luli's heart, and I can be with Lu Xian. Facing Li Hao's imagination, I sneered. Yes, your provocation is indeed very successful, so I decided to shatter your divine domain core. It's already this late, and you're still being stubborn. Li Hao snorted coldly. Just then, I heard a cry of surprise and a prayer. Ah! My God! In a Minotaur scout team, a Minotaur pointed forward with lingering fear on his face. Following the direction of its finger, I saw a human-like creature with long and narrow limbs wandering back and forth in front. The creature was gray and extremely thin, with a layer of gray skin covering its skeleton. Its cheeks looked extremely scary, with two dark areas where the eyes should have been. The Minotaur warrior was already nervous, and he was frightened when he saw this scary face. However, as a demigod, Li Hao naturally could not be frightened. Instead, he said happily, Ha! This is Lin Yan's useless hero unit, the zombie warrior, right? I didn't expect that Lin Yan would be found by me so quickly. But this seems to be a little different from the other zombie warriors. Li Hao was stunned for a moment, then sneered. Humph! Playing tricks, this is the only tricks a loser like you can use. However, at this moment, I saw the narrow gray-white corpse warrior suddenly cover his face, turn around, and curl up his body. What is this for? Li Hao's heart tightened. Could it be that a loser like me really has a trump card? Woo-woo! With a cry, Li Hao finally realized that the followers I sent out seemed to be scared to tears by his Minotaur scout team. Seeing this scene, Li Hao couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha ha! Lin Yan! I thought you had some special tricks, but this is it? Lin Yan, you didn't find out that the empty city plan is useless, so you came here to play the clown in the hope that I would soften my heart and let you go, right? Li Hao's face was full of smugness, as if everything was under his control. It's useless! Only by completely destroying your divine core can I make up for your previous insult to me. Li Hao was secretly happy, as if everything was as expected. No way? Did I see it right? Lin Yan's hero unit was scared to tears? A classmate said in surprise. Incredible! Seeing the heroic units that were scared to tears by the followers of other gods, this will definitely become a legend in Jinghai No. 3 Middle School. Another classmate couldn't help but tease. Lin Yan didn't train his hero units at all, but he was actually scared to tears. His level of faith is not even as good as that of ordinary believers, right? Someone clicked his tongue. I really can't help it. Even the heroic unit was scared to tears. Where does he get the confidence from? Laughter rang out one after another, and the class group became lively in an instant. At the same time, a whimpering sound was heard from Lin Yan's divine realm. Li Hao was very pleased and immediately issued a divine oracle. Don't waste time, quickly turn this corpse warrior into a real corpse, and then destroy his divine domain core. As soon as he received the order, the Minotaur warrior rushed towards 096. Li Hao sneered and thought to himself, for such a useless hero unit, I'm afraid its faith in Lin Yan has dropped to 0. I can easily kill it with an ordinary unit. However, to his surprise, a grayish-white afterimage suddenly flashed by. The next moment, the Minotaur warrior's head fell off and blood gushed out. The scene was extremely horrifying. What's going on? How could such a huge Minotaur just disappear like that? Li Hao was stunned. Just when Li Hao was stunned, another Minotaur fell heavily. At this moment, Li Hao finally saw the truth. It's that corpse warrior! How is this possible? Li Hao was shocked. How could a Minotaur warrior with such a strong physique and equipment be killed instantly by a corpse warrior? What the hell was this? Just when Leha was stunned, another Tauren warrior was killed instantly, and fear spread instantly. The remaining Tauren warriors' faith in Leha rapidly declined, and they even began to retreat when faced with the order to attack. Quick! Tauren chief, go! Tear him to pieces! Leha roared. Just as he finished speaking, the Tauren chieftain had arrived, his eyes red, and he roared as he charged towards 096, as if he was waging an out-and-out war trampling. Chief, it's the chief! The Tauren cheered. Lin Yan, you surprised me a little, but you are still a waste and can only bully ordinary units. Leha gritted his teeth, looking forward to victory. The weapon of the Tauren chieftain collided with 096 at the same time, and the giant axe deeply embedded into 096's shoulder. The Tauren chieftain roared in pain, but the gray figure showed no fear and attacked him madly. After a moment, the body of the Tauren chieftain fell heavily towards the other Tauren warriors as if he didn't feel any pain. A series of screams rang out, and Leha was completely dumbfounded. What kind of monster is this? The Minotaur people's faith collapsed in an instant, and fear made them flee one after another. Leha hurriedly ordered, "Run! Join the main force!" The Minotaur people were already filled with fear and were on their way to escape. Leha's faith also plummeted. Grayish-white figures kept passing by, and Minotaurs fell to the ground one after another, cursing the stupid arrangement of the Minotaur god in their hearts. At this moment, my expression seemed a little strange. Seeing 096 turn into a gray figure and rush towards the surviving Minotaur, a smile appeared on the corner of my mouth. Damn it! Lin Yan, why are your zombie warriors so strong? I will definitely. Leha was extremely angry and was about to vent when he was interrupted by an even more shocking scene. 096 followed the surviving Minotaur and appeared in front of Leha's troops. How dare you chase me? Lin Yan, you idiot! Didn't expect that my main force is here. Leha was very proud, thinking that no matter how strong the undead warrior was, he could not fight against his army of more than 300 Minotaurs alone. Charge! For the great Minotaur god! Damn corpse, feel the invincibility of the Minotaur! The Minotaur rushed towards 096 under Leha's command. However, the next moment, several Minotaurs fell one after another. 096 seemed to have no feeling and continued to attack without hesitation, without any intention of defense. This is simply a monster! Run! Someone screamed. Seeing the team collapse, Leha was furious. What kind of monster is Lin Yan? How could this guy continue to attack despite his injuries? Is he a saint? Didn't the Minotaur chieftain seriously wound him? Why isn't he dead yet? Leha was stunned by the scene before him. His own Minotaur army was like paper toys in front of 096, completely powerless to resist. At this moment, the gray-white figure had already appeared in Leha's divine domain. Leha's heart sank, realizing that the core of his divine domain was in danger. That's enough, Lin Yan! I admit defeat this time. Our business ends here, Leha shouted in panic. That's it, I sneered. If the situation was reversed, would you stop here? I admit defeat. I really have admitted defeat. Leha was extremely anxious and began to threaten. You destroyed my god realm core. My brotherly Qing and my fatherly Earth will never let you go. But Leha's words seemed so weak, even trembling. Enough! Lin Yan! I was wrong, I was really wrong, I can give you whatever you want. In the end, the only sound left in Leha's voice was humility and begging for mercy. I just sneered at this. Haha! If Leha really broke through my divine domain, I'm afraid Leha would show no mercy at all. Without the protection of the Minotaur, Leha could only watch Lin Yan's human army approaching the core of his divine domain. Soon, the huge crystal emitting a faint green glow came into view. Go! I gave the order directly, and the human army immediately began to attack the core of the divine realm. However, the core of the divine domain was extremely solid, and non-living things had no vision, which made it difficult for the humans and 096 to conquer it quickly. Leha felt a deep sense of powerlessness in his heart, as if every second was a torture. At this moment, a voice with hidden anger rang out. Student Lin Yan, enough! It's just a conflict between classmates, don't take it too far. Hearing this voice, Li Hao's eyes lit up. Brother! But before Li Hao could finish his words, there was a loud boom, and the core of the divine realm shattered instantly, with dust flying everywhere. At this moment, the messages in the class group suddenly became silent. I quietly watched the reactions of my classmates on the screen and couldn't help but smile. Who would have thought that I could wipe out Li Hao's army of minotaurs with the help of 096, an inconspicuous corpse warrior? When I think of the scene where the gray-white figure was chasing the minotaur on the battlefield as if he was in an empty space, I find it a little unbelievable. Is this really an E-level hero unit? Either I'm crazy or the world is crazy. A classmate sent such a message in the group. I can imagine the shocked expression on his face now. But at this moment, my attention is no longer on the excitement of the class group. Just as I was organizing my thoughts, a tall figure rushed into the classroom aggressively. I looked up and sneered in my heart. Li Hao's brother, the top student in the 3rd grade of Jinghai No. 3 Middle School Li Qing. Brother! Li Hao collapsed instantly when he saw his brother appear, and couldn't stop crying. Lin Yan tricked me! He destroyed my God Realm core! Help me get revenge! Li Qing patted Li Hao on the shoulder, then glared at me with a knife-like gaze. Lin Yan, this is just a small dispute between classmates. How could you be so cruel? Facing Li Qing's angry glare, I remained calm and just smiled. A small dispute between classmates? Why didn't he mention this to me when he was fighting a life-and-death battle with me? I looked straight at Li Qing without flinching. He wanted to destroy my God Realm core. He should have expected this result. Li Qing's face became increasingly gloomy. Lin Yan, are you really not afraid of my Li family's revenge? At this moment, a cold voice interrupted. Senior Li Qing, the college entrance examination is coming soon. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to come to our high school area to cause trouble instead of busying yourself preparing for the exam? I turned around and saw it was Lu Xian. Li Qing's face froze, and his anger seemed to be suppressed. He said coldly, Lin Yan, this matter is not over yet. Then, Li Qing helped Li Hao up and left in a hurry. I raised a sneer. No matter how arrogant the Li family is, what can they do to me? The Lu family behind Lu Li is not someone they can mess with. Lu Li learned that Li Hao and I were in a life-and-death battle, she sneered and said. Li Hao really overestimates his own abilities. Lin Yan, during this period of time, you'd better stay at the Lu family to prevent Li Qing from doing anything secretly. I shook my head, and I had already made up my mind. Although the Lu family is powerful, the existence of the true God makes me unable to relax my vigilance. The secrets of the system must not be exposed. No matter how good Uncle Lu is to me, I dare not take this risk. At this time, prompts kept popping up on the God's domain interface. 9 deep believers have become devout believers, the scope of the God's domain has expanded, and the God's domain core has been promoted to level 2. Looking at this series of good news, I couldn't help but feel happy. The human followers were busy carrying the Minotaur's body, while 096 had returned to his harmless appearance and was strolling leisurely in his habitat. It really didn't disappoint me, 096, I exclaimed inwardly. I waved my hand, and a cracked green crystal appeared in my palm. This was the core fragment of Li Hao's divine domain. I integrated it into my divine core without hesitation. Boom! A loud noise was heard, and the range of my divine domain expanded several times in an instant. Next, I turned my attention to the equipment of the Tauren Legion. Although I have no use for these equipment, it would be a good idea to sell them on the trading market. Not long after, news came from the market all Tauren equipment was sold for 3,000 points of faith power. What a pleasant surprise! I smiled. But these are just appetizers. To me, the real treasure is the bodies of the Minotaurs. The Divine Realm Core has been upgraded to Tier 2, which means I can recruit a second hero unit. I asked my human followers to move the Minotaur's body to the altar and began the sacrificial summons. The altar suddenly burst into a dazzling light, and the system prompt sounded in my mind, please select your sacrifice recruitment target. 3 screens appeared in front of me. I browsed through them one by one, and finally, my eyes stopped at the middle screen, a strange image of a doctor with a bird's beak. 049 Epidemic Doctor? I looked at the familiar icon, and my heart was suddenly filled with shock. This guy is one of the most famous beings in the anomalous containment. It is rumored that its origin is related to a very powerful supreme deity. On the outside, it looks like a medieval plague doctor, but the bird-beak costume grew out of its body. Normally, the plague doctor is no different from an ordinary human being, but once it senses the existence of what it defines as a plague, the scene changes completely. The plague doctor will instantly enter a violent state, kill the target with a touch, and then immediately perform surgery to revive the target as a corpse puppet that obeys its commands. This is more than just creating corpses. If the plague doctor is given enough time, he can create an army of corpses. This thing is definitely a treasure. I immediately chose to sacrifice and summon 049. Soon, the system's voice rang in my ears, selection completed. Estimated completion time of the sacrifice summon, 9 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. I nodded and began to think in my mind. Compared with the novice privileges when recruiting 096 before, this summoning will take 10 hours, which is not a long time in the realm of gods. However, I know that simply summoning the plague doctor is not enough. In order for it to play its maximum value, there must be enough corpse resources. But the human family members are my current believers, and they must not be sacrificed to the plague doctor as puppets. This will not only be counterproductive, but will also cut off the source of my faith. It seems that I can only fight to support the war. I sighed, thinking about the source of new corpses. The corpse of the Minotaur is a good material, but it has already been sacrificed for summoning. If I want to find more corpses, I'm afraid I have to find an opportunity to participate in the battle of gods. I opened the God forum and started browsing the available quests. After looking through the pages for a long time, I shook my head with a headache. Most of the tasks either had too high a threshold or too little reward, and were not worth it for me to do. Idiots like Leha are not common. Suddenly, my eyes stopped at a message. A broken demigod relic was found. Those who are interested can form a team to explore it. Everything depends on your ability. 3rd level ruins? My heart skipped a beat. In the realm of gods, when a demigod or god falls, their divine domain will become ruins floating on the chaos sea. And depending on the level of the core of the divine domain during life, the challenges inside the ruins will also be different. This is a good opportunity. I began to get excited. I clicked on the details and saw the poster's introduction. There are 12 3rd-level ghouls outside the ruins, and the others are 1st and 2nd level. If you want to enter the ruins, you must first lure these ghouls away. Seeing this, an idea suddenly came to my mind. The zombies can be used to feed 049. Ghouls are the elite among the undead, and their attributes are much stronger than ordinary dead warriors. If the plague doctor can control these zombies, my strength will skyrocket. Thinking of this, I immediately contacted the poster, codenamed Spring God, and was quickly pulled into a discussion group. There were more than 30 demigods in the group, each using their priesthood as their name. The god of spring is explaining the rules. Each demigod can only send out 5 units at most, otherwise the ruins will collapse. Everyone should prepare in advance and gather on time tomorrow. Soon, a demigod raised a question. How to deal with those ghouls? There must be a plan, right? The discussion quickly became heated. Everyone knew that level 3 ghouls were not only powerful, but also vindictive. Leading them away was undoubtedly a thankless task, and no one was willing to take the risk. No one can enter the ruins unless these ghouls are dealt with. The god of spring explained helplessly. Also, these ruins have been eroded by the Chaos Sea for a long time. They can't last more than 2 days. Tomorrow is the only chance. The group immediately fell into a stalemate. After all, the demigods who could participate in the exploration of the 3rd-level ruins had extremely limited resources, and no one wanted to waste their energy on the ghouls. Seeing this, I smiled and said in the group, I can lead those zombies away alone. As soon as the words fell, the group fell silent. After a moment, someone asked in disbelief, Dude, are you serious? This is not a joke. Tier 3 ghouls are not so easy to deal with. Even a Tier 3 hero unit may end up dying if they try to lure them away. The god of spring asked cautiously, What reward do you want? I smiled. It's very simple. Each demigod will pay me 300 points of faith power as a reward for luring away the ghouls. If I fail, you don't have to pay anything. Then I added, Of course, if I still have enough energy to enter the ruins after luring away the ghouls, that will be my own gain. You don't have to worry. The group fell into a brief silence. More than 30 demigods, each paying 300 points of faith power, adding up to 9,000 points. Although this is a considerable amount of money, for them, this investment is nothing compared to the potential gains from exploring the ruins. After a moment, the god of spring spoke first. Okay, I agree. Let's go through the guaranteed transaction. Of course. I smiled. Guaranteed transactions are similar to the mechanism of online shopping, ensuring that both parties can fulfill their agreements. It wasn't long before the other demigods agreed as well. That's settled then. Everyone, prepare well tonight, the god of spring said. I'll send the coordinates to everyone tomorrow. After I exited the forum, I felt very happy. This time, I could not only use the ghouls to increase the power of the plague doctor, but also earn 9,000 points of faith power. It was really killing two birds with one stone. A few hours later, the system's prompt sounded in my mind. Ding dong. Anomaly containment 049 plague doctor, sacrifice recruitment successful. As the system's voice fell, I immediately saw the information of the plague doctor appear in the divine domain interface. Hero unit, unnamed, hero level, level 2, hero quality, unknown, others, unknown, faith level, saint. Like 096 information, most of 049's data is also displayed as unknown. However, I know very well that in terms of combat effectiveness, 049 will never lose to 096. This guy possesses an extremely efficient combat trait. As long as he touches the target, he can take its life instantly. Moreover, the plague doctor can surgically revive dead enemies into puppets that obey his orders. What's even more exaggerated is that the origin of 049 is suspected to be related to the three supreme gods who love playing cards. I watched the changes on the altar of the divine domain. As the information emerged, the altar suddenly burst into a dazzling light, and a tall black-robed figure gradually appeared. He stood there, 1.9 meters tall, wearing a heavy black cloak and a birdbeak mask on his head. Compared to 096 Siri presence, the plague doctor's appearance seemed relatively kind. At least he looked like a normal human doctor, and he was carrying an ancient medical bag. When the human family members around saw this new hero, they were not terrified like they were when they first saw 096. Instead, they began to cheer. Hero, our second hero has arrived! The plague doctor glanced around the surrounding environment and nodded slightly, as if he was very satisfied with the place. This is really clean, a perfect divine domain. I was stunned for a moment, looking at the blood-stained ground caused by carrying the Minotaur corpse, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. This guy's clean standard is obviously different from what normal people understand. The relatives around also looked confused. They looked down at the bloodstains on the ground, as if they were wondering if there was something wrong with their understanding of the word clean. The plague doctor noticed everyone's confusion, looked up, and added lightly, Well, anyway, it's very clean here. The satisfaction in his words was beyond words. I understand that what the plague doctor meant by clean did not mean that the ground was dust-free, but that there was no so-called plague here. However, no one can tell what the plague this guy is talking about. I only know that once the plague doctor identifies something as a plague, his fighting power will soar sharply until he thinks all the patients are cured. Confirming that the plague doctor had no intention of attacking my human family. If he suddenly thought that one of my family members needed treatment, it would be troublesome. Next, I opened the trading interface of God's domain, and my eyes fell on the armor column. After thinking for a while, I gritted my teeth and spent 3,000 points of faith power to buy 3 sets of second-level exclusive armor. Although these armors are expensive and cannot be enhanced as the user's level increases, they can significantly improve the defense of second-level units, and can even withstand attacks from third-level units for a period of time. I gave the armor to my human relatives and conveyed it in the form of an oracle. You have won the divine battle. This is the armor I rewarded to the bravest warrior. As the words fell, the 3 armors suddenly appeared in front of all the family members. The family members were so excited that they couldn't contain themselves, and they all knelt down and worshipped on the ground. Great true God, thank you for your blessing. The victory in the God War is the credit of the heroes, and we really dare not take credit. Looking at their enthusiasm, I could clearly feel that these followers' faith in me had deepened. Although this faith was still far from being comparable to the faith of the saints of 096 and 049, it was still a good improvement. After I arranged everything, I leaned back in my chair and gradually fell asleep. The next morning, when I woke up, it was the agreed time. I immediately opened the forum chat group and found that more than 30 demigods in the group were already discussing the issue enthusiastically. How can we divide the work, trust our teammates, and jointly obtain the ruins' resources? Someone asked in the group. But I know that in such an occasion, there is a mixture of truth and lies, and no one will easily believe anyone else. At this time, the voice of the God of Spring sounded. God of Mysteries, are you ready? We can't fail at the last moment. Of course, I responded. The God of Mystery is the code name I gave myself. After confirming that everything was correct, the God of Spring said, In that case, let's go! Soon, a coordinate appeared in the group. The demigod ruins were different from the god realm. They floated on the Chaos Sea and could only be reached through specific coordinates. Without any hesitation, I immediately teleported 096, 049 and the 3 second-level followers to the designated location. Transfer successful. Power of faith -100. A moment later, we appeared in front of a ruined castle. A large number of followers from different demigods had gathered around the castle. There were many kinds, including elves, orcs, undead, etc., adding up to hundreds. Although these followers are of rich variety, there are not many true third-level units, only a dozen or so. As soon as I was teleported here, I saw that the Plague Doctor's mood immediately became irritable. He looked around and roared in a low voice. Plague! There is a plague here! The eyes under the Plague Doctor's mask became deep and cold, as if he would suddenly attack and hurt people at any time. Seeing this, the relatives around retreated warily with fear in their eyes. I immediately suppressed his frenzy with an oracle. Calm down, Plague Doctor. We haven't even started yet. The Epidemic Doctor responded in a low voice, and his emotions gradually calmed down. At this time, the voice of the God of Spring rang out in the group. God of Mystery, why are all the followers you sent second-level units? Where are your third-level units? Where are they hiding? At this time, the other demigods also cast questioning glances. I smiled calmly. Don't worry, I will take care of the ghouls. You just focus on exploring the ruins. The God of Spring wanted to say something, but the Plague Doctor suddenly became angry again, his voice low and fanatical. Plague, a strong plague. Chapter 8. The ghoul is in hand. Conspiracy? Hearing this, the God of Spring was stunned. Plague? What plague? However, Lin Yan narrowed his eyes and looked at the 5 believers of the God of Spring with interest. In the opinion of the Plague Doctor, all these family members were infected by the plague. The higher the level of the believer, the higher the concentration of plague in the Plague Doctor's cognition. The performance of the doctor just now. It is enough to show that the 5 followers of the God of Spring are all Tier 3 units. However, according to the information sent back by other clans, among the 5 believers of the God of Spring, there are only 2 third-level units. It is obvious that. What means did this God of Spring use to conceal the ranks of his 5 followers? So much so that the other demigods' followers were unable to notice this. What is the purpose of this Spring God doing this? Lin Yan whispered. The God of Spring released the news of the demigod's remains, but concealed his own strength. There must be a conspiracy here. No matter what, let's see first. 5 Tier 3 units can't kill 096 and 049. Like 096, 049 Plague Doctor is also immortal. The source of its immortality is related to its origin. Under Lin Yan's order, 049 the Plague Doctor soon walked out alone and headed towards the territory of the zombies in front of the ruined castle. The 3 human units wearing protective gear followed not far behind Dr. 049. Seeing this scene, all the other clansmen and the demigods behind them widened their eyes. Is this mysterious god crazy? It's fine that he's reluctant to send a Tier 3 unit, but now he's only sending a Tier 2 hero unit? If this isn't suicide, then what is? Could it be that he doesn't have a Tier 3 unit? Is he just a Tier 2 demigod? Many demigods were disappointed. They didn't care that the second-tier hero unit of the mysterious god was sent to die. But wasting this opportunity would actually cause them losses. How about we rush together later? Some demigods who were reluctant to let go even started discussing it. Damn it, I was so excited yesterday that I forgot to verify this guy's strength in advance. The god of spring cursed inwardly, and looked at the other demigods' followers. No, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We must not waste it. We must find a way to let them continue. But the next moment, they saw. The heroic unit dressed in the bird-beak doctor's costume has already walked in front of the zombie. Roar! The zombie suddenly roared. The plague! You guys are already infected with the plague. The plague doctor also roared. You need to be cured. Then I saw. The doctor quickly stepped forward. He stretched out his hand and gently tapped a second-level ghoul. Next moment, the roar of the second-level ghoul came to an abrupt end, and it collapsed to the ground in an instant. It's completely cold. Seeing this scene, the other clan units were stunned. What the hell is this? They are both second-tier units, but he killed them instantly? This is at least a difference of 2 ranks, right? Is this an A-grade hero unit? Not only that, I didn't even see clearly what happened, but that second-level ghoul just disappeared like that. But why did that hero unit roar just now? And what about the plague he mentioned? Many demigods had fiery eyes. How great would it be if they had this kind of heroic unit? At this time, seeing their companions being killed, the remaining zombies were not afraid. Instead, they became furious and pounced directly on Dr. 049. The ghouls are surging like a tide. Almost instantly, the figures of 049 and the 3 humans behind him were covered up. Everyone, my mission is accomplished. Lin Yan's voice rang out. The other demigods finally reacted. They ordered their followers to rush into the ruined castle. For their current sprint, these zombies turned a blind eye and continued to rush towards 049. What a shame, such a high-quality heroic unit ended up facing off against a stupid demigod. Hundreds of ghouls are attacking, including a dozen level 3 ghouls. This level 2 hero unit will definitely die. Sacrificing such a powerful hero unit for 9,000 points of faith power is simply too stupid. He doesn't deserve to have such a hero unit. Many demigods sneered in their hearts. The means that 049 just displayed made them very jealous. Now seeing such a powerful heroic unit being killed, apart from feeling a little bit regretful, they only felt extremely happy. Soon, all of the demigod's followers rushed into the ruined castle and disappeared from sight. At the same time, in Lin Yan's divine realm, the sound of the power of faith arriving was heard. Seeing this, only then did Lin Yan issue another oracle. 096, it's time to move. At the same time, inside the ruined castle. Did you hear any crying just now? Is this a hallucination? Don't scare yourself. Why didn't I hear anything? It doesn't seem to be an illusion. I heard it too. And the crying seems to be getting more and more tragic. God bless you, this is too scary. As they moved forward, several family members chatted in low voices. But soon, they received an oracle from their own demigod. I dare not continue to speak. Carefully explored the ruined castle. This ruined castle looks extremely vast from the outside, but there are countless passages inside. Next to each passage, there are many rooms. Many demigods reached a consensus immediately. They all let their followers choose a path, and then keep moving forward. The rooms were quickly opened and searched for supplies. But soon, these demigods discovered something was wrong. Their clans opened many rooms, but found no resources. Damn it, what kind of ruins are you looking for, Chunshin? A demigod cursed. We've been searching for so long, and there's not even a single resource. Resources? Why not? The god of spring smiled and said, there are so many resources here. As soon as the words fell, his 5 clansmen immediately looked at each other. Then, he suddenly attacked the other clansmen who were exploring ahead. In an instant, the demigod's followers screamed in agony, and before they could even fight back, they were all slaughtered. However, when their blood flowed into the floor, it disappeared in an instant, as if it had been swallowed up by the ruined castle. At the same time, in the heart of the castle, a sculpture, slowly breaking out from the ground. Chapter 9: The Conspiracy of the God of Spring. The vampire statue. Seeing his own people being slaughtered, the demigod roared in anger. Damn it! Spring God! What on earth are your followers doing? Damn it! Damn it! What the hell are you doing, you bastard? The demigod was almost on the verge of collapse. He doesn't have many resources, otherwise he wouldn't have participated in this exploration. The followers he sent out could be said to be the most powerful fighting force in his divine domain, and he just wanted to obtain as many resources as possible. But now, they were all killed by the followers of the God of Spring. It can be said, this almost ruined him. Hearing this roar, the other demigods were also stunned, and then everyone felt in danger. What's going on? Why did the descendants of the Spring God suddenly take action against the descendants of the Goblin God? Do you have any grudges? Spring God, I have never sinned against you. I don't even know who you are. Even if you have already guessed some possibilities in your mind. But these demigods still harbor illusions, and dare not challenge them. However, even though they say so. But the action is not weak at all. They all ask their families to no longer collect resources, but to gather together. Even several gods reached a consensus in an instant, and prepared to join forces. On the other side, hearing the roar from the group, Lin Yan couldn't help but whisper, "This Spring God really has a conspiracy." But for him, the most important thing now is to get these zombies first. An ordinary second-level ghoul. With the combined efforts of 096 and 049, they couldn't hold out for a moment. As for the third-level zombie, it can only hold on for a little longer. It's only a matter of time before we deal with these remaining zombies. At the same time, hee. The God of Spring smiled grimly and said, "It's useless, everyone. I said that this demigod ruins is rich in resources, but I didn't say where these resources come from. Your clans will all become sacrifices for me to harvest resources." Hearing this, the other demigods suddenly became even more terrified. Because, previously, in order to seize resources to the maximum extent possible, they and other gods had chosen very scattered paths. It is impossible to find other demigods' followers at this moment. Judging from the performance of the Goblin God just now, if their followers encounter the followers of the God of Spring, they will probably be killed in seconds. For a moment, the speed of action of the other demigods' followers increased a bit. But the God of Spring obviously would not give these demigods time to act. Run away. This is a good opportunity for me to try. I have been training this shadow assassin for so long. There were constant screams of the clansmen coming from the demigod ruins. Help! Ah! My God! Help! What are you going to do? Aren't you afraid of the wrath of my God? Ah! You bastards, you deserve to die! The faces of the demigods in the group also became increasingly uglier. They are like the goblin gods. In order to explore this demigod relic and obtain resources, they took out all their hidden family members. The clan was annihilated. For them, it was a devastating blow second only to the shattering of the core of the divine realm. Spring God! You bastard! Why? Why on earth is this happening? I've never offended you! Why did you attack me? Some demigods couldn't help but burst into tears when they saw their relatives died tragically. Ha ha ha, what a bunch of idiots! The God of Spring smiled, his face showing no sign of concealing his excitement. Why are you crying? When my God realm core breaks through the 4th level, you will be proud of it! He whispered inwardly as he looked at the slowly emerging statue in the center of the ruined castle. The blood of your followers is enough to completely unlock the most precious treasure of this demigod relic. With this vampire statue, I will be able to break through to the 4th level in time. Upon hearing the words of the God of Spring, many demigods became furious. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he wished he could kill the God of Spring right then and there. But there is nothing we can do. They all have virtual codes on the forum, and they have no way of finding the true identity of the God of Spring. And even if they find it, According to what the God of Spring said, by then the core of his divine domain will be promoted to the 4th level and will be able to cultivate 4th level units, but they may not have cultivated any new 3rd level units yet. Will they take their heads to retaliate against the God of Spring? At the same time, outside the ruined castle, this damn plague has finally been cleared up. With the joint efforts of 049 and 096, all the zombies have been cleared out. Lin Yen immediately issued an oracle to move these zombies back to his own divine domain, preparing to have 049 Plague Doctor transformed into 049-2 in the future. Is there an opportunity in this demigod relic that can allow the core of the God of Spring to be promoted to the 4th level? Hearing the roars of these demigods in the group, Lin Yan's eyes lit up. Immediately, he then issued the oracle directly. Go check it out first. Inside the ruined castle. Soon, in addition to the God of Spring, the followers of the other 28 demigods were all slaughtered by the followers of the God of Spring. On the ground, it was filled with corpses of people of different races. Broken arms and limbs were scattered all over the ground, but it was not bloody, because the blood of these families was absorbed by the castle. Seeing the tragic deaths of their clansmen, the faces of these demigods turned pale. At the same time, most of the sculpture in the center of the castle is also revealed. The remaining small piece is also slowly emerging. It's almost there. It's finally almost there. The vampire statue will soon be fully revealed. The God of Spring shouted excitedly. With this vampire statue, I have the resources to advance to the 4th level of the Divine Realm Core. I have waited for this day for too long. Spring God, you will be punished, a demigod said with gritted teeth. Puff. The God of Spring sneered. Retribution? Are you here to give me retribution? He doesn't care about this kind of empty talk. Waiting time. He couldn't help but look outside the ruined castle. All his family members were in the ruined castle at the moment, so he had no idea what was happening outside. But it's easy to imagine that when the mysterious god sees the message in the group, his first reaction will definitely be to run away. What a pity! That 2nd-tier hero unit was so strong, but it was devoured by the ghouls. The God of Spring shook his head and said to himself, otherwise, I must find a way to get that hero unit. I really don't know why the God of Mysteries is so stupid. Wait, where is that crying coming from? A cry. But it suddenly rang at this moment. At the same time, a roar was also heard. Plague! Chapter 10. The God of Spring is dumbfounded. The relics of the fallen gods. Plague? The God of Spring was stunned. Why is this so similar to the catchphrase of the follower of the God of Mysteries? Wait a minute! How is this possible? Next, he saw the figure of the bird-beaked doctor, rushing into the ruined castle with an angry look on his face. Not far behind him, there was also a gray-white humanoid creature following him, also a 2nd-level creature. He's still alive! How is that possible? The God of Spring was shocked. Facing the onslaught of hundreds of zombies, how could that 2nd-level bird-beaked doctor still survive? But the next moment, he suddenly became furious again. Mysterious God, what do you want to do? Just see it! The bird-beaked doctor roared plague, and rushed towards his 5 clansmen. Humph, I didn't have time to look for you, but I didn't expect you to come to me on your own initiative. The God of Spring sneered. Just right, it looks like my harvest this time will increase a bit. No matter how powerful the 2 followers of the God of Mysteries are, they are only level 2, while his 5 followers are all level 3, and there are even 3 heroic units among them. Following his oracle, his 5 followers immediately launched an attack. A 3rd-level goblin looked at 096 rushing towards him with disdain, and slammed down on 096's gray-white body. In an instant, a bloody hole was smashed on the head of the gray-white creature. He was about to taunt. But the next moment, 2 gray-white claws quickly stabbed towards his head. After a while, the 3rd-level goblin's eyes dimmed. It will never understand until it dies. Why is this creature in front of me not dead even though its head has been smashed open by me? After executing this 3rd-level goblin, 096 did not rest for a moment, and attacked the remaining goblins. They won't die? What race are they? The god of spring was stunned. And on the other side of the battlefield. Plague! Plague! The plague doctor roared and attacked a third-level goblin as well. The goblin kept swinging his weapon, but he didn't touch the plague doctor at all. Instead, the epidemic doctor grabbed his neck directly. Just a few seconds. The life of that third-level goblin disappeared visibly before the naked eye. How is this possible? The spring god's eyes widened. In just a few seconds, 4 of his 5 third-level clansmen were killed. Is this really something 2 second-level clansmen can do? But he also knew that now was obviously not the time to be shocked. He glanced unwillingly at the vampire statue that had not yet fully revealed itself. The god of spring decisively gave his surviving followers an oracle to escape. The escaped clan member was a shadow assassin, whom he had spent enormous resources to cultivate. The clan members who had just hunted down other demigods were all thanks to the shadow assassin. There must be no mistakes. However, his shadow assassin has a natural skill that allows him to remain hidden for a period of time. Coupled with that amazing speed, escaping back to his own divine domain shouldn't be a problem. Arrange everything. The god of spring then roared. God of mysteries! This matter is not over yet. You'd better not let me find out your true identity. Wait. How did you find it? He prepared for this vampire statue for a long time. But he didn't expect that he would have to hand it over to someone else now. How could he be willing to accept this? However, the words are not yet finished. His expression suddenly turned into horror. Just see. After his shadow assassin became invisible, he hadn't escaped far. The gray creature suddenly started crying. Then, he screamed and rushed towards his shadow assassin. Its speed. Even faster than shadow assassin. Almost instantly, he caught up with the shadow assassin, and then launched an attack with a scream. Soon, the shadow assassin also became a corpse. Ah! The god of mystery! You deserve to die! You really deserve to die! The veins of the god of spring bulged and he roared angrily, wishing he could kill the god of mystery right then and there. No more! All gone! I have been planning for so long, but the opportunity to advance to the 4th level is gone. All the 3rd-level clansmen in the divine realm are gone. Now the shadow assassin that he had cultivated at great cost was dead. His heart was bleeding. And heard his roar. In the group, the other demigods who were originally very angry were suddenly stunned. Listen to what the spring god means. It seems that his clan was wiped out by the clan of the mysterious god. Although I don't understand. How did the god of mystery do this? But they couldn't help but feel happy in their hearts. Ha! God of spring! You are so proud of yourself! You still want to frame me? Now you have made wedding dresses for others, right? Speaking of which, I really have to thank the god of mysteries. These 300 faith powers are totally worth it. God of spring, from today on, you and I will fight to the death. Please don't let me find you. The demigods in the group sneered. Now the followers of the god of spring have also been wiped out, and the treasure of the demigod ruins has also been obtained by the god of mysteries, who is not much more powerful than them. If we find the god of spring, we can take revenge. They also understood that this mysterious god was definitely not simple. Inside the demigod ruins. Ignore the communication requests from other demigods. Lin Yen directly issued an oracle to his human clan members, and moved the bodies of these 3rd-level goblins and shadow assassins into his own divine domain. Then, his sight. He stayed closely on the vampire statue that was still emerging from the ground. Is this the opportunity that the god of spring mentioned that would allow him to advance to the 4th level? Lin Yen whispered. The core of the divine realm is upgraded to a higher level, and each level requires a large amount of resources. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many demigods who can't reach the rank and can only look for tasks on the forum. At this time, the vampire sculpture has completely emerged. Lin Yen decisively opened the divine domain panel. The information of the vampire sculpture was scanned out instantly. Unit name vampire sculpture. Level 4. Description: this is a relic from a fallen god. Effect: can be fused with the god's domain core. After fusion, the God's domain core will be greatly improved, and the third-level God's domain core can be promoted to the fourth level. After use, the divine realm will gain the Blood God's Gaze effect. Blood God's Gaze effect unknown. Seeing this information, Lin Yan raised his eyebrows immediately. The Blood God's Gaze? He was still wondering why the relics from the gods could only upgrade the third-level divine domain core to the fourth level. But this seems to explain it. Although the effect of the Blood God's Gaze is unknown, it is certain that it is definitely not a good thing. Once they merge, they might fall into the plan of the Blood God. But Lin Yan had no intention of integrating this sculpture into his own divine domain. He has a more important purpose. Please choose your sacrifice recruitment target. Chapter 11, Recruiting 173. The patient responded well after the operation. In Lin Yan's divine domain, the human clansmen were carrying the corpses of hundreds of ghouls and the corpses of the 5 third-level clansmen of the God of Spring back to Lin Yan's divine domain. And Lin Yan's gaze. It was placed on the vampire sculpture. Please select your recruitment target. Along with the sound of the system, 3 options suddenly appeared in front of Lin Yan. Sure enough, this time the system gives 3 options. They are all anomalous containment objects related to sculptures. Just hesitated for a moment. Lin Yan fixed his eyes on the first option. Anomalous containment 173 sculpture. Little Peanut! Lin Yan spoke in a low voice. This is the Foundation's first work and also one of its most famous projects. Its appearance is a human-like sculpture, and it can be said to be a pair of enemies with 096. The abnormality of 096 is that it cannot be looked at directly. Once seen, it will be hunted down to death. The anomaly of 173 is just the opposite. Normally 173 cannot move, but once a creature sees it and looks away, it will be attacked. It can be called a killer in the blind spot of vision. Shake your head. Lin Yan made his choice directly. Selection completed. Estimated recruitment completion time, 9 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. At the same time, in the Sea of Chaos, in a ruined divine domain, a blood-red light suddenly lit up. Next, then a roar resounded throughout this ruined divine domain. The statue I used to seize another body was destroyed. Who is it? Soon, all the corpses in the semi-god relic were moved to Lin Yan's divine domain. Lin Yan immediately counted his battle record. There are more than 200 first and second level corpses in total. Ghouls occupied half of them, and the rest were followers of other demigods. The total number of third level corpses reached 30. Then, Lin Yan then turned his attention. As expected, the plague doctor kept looking at the corpses, looking away for a short while, and then immediately turned back. Under his birdbeak mask, he revealed a strong desire. Sure enough, just like the Foundation's information, the plague doctor is very keen on curing the plague. Lin Yan was speechless. Then, an oracle was issued that could be acted upon. After getting confirmation, the epidemic doctor almost immediately took action impatiently. Oh sure, I'd be happy to oblige. He quickly came to the body of the shadow assassin and opened the medical bag he had been carrying on his shoulder. Then, a 2-meter-long operating table was taken out from a 30-centimeter-long medical box. Seeing this scene, the human relatives around were stunned. But the plague doctor had no time to pay attention to the shock of these humans. He shouted while performing surgery on the corpse. Well, the plague has been cleared. The next thing to do is to cure it. Don't worry, my technology is very mature and I will definitely be able to successfully cure it. Another plague? The human relatives around looked at each other. Finally, one of the humans couldn't help but ask, My lord hero, what do you mean by plague? The plague doctor did not even raise his head. He continued to perform the operation and said, Natural disaster. Mass extinction. Oh, you know that, He paused here. He continued hammering away at the corpse, dissecting and stitching it up again. What do you call it? Well, many have succumbed to it. And many more will succumb until a perfect cure is developed. The plague doctor glanced at the human who asked the question and said proudly, "Luckily, I'm very close. You see, it's my life's work to rid the world of it. The cure to end all cures." The human looked at the plague doctor in confusion. After a moment, he said dully, "But hero, he is already dead. This is clearly a corpse." However, he hasn't finished his sentence yet. Then you see. The shadow swordsman's body suddenly sat up from the operating table. This. Abe. Resurrected? The human who asked the question was stunned. He pointed at the body of the shadow swordsman, his eyes moving back and forth between the bodies of the plague doctor and the shadow swordsman. He opened his mouth wide but couldn't say a word. The plague doctor snapped his fingers. The shadow swordsman's body immediately staggered down from the operating table and began to move in an unskilled manner. Well, in a way, yes. But you're oversimplifying it. The plague doctor looked at the shadow swordsman, frowned, then picked up the back half of a ghoul from the ground, sewed it to the shadow swordsman's hips, and explained. Expand your horizons. Life and death, disease and health, are all amateur terms used by amateur doctors. There is only one disease in the world, and that is plague. And I will end this plague. This time. The shadow swordsman stood firmly. However, his movements were still somewhat stiff. Well, my surgery was not perfect, but it was a near cure, and the patient responded well after the surgery. The plague doctor nodded with satisfaction. Bring up the next patient. Above the divine realm. Lin Yen watched this scene with great interest. The shadow swordsman is a tier 3 hero unit, but my divine domain core is only tier 2, so the shadow swordsman can only display tier 2 attributes. Lin Yen whispered. After being cured by the plague doctor, 049-2 only has the physical instincts and attributes of his previous life. He does not have any combat skills, and is not considered a follower, so he will not have the power of faith in me. Even if they receive orders from the plague doctor, these 049-2s will only fight based on instinct. However, this is also very perverted. For other demigods, if they engage in a war in the divine realm, they will suffer real losses and the number of their followers will continue to decrease before they win the war and seize resources. As the saying goes, the more clansmen there are, the more intense the war in the divine realm will be, and the more clansmen are killed, the fewer clans there will be. So the more clans you have, the fewer clans you have. But I am different. With the plague doctor. When you fight in the divine realm, the number of combat forces in your own divine realm will only increase. Although these 049-2 combat skills are not good, they can be stacked up by quantity. Moreover, the other attributes are exactly the same as those of 049-2's relatives during his lifetime. I don't feel bad at all about the loss. Time in the divine realm continues to pass. Lin Yan's consciousness once again entered the divine realm. Then you see. All the corpses that he had collected in the demigod ruins last time had been cured by the plague doctor, and became 049-2. Only. It seems that they have completely lost their original race. Each 049-2. Most of them are monsters made up of parts of several different races, sewn together. For example, the goblin with 5 hands, the ghoul with 2 heads. Hundreds of these stitched monsters stood in an extremely uncoordinated manner in the center of the plain, forming a lifeless army of corpses. It looks extremely creepy. In addition to curing them, I also conducted a little experiment. The plague doctor shrugged and said, Well, this is the reward for my treatment, and it is also the contribution made by these patients to completely cure the plague. After a pause, he continued, I'm sure they will. Chapter 12, Demonic Invasion. Lin Yen was speechless after hearing this. Bullying a corpse won't make it talk, right? However, in the understanding of the epidemic doctor, it seems to be true. Nothing is more important to this contained anomaly than curing the plague. How can it not be considered a cure if the infected person dies? Shaking his head, Lin Yen ignored it. After packing up, I rushed straight to school. After opening up the divine territory, the school will give a few days for development, and then begin the school-wide examination. Once in the classroom, the students who were originally noisy immediately quieted down and looked at Lin Yen with different expressions. Lin Yen is here! TSK! I was saying that Lin Yan must have had his reasons for choosing the Undead Warriors as his hero unit. You still don't believe it? You're talking nonsense. You were clearly saying at the time that Lin Yan was a short-sighted fool. Brother Yan is still undoubtedly the best in our class. When the divine domain was first opened up, these classmates all looked at Lin Yan as if he was a fool. However, after witnessing with his own eyes that Lin Yan's single heroic unit almost wiped out all of Zhang Quan's family, his attitude turned into shock and flattery. Lin Yan had anticipated this, so he didn't pay much attention to it. He walked straight to his seat and sat down. The next class is actually an invasion war course. It will be taught by the head teacher, Ms. Leha. Lin Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement. It is said that teacher Leha is about to ignite the divine fire and become a true god. Her courses must be very experienced. The invasion war course is provided by the school where the teacher sends his followers to invade the student's divine realm in order to test and train the student's strength. The teacher will issue an oracle to control his invading followers and will not actually kill them, causing too much damage. That is to say, as long as Lin Yan can kill some of the invading clans, he will be able to get more 049-2. At this moment, a middle-aged man wearing glasses stepped into the classroom, and all the noise of the students stopped abruptly. Huh! Isn't it teacher Leha who teaches the class herself? Lin Yan was stunned and a little disappointed. In the second year of high school, there are a total of 2 deputy grade directors, each managing 5 classes. Generally speaking, grade directors are very powerful, so when they invade courses, they are very bold and try to get as close to the students' strength limits as possible. Other subject teachers are not so brave. Although it will be safer, the effect will be greatly reduced. I will be teaching your invasion course today. The middle-aged man glanced around the classroom and said in a deep voice, My name is Wang Li, you can call me Teacher Wang. Lin Yan frowned. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he always felt that Teacher Wang Li's eyes were always on him. Today's invasion course is the Demon Invasion War. Get ready, the class will officially start in 10 minutes. Along with his voice rang out. The classmates in the class were suddenly in an uproar and complained bitterly. The first invasion they encountered was actually a demon invasion. Demons are a very powerful race, and can be said to be synonymous with evil. Even the weakest demon among them has much stronger attributes than their followers who have just opened up the divine realm. Demon? Lin Yan's eyes lit up. Demons only come from the abyss and are rarely seen in the realm of the gods. Almost no demigods are able to cultivate them. So, I wonder how powerful 049-2, created by the devil, will be? Soon. All the students have left the classroom and are preparing for the upcoming invasion. Lin Yan's consciousness. He also came to his own divine domain with an excited look on his face and gave divine oracles to his followers. My followers, demons will soon invade the divine realm. Get ready and resist the enemy. I will protect you. He had just mobilized his own family. The next moment, a red light immediately flashed in the divine realm. At the same time, a piece of text also appeared on the interface of the divine realm. Warning, your divine domain is about to be invaded. Warning, countdown in progress. Warning, please be prepared for battle. Next moment, the sky in the divine realm suddenly turned dark. A bottomless crack suddenly appeared. Deep red light continued to emerge from the cracks. Chapter 13, Weird and Terrifying. Who is the devil? Then you see it. Several demons with sharp teeth and thin wings kept pouring out from the crack. Then, these goblin-like but pitch-black demons landed on the ground one after another, staring at Lin Yan's assembled clan army with eager eyes. These are called imps, and are the most common of all known demon races, with average strength. But, compared to the followers of these student demigods who have just opened up the divine realm, they are much more powerful. At the same level, few follower races can compare with them. This is the first wave of demon invasion, Lin Yan whispered. According to the school curriculum, there are a total of 10 waves of demon invasion. These demons are not the teacher's followers, but the school's resources. What the teacher does is to arrange the number and frequency of demon invasions according to the student's performance. Without any hesitation, 096 was sent out immediately. Woo! A sharp cry was heard, and the gray figure of 096 immediately pounced towards these little demons. I have to say, the physical attributes of the little devil are indeed far beyond those of ordinary units. Almost instantly, then the sharp claws of two little demons stabbed into 096's chest. However, faced with this fatal injury, 096 was not afraid at all, and did not even resist, but continued to attack these little demons madly. In an instant, a little devil was torn into pieces. Soon, with many deep cracks appearing on 096's body, these little demons were all annihilated. Fortunately, this Mr. Wang is also very courageous, Lin Yan whispered. If a normal teacher saw that his hero unit was seriously injured, he would probably stop the invasion immediately. But before Lin Yan had time to think about anything else, suddenly, a crack appeared in the sky again. Next, another dozen little demons emerged from it, screaming and rushing towards 096, surrounding 096 and launching an attack. Lin Yan's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. He was not worried about 096's safety. It's just that Mr. Wang is a little too bold. Lin Yan frowned. Even Leha, the deputy director of the grade, would have to ask herself when faced with this situation before launching a second wave of invasion. However, Teacher Wang Li did not ask any questions and immediately launched the second wave of invasion. The other side. You actually managed to resist the first wave of demon invasion? Watching what happened in Lin Yan's divine domain, Wang Li couldn't help but be surprised. These little demons were actually wiped out. This hero unit is really a dead body warrior? The next moment he shook his head again. He whispered, "But it's a pity, who made you offend Li Xiao and destroy Li Hao's divine domain core?" He didn't want to do it at first, but the Li family promised him too much. What he needs to do is... It was just pretending to be a mistake during the invasion. He thought about it and issued the oracle directly. At the same time, in Lin Yan's divine domain, the second wave of invading little demons were quickly torn apart by 096. This time, the injuries on 096's body became more and more obvious, and even his chest was pierced. At almost the same time, cracks appeared in the sky again, and the third wave of demon invasion arrived at the same time. Holy crap! What kind of hero unit is this? How can its vitality be so strong? Wang Li, who had been observing Lin Yan, was also shocked. Facing two waves of invasion from the little demons, Lin Yan was able to wipe them out with just one hero unit? And that hero unit is not dead yet? If this continues, it's hard to say whether Lin Yan's divine domain can be destroyed today. At this moment, Li Cheng's virtual face appeared in front of him. Teacher Wang Li, what's the situation? Li Cheng's voice sounded. Has Lin Yan's divine domain core been destroyed? Mr. Li, Wang Li hurriedly said, don't worry, with me here, Lin Yan's divine domain core will definitely not survive this class. After that, he looked towards Lin Yan's divine realm with a gloomy expression, showing hesitation. According to the situation, this Lin Yan might actually be able to survive this invasion. This is absolutely impossible. Unless... But if we do this, Director Leha will definitely find out immediately. Never mind. I didn't personally invade Lin Yan's divine domain. All operations are within the authority of the school. As long as Lin Yan is destroyed, with the protection of the Li family, everything will be easy. Then, he gritted his teeth and issued the oracle directly. Next moment, cracks appeared again in the sky within Lin Yan's divine domain. This time, the number of little demons pouring out reached hundreds. It turned out that all the little demons that would appear in the 10 waves of invasion were sent out together. Looking at the little devil in the sky that blocks out the sun, Lin Yan narrowed his eyes slightly. With so many little demons invading his own divine domain at the same time, he could already be sure that they were obviously here to destroy the core of his own divine domain. It's just that I can't figure it out. Lin Yan's divine incarnation condensed in the divine realm and asked, Teacher Wang Li, who asked you to do this? Li Cheng? Lin Yan! You are just a student, how dare you question the teacher's arrangement? Hearing the name Li Qing, Wang Li's divine incarnation suddenly condensed and said condescendingly, "This is the teaching plan I made. You only need to resist the invasion, but the teacher needs to consider a lot more." Next moment, this army of little demons that covered the sky and the sun swooped directly towards the direction of 096. Countless little demons, like ants hunting, surrounded 096 and launched an attack at the same time. Facing the siege of little demons, 096 turned a blind eye and continued to fight back madly. Tear! Tear! The corpses of the little demons soon fell to the ground one after another. The injuries on 096's body became more and more serious, and in the end, only half of its head was left. "This hero unit is so powerful!" Wang Li's eyes were filled with shock. "But fortunately, he's finally dead. Next up is the Divine Domain Core." "Huh! He's still not dead?" The next moment, he saw the gray-white hero unit, whose head had been half destroyed, actually launched an attack again with a scream. "What the hell is this?" Wang Li was stunned. Even for him, it was the first time he saw such an outrageous hero unit. After turning his eyes for a moment, Wang Li issued another oracle. "No matter what, just hold back this hero unit and attack Lin Yan's divine core directly." Although this hero unit is simply outrageous, but the remaining ordinary clansmen of Lin Yan are just humans. Even dozens of little demons are enough to shatter the core of Lin Yan's divine domain. Some of the little demons stopped besieging 096 and flapped their wings, attacking directly towards the core of Lin Yan's divine domain. But the next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Wait, why does Lin Yan have a family? Just see." When these little demons were about to reach the core of Lin Yan's divine domain, from the other side of the plane, 049, the tall figure, slowly emerged. Looking at the tall figure in a gray robe, Wang Li reacted instantly. "This is Lin Yan's second hero unit, how is this possible?" He knew that Lin Yan's divine domain core should have been promoted to the second level, but he didn't expect that Lin Yan would get the second hero unit so quickly. And the group behind this hero unit, the ghouls, the shadow assassins, what race are these followers? Wang Li looked behind 049 and saw the more than 200 049-2s, feeling a little dazed. It seemed that each of those clansmen had a different appearance, and she even saw characteristics of many different clans on some of them. For a moment he didn't know what kind of clans these were. And I don't know why. He always feels that these followers don't even look like living beings. It was at this time that the 049-2 Legion behind 049 took action. Although those ordinary 049-2's attributes cannot be compared with those of the Little Devils, and they only rely on instinct, so they are no match for the Little Devil army. But there are more than 30 heroic units among them, making up 049-2. These units, the physical attributes are stronger than the Little Devil. For a time, the attacks of the little demons were actually stopped by these 049-2s. Wang Li was stunned. At the same time, he suddenly saw that the tall figure in a black robe and a birdbeak mask moved. "Plague! You are the source of the plague. Don't bring the plague into this clean land. I will heal you!" The plague doctor roared. Rushed towards the nearest little devil instantly. He stretched out his hand and poked the little devil's forehead. The moment of contact, the demon instantly lost his life. Flash sale. Seeing this scene, Wang Li's pupils shrank suddenly, and he couldn't help but say, "Who is the demon race?" Chapter 14. What is a genius? Wang Li's eyes were full of shock. In the realm of gods, the demon group has always been synonymous with weirdness and abnormality. However, these subordinate units within Lin Yan's divine domain are even more like demons than little devils. Even he was shocked. But soon, he then realized that now was not the time to be shocked. "No! We must destroy Lin Yan's divine core! We must!" Wang Li's face turned pale. If Lin Yan successfully overcomes this crisis, he will definitely be defined as a genius by the school. By then, even the Li family won't be able to protect him. But he didn't dare to do it himself, and send out his own followers. Otherwise, your excuses will be useless. However, looking at the situation, it is only a matter of time before these little demons are wiped out by Lin Yan. Damn it! Damn it! Why is Lin Yan so strong? Wang Li's face turned pale, full of regret. Why did he agree to Li Cheng's promise? Why did he come to deal with such a genius? The other side. In Lin Yan's divine domain. After the 049 and 049-2 legions joined the battlefield, the remaining little demons were suddenly no match for them. Although there are still some little demons that have not been killed, it is only a matter of time. Looking at the increasing number of corpses of these little demons on the ground, under 049's birdbeak mask, his eyes suddenly flashed with excitement. He said excitedly, "These infected people are very valuable for scientific research. They will definitely take my healing technology to a higher level. 096, you idiot! Stop! Don't tear these infected people into pieces. I can't cure them." Soon, all the little demons that invaded this time have become corpses. Body parts were scattered all over the ground. Send down the oracle. After ordering the cursing 049 to clean up the battlefield, Lin Yan's consciousness left his own divine realm and returned to the original classroom. Now, many students had already come out and were discussing the matter with horrified looks on their faces. Holy crap, these demon invasions are so scary! Is this a demon? I used all my strength to resist the fourth wave of invasion, but my family was completely wiped out. Yes, the fourth wave of invasion. Alright, stop showing off. The whole class knows that you resisted the fourth wave of invasion. That's amazing. My followers surrendered and fled as soon as they saw the demons coming. They couldn't even survive the first wave. Wait, Lin Yan is here too. Then I'm not much faster than Brother Yan? It seems I'm pretty good too. After noticing Lin Yan, the focus of discussion among the students around him shifted to Lin Yan again. Regarding the discussion among these students, Lin Yan responded perfunctorily and prepared to inform the school about the matter. A few minutes later, Lu Xian, with a pale face, also returned to the classroom. She was the last student to come back and the one who persisted the longest in this demon invasion. Seeing Lin Yan, Lu Xian frowned and couldn't help asking, "Lin Yan? Why did you come out so early? This shouldn't be the level you showed before." After a moment's hesitation, Lu Xinsai shook her head and continued, "You haven't persisted as long as I have. How can you keep up with your cousin? I advise you to give up as soon as possible." When she said this, her face turned red again. He muttered quietly, "But if you work harder, you can catch up with me." "Bah! Lu Xian, what are you thinking about?" Lin Yan did not hear her last words. After hearing the two expected words, Lin Yan couldn't help but roll his eyes. At this moment, Wang Li walked over with an uneasy look on his face, stood in front of Lin Yan, and said with a little stuttering, "Haha, Lin Yan. Lin Yan, classmate, very good, you actually resisted the invasion of all the demons, and it was worth the plan that the teacher made for you." The whole class suddenly fell silent. All the students' faces were filled with shock, and their eyes instantly focused on Lin Yan. They had just experienced a demon invasion and knew how terrifying these little demons were. And Lin Yan? They actually managed to resist the invasion of these little demons? Especially Lu Xian. Her beautiful eyes were wide open. She had the Lu family's huge investment of resources, and she also had good talent, but she had only resisted 7 waves of invasion, and almost all of her own family was wiped out. "Student Lin Yan," Wang Li said to Lin Yan again, "you actually passed the teacher's test. The teacher has also prepared a reward for you. You can have whatever you want." "Wang Li, you are so brave!" At this moment, a roar was heard suddenly. Then I saw a figure with burgundy hair and a hot body rushed into the classroom, exhausted. It was the deputy head of the grade, Leha. "Who allowed you to let all the little demons invade the students' divine realm together?" Leha roared. "If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, go to the law enforcement team yourself." "What?" Hearing this, all the students around were stunned. Put it in 10 waves of consecutive invading demons to attack a classmate's domain together? The difficulty of this is completely different from the invasion of 10 waves of little demons in batches. This is simply aimed at destroying this classmate's divine core, right? Suddenly, a classmate reacted. Just now Wang Li said that Lin Yan had survived 10 waves of demon invasions. Could it be that this classmate is Lin Yan? A student trembled and guessed. Lin Yan not only resisted 10 waves of little devil invasions, but resisted the simultaneous invasion of all little devils? As soon as the words fell, including Lu Xian, all shocked eyes were instantly focused on Lin Yan. Soon they had the answer. Director Li! That's not the case! Wang Li's face was filled with anxiety, and he quickly explained. That's because I saw that Lin Yan's talent was too high, so I wanted to test his limits. Don't you agree, Lin Yan? The look in his eyes when he looked at Lin Yan was full of pleading. Lin Yan turned a blind eye to this and said, Teacher Li, I suspect that Teacher Wang Li is related to Senior Li Qing. Wang Li's face turned pale in an instant. Lin Yan! Don't slander the teacher casually. You! Before he finished speaking, Leha interrupted him. Go and explain these words to the law enforcement team. The next moment, 2 members of the Jinghai law enforcement team appeared in the classroom and escorted Wang Li away, who had a miserable look on his face. Then, Leha apologized to Lin Yan again. I'm sorry, Lin Yan, I didn't discipline you strictly. The teacher was exploring another ruins of a god just now, and when I got the news and rushed over, it was too late. But fortunately, you have outstanding talent, otherwise the teacher really doesn't know what to do this time. Don't worry, the school will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Lin Yan expressed his understanding. It is impossible for a demigod of Leha's status and strength to stay in school all the time. He spends most of his time in other dimensions. After leaving the classroom, Leha, who originally had a cold and serious expression, suddenly became extremely excited. Her figure soon appeared in the principal's office. Principal, a top genius has been born in our class. It is very likely to be another Luli. Deputy Director Luo Li? What a coincidence. However, before she could finish her words, they stopped abruptly and turned into a sneer. There was already another teacher sitting in the principal's office. Luo Li is another deputy director in the 2nd year of high school at Jinghai No. 3 Middle School and a strong competitor to Leha. Teacher Li, has your district also discovered a top-level genius? The principal smiled leisurely and said, Teacher Luo Li just discovered 2 incredible geniuses in her area, and now she is looking for resources from me. Deputy Director Li is here? Luo Li glanced at Leha and sneered. I don't know what level of genius you found is. Don't try to pick a general from a group of dwarfs and become a frog in a well. Leha's eyes flashed coldly. What does Deputy Director Luo mean by this? It's nothing. Luo Li stood in front of Leha, and showed off her capital, which was much larger than Leha's. Looking directly at Leha, he said provocatively, These 2 geniuses I discovered lasted through 7 waves of demon invasion. What do you think this is compared to the genius you mentioned? Not long after opening up the divine domain, he was able to resist 7 waves of demon invasion. He is definitely a top genius, the kind that Jinghai No. 3 Middle School has only been able to produce one in several years. What's more, 2 were found in my class at the same time. And the genius that Leha mentioned is definitely not comparable to her 2 talented students. Thinking of this, Luo Li became even more proud. Then she saw. After hearing my own answer, Leha just looked at herself with mockery. Then he said, Alas, then this genius in our class is really nothing. That means we easily resisted 10 waves of demon invasions. Oh yes, 10 waves of demons invading at the same time. Hearing this, the entire principal's office suddenly fell silent. Chapter 15. Rewards for the Schoolwide exam. What? Hearing Leha's words, the principal and Luo Li exclaimed in surprise at the same time. Impossible! Luo Li said almost instinctively. How long has the divine domain been opened up? In just a few days, it can completely resist 10 waves of little demon invasions. This kind of achievement. It can be said that at present, He is the undisputed number 1 among the students of number 3 middle school. Almost instantly, she thought of a figure. At first, the first time Luli showed her talent was also a test of the demon invasion. It is also to completely annihilate the demon invasion. And now, Lin Yan actually did it? What a joke! Teacher Li, is what you said true? The principal's breathing became faster. A genius like Luli is rare in Jinghai City. It was because Luli was specially recruited by the Imperial Capital University that Jinghai No. 3 Middle School became the top middle school in Jinghai City. Now it's only been 2 years. Is another genius of this level going to be born? Thinking of this, even the principal who has become a true god couldn't help but feel inexplicably excited. Even if he can't catch up with Luli, he is definitely an incredible genius. Now the status of number 3 middle school will definitely be raised to a higher level. He immediately ignored his image and looked at Leha anxiously, asking about the authenticity of the information. Also, how is this classmate Lin Yan able to resist the simultaneous invasion of all the little demons? Leha nodded. Then, he told Wang Li's story. Principal, I have sent Wang Li to the Jinghai Law Enforcement Team. Wang Li! Li family! Hee hee, what a great Li family! The principal snorted coldly and said in a deep voice. Teacher Li, yeah, you did a great job. Fortunately, Lin Yan has a strong talent, otherwise we would be guilty of a great sin. Leha nodded, glanced at Luo Li again, and said softly, Alas, Principal, Lin Yan is incomparable to the 2 geniuses discovered by teacher Luo Li. I am just a frog in the well. Hearing this, Luo Li's face suddenly turned blue and red, and she gritted her teeth and said, This is green tea. The genius she discovered only managed to fend off 6 waves of demon invasions. Compared to this genius who wiped out all the little devils, this is incomparable. It is obvious that Leha's words, frog in the well, were a response to her previous ridicule. Ha! Ignoring the 2 teachers' little tricks, the principal laughed and asked, Teacher Li, yeah, the school needs to nurture her well. Leha's eyes suddenly lit up. Student Lin Yan is about to be promoted to the 3rd level, but he has no resources needed for the promotion. The principal suddenly fell silent. The core of the divine domain needs to be promoted to a higher level through the power of faith of the clan. However, you can use the core fragments of the divine realm to speed up the improvement. The divine realm core can be promoted to the 3rd level, and up to 2 second-level divine realm core fragments can be used to accelerate the process. This class of senior high school students is about to take the college entrance examination, and most of the school's funds are spent on these senior high school students. As for the 2nd year of high school, 2 second-level divine domain core fragments directly occupied half of the funds. The divine domain had just been opened up, and Lin Yan had only just begun to show his talent for defense. He did not dare to invest so many resources into it. After thinking for a moment, the principal said, We didn't notice Wang Li's problem. We were also at fault. How about this? We will give extra rewards in the school-wide exam in 2 days. The first place winner will receive extra materials for the God Realm Core to advance to the 3rd level. Yes, Principal. Leha was immediately surprised. Then he smiled at Luo Li and said, Then I will go and inform Lin Yan to go to Deputy Director Luo Li and ask him to work harder so that the 2 geniuses in your class can have a good time during the unified exam. Snort! Luo Li was so angry that her chest was heaving. She couldn't help but choke. Don't be too happy too soon. It's still uncertain who will be the first in the school exam. The other side. Lin Yan's consciousness was immersed in his own divine realm. Now, the plague doctor was cursing and sewing up a little devil. Cursing content. It was because 096's attack was too brutal that many corpses were completely shattered into pieces, and he had no way to use them. That brainless idiot, how am I supposed to cure this infected person? 049 couldn't help but curse at the little devil's body that had been shattered into pieces on the operating table. After a while, he could only sigh and move another relatively intact corpse of the little devil. A few brave humans nearby were no longer afraid, and even started to fight at 049's request. This is different from other infected people I have met before. This is a very valuable infected person. After observing the little devil's corpse for a while, 049 took out a syringe filled with a lot of viscous liquid and injected it into the body of the little devil. The plague may cause a systemic imbalance. In this case, the body fluids must be balanced before real treatment can be carried out, otherwise the body will reject the treatment. Hearing this, several human beings who were helping out looked at the little devil who had long been dead and did not dare to speak. They couldn't quite understand how such a corpse could be refused treatment. And facing this great hero, will refusal really be useful? Soon, the little demon's corpse began to move again, albeit with an extra head and wings. Above the divine realm. That means I now have an army of more than 300 little demons, Lin Yan said excitedly as he observed the scenes in his divine domain. Having an army of demons is something that countless demigods dream of. Moreover, even if 049-2 has died once, the Plague Doctor can still cure them and restore their combat capabilities. Lin Yan whispered. As long as the body is not broken into pieces that cannot be sewn together, it can be recycled. The most important thing is, even if it is broken into pieces, the relatively intact parts can be sewn onto other 049-2s. It seems that the value of the 049-2 Legion is even higher than he initially thought. Basically, it can be said that there will be no loss, and energy can even be generated continuously. This ability is really buggy. It seems we need to fight more battles in the divine realm. Lin Yan pondered and looked at the vampire sculpture in the other corner of the divine realm. The level of the god's domain core must be raised as soon as possible. Simply raising it through the power of faith of the clan is still too slow, even with 2 saint hero units. It's just that I have limited time, and it's impossible to take care of both. While Lin Yan was thinking, a message suddenly popped up on the divine realm interface. Prompt: Leha sent a video request, do you want to answer it? Lin Yan was stunned and chose to answer the call. Leha's cold face immediately appeared in front of him. Student Lin Yan, the school-wide exam will be held in 2 days. Are you ready? Leha's red lips moved slightly, and she said, this time the school has specially applied, and the first place will have an extra reward, which will allow the core of the divine domain to be promoted to the 3rd level. Hearing this, Lin Yan was shocked. The resources for the God Realm core to advance to the 3rd level? When did the school become so wealthy? But the next moment he figured it out, and couldn't help but feel slightly moved. Most of these precious resources were applied for by teacher Leha herself. Seeing that Lin Yan didn't say anything, Leha hesitated for a moment, but still said, Student Lin Yan, with your talent, you are definitely the best in your class, but don't take it lightly. After all, you are very famous now, there is no guarantee that other students will not form a team. Don't worry, Mr. Li, I will work hard. Lin Yan nodded. After that, then he hung up the phone. The school-wide exam in 2 days. Lin Yan pondered. The fighting power of the clan is very important to demigods, but it is not everything. There are many other directions such as hidden development, checks and balances, defense, etc. Therefore, the school-wide examination is not a one-on-one challenge among students, but a battle royale game similar to his previous life. Through comprehensive evaluation based on survival ranking, kill points, etc., we can identify all possible problems that students may have. Right now, Lin Yan is not 100% sure that he can take first place. However, he is determined to win the first place. Now that we have the resources to advance to the 3rd level, we must increase the combat power of our clan members in the Divine Realm as much as possible during this period of time. Looking at the epidemic doctor who was still busy making 049-2, Lin Yan suddenly had an idea. At this moment, the system's voice in my mind suddenly rang. Anomaly contained Object 173 Sculpture, Sacrifice Recruitment Successful. Chapter 16, Underground Arena. Challenged. Hero Unit Unnamed. Hero Level, Level 2. Hero Quality Unknown. Others unknown. Faith Level Saint. Along with the sound of the system, the altar burst into brilliant light. A strange sculpture, over 1 meter tall and seemingly made of concrete, suddenly appeared. Peanut's recruitment was successful. Lin Yan was surprised. Different from 096 and 049. If Peanut's abnormal properties are not triggered, it will look like a sculpture, staying still in the same place. If Lin Yan casts down the oracle and lets Peanut attack by force, its effect will be greatly reduced because its abnormal effect is not triggered. But since Lin Yan chose to sacrifice and recruit 173 Peanut this time, he must have his reasons. Peanuts can be used as a means of defense for the Divine Realm, Lin Yan whispered. Then he decisively opened the Divine Domain interface and entered the forum. But this time, not as lucky as yesterday. He wandered around for the whole day but still couldn't find a suitable task. But Lin Yan had already anticipated this situation. Demigod relics are already rare, and most of their coordinates are still hidden in the Sea of Chaos and cannot be discovered. For the very few demigod ruins whose coordinates have been discovered, the discoverers will most likely explore them quietly and seize the resources on their own, and basically will not actively expose them. If that doesn't work, we can only try the underground arena. A look of hesitation appeared on Lin Yan's face. The underground arena is an organization that exists on the edge of the rules of the realm of gods. Its gladiators would fight in the divine realm every day in exchange for commissions. Compared to the divine realm battles in school, the underground arena is much more cruel. Once the war in the divine realm begins, it is common for a demigod's followers to be annihilated, or even the core of the divine realm to be shattered. It can be said that those who go to participate in the underground arena are basically demigods who can't make it any further and are extremely poor. So, yesterday, Lin Yan didn't even consider going to the underground arena and simply ignored the advertisements. After all, human relatives are the main source of Lin Yan's power of faith and cannot be lost. But now, after discovering that 049-2 could actually be recycled and his own clan would suffer almost no losses, and after successfully recruiting Peanut, his thoughts immediately changed. After a while, Lin Yan has already made a decision. Never mind, let's go check out the situation first. Soon, Lin Yan's figure appeared in front of a shop that looked ordinary from the outside. However, when I entered this shop, I found that there was a different world inside. A building similar to the ancient Roman Colosseum runs through the middle, and around it are countless arenas wrapped in transparent spheres. Faint cheers could be heard coming from within. The underground duel arena is indeed rich and powerful. Lin Yan couldn't help but smack his lips. Each of these transparent spheres is an independent temporary space. The entire underground arena is a plane composed of countless temporary spaces connected together. It is also said that the owner of the Jinghai underground arena is a real god, and his assets extend far beyond Jinghai. Soon, a beautiful waitress came up to greet them. I want to sign up to be a gladiator. Lin Yan didn't waste any words and converted all his faith power into currency points. The registered capital is 3,000 currency points. These currency points are equivalent to his bet. If he wants to initiate a war in the divine domain, he needs to pay a certain amount of currency points. If the other party agrees, he can start the war in the divine domain. If he wins, he will win the equivalent of currency points. If you lose, you can only leave the corresponding currency points. Certainly. Generally speaking, the challenge is to a demigod of the same level as the core of the divine realm. If it is a cross-level challenge, the ratio of currency points earned for compensation will be different due to the difference in the core level of the two sides' divine domains. Okay, I'll enter your level and other information next. Soon, the beautiful waitress handed Lin Yan a card. If someone challenges you, or if you want to challenge other demigods, you will be reminded. On the card, it records the number of rounds of Divine Realm battles that Lin Yan has fought in the arena, the remaining currency points, his level, and other basic information. Next, is it time to wait for a challenge, or take the initiative to challenge other demigods? Lin Yan's eyes flickered. After taking the information card, a list appeared in his mind. This is the demigod he can challenge in the arena. More than 3,000 currency points, just about right, this is good. Without hesitation, Lin Yan immediately prepared to choose. He doesn't care about the currency points, what he cares about is the strength of these demigods' followers. But at this moment, a voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Arena tip, a gladiator wants to spend 3,000 currency points to fight with you in the divine realm. Do you agree? Chapter 17. The ring competition begins. Wolf God. Inside the arena. Lin Yan's registration information soon attracted the attention of some demigods in the second-level area. Huh! There's a new demigod? TSK, the god of mysteries? Don't fight with me for it, I saw this chick first. Why? Let's see who has the faster hand speed. I'm at the second level, so I'm just the right person to be this second-level demigod. New gladiators like this have always been the favorites of the old gladiators. After all, every gladiator who could survive in the arena had demonstrated his strength. And these new gladiators, as they say, are there to pick up bargains. After all, the gladiators' records only record the number of wins. If you win a certain number of times, you will receive rewards from the arena. At this moment, a gloomy voice suddenly sounded. I, Wolf God, picked up this leak. Hearing this, the other demigods suddenly fell silent. The Wolf God, the triple champion who won 3 games in a row in the second-tier area, was very strong. Except for the gladiators in the first echelon, no demigod could say that he would definitely win. They simply couldn't afford to offend him. Many demigods shook their heads secretly. In his first battle in the divine realm, this mysterious god was actually targeted by the Wolf God. His luck was so bad. But this novice gladiator is not stupid. After seeing the Wolf God's record, how could he agree to a battle in the god realm? A demigod gladiator murmured in thought. My record is rubbish, it won't scare him. After he refuses the challenge of the Wolf God, I will immediately apply. Huh! He was challenged so soon? Wolf God, 9 wins and 3 losses, a triple crown winner of the second level. Hearing the voice coming from the arena prompt, Lin Yan decisively chose to agree. Arena tips, you have agreed to the opponent's challenge, please prepare for the battle. Arena tip, in 10 minutes, the God's Domain War will begin. This Wolf God has such a good record in battle, so his clan should be quite strong. Lin Yan's eyes were full of anticipation. If this is made into 049-2, the effect should be very good. And the other side. Huh! This novice gladiator actually agreed to the Wolf God's challenge. Holy shit! Is he crazy? It's confirmed. This guy is definitely coming to the arena for the first time. He has never heard of the name of Wolf God. Otherwise, how dare he do this? What if he has his own support? Rely on? If you are really powerful and have no shortage of resources, why would you come to the underground arena? Are you crazy too? That's right, if he can outlast the Wolf God for an hour, I'll just stand upside down and eat shit. With Lin Yan's agreement, the other demigods suddenly became excited. Even the Wolf God himself was stunned. He also didn't expect that this novice gladiator actually agreed to his challenge. Are you so brave? You actually dare to agree to my challenge? Hey kid, I'll let you know why I'm the Triple Crown champion soon. The Wolf God grinned grimly. His original divine domain core had reached the 3rd level, and among the 3rd level demigods, he was also one of those with good strength. However, in a gladiatorial fight, the core of the divine realm was severely damaged by other more powerful 3rd level demigods. Although it did not break into pieces, the god's domain core could only be fixed at the 2nd level and could no longer be upgraded. But even so, his strength was still very strong. Even some 3rd level demigods who came to challenge him were easily defeated by him. Soon, the 10 minutes were up. Tip, your divine domain is about to be invaded, please prepare for battle. Tip, the countdown ends. Hint, the divine domain connection is completed, and the divine domain battle begins. Along with the reminder sound of God's domain, 2 completely different divine realms collided with each other with a loud bang. The next moment, at the junction of the 2 divine domains, several majestic portals appeared instantly. Charge! The Wolf God's eyes flickered and he immediately issued an oracle. Although he thought that this novice gladiator was only there to give him achievements and currency points. But as the triple champion of the underground arena, he is very experienced and will not underestimate any opponent. He would use the most violent attack at the very beginning to scare his opponent and win with the least sacrifice. Next moment, hundreds of werewolves, led by their heroic unit, the werewolf leader, poured into Lin Yan's divine domain. All the werewolves were full of confidence and eager to fight. The gods have just given an oracle that this will be their easiest battle, and if they win, the gods will give them food. Kill! For the great god! For food! These werewolf armies quickly formed into a formation and slowly advanced towards the depths of Lin Yan's divine domain. Is this the domain of this mysterious god? A landscape of forests and plains? At the same time, the wolf god was constantly observing Lin Yan's divine realm and making inferences. Such a good location, but there is no ambush? The wolf god immediately relaxed a lot. It's confirmed, this is definitely a novice gladiator. The way he responds is exactly the same as in the textbook. Maybe he is a student. Wait, why is there a sculpture here? The next moment, his eyes narrowed as he noticed that in the forest of this divine realm, there was a sculpture more than 1 meter tall, standing abruptly under a big tree. This seems to be a concrete humanoid sculpture, but it looks weird. Those lifeless eyes seemed to be staring at his werewolf army, which made him feel numb in his heart. This sculpture! The wolf god suddenly became extremely alert. However, after waiting for a few minutes, the sculpture did not respond at all. He heaved a sigh of relief. He said disdainfully, "It's just an ordinary sculpture. It should be a psychological tactic of this mysterious god. He is indeed a student, and he still uses such rubbish tactics. Don't worry about the sculpture, just keep moving forward. Get the oracle." The werewolf army simply ignored the sculpture and continued to move forward. Finally, the last werewolf's gaze also left the sculpture. Chapter 18, Massacre. The archer god who doesn't believe in evil. Damn it! This guy is definitely just an ordinary student. It's been so long, and we haven't encountered any blocking troops or traps yet. I was so vigilant before. The wolf god ordered his followers to advance while cursing in shame and anger. If this gets out, I was actually scared by a statue and stopped for several minutes. I don't know how those idiots will laugh at me. Wait. However, before he could finish his words, his pupils suddenly shrank. In the divine realm, under the oracle of the wolf god, the werewolf leader led the werewolf army and continued to advance into the depths of Lin Yan's divine domain. But the werewolf leader couldn't help but think of the sculpture just now. The strange sculpture seemed to be staring at him all the time. Make him extremely uneasy. He always felt that the sculpture might not be just a fraud. However, the wolf god had already issued the oracle, so he could only suppress the uneasiness in his heart and lead the werewolf tribe into the depths of the divine realm. But soon, his steps stopped, and his ears and nose twitched. He heard, "Behind me, there seemed to be a slight sound coming from behind. And there is also a faint smell of blood." Almost instantly, the werewolf leader raised his weapon, turned around, and looked over vigilantly. After seeing the situation behind, the hair on his body suddenly stood up. An irresistible chill instantly spread throughout his body. Just see! At the back of the werewolf tribe, the dozen or so werewolf warriors had all become corpses. All the cervical vertebrae were broken. The head was twisted 180 degrees. It looks extremely creepy. And that strange sculpture that was supposed to be far away. At this moment, he raised his arm that was dripping with blood. Appears behind a werewolf warrior. It seems to be. Break that werewolf warrior's neck. Noticing the horrified looks from the werewolf leader and other werewolf warriors, the werewolf warrior couldn't help but look back. Then I saw. The head of the strange sculpture appeared a few centimeters behind him, and its lifeless eyes stared straight at him. Ah! The werewolf warrior couldn't help but scream in surprise. Damn it! What the hell is this sculpture? Above the divine realm, the wolf god was also frightened by this scene. What shocked him even more was that I was totally unaware of what this sculpture was doing. If it weren't for the werewolf leader's extremely sharp hearing and sense of smell, who knows how many of his werewolf troops would have been killed by this sculpture. The god of mystery. At the same time, he noticed that, because of the sculpture's reaction at this moment, many werewolves in his werewolf army have developed fear and want to retreat. Even the werewolf leader was terrified by this. No, this cannot go on like this. The wolf god gritted his teeth and immediately issued an oracle. Don't be alarmed. This sculpture is just a trick of the false god on the other side. Werewolf leader, go ahead. Destroy this sculpture. Get the oracle. The werewolf leader immediately suppressed the fear in his heart, swung the sword in his hand, and chopped down at 173 with all his strength. 1 knife, 2 knives, 3 knives. Bump! The sword in the werewolf leader's hand cracked, but the sculpture was intact. The lifeless and weird eyes were still staring at him. The fear in the werewolf leader's heart suddenly deepened. Great wolf god, this is a monster. He couldn't help but tremble in his voice. But it's not just him. The wolf god was also shocked by this scene. The werewolf leader is a sea-level hero unit with great strength. It's not like he hasn't encountered opponents before. But never like this. It was clearly the werewolf leader who launched the attack, but the sculpture was unharmed. Instead, it was the werewolf leader's weapon that was broken. Or are you going to admit defeat? The wolf god looked in other directions of the divine realm, and he began to have second thoughts in his heart. Now they had only encountered a sculpture, but their werewolf army had suffered heavy losses. Stay on. Etc. Suddenly, the wolf god reacted and looked directly at 173. It's been so long, why hasn't this sculpture launched an attack yet? According to this sculpture, he killed a dozen werewolf warriors silently. Its combat effectiveness is terrifyingly high. But after so long, the sculpture remains motionless. Could it be that? He immediately had a guess in his mind. He immediately ordered his werewolf army to move forward again. After a moment, he suddenly ordered his werewolf army to turn back. Another werewolf at the end had his neck broken by this sculpture. However, seeing this scene, the wolf god was not angry but happy. Haha! It is true. This sculpture should be a special unit. It will only attack when it is out of sight. And when it is being watched, it will not attack. I know how to restrain it. Such a good hero unit, as long as I can capture the god of mysteries, it will be mine. The wolf god looked at other areas of Lin Yan's divine domain with a gloomy gaze. However, this is all his trump card. Is this the only method he has? He wants to use psychological tactics to make me retreat, or does he have other methods? After thinking for a moment, he gritted his teeth and issued an oracle. If he really had other means, would he come to the arena? Leave 2 werewolf warriors to watch the sculpture, and the other werewolf warriors continue to charge. The werewolf army immediately began to move forward again. This time, 173 just stayed where he was, not moving. If 173 acts alone, the restrictions are really too great. Lin Yan looked at this scene in his divine domain and spoke softly. This wolf god is indeed an old gladiator. He found a solution so quickly. But maybe it can be used in conjunction with other containment objects? Lin Yan's sight shifted to another corner of the divine realm. In the divine realm, after confirming that the sculpture was standing still, both the werewolf legion and the wolf god felt relieved. I didn't encounter any other followers. It seems my guess is correct. That sculpture should be the complete means of this mysterious god. What is that gray-white thing that is curled up into a ball? The wolf god whispered thoughtfully. But, with the previous experience of 173, he was much more vigilant this time and immediately sent several werewolf warriors to check the situation. Woo woo woo! At this moment, a crying sound came from the gray figure. The next moment, the gray-white figure kept flashing, and every time it flashed and stopped, a werewolf warrior was torn apart. Plague! At the same time, an angry roar rang out from another direction. Then I saw, from another corner of the forest, a dense group of clans, led by a heroic unit dressed in bird-beak doctor costume, rushed towards the werewolf army. So many followers? Wait. What kind of followers are these? Why do they look so much like little devils? No, why are they little devils with 2 heads? The werewolf was completely stunned. But the next moment, After most of his werewolf army were killed or injured in an instant, he realized what he should do. "I give up! I give up!" he shouted immediately. "It's a pity that it ends before all the werewolves are killed." Lin Yan felt a little sorry. According to the rules of the arena, the opponent can declare defeat when more than 60% of his clan members are killed or injured, and it is difficult for him to break it. The next moment, Lin Yan and the wolf god left the divine realm at the same time and appeared in the arena. The other demigods immediately became excited. "Is this the end? TSK. This mysterious god actually held out for more than half an hour despite the invasion of the wolf god. That's pretty good. Alas, what a pity! I thought I would find a bargain later, but I didn't expect this mysterious god to be so stupid. Next, congratulations to Wolf God for becoming the champion of 4 consecutive wins." At this moment, a prompt was heard from the arena. "The god of mystery vs the wolf god. The god of mystery wins." All the demigods who were paying attention suddenly became quiet, and then exploded in excitement. "Huh! Did I see that correctly? The wolf god actually lost? What the hell? Who is this mysterious god? So powerful? He actually defeated the wolf god. I'm so rude. Even the wolf god lost? Where did this big shot come from? Luckily I didn't challenge him just now. Who said he wanted to take advantage of the situation? Why don't you go now?" Countless demigods began to rejoice in their hearts. The other side. The god of mystery. The wolf god was horrified, and muttered to himself in a daze. "No wonder he is called the god of mysteries." Thinking of what just happened in the divine realm, he felt a surge of fear. Fortunately, I was the one who invaded the mysterious god's domain. If the situation was reversed, I'm afraid the core of my own domain would be shattered. However, at this moment, a disdainful laugh sounded in front of him. "What a waste! You actually lost to a new gladiator with 0 games. You still want to compete with me like this? God of archers?" The wolf god couldn't help but sneer. This person is his old rival and also one of the strongest gladiators in the 2nd level area. However, he has recently gained an opportunity and his strength has skyrocketed, and he never forgets to suppress himself anytime and anywhere. I was just about to say something. The wolf god's eyes suddenly turned, an indignant expression appeared on his face, and he said disdainfully, "Humph! It's just that I underestimated the enemy just now. Let me rest for a while, and then I will immediately launch another battle in the god realm and beat this mysterious god easily." After that, then he looked at the god of archers and said sternly, "You'd better be smart and don't fight with me, or I will fight you to the death." "Fight to the death? Do you think I'm afraid of you?" The god of archers sneered. "Just wait and see. I will first crush the god of mystery who defeated you, and then crush you, you useless piece of shit. You are no longer worthy of being my opponent." After saying that, he directly challenged Lin Yan. The other side. Arena tips: congratulations, you have won the God's Domain War. After deducting the handling fee, you will receive 2,700 currency points. This wave of harvest is huge. After cleaning up the spoils, Lin Yan looked excited. His original 049-2 legion suffered almost no losses, and there were more than 290 werewolf corpses that could be used. Now the number of my ordinary units is expected to reach 900. If you tell others about this kind of result, no demigod would believe it. After all, ordinary clans also need resources to survive, and a 2nd-level divine domain core cannot support so many units. But Lin Yan is different, he is a cheater. 049-2 consumes very few resources and is not subject to this restriction at all. But Lin Yan looked at his battle record card and thought, the wolf god seems to have a good record. I defeated him so quickly. I'm afraid not many people dare to challenge me. You can only challenge other demigods by yourself, and most of the time they will refuse. But just as he finished speaking, a reminder from the arena came to my mind. Arena reminder, you have been challenged by other duelists. Please adjust the combat power of your followers as soon as possible, and then start the arena match. Lin Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. Huh! He agreed to my challenge so quickly? After receiving the hint, the archer god was stunned, then looked at the wolf god provocatively. Waste, watch how I crush this mysterious god. After saying that, he stepped onto the stage with full confidence. The wolf god had an irrepressible smile on his face. 10 minutes later. Damn it! What the hell is this monster? The archer god retreated from the stage with a pale face. Chapter 19. The boss of the underground arena. News about my parents. Hey! Isn't this the god of archers? What did you just say? I didn't hear you clearly. The wolf god walked up quickly and smiled. Say it again. The god of shooter pretended not to hear and prepared to leave. The wolf god followed closely as if he had been preparing for a long time, and continued. It seems to be something that let me see what true strength is. Hey, why didn't you say anything? Is it because you don't like it? At this moment, the mysterious god muttered again. Alas, this plague archer is no good. It's better to use a wolf god. I haven't even tried my best yet, and it's over. Puff. The wolf god couldn't help laughing out loud. Next moment, the god of shooter's eyes went dark and he fainted. And the other side. It's not that Lin Yen is showing off. But they are the followers of the god of archer, the Rat clan. Its physical attributes are relatively weak, but its strength lies in being a shooter and being able to attack from a distance. Its hero unit is the plague archer, whose crossbow arrows are poisonous. For Lin Yen, the role of these rats is far less than that of the werewolves. After all, 049-2, created by 049, would only retain the strength of the body, but would not have any consciousness at all. There is no way to restore technical arms such as archery. But it's better than nothing. Lin Yen shook his head, and immediately began to look forward to the next challenge. This time, however, after waiting for a long time, no next demigod came to challenge him. Lin Yen was a little disappointed. But he was not in a hurry and waited slowly. Finally, someone else has come to challenge. Time passes by every second. The whole day passed by quickly. Lin Yen easily won another round of the competition. There was a sudden burst of cheers from the audience. The god of mystery is invincible. A new 5-crown champion is born. Fuck! I registered as a gladiator for just one day and I became a 5-time champion. And I haven't lost a single game. Moreover, the intervals between each of his agreed to a ring match were very short. What does this mean? The previous ring matches did not cause much casualties to him. Who on earth is this mysterious god? Oh my god! It's so fucking scary! Feel the cheers around you. Lin Yen did not say anything about this, because his consciousness has returned to his own divine realm. Faced with so many fresh corpses, the plague doctor was so excited that he immediately started to heal the corpses without stopping. But, after experimenting with several 049-2s on the rat corpses, the archer god gave up. No way. Even the plague doctor himself despises this thing and is too lazy to cure it. Not counting my human family, if these corpses are made into 049-2, the total number of ordinary units in my divine domain will be almost 1,500. Lin Yen examined his spoils. This number is really terrifying. And these are ordinary units that are not afraid of sacrifice at all. Just by relying on numbers, they can defeat all second-level demigods. Not to mention that those in the 049-2 Legion have pretty high physical attributes, and there are even demons like imps. No wonder so many demigods come to the underground arena when they are desperate. His currency points at this moment have accumulated to more than 20,000 points. It shouldn't be a problem to get first place in the school now, Lin Yen whispered. Then he prepared to leave the underground arena. After he won so many games in a row, the remaining gladiators didn't dare to challenge him anymore. Staying any longer would just be a waste of time. However, at this moment, the beautiful waitress at the beginning came forward and looked at Lin Yen with admiration. God of mystery, our boss wants to see you. He has something important to discuss with you. Shit! The god of mysteries has been noticed by a big shot. The other demigods around couldn't help but exclaim. The boss of the underground arena is rumored to be a powerful true god. How could such a big shot want to meet this mysterious god in person? But when I think about it, They were relieved about the god of mystery's outrageous record. Lin Yen frowned slightly, but still followed the beautiful waitress. If a true god wanted to harm himself, there would be no need for all these fancy tricks. The next moment, the three of them stopped in front of an office. Mysterious god, our boss is waiting for you in here. The beautiful waitress smiled and said, Also, can you sign an autograph for me? He straightened his chest and continued, Sign here. Open the office door. Lin Yan's vision immediately changed to a plane with a towering locust tree in the center. This is a space created using a complete divine domain. Lin Yan immediately deduced it. Under the locust tree, a middle-aged man in a suit was sitting there drinking tea. The next moment, Lin Yan was already opposite the middle-aged man. The god of mystery. The middle-aged man got straight to the point and said, I asked you to come here because I want you to do me a favor. What's the matter? Lin Yan was stunned. Help me organize a gladiatorial match. The middle-aged man took a sip of tea and said calmly, Of course, I will give you a generous reward. 2 second-level God Domain Core fragments will allow your God Domain Core to be directly upgraded to the 3rd level, and I can give it to you now. I'll find you when I need you for a gladiatorial contest. Lin Yan's heart suddenly started beating wildly and his mouth became dry. 2 second-level Divine Domain Core fragments? And I can give it to him now. This reward is really generous. It's so generous that almost no demigod can refuse it. But the next moment, Lin Yan shook his head and said, Can I refuse? With such generous rewards, it is obvious that what the underground arena boss has to do is definitely not easy. There must be something fishy going on here. Moreover, the school-wide examination will be held tomorrow. As long as I take first place, I will also receive rewards from the school, including materials to accelerate my advancement to the 3rd level of the Divine Realm Core. There is absolutely no need to take this unknown risk. The middle-aged man continued to drink tea. Of course. Lin Yan didn't waste any words. He immediately stood up and prepared to leave. However, just as Lin Yan turned to leave, but then the middle-aged man's indifferent voice sounded again. What if I had another piece of news about your parents? I can give you the resources to advance to the 3rd level, but I will tell you the news about your parents after the challenge is over. Hearing this, Lin Yan's steps suddenly stopped, and he turned his head sharply. Chapter 20, Promoted to the 3rd level. The Uneasy Principle. At home. Message from parents. Looking at the 2 fragments of the Divine Core in his hands, Lin Yan couldn't help but mutter. The offer from the boss of the underground arena, he really couldn't refuse. Never mind, let's advance to level 3 first. The next moment, Lin Yan's will then arrived in his own divine realm. There was no more hesitation. He directly integrated the 2 fragments of the Divine Domain Core into his own Divine Domain Core. The entire Divine Domain immediately began to roar, and its area continued to expand. As the core of the Divine Domain burst into dazzling light, Lin Yan's Divine Domain Core was also officially promoted to the 3rd level. Deity, Lin Yan. Level, Demigod. Divine Domain Core level, Level 3. Ordinary Unit Clan, Human Race, 400 Deep Believers, 50 Devout Believers, 300 Second Level Units. Hero Unit Family, 096, Saint, Level 3, 049, Saint, Level 3. Power of Faith, 7,201. Currency Points, 23560. When you are promoted to the 3rd level, the clansmen in the Divine Realm will provide an additional Power of Faith. And the difference between the 3rd level core of the Divine Realm and the 2nd level core of the Divine Realm is as huge as heaven and earth. The most obvious difference is that, starting from the 3rd level, the number of hero units is no longer limited like the 1st and 2nd levels. As long as you can afford it, then any number of hero units will do. But it takes a lot of resources to cultivate hero units. If there are too many hero units, there will not be enough resources and no hero unit can be cultivated. For most demigods, it is better to concentrate resources to cultivate a big player rather than cultivating a large number of heroic units. Also, the system is not like the 2nd level. Each level can only sacrifice and summon a fixed number of times, Lin Yan whispered. As long as Lin Yan has enough materials for sacrificial summoning, he can perform sacrificial summoning as many times as he wants. But the subsequent sacrifice summons will require even more power of faith. Alas, my power of faith is so little. Lin Yan couldn't help but sigh. If these words were to get out, I wonder how many demigods would vomit blood. Few? What the hell do you think 7,000 faith points are too little? You know, it's only been a few days since the Divine Realm was opened. However, the demigods who have been developing the Divine Realm for a long time often have more expenses than income, and they simply cannot keep much power of faith. For most of the second-level demigods, it is already very good if the power of faith can accumulate to 3 digits. It's not even a fraction of Lin Yan's. But Lin Yan truly felt that the power of faith was not enough. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Yan still called Leha, the deputy head of the grade. Leha's cold face suddenly appeared in front of Lin Yan. Student Lin Yan? What's wrong? Leha asked. Are you nervous about the school-wide exam tomorrow? With your ability, there is no need to be nervous. Even if you can't get first place, the teacher believes that you can. There is no teacher. Lin Yan shook his head and said, I want to ask if the extra reward for first place in the school exam can be changed. In exchange for a reward? Leha was stunned. Why do you suddenly ask this? Lin Yan said directly. Because my God Realm Core has been promoted to the 3rd level. Oh, that's fine, it means promotion to level 3. Wait, what did you say? Until the call was disconnected. Leha had not yet recovered from her daze. Lin Yan has already reached the 3rd level? The 3rd level. Although the upgrade of the God's Domain Core can be accelerated by using God's Domain Core fragments, it can only have an accelerating effect. The decisive factor is still the followers in the God's Domain. The strength of followers and their degree of faith are factors that affect the speed of upgrading the Divine Realm. The clan has not reached the corresponding level, and even if the core fragments of the Divine Domain are used to accelerate, it cannot be upgraded. Many high school students, the core of the Divine Realm, have not yet been able to advance to the 3rd level. How long has Lin Yan been opening up the Divine Realm, and he's already at the 3rd level? However, if she knew that all of Lin Yan's hero units were saints, she would not have such doubts. After a long time, Leha reacted suddenly. He was immediately teleported to the principal's office and exclaimed, Principal! The principal, who was handling his work, raised his head and said with some dissatisfaction, Teacher Leha, what's the urgent matter? After saying that, he frowned again and said, How many times have I told you that you are already teachers? You must be steady and prudent in order to control your students. How can you be so impetuous? Leha's emotions gradually calmed down. The principal was satisfied and said, Tell me what's the matter. Leha took a deep breath. Principal, Lin Yan's Divine Core has been promoted to the 3rd level. The principal's body remained motionless. Leha was immediately filled with admiration. The principal is indeed a true god. He can remain so calm even after hearing such news. But she hadn't finished her words yet. The principal stood up and his shocked voice instantly spread throughout the school. What did you say? What the hell? At home. After hanging up the call, Lin Yan then turned his gaze back to his own divine domain. Now, under the continuous healing of the epidemic doctors, the number of 049-2s in his divine domain is also increasing. At this rate, we should be able to produce all 049-2s before the school-wide exam tomorrow, Lin Yan deduced. Then, his eyes rested on the corpses of the rats. Not only does the plague doctor despise these rats, he himself also despises them. The plague doctor had previously made several 049-2s. Lin Yan tested them and found that these rat 049-2s were no match for humans of the same level. They made it into 049-2. It's a complete waste of the plague doctor's time, Lin Yan whispered. But leaving it in God's domain is not a solution either. After thinking for a while, he quickly made a decision. No, just offer a sacrifice directly. He is now at level 3, and there is no limit to the number of times he can perform sacrificial summons. The next moment he directly issued an oracle. The corpses of the rats were quickly moved to the altar. At the same time, the system's voice began to resound in Lin Yan's mind. Sacrifice recruitment successful. Please choose your recruitment target. 3 panels immediately appeared in front of Lin Yan. Then, Lin Yan fell into deep thought. These 3 options are not very good. In Lin Yan's opinion, the best option is anomalous containment 625, ankle sniper. This is a thin, fur-covered creature similar to a rodent. When encountering a target, it can burst out with great speed and strength, extend its claws with its forelimbs, and attack the target's ankles, thus making the target unable to move. Among the followers of the same level, the ankle blowers' attributes are average. Their IQ is not high, and the power of faith they can provide is far lower than that of humans of the same level and quality. Moreover, the highest level of the ankle sniper can only reach level 2, and the upper limit is really too low. Wait, together with the plague archers, can we sacrifice and summon 10,000 ankle snipers? Suddenly, Lin Yan noticed the number of options. I was stunned for a moment. 10,000 second-order units. Although the upper limit is only the second order, it is definitely an unimaginable and terrifying number among third-order demigods. Although the core of the third-level divine domain can support many clansmen, even those demigods who have been promoted to the third level for a long time only have a few thousand clansmen. Just like the third-level demigods he encountered when he explored the demigod ruins before, there were only 1 or 2 third-level hero units and hundreds of other clan units at most. And he just got promoted to the third level, and he already has 10,000 second-level units? Supporting such a large number of snipers requires a huge expenditure, but now the currency points Lin Yan won in the underground arena can support them for a while. Moreover, so many second-level units provide a huge amount of power of faith. Without any hesitation, Lin Yan made his choice directly. Choose successfully. Estimated time for successful recruitment, 9 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. 10 hours. By the time the school-wide exam is halfway through tomorrow, we should be able to recruit all of them through sacrifice. Lin Yan was a little excited. Then, his attention shifted to 173 peanut. This was a loophole he discovered during the gladiatorial contest today. It's too restrictive for Peanut to appear alone. After thinking for a moment, Lin Yan's eyes suddenly lit up, and he remembered an experiment done by a doctor in the Foundation. Then, he directly took out the photo of 096. It was attached to 173's body. Only then did he nod with satisfaction. That's about it. Chapter 21, Outrageous Family. All the teachers in number 3 middle school were stunned. Jinghai number 3 middle school. On the playground. At this moment, countless demigod students have gathered together and are talking excitedly about the upcoming school-wide examination. Brother Yen! If I appear around you, remember to show mercy. My clan is the Snail Clan. And my brother Yen! My clan is Goblins. Many classmates gathered around Lin Yan, wanting him to guide them. However, this is obviously useless, because the coordinates of all students' landing points are randomly generated, and they can only communicate through their families in the battlefield of the Kingdom of God. And in the class next to Lin Yan, Luo Li was arranging tactics for the 2 students in front of her. This time, your primary goal is to find the other party's clan, unite first, and stop Lin Yan from class 3, understand? Hearing this, the 2 students looked at each other for a moment, then snorted disdainfully and turned their heads away. They were all geniuses who resisted the demon invasion 2 days ago. They competed with each other, were as hostile as water and fire, and looked down on each other. Teacher Luoli, you worry too much. One of the students pushed up his glasses and said proudly, that Lin Yan was only strong at the beginning. Now I can also resist the invasion of 10 waves of little demons. That Lin Yan is definitely not my opponent. After saying that, he looked at another student with disdain. No need to unite with other burdens. Upon hearing this, another student sneered. Do you think you are the only one who has had an adventure during this period? Stand on Lin Yan's side, and I will take care of both of you at the same time. Luo Li frowned immediately and hesitated to speak. She did not reveal that Lin Yan was fighting off the invasion of all the little demons at the same time. At this moment, on the playground, the principal's voice rang out. Next, I will just say a few words. Half an hour later. A new rule has been added to this school-wide exam. In the battlefield of the Kingdom of God, all clans will be suppressed to the second level, the principal said loudly. Hearing this, countless students were stunned. Why are we adding such a rule this year? The clan is suppressed to below the third level? Isn't this a waste of effort? Who else can upgrade the core of the divine domain to the third level so quickly? My father has lived for so long, and he has just been promoted to the third level. Hearing these discussions, the principal and Leha couldn't help but look at Lin Yan, their eyes full of helplessness. They didn't expect that Lin Yan would be promoted to the third level so quickly. If the levels are not suppressed, the other students will have no chance. Then I hereby announce that the unified examination for the second-year students of number 3 middle school has officially begun. As the principal's voice sounded, on the playground, a huge virtual map suddenly appeared. At the same time, every high school sophomore received a coordinate in his mind. These are the coordinates for entering the battlefield of the Kingdom of God, Lin Yan whispered. The Kingdom of God is the realm of God that evolved after a demigod ignited the divine fire and became a true god. The Divine Kingdom battlefield is a battlefield made of Divine Kingdom. It is extremely precious, and there are only a few of them in the entire Jinghai city. In it, corresponding rules can be formulated. For example, the family members inside will not really die, but will be teleported out after losing their combat effectiveness. And the rules that the principal had just issued to suppress the hierarchy. A thought flashed through my mind, and the next moment, Lin Yan's will enter a completely unfamiliar environment. This is a forest, full of swamps and filled with fog. And in the center of the swamp is a virtual core of the divine domain. This is the territory I have landed in. Lin Yan observed the surroundings and said, I can't be sure of the exact location, but it's definitely not on the edge. Destroying the core of a demigod's virtual divine domain counts as a kill score, so generally speaking, the closer to the middle area, the more dangerous it is. However, for Lin Yan, this is actually beneficial for him to launch attacks in all directions around him at the same time. Without hesitation, Lin Yan placed the small peanuts with 096 photo on them around the core of the virtual divine domain. More than 400 human units were defending the surroundings. Defense completed. Then the next step is to start the attack. Lin Yan directly divided the more than 1,500 049-2 troops into 5 teams and slowly attacked the surrounding areas. On the playground, all the teachers and the principal gathered together at this moment, staring intently at the real-time projection of the situation of their students in the battlefield of the Kingdom of God on the playground. Then soon I saw, within a coordinate point, led by a tall figure in a gray robe, more than 300 clan units left this coordinate. It seems like it is going to launch an attack directly towards other divine realms. Oh my God! Who is this student? He started attacking so early? You've sent out all the clan members, right? Are you that brave? You're taking out hero units too? You really don't want to defend? By the way, what kind of followers are these? Why haven't I seen them before? Who taught him? Didn't the head teacher teach him how to deal with the battlefield of the Kingdom of God? The teachers who noticed this immediately started talking about it. It has only been a few days since the divine domain was opened up, and for most students, the number of their followers in the divine domain is only around 300 to 400. In the battlefield of the Kingdom of God, it is simply an idiotic act to lead all the clansmen out to attack at the very beginning without leaving any defense. The specific role of each clan should be carefully arranged. Leha's brows also frowned slightly. She recognized them at a glance. These strange-looking clansmen were definitely Lin Yan's clansmen. But she remembered 2 days ago, when the invasion was being planned. The followers that Lin Yan sent out to resist the little devil seemed to be a little different in appearance from these followers in some details. Did I remember it wrongly? Leha was a little puzzled. At this moment, a teacher nearby suddenly exclaimed, Why is there another group of clan members? Then you see, from Lin Yan's coordinate point, another pair of clansmen, numbering more than 300, invaded the divine domain in another direction. All the teachers were stunned. This student now has more than 600 followers? Before they could react. Then I saw again. Another team of more than 300 clansmen came from the other side. 900 followers. Whose troops are these? Some teachers' voices were trembling and their eyes were full of disbelief. Before he finished speaking, the next group of invading clans left. Just a moment. A total of 4 teams left from that coordinate point and invaded the adjacent coordinates. All the teachers were stunned and couldn't say a word. This is fucking. There are more than 1,200 family units. Is this really a student who has only been in the divine realm for a few days? How the hell did they do this? And these are just the followers used for attack. Who knows how much defense this student has left in his own coordinate point? After all this trouble, it's not that these students are incompetent, it's that they are frogs in a well. Leha and the principal looked at each other in silence. Not calm at all, not as steady as me. Leha observed the reactions of the other teachers and thought, if I tell you that the rules for suppressing the grades in this school-wide exam were set up just for Lin Yan, I wonder how shocked you will be. But the next moment, she was also stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but swear. Why is there another team? Chapter 22, Close Your Eyes and Charge. In the battlefield of the Kingdom of God, the first invading force sent by Lin Yan finally found its first target. This guy is so unlucky, Lin Yan couldn't help but say. Although his 049-2 unit did not have any heroic units following it. However, the 049-2 that was healed by the little devil can be said to be the most powerful unit. Immediately, the mighty 049-2 Little Devil Legion immediately rushed towards the area where the core of the virtual divine domain was located. Holy shit! What's going on? Seeing this huge army, the student who was thinking about how many troops to send to explore the surroundings was stunned. Sending so many followers to attack me? You really don't want to leave any followers for defense, right? Aren't you afraid that others will steal your home? However, he had no time to think about anything else and immediately organized his clan to defend himself. Although there are a lot of followers, there are no heroic units. It shouldn't be a problem for me to resist them. Upon noticing this, the student demigod felt relieved. Humph, it's a pity that I don't know your exact coordinates. It looks like you're going to be picked up by others. Go! Kill all these ugly monsters! But the next moment, he was suddenly confused. Just see. His own heroic units, led by his ordinary unit clansmen, launched a counterattack against those creepy-looking clansmen. But the moment we met, his own hero unit was instantly defeated by a member of the clan, lost its combat capability, and was teleported away. And the remaining ordinary clansmen of his didn't hold out for long before they were wiped out. The next moment, the core of his virtual divine domain was directly shattered. He was teleported to the school with a confused look on his face. No, what's going on? I lost already? Who is so strong? The student demigod looked bewildered. The next moment, he couldn't help but look at the virtual scene on the playground and curse. But no matter how strong you are still an idiot. You actually sent all your clansmen to attack me? You are going to be robbed by others soon. However, before he could finish his words, his expression became dull again. Because he saw. From the stronghold next to his own stronghold, 5 clan armies were dispatched at the same time. I just encountered one of them. Not just him. The other teachers who were watching the game were also completely stunned. This student has so many followers, that's for sure, but he's still so strong? I haven't used hero units yet. It's only 1/5 of the clan troops. Just killed another student demigod instantly? Leha was also confused. She knew that Lin Yan was a little outrageous, but she didn't expect it to be so outrageous. What exactly is the origin of Lin Yan's clan? They look a bit like little demons, and their physique is not inferior to that of little demons at all. Why didn't he use it when the demons invaded? Is he hiding his abilities? In an instant, countless questions emerged in Leha's mind. But before she could say anything, I heard a teacher exclaim, "Holy crap! What kind of heroic unit is that? It's so awesome!" Leha looked up, but this scene was within her expectations. It was Lin Yan's hero unit in black robe, which killed the target unit instantly through contact. In just a moment, another core fragment of the virtual divine realm was taken away. But, Leha wondered to herself, why can't I see Lin Yan's gray hero unit? Congratulations, you have successfully occupied a stronghold. Congratulations, you have successfully occupied a stronghold. Along with 2 prompt sounds on the God Realm interface. 2 more fragments of the divine domain soon appeared in Lin Yan's hands. However, these are virtual and are only used to calculate grades. Lin Yan felt a little sorry, but didn't care. He immediately ordered the clan army to continue the attack. Time passes by every second. On the playground, all the teachers were already numb from watching this. This school-wide examination seemed to have become a one-man show for this student. The 5 clan coalition forces he sent out were like a meat grinder on the battlefield, pushing forward all the way. No student can resist it. It's only been over half an hour. We have already occupied 15 strongholds. A dimensionality reduction attack. This is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. One teacher couldn't help but break his guard and asked, "Is this really a sophomore? Even a senior student would rarely be able to do this, right?" The other teachers looked at him with some sympathy. Because the last student in this teacher's class was just cleared out by Lin Yan. Completely annihilated. "Huh! Someone invaded that student's base!" Suddenly a teacher exclaimed. Hearing this, the other teachers immediately looked up. "Just see it! Another student's family is approaching that student's base. This is the clan of Lu Lian in our class. The Black Horned Ox clan." Luo Li recognized it immediately. And these dozens of black-horned bulls are now equipped with teeth. In the battlefield of the Kingdom of God. All the strongholds here have been cleared. Lu Lian was a little anxious. It seems that I have to speed up. I can't let Ji Qing, that loser, overtake me. The clan army has been discovered. There are more than 400 humans? Then it could be Lin Yan from Class 3. But why is he so cowardly that he dares not invade other clans? Lu Lian made arrangements in his mind. He immediately sent out several scouts to check the situation. There is a sculpture next to the core of the divine domain? Lu Lian frowned. There's a photo on the sculpture. Wait, isn't this the photo of Lin Yan's heroic unit? It was at this time. A crying voice suddenly rang out. A grayish-white figure came screaming. Sure enough, my guess was correct. Lu Lian sneered in his heart. Lin Yan's hero unit is a special unit. As long as it is seen, the characteristics will be triggered. But I didn't expect that it can be triggered by seeing a photo? The so-called characteristic units are those units that possess some characteristics. When specific circumstances are met, characteristic units will receive specific reinforcement. Although he said disdainfully. But he had already checked all of Lin Yan's battle records countless times. Many inferences have also been made. It's a good opportunity to test the strength of your hero unit. But the next moment, when Lu Lian saw that his black-horned bulls were killed instantly, his pupils suddenly shrank. I couldn't help but exclaimed, "How can this thing be so powerful?" His face darkened and he began to make calculations in his mind. If all my clan troops go in, we may not be defeated, but the losses will be too great, and Ji Qing may take advantage of us. Lu Lian looked at Lin Yan's base and sneered. Unfortunately, I already know how to restrain your hero unit. Immediately. Then an oracle was issued. All black-horned oxen, remember the coordinates of the core of the divine domain. And close your eyes. Charge! Chapter 23. How the hell is this going to work? Jointly attack Lin Yan? The moment the oracle was delivered, the black-horned cattle tribe immediately looked directly at the human-shaped sculpture and memorized its location firmly. Then I closed my eyes. Rushed towards the human-shaped sculpture suddenly. Sure enough, this time the gray-white hero unit will not launch an attack. Lu Lian was so overjoyed that he couldn't help laughing out loud. Next, just wait for me to occupy your stronghold. But the next moment, he couldn't laugh anymore. At the moment when the Black-Horned Bull clan closed their eyes, he saw the sculpture with the photo on it moved. Brush! The next moment, the sculpture had already moved behind a black-horned bull. Then he quickly stretched out his arm and twisted the neck of the black-horned bull. The next moment, the black-horned bull fell directly to the ground and was teleported away. The sculpture then quickly attacked the next black-horned bull. What the hell? What the hell is going on? Lu Lian was dumbfounded. That sculpture is also a hero unit? On the battlefield, 173's figure has almost become an afterimage. Every time they stopped, a black-horned bull would be killed. The strong smell of blood filled the air. Finally, among the charging black-horn oxen, some individuals sensed something was wrong, opened their eyes instinctively, and were shocked by the scene in front of them. Many of his companions around him had disappeared, and their blood had almost dyed the entire land red. In front of me, it was the sculpture I had just seen. I don't know when it came behind me and stretched out its arms towards me. Blood is still dripping from the sculpture's arm. It looks like all of his companions were killed by the sculpture in front of them. Especially the photo pasted on the sculpture, which looks extremely weird. Mao! The black-horned bull couldn't help but let out a cry of fear, as if it had already anticipated its own fate. However, the sculpture remained in its original state, motionless. On the battlefield of the Kingdom of God, Lu Lian also noticed this scene immediately. His brain was working rapidly. Why is that sculpture not moving? Just now it clearly. Wait, I understand. When that sculpture is seen, it will not launch an attack. It is also a unit with special characteristics. Thinking of this, Lu Lian was overjoyed and immediately issued an order. All black-horned oxen, open your eyes. However, this sentence is not finished yet. Then you hear it. Woo woo woo! The sound of crying was heard. A grayish-white figure flashed by in an instant, and took the life of the black-horned bull. Lost my sight. The sculpture immediately began killing again. Seeing this scene, Lu Lian was stunned and couldn't help but yelled. What the hell? How the hell do we play this? When his Blackhorn tribe opened their eyes, they would see the picture and be slaughtered by the off-white heroic unit. Close your eyes and you will be slaughtered by this sculpture again. And in the battlefield of the Kingdom of God, the defending human troops had already arrived at the scene. Soon, these black-horned cattle have basically been wiped out. Only a few scattered black-horned cattle were left. Their hearts were already filled with fear and they were now fleeing like crazy towards their own strongholds. This is too shameless, isn't it? Lu Lian stared at the stronghold in a daze. Whether you open your eyes or not, whether you can see it or not, it will trigger the characteristics of one of these special creatures. Isn't this Lin Yen a little too outrageous? He originally thought that he was a genius, and that he had had some great adventures during this period, so he did not take Lin Yen seriously. Now it seems, I am nothing, etc. The next moment he suddenly reacted. Puzzled. According to the characteristics of that gray-white hero unit, my black-horned bulls should also be killed. How could they escape? Before he finished speaking, his pupils shrank. He guessed what Lin Yen wanted to do. He wants me, the black-horned oxen, to lead the way. He wants to occupy my stronghold. After reacting, he immediately issued a frantic oracle, telling the surviving black-horned cattle not to escape back. But at this moment, the black-horned ox tribe had already been frightened out of their wits. How could they possibly obey his oracle? Just when the coordinates of his stronghold appeared in the sight of these black-horned bulls. Woo woo woo! The crying sound rang out again. Your divine domain core has been shattered, and you are about to leave the battlefield of the divine kingdom. After Lu Lian withdrew, the students who had already left the area suddenly became a commotion. Look! The one coming out is Lu Lian from Class 7. I remember he was also a genius. Damn, why do I feel like I was drafted into the army? Hearing the exclamations of his classmates around him, Lu Lian was speechless. Damn it. If you meet me, I will make you into a soldier. He looked up at the virtual battlefield and suddenly couldn't help but smile. Haha, Ji Qing is not much better. He was also recruited as a soldier. The next moment, Then Ji Qing withdrew from the battlefield of the kingdom of God with a dazed look on his face. He kept muttering, "No! How can I fight like this? It doesn't matter whether I close my eyes or not." Teacher's area of number 3 middle school. 2 hero units with special features. Hiss! And the combination of the characteristics of these 2 hero units makes them simply invincible. The teachers were also shocked by this scene, and looked at Luo Li intentionally or unintentionally. Luo Li's face looked very unhappy at the moment, seeing that the 2 geniuses he discovered were kicked out. There is undoubtedly only one person who can do this in the second year of high school. Thinking of this, she suddenly paused. "Lift your head." Sure enough, Leha smiled at him and said, "Oh, I'm so sorry, Teacher Luo Li. It seems that the 2 geniuses in your class are not doing well. Time passes by every second. In the battlefield of the Kingdom of God, the number of students remaining is decreasing, and only 21 students are left." And the smile on Leha's face couldn't be stopped. Because the first and second place were both students from her district, and Lin Yan had already accumulated 50 divine domain core fragments, greatly leading the second place Lu Xian. But soon, the smile on her face froze. Because she saw the remaining 20 student demigods actually stopped attacking each other. Instead, they united their clans and deployed their troops near Lu Xian's stronghold, where they gathered closest to them. They have formed a coalition and are now preparing to deal with Lu Xian, who is closest to them first, and then Lin Yan. Leha's face turned ugly in an instant. She was very confident in Lin Yan, but now, there was a coalition of 20 demigods. "Teacher Li, what do you think of this coalition? Do you think Lin Yan can handle it?" At this time, the principal asked. Leha shook her head and smiled bitterly. "Principal, she really doesn't have much confidence." "Hee hee." The principal smiled and said expectantly, "I have great confidence in this student Lin Yan." Chapter 24, 1 against 20. Whose warrior is this? In the battlefield of the Kingdom of God. I have already conquered 13 strongholds. It's worth all my time. Looking at the virtual divine domain core fragment in his hand that was glowing faintly, Lu Xian's eyes couldn't help but sparkle with excitement. According to the previous school-wide examination results, my result is definitely the undisputed first in the school. It seems like I thought of something. Lu Xian suddenly snorted coldly. "Humph! I'm afraid that Lin Yan can't be much behind me. I must not let him surpass me." Immediately, she then shifted her attention to the battlefield of the Kingdom of God, preparing to send out her own followers to continue exploring and attacking. But the next moment, however, she saw through the scouts that outside her stronghold, there was a dark shadow that seemed to be approaching her stronghold. "Keep attacking. Wait, what are these?" After seeing it clearly, Lu Xian's face turned pale instantly. That dark mass was actually a coalition force formed by many clans joining together. Judging from this number alone, there are at least 5,000 or 6,000 tribesmen of different races. How come so many demigods came together to form a coalition? How did they discuss it? Lu Xian's heart suddenly turned cold. It's over! Although she was very confident in the fighting power of her own clan, the number gap between these clan coalition forces was too great, and there was no way she could resist it. The other side. "Well, we have occupied more than 50 strongholds," Lin Yan whispered in his heart. He was not surprised at all. 096 plus 049, as well as the 049-2 army, facing these demigods who have just opened up the divine realm a few days ago, he has the confidence to crush them no matter who they are. After sending out the troops for exploration and attack, Lin Yan's mind immediately returned to his own divine realm. Anomaly Containment 625, Ankle Sniper. Estimated completion time of sacrifice recruitment, 3 minutes and 16 seconds. There are 3 minutes left to complete the recruitment of ankle snipers, Lin Yan whispered. He examined the intelligence brought back by the several scout teams he had sent out. The next moment, his expression suddenly turned strange. Huh! So many clans? Who has such courage to unite so many demigods? Wait, isn't this Lu Xian's cat people? The battlefield of the Kingdom of God. inside the demigod coalition camp. Brothers! We found a new base! The commander of these demigod coalition forces was called Chutian, and at this moment he shouted, "Let's follow our previous plan and arrange the formation. Try to reduce casualties. My bear knight is at the front, the meat shield protects the ranged output, and the warrior." Under his command, countless clansmen suddenly roared in anger. "The bear people will never be slaves!" Next moment, these clansmen immediately rushed towards Lu Xian's stronghold. The sound was so great that even the earth shook. Seeing this scene, Lu Xian's face turned paler. She could even clearly feel that her cat people relatives had already begun to retreat and had no intention of resisting at all. There's no way, her clan members only number a few hundred. Even if I could defeat 10 with one, it would be impossible to stop so many clan armies. No, there must be a way. Lu Xian groaned, but the next moment she couldn't help but exclaimed, "Why is there another coalition army?" From the other direction of her base, there were thousands of her clansmen rushing towards her base. And the appearance of this coalition's followers is extremely strange and creepy, and it is impossible to tell which race they belong to. It's like countless kinds of clans mixed together. It made her heart tingle and reminded her of the strange hero unit in Lin Yan's divine domain. "Fuck! You're all coming for me, right?" Lu Xian couldn't help but swear, and held his forehead with his hand as if resigned to his fate. "What else is this? I'll just start." But she soon discovered that this clan with a creepy appearance actually ignored her stronghold and turned to attack the coalition force of more than 6,000 clan members. What's going on? Lu Xian was suddenly confused. The other side. The coalition forces of more than 20 demigods soon discovered this scene. Huh! We actually encountered other coalition forces? Chu Tian, the commander of the demigod coalition, was stunned, and then he was shocked. Fuck! Whose generals are these? What race are these followers? Why do they look so weird? They are just like little demons. But he soon recovered. He sneered. Brothers! It seems that we have extra gains. This is at least a coalition of 5 demigods. Let's distribute it according to the previous rules. The other demigod students also sneered. Although I don't know why these demigods dared to take the initiative to attack. But how could more than 1,000 clansmen stop their army of more than 6,000 clansmen? But the next moment, their smiles froze. Just see. Under the leadership of the Bear Knight, more than 6,000 followers simultaneously launched an attack on the more than 1,000 strange followers. The Bear Knight is extremely heavy, and the potential energy of his impact is simply unstoppable. They had used this trick before to occupy many strongholds with almost no losses. However, this move, which had always been effective, was ineffective at this moment. The attack of the Bear Knight was withstood. They even launched a counterattack. This is the first time they have encountered such a situation. The guy wearing a black robe and a birdbeak mask was even more creepy. He roared plague continuously and charged back at the army of more than 6,000 units of his clan. Every time it attacks, in an instant, one of the clan members will lose all combat effectiveness. No, who the hell is this? So fierce. What on earth are these followers? They were able to withstand the attack of the Bear Knights? This looks like a follower of the Little Devil. Could it really be a Little Devil? Who put together this coalition? I've never heard of anyone so powerful. Many demigods were simply stunned by this scene. Chu Tian was also shocked at the first moment. But he quickly reacted and ordered. Don't worry. I have a plan. No matter how powerful the coalition's followers are, there are only more than 1,000 units. We just need to hold them back, and the remaining followers can sneak into the base. All the meat shield type followers come to the front. Under his command, the demigod coalition immediately split into 2 parts. One part stopped the 049-2 army, and the other part continued to sprint towards Lu Xian's stronghold. In the teachers' area, seeing this scene, the teachers in the 2nd grade were shocked. Lin Yan, isn't this too fierce? You single-handedly stopped a coalition of more than 20 students? You forced these 20 students to disperse their forces? But then again, this student named Chu Tian is not bad. Although his clan's combat power is not strong, he can be trained in the direction of planning. But compared to Lin Yan, it's far worse. However, Lin Yan's experience is obviously not enough. I think his limit in this school exam is probably the limit. Seeing this scene, the principal couldn't help laughing and said to Li Na, "I was right, Teacher Li Na. I knew that Lin Yan would definitely give us a surprise." Leha was still looking at the battlefield of the Kingdom of God with a shocked expression on her face, and only came back to her senses after hearing these words. She knew Lin Yanxiang, but she didn't expect him to be so outrageous. But this coalition finally found a way. Li Na looked at the principal, her eyes flickering. As long as these separated clans find Lin Yan's base, Lin Yan will withdraw from the competition. Luo Li at the side could not help but snort coldly and muttered quietly, "You are so ungrateful after getting the advantage." "Ha! Teacher Li, don't worry. Even if he is not first, I have already prepared the reward for him." The principal smiled, looked towards the battlefield of the Kingdom of God, and said calmly, "And Lin Yan has already occupied more than 50 strongholds. Who can surpass him? Hiss!" But the words were not finished yet. His pupils suddenly shrank and his breathing stagnated. Chapter 25. Dark clouds loom over the city, threatening to destroy it. Plague! Just see! A clan resembling rats suddenly emerged from Lin Yan's base. Before the other teachers who had seen this scene could react. Then, one after another, densely packed clansmen poured out from Lin Yan's stronghold. The number is so large that it is frightening, like a plague. The map where the teachers watched the game was completely black. Dark clouds are pressing down on the city and are about to destroy it. In an instant, all the teachers and students were excited. What the hell? What the fuck is going on? Wow! I must have been under too much mental stress recently and am hallucinating. Lin Yan actually has a fucking clan? And there are so many of them? This number must be over 10,000, right? Is this really the kind of followers that a demigod who has only opened up the divine realm for 2 days should have? How can a second-level divine domain core accommodate so many followers? Compared to the shock of other teachers and students, the principal and Li Na were obviously much calmer. After a brief shock, the two looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. Other teachers and students may not know, but they know it very well. Lin Yan's divine domain core has been upgraded to the 3rd level, so it is not impossible to support so many clansmen. But they didn't expect that. In such a short period of time, Lin Yan was able to cultivate so many clansmen. I thought I had overestimated Lin Yan enough. The principal's eyes sparkled with excitement. I didn't expect that he actually prepared a surprise for me. This time, I'm afraid that our Jinghai No. 3 middle school will have another genius who is no less talented than Luli. In the battlefield of the Kingdom of God. After having a strategy, the student coalition led by Chu Tian immediately took action. Immediately, more than 1,000 clansmen arrived at the border of Lu Xian's stronghold. Lu Xian frowned. There was no time to think about where this strange coalition came from and how to solve his urgent problems. She immediately organized her own family and prepared to resist the attacking force. Her family had already suffered heavy losses in the previous battle, and now facing this attacking force, it would be a huge challenge to stop it. However, before her order could be completed, she felt the ground suddenly shake. What's going on? Lu Xian frowned. Why is there a sudden earthquake? Wait, where did this come from? She looked towards the source of the tremor. When he saw the darkness rushing towards him, he was stunned. No, who did I offend? Lu Xian wanted to cry but had no tears. She was a little confused. Why are there so many students forming a coalition for this year's school-wide exam? Judging from the number of clansmen that came this time, this is at least a coalition force of more than 30 students. This has never happened in previous unified examinations. Even more outrageous is that the 3 allied forces all discovered her. He treated the area around her stronghold as a battlefield. I'm afraid all the students are gathered here, right? But before she could react, then she saw this terrifying number of rat-like clansmen crossing the range of her stronghold and rushing towards the 2 fighting coalition forces. Come to help me again? Lu Xian was confused. Is it because I am too charming, or are they simply ignoring me? The other sighed. See, my plan was correct. Chu Tian boasted to the other demigods with great pride. Although the combat power of these strange clan coalitions is terrifying, the number of our clans is there. Hee, this is the crushing of numbers. We can also beat good students. Does it feel good, everyone? But just as he finished speaking, he felt the ground tremble. Then he saw a large mass of 625 ankle snipers rushed towards the coalition forces of his clan frantically. Its number. It seems to be far superior to the coalition forces on his side. What the hell? Chu Tian couldn't help but swear. Who is so shameless? So many students forming a team together? Hurry up and defend! Contact the demigod coalition from before, let's unite quickly. What? They rejected our alliance request? He and other demigods could not help but curse. Damn! Are these demigods crazy? Why aren't they uniting in this situation? If we don't unite, we'll all be left here. But soon, he found out why the other party refused to join forces. Just see. These seemingly ordinary clansmen actually ignored the strange clan coalition forces and directly attacked their own clan coalition forces. Squeak! Several snipers let out sharp cries and quickly bit into the prey in front of them. The next moment, the clan member let out a painful roar, his whole body stiffened, and he fell heavily to the ground. The demigod's curses continued to ring out. Fuck! Whose coalition is this? Damn it! They are actually in the same group with the previous coalition forces. Run! Run back! This demigod coalition army immediately fell apart. All the demigods issued oracles, asking their followers to escape as quickly as possible. You don't need to run faster than the ankle sniper. All you have to do is run faster than the other demigods' followers. On one side of the battlefield of the kingdom of God. Damn it! So many people united together! Chu Tian cursed. Let me see how you distribute the core fragments of the God realm later. He originally thought that it was already very powerful for him to gather 20 demigods, but he didn't expect that there were some who were even more powerful than him. But fortunately, I ran away early when I saw that the situation was not right. He looked at his remaining followers and immediately issued an oracle. Hide near the core of the oracle and stay alive! Then, only then did he heave a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the coordinates of my god's domain core are very hidden. As long as I stay safe. But the words are not finished yet. He heard it. Woo woo woo! A sharp cry suddenly rang out. What's that sound? Chu Tian was confused. No? Where did this clan come from? How did they find the core of my divine domain? Chapter 26. The Principal's Reward. Divine Fire. Soon, Chu Tian appeared in the school playground with a confused look on his face. Quite a while. He came back to his senses and couldn't help but look at the battlefield of the kingdom of God on the playground. He was immediately even more confused. No, those clans are not the coalition forces, but the clans of the same student? In the battlefield of the kingdom of God. Soon, these demigod coalition legions were completely wiped out. Lin Yen did not hesitate. He immediately ordered 625 sniper to continue exploring in other directions. Although the upper limit of the ankle sniper is very low, it can be used as a scout. Lin Yen whispered and pondered. But now, basically most of the demigods should have withdrawn from the battlefield of the kingdom of God, right? There are no other goals. He couldn't help but look towards Lu Xian's base. In order for the school-wide examination to be over, there must either be only one student left on the field, or the student must wait until the time is up. Where on earth did these coalition forces come from? Lu Xian stared at the scene in front of him in a daze. She really couldn't understand why there were so many coalition forces in this school-wide exam. And the number is so terrifying. Being able to convince so many students to form a team in such a short time, the creator of this coalition can be absorbed into the Lu family. Lu Xian looked at the dense 625 ankle snipers outside his base. Especially these rat-like followers. Wait. Her expression froze for a moment. These clans seem to be exactly the same. It's like they are the same demigod's family. Impossible! This is absolutely impossible! But the next moment she denied her guess. Who could be so outrageous that within just a few days of opening up the Divine Realm, so many clans were born in the Divine Realm? Even Cousin Luli couldn't do it at the beginning. It should be that there are many followers of demigods who just happen to be of the same race. But this is too coincidental. Lu Xian shook his head and looked at the dark army of snipers, still feeling a lingering fear. At this moment, she saw an overwhelming army of her clan members rushing towards her stronghold. The next moment, Lu Xian's consciousness left the battlefield of the Kingdom of God. Although that coalition force is powerful, the strongholds they occupy also need to be distributed. I should still be first. She immediately turned her attention to the rankings. When she saw the name number 1 on the list and the number behind it, she was stunned. Lin Yan got more than 70 pieces of the Kingdom of God fragments? How the hell is this possible? Wait, that clan army is not a coalition army, but Lin Yan's clan alone? Lu Xian just stood there in a daze. And the other side. After sending Lu Xian away, a voice suddenly sounded in front of Lin Yan. The school-wide unified examination has ended. You are about to leave the battlefield of the Kingdom of God. Please be prepared. The next moment, Lin Yan's figure appeared in the middle of the playground. I immediately saw. All the teachers and classmates in number 3 middle school looked at him as if he were a monster. Snap! 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 The principal clapped his hands, walked up to Lin Yan, and laughed. Good boy, you have swept the entire grade. We have another genius who is no less talented than Luli in our number 3 middle school. Hearing this, the other students around them blushed immediately. Damn! It was already embarrassing for them to be defeated easily by Lin Yan. And now he is dragged out by the principal and whipped? No, brothers, there's no need for us to feel ashamed. At this time, a fat man in the student group spoke up. With Lin Yan's talent, he will definitely be a genius famous in the Federation in the future. If we can fight him, even if we lose, it will definitely be a glory that we can brag about for the rest of our lives. Hearing this, the other students suddenly came to their senses and their eyes became hot. That's right, this will be my capital for bragging from now on. Lin Yan is awesome! Lin Yan is awesome! The sounds suddenly rose one after another. The principal and some other teachers couldn't help but secretly glance at the fat man. This Chu Tian is indeed worth training. Of course, compared to Lin Yan, it's far worse. The fat guy is Chu Tian, the founder of the 20-man coalition. And the other side. Hearing the cheers and compliments from other classmates, Lin Yan touched his nose in embarrassment. Am I that awesome? All right. It seems to be quite awesome. At this time. Then I heard a helpless expression on the principal's face. Student Lin Yan, you make me a little anxious. I originally said that I would give the first place winner extra resources to advance to the 3rd level, but you are already at the 3rd level, so I can't give you this reward. Although he said it helplessly, his expression revealed pride no matter how you looked at it. But after hearing what he said, everyone around suddenly fell silent. Lu Xian was even more shocked. Lin Yan, the Divine Domain Core has actually been promoted to the 3rd level? What the fuck is this, a joke? No wonder the principal set up additional rules at the beginning to limit the clan's rank to the 2nd rank. After all this time, it turns out that this is specifically targeting Lin Yan. I was still wondering how Lin Yan could cultivate so many followers. It turns out that he is already at the 3rd level. Oh my god, doesn't that mean that if Lin Yan really fights us in the Divine Realm War, we might really be defeated? The playground suddenly became lively. But since your performance is so impressive, I can't be stingy. The principal pondered for a moment and said, How about this? In addition to the previous first place reward, I will personally reward you with a ray of divine fire. Hearing this, all the teachers, including Leha and Luoli, were stunned. Divine fire is a resource unique to true gods and one of the symbols of true gods. It is extremely precious even to true gods. Of course, the demigod realm cannot withstand the complete divine fire. A wisp of divine fire is already the limit. If placed in the demigod's domain, it can greatly increase the output speed of resources in the domain. When cultivating the faith level of family units, efficiency can also be greatly improved. And the principal just gave it to Lin Yen as a reward? This is fucking too much, isn't it? Hiss. So horrible. Even Lin Yen heard this. My eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 27, Directors Fight for It. 300,000 Faith Powers. A ray of divine fire? The principal is so generous? Lin Yan's eyes lit up and his breathing quickened. But his excitement was certainly not due to the effect of the divine fire. I wonder which abnormal containment object can be recruited by offering a wisp of divine fire as a sacrifice? Lin Yan's heart was pounding. Congratulations, Deputy Director Leha. You are such a great mentor. Luoli looked at Leha with jealousy. Why would a genius of this level appear in Leha's jurisdiction? No, it's all because Lin Yen is so talented. I didn't teach him much. It was too easy for him. Leha waved her hand calmly. You have also discovered a genius. I am a frog in a well, and I am definitely not as good as you, Deputy Director Luoli. After that, he looked at Luoli embarrassedly. Luoli suddenly felt a tightness in her chest. Nima, you are too embarrassed to get on. But the next moment, Luoli's eyes suddenly lit up again. She walked up to Lin Yen and deliberately said loudly, Since Deputy Director Li thinks so, then classmate Lin Yen, you should follow me in the future. I will personally guide you and will definitely not waste your talent. Leha's smile suddenly froze. He snorted coldly. Deputy Director Luo, what qualifications do you have to snatch my students? Luoli smiled proudly and puffed out her chest. Isn't it obvious enough? The two of them were at loggerheads, either giving in to the other. When the other students around saw this scene, they looked at Lin Yen with jealousy. The two deans of instruction, Leha Lily, are extremely talented themselves, and have become extremely powerful demigods at a young age. It is difficult to meet even ordinary teachers under normal circumstances. Not to mention that these two deans are both famous for their good looks, and they are not much older than the students. But now, the two beautiful head teachers are actually fighting over Lin Yen. But when I think of Lin Yan's horrific record, they were relieved again. All right. You are the dean of number 3 middle school after all. How can you behave like this? The principal frowned, pondered for a moment, and said to Lin Yen, Student Lin Yen, you have been promoted to the 3rd level now. It doesn't make much sense to continue staying in the 2nd year of high school. From today on, you will directly enter the 3rd year of high school to study. How about it? Leha and Luoli, who were originally at loggerheads, were suddenly stunned. There was an uproar all around. The last person who was arranged like this by the principal was called Luoli. Lin Yen nodded decisively. Okay, principal. As the college entrance examination is approaching, the resources of the senior year department are incomparable to those of the sophomore year department. What's more, he is also preparing to apply to the principal to take part in this year's senior high school college entrance examination. Lu Xian looked at the scene in front of her in bewilderment. Lin Yen has become my senior now? There are so many things happening today. She hasn't recovered from the series of shocks yet. At the same time, Jihai number 3 middle school, senior year department. I didn't expect Lin Yen to be so fierce. TSK. He defeated all the students in the entire grade. This record seems to be totally unimpressive for Li Qing, the top student in the 3rd grade. In the entire history of high school, I'm afraid only Lu Li can compare with him. What do you think Lin Yen will have grown to when we take the college entrance examination? I'm afraid he won't rank low in the 3rd year of high school. No wonder he can become senior sister Lu Li's fiancé. Shh! Keep your voice down. A group of senior high school students were also discussing the school-wide examination. But when they noticed Li Qing's gloomy face, they immediately stopped the discussion and fled away cautiously. Lin Yen! Li Qing looked towards the playground with a gloomy expression. As the top student in the 3rd year of high school, he is naturally talented and has always been the center of attention. He was very confident. After the college entrance examination, he was admitted to the Imperial Capital University, and launched an offensive against Lu Li. As for Lin Yan, even after Lin Yan crippled Li Hao, he didn't take him seriously. However, what happened now instantly stole his limelight. In particular, the principal announced publicly that Lin Yan would be allowed to study in the senior year department as an exception. Inexplicably, a strong sense of crisis arose in my heart. No, we must not let this kid continue to grow, Li Qing thought quickly. But the last time Wang Li took action against Lin Yan, he had been warned by the Lu family. The Li family was also severely targeted by the Lu family and suffered heavy losses. If he attacks Lin Yan again, the consequences will be unbearable. No, even if the loss is huge, we must strangle him. Li Cheng's eyes were gloomy. However, at this moment, a skinny guy walked into the classroom with an excited look on his face. Brother Li! Brother Li! I have some news that you will definitely be interested in. Fart if you want to. Li Qing frowned. Brother Li! There is a demigod called the God of Spring who is looking for the trace of another demigod at a huge cost. The skinny monkey quickly whispered. The clue is that it is a hero unit with a special feature, grayish-white, and it will cry before attacking. A grim smile suddenly appeared on Li Cheng's face. At the same time, in the principal's office. Student Lin Yan, this is the reward I promise you. The principal raised his right hand. A wisp of flame jumped up and flicked lightly towards Lin Yan. Lin Yan's breathing was a little rapid, and he said, Thank you, principal. A thought came to my mind. The flame instantly entered his divine realm. Don't thank me. The principal laughed and looked at Lin Yan with a gleam in his eyes. Student Lin Yan, I am looking forward to your next performance. Make good use of this divine fire. In the college entrance examination in 2 months, you must show those old guys in number 1 middle school and number 2 middle school what a true genius is. Speaking of which, he couldn't help but smile. Once you enter the senior year, go to Class 1. The principal continued. Recently, Class 1 seems to be training to invade the ruined plain. You can go and test the waters. Lin Yan's eyes lit up. The ruined plain was originally an ownerless world, but it gradually became ruined due to the erosion of the Chaos Sea, similar to the ruins of a demigod. Generally speaking, the resources in the ruined plains are much richer than those in the demigod ruins. The vampire sculpture that was sacrificed to recruit Peanut was obtained from the demigod ruins. If the invasion is successful, a huge amount of resources will be earned. After leaving the principal's office, Lin Yan's figure. Soon I returned home. Without any hesitation, he directly dived his consciousness into his own divine realm. The divine domain panel suddenly appeared. Deity, Lin Yan. Level, demigod. Divine domain core level, level 3. Ordinary clan unit, human, 312 ordinary believers, 105 deep believers, 15 devout believers, abnormal containment -625, 10,000 saints, second level. Hero unit family, 096, Saint, Tier 3, 049, Saint, Tier 3, 173, Saint, Tier 3. Power of Faith, 310,204. Currency points, 23560. Seeing within my own divine realm. Lin Yan couldn't help but take a breath of cold air when he saw the power of faith that reached more than 300,000. He almost forgot. 10,000 ankle blowers, apart from anything else, they are 10,000 ordinary units of second-level saints. Even if their IQ is not high and the power of faith they can provide is very little, when accumulated it is still an extremely large number. A demigod who had just opened up the divine realm a few days ago. Not only did he advance to the 3rd level, but his power of faith also accumulated to 300,000 points. Tell this number. Even the true God would find this unbelievable. Countless demigods cannot earn so much power of faith in their entire lives. But this is still outrageous. It's outrageous. Lin Yan's breathing was rapid. After a while, he suppressed the surprise in his heart and focused his gaze on his own divine realm. Above his divine domain, there appeared a sun that was constantly burning, hanging in the sky above the divine domain. The dazzling light illuminated almost the entire divine realm, making it clearly visible. This is the divine fire given by the principle. Lin Yen could clearly feel that. With the blessing of this divine fire, the operating speed of his own divine domain has increased significantly. However, Lin Yen needs to improve his strength as soon as possible and cannot wait for this kind of sustainable development. I wonder what good things this divine fire can be used to recruit. Lin Yan's eyes flickered. A thought came to my mind. Next moment, this wisp of divine fire was directly injected into the altar surrounding the core of the divine realm. Sacrifice successful. Please choose your recruitment target. Chapter 28. A tough decision. Flame Demon. Along with the sound of the system, a panel suddenly appeared in front of Lin Yen. Option 1. Anomalous Containment 310, Eternal Fire. Description: Anomalous Item 310 is a 157 mm tall white candle, apparently made from standard tallow. The wick produces a steady flame 24 mm high that can be extinguished but will reignite later. At the same time, no matter how long it burns, the volume of this candle will return to its original size in a short time. Any flammable or semi-flammable material that comes into contact with Anomalous Containment 310 will be ignited by the slowly spreading flame. Known as Anomalous Containment 310-2, unlike the flame of Anomalous Containment 310, Anomalous Containment 310-2 cannot be extinguished by any means other than burning out its combustion medium. An eternally burning flame? Lin Yen whispered. He did have some impression of this project. Although in the Foundation's data, it is classified as safe level, which is the easiest level to contain. But it is extremely dangerous. A Foundation agent accidentally had his arm touched by the flames, and the Foundation eventually amputated his arm to prevent him from being completely burned. And when this anomalous containment was discovered, it caused a major incident in which the Foundation base was burned to the ground. You have to know that the Foundation's base was specially prepared to accommodate anomalous objects, and it has a lot of preparations inside. However, even so, once it is targeted by the flames, they still have no choice but to give up and isolate the base. It can be said that once you are contaminated by the flame of this anomalous containment object, it is like being crowned with an eternal curse, and the final outcome can only be to become a pool of ashes. However, the eternal fire has no wisdom, so it does not provide the power of faith, but this is not a big deal. Lin Yen turned his gaze and looked at other options. The abnormal containment of the second option was far inferior to that of option 1, and was directly ignored by Lin Yen. If there is no better option, choose the eternal fire. Lin Yen looked at the third option again. Immediately, his brows furrowed. Option 3, Anomalous Containment 457 Flame Demon. Description: Anomalous Containment 457 appears to be a sentient being composed of flames. The specific composition of Anomalous Containment 457 is still unknown. It has been confirmed that its structure is invisible and cannot be detected by any known means. It is only formed by the flames it produces. If enough fuel is provided to it, the volume of Anomalous Containment 457 will continue to grow, change its form, and its IQ will also be improved. When a certain threshold is reached, Anomalous Containment 457 will split into 2 new individuals and repeat the above process. Flame Demon? Lin Yen pondered. This anomalous containment object is too famous. Even if we ignore the powerful combat capability of the Fire Demon, his infinite splitting ability alone is absolutely unimaginably powerful. It can be said that, as long as there are enough combustible materials, countless fire demons can be split out. In other words, there are countless hero units, and you can use them as ordinary units. The power of faith provided is simply difficult to calculate. It's terrifying just thinking about it. You should know that most of the third-level demigods only have 3 or 5 hero units. The anomalous containment objects recruited by sacrificing a wisp of divine fire are indeed ridiculously strong. Lin Yen was extremely excited. Then, he was faced with a dilemma. Whether it is the eternal fire or the fire demon, they are both excellent abnormal containment objects, each with its own advantages. Well, he wanted both. It would be great if we could have another ray of divine fire to use for sacrifice and recruitment, Lin Yen thought. But this is obviously just something we can think about. The divine fire was truly too precious, otherwise the principal's reward of a wisp of divine fire to him would not have caused such a big stir. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yan still made a choice. "I'll choose Flame Demon," Lin Yan whispered. Although the effect of the eternal fire is outrageous, the combat power it increases in a short period of time is obviously not as good as that of the fire demon. After all, anomalous containment item 310-2 is a weapon that can slowly wear down the opponent over a long period of time in the God's Domain war. However, the fire demon can defeat the target with a large number of troops in a short period of time. Selection completed. Estimated completion time for sacrifice recruitment, 9 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. The wisp of burning divine fire immediately began to tremble and merged into the altar. 10 hours passed quickly. Ding dong! Sacrifice recruitment successful. As the system sounded, at the altar in Lin Yan's divine domain, a flame suddenly burned up and danced in the air as if it had life. The humans around were immediately attracted by this scene and couldn't help but come forward to watch. Bang! There was a sudden explosion from the flames, startling a human who stretched out his hand to touch it. At the same time, a panel appeared in front of Lin Yan. Hero Unit, Anomaly Containment Force 75. Hero Level, Level 1. Gender Unknown. Others Unknown. Faith Level Saint. At this moment, the fire demon is still in its initial stage. He is extremely weak and has almost no intelligence, only instincts. Lin Yan was not surprised and immediately had an idea. Drive away 096 that originally lived in the forest area, and then let the fire demon start burning. The fire demon aimed at a dry branch and started burning it. The next moment, the dead branch was burned to ashes. At the same time, the size of the fire demon has also increased significantly. It burns really fast. Lin Yan smiled, looking at the vast forest area in his divine domain, and said confidently, "But it's okay. My divine domain is short of all kinds of resources, but it's not short of forests. You can burn them at will, and I lose if you feel heartbroken." But soon, he couldn't laugh anymore. Chapter 29, Arrogant Chamber of Commerce. Chu Tian's father? In the divine realm, a flame started from a piece of dead branch and burned fiercely in the forest area. Soon, a big tree was completely ignited, and the fire burned rapidly in an instant, burning the tree into ashes. Because of the sudden increase in temperature and pressure in this area, a light breeze instantly blew up. Brush! The next moment, the flame seemed to have life. With the help of the wind, it suddenly shot up several meters high, setting all the surrounding grass and trees on fire. A sea of fire formed in an instant, and the range of the flames is still expanding at an unimaginable speed. At the beginning, Lin Yan's face was still full of smiles. But soon he couldn't laugh anymore. He originally thought that the forest resources within his own divine domain would be enough to keep the fire demon burning for a long time. But now it seems that, according to this efficiency, I'm afraid that within a few days, the entire forest will be burned to ashes. At this time, the sea of fire suddenly stopped burning. Then I saw. The shape of the sea of fire suddenly changed and shrank. Final. The flame was frozen into a human form. Lin Yan could clearly feel that. The fire demon can provide him with the power of faith, which improves him a lot. At this time, a ball of fire emerged from the body of the fire demon and formed 2 words on the scorched ground. My God! At the same time, explosions rang out in the flames, which seemed to be its language. The next moment I saw. The humanoid body of the fire demon suddenly split into 2 pieces, and then burned in different directions. Because of my divine core level, the current limit of the fire demon is only level 3. Lin Yan whispered. After the 3rd stage, it will split into individuals and then start a new burning. I have to say, this is indeed a very powerful anomaly containment object. As long as there is enough fuel, it can grow infinitely. Only, the fuel consumption rate is too fast. Looking at the large area of forest that had been burned, Lin Yan's face suddenly showed a helpless expression. No, we must provide the fire demon with enough fuel, Lin Yan whispered. There are currently 2 ways to find fuel. The first is to conduct a divine domain war and let the fire demon burn enough targets. This way you don't have to spend resources yourself. However, this method is still not reliable even in the underground arena, and it depends on the opportunity. The second method. It's just about buying resources. Lin Yan's gaze turned to the fire demon that was still burning vigorously in his own divine domain. After thinking for a moment, Lin Yan decided to make preparations for both scenarios. In the underground arena. In the second-level area, several demigods were discussing. Damn! This mysterious god is really strong. His current record is still undefeated. Whoever can beat him will immediately become famous. Beat him? Are you kidding? That's right. The first battle of the God of Mysteries was against the wolf god. He was defeated in an instant. Hearing these discussions, the wolf god's expression looked ugly. I say, wolf god, you have been abandoned and have become weaker and weaker since entering the second-level area. A third-level demigod next to the wolf god said disdainfully. It's just that I can't participate in the second-level battle zone, otherwise I would beat this mysterious god and help you get revenge. The wolf god couldn't help but roll his eyes in his heart. You can only brag to me here. When this god of mysteries reaches the 3rd level, do you have the guts to tell me in person? However, he is only at the 2nd level now. Although he was friends with this 3rd-level demigod before, he doesn't dare to say this now. At this moment, a cry of surprise was heard. What the hell? The god of mysteries is no longer ranked in the 2nd tier. Damn it! The god of mysteries has been promoted to the 3rd level. Now he starts participating in the 3rd-level area. Oh my god, isn't it said that this mysterious god is just a student? The wolf god and the 3rd-ranked demigod were also stunned in shock. But after a brief shock, the wolf god immediately reacted, patted the 3rd-level demigod on the shoulder, and said, Brother, your chance to avenge me has come. Do you want me to help you arrange a battle in the divine domain of the god of mystery? No need, I can do this kind of thing myself, the 3rd-level demigod said hurriedly. He's not stupid. Judging from the mysterious god's horrific performance in the 2nd-level area, if he were to advance to the 3rd level, he would definitely not be his opponent. It's okay to talk big, but if you really ask him to challenge, we'll have to wait until next time. The other side. After updating his information in the arena, Lin Yan has arrived at the Jinghai exchange. There were so many things he needed to buy this time that it was not safe to purchase them through the Divine Realm network. As soon as I entered the sales area, a middle-aged man's eyes lit up. After comparing for a long time on the virtual panel in front of him, an expression of surprise appeared on his face, and he hurried to Lin Yan. You are classmate Lin Yan, right? The middle-aged man said quickly. Let me introduce myself briefly. My name is Chu Ping, and I am the person in charge of the Jinghai City branch of the Jiaoheng Chamber of Commerce. Looking at the middle-aged man in front of him, Lin Yan frowned immediately. Before he could speak, the middle-aged man continued, You should know my son Chu Tian. He is also a sophomore at Jinghai No. 3 Middle School. He is your classmate. Lin Yan suddenly realized. He had indeed heard of the name, but was not familiar with it. Student Lin Yan, there are too many people here. Why don't we go to our Jiaoheng Chamber of Commerce to discuss in detail? Chu Du pointed to a luxuriously decorated area in the exchange and said, Don't worry, I can't tell you anything else, but our Jiaoheng Chamber of Commerce definitely has most of the resources you want. Lin Yan nodded. He had often heard the name of the arrogant Chamber of Commerce in advertisements. It was a well-known chamber of commerce in the Federation, and even in the entire realm of gods. Enter the store. Chu Du brought Lin Yan directly to the door of an office. When he entered the office, a vast world immediately came into view. Countless bubbles are floating in the air, and inside the bubbles are extremely rare items. Student Lin Yan, you are a smart person, so I won't waste my words. Chu Du smiled and said, The purpose of looking for you this time is that our arrogant Chamber of Commerce wants to win you over. All your expenses from now until college will be covered by our arrogant Chamber of Commerce. Of course, you also need to join our arrogant Chamber of Commerce after you graduate from university. As a famous chamber of commerce, countless demigods wanted to join the arrogant chamber of commerce, but were blocked at the door. Now they are taking the initiative to win over Lin Yan and providing resources, which he thinks is very sincere. Looking at Lin Yan, Chu-Du took a sip of tea and said confidently, "Just tell me what resources you need now. There is nothing that our Jiaoheng Chamber of Commerce doesn't have, except what you dare not think of." Lin Yan's eyes lit up. "Are any resources really enough? I need a ray of divine fire now. Can President Chu do it?" Cough. Chu-Du, who had been calm at first, was choked up. He looked at Lin Yan in shock and could only stutter. Student Lin Yan is really good at joking. He himself may not even be able to get a ray of divine fire, and you are really asking for such a high price. Lin Yan spread his hands. That's such a pity. The purpose of his entering university was to find his parents. How could he join this arrogant chamber of commerce after graduation? So they offered a price that was obviously impossible. Chu-Du also understood what Lin Yan meant and was suddenly disappointed. At this time, Lin Yan spoke again. "President Chu, although I cannot join your chamber of commerce, but we can cooperate. For example, if I obtain any good resources in the future, I will give priority to your company. Even if your company needs anything, I can help as long as the price is right." Chu-Du was immediately overjoyed. "That's great. But since we have so many prospects for cooperation." However, at this time, Lin Yan looked at Chu-Du and changed the subject. "Then it's not too much for your company to invest in me in advance, right?" Chu-Du was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. "I originally wanted to win over Lin Yan, but before the deal is even concluded, why am I giving away a sum of resources? But then I thought about the talent Lin Yan showed." He gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, then I'll make the decision on my own." Final. Lin Yan obtained an intermediate forest expansion card, an intermediate food card, and a 10% discount on purchases from Jiaoheng Trading Company. All these resources combined, not counting the 10% discount purchase qualification, are worth 500,000 currency points. But now I'm just taking advantage of it. All I can say is, it's comfortable. President Chu, I wish us a pleasant cooperation in the future." Lin Yan happily took the resources and drank a cup of tea. Chu-Du said at this time, "But classmate Lin Yan, I have a daughter named Chu Qianqian, who is a senior student at Jinhai No. 3 Middle School. She is your senior. If you can become my son-in-law, I will do my best to help you get any resources you want." Cough. This time it was Lin Yan's turn to be choked. Chapter 30, God of Spring? God of Blood. Soon, Lin Yan returned home. Without any nonsense, his spiritual consciousness directly penetrated into his own divine domain. The vast and familiar divine domain immediately appeared before him. A thought came to my mind. Lin Yan's sight quickly shifted to the forest area. Now, the originally dense forest had been completely burned down and turned into a pool of black ashes. Only a few human-shaped flames were still boiling above the ashes. Because there was no combustible material, the size of the fire demons stopped increasing and no longer split. "The number of third-level fire demons has reached 5. Lin Yan whispered, looking somewhat excited. "This means his hero units have increased by 5 more. Although the cost is the loss of an entire forest landscape, compared to the cost of other heroic units, it is definitely a huge profit. Most importantly, the consumption of anomalous containment for 57 fire demon is only the combustible materials. Compared to the general loss of other heroic units, this is almost negligible. The most important thing is, as long as Lin Yan can provide enough combustible resources, then the number of fire demons in his divine domain will increase without limit. Is equivalent to countless heroic units." Immediately, Lin Yan no longer hesitated and directly took out the Intermediate Forest Expansion card. Tip: you have used the Intermediate Forest Expansion card. Please select the resource delivery range. Hint: if the selection is successful, the forest resources in your divine domain will be improved. As the divine domain's prompt sounded, the forest area that had originally turned into a land of ashes suddenly sprouted countless new shoots from the ground like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Boom! The next moment, These tender shoots sprouted out of the ground, and in the blink of an eye, they grew into towering trees with their tips reaching into the clouds. This forest area. It is obviously denser and more vigorous than the previous forest, with luxuriant branches and leaves that cover the sky and block out the sun. It seems that it feels these foods. The 5 heads of the fire demon that had originally calmed down and were slowly burning suddenly began to jump excitedly. They jumped directly onto different giant trees and instantly set their targets on fire. The fire spread again in the forest. This wave of forest resources should be able to sustain the burning of the fire demon for a few days, Lin Yan whispered. Then I felt a little helpless. An intermediate forest resource card costs nearly 500,000 currency points. He originally thought that he had gained a lot of power of faith from the ankle sniper, but now it seems that it is not enough at all. However, it would be great if there was a trace of divine fire that could be sacrificed to recruit the eternal fire. Lin Yan couldn't help but mutter. He is still worried about the eternal burning fire. After all, the characteristics of this abnormal containment object are really too powerful. But he also knew that his idea was obviously too greedy. How could it be so easy to obtain a wisp of divine fire? Moreover, just one fire demon is enough to drive countless true gods crazy. If that doesn't work, I will light the divine fire myself and then use a wisp of it for sacrifice and recruitment. Lin Yan pondered. He shook his head and stopped thinking about this problem, which seemed to be a long time away. He took out the intermediate food card again. Compared to the Divine Realm land card, the food card is much cheaper. This intermediate food card costs less than 10,000 currency points. Hint, you used an intermediate food card. With the prompts from the Divine Realm, countless animals suddenly appeared in Lin Yan's divine domain. These are just ordinary animals and cannot be trained to become believers. Immediately, the dense crowds of snipers sensed the scent of food and began to hunt. And in another corner of the Divine Realm, the Plague Doctor is still excitedly curing the infected. As for 096, after being driven to another area by Lin Yan, he continued to pace back and forth. After examining his own divine domain, Lin Yan's divine consciousness withdrew. By the way, the principal told me to study in the senior year department, Lin Yan whispered, his eyes flashing with excitement. Incomplete plane. He did not hesitate at that moment. I set off directly and prepared to go to school. At the same time, in a divine domain filled with a bloody atmosphere, the God of Mystery! The God of Mystery! I finally found your trace! Above the divine realm, a gloomy gaze suddenly gathered together, staring at his own divine domain and roaring. The God of Spring roared with a gloomy face. I will never let you go, I won't! Brush! Next to him, a ball of blood-red flame suddenly burned. Seeing this flame, the Spring God's face changed, and he knelt down quickly, saying respectfully, Master Blood God! The next moment, the blood-red flame turned into a pool of blood. Since we have discovered the trace of the mysterious God, why don't you move? A snort came from the blood. Do you want to break your promise? I don't dare! A cold sweat suddenly broke out on the face of the God of Spring. The blood god in front of him is a true god. Even if only a wisp of divine fire remains, he cannot afford to offend him. The vampire statue in the demigod ruins was left behind by the blood god during his lifetime. Shortly after leaving the demigod ruins, a wisp of divine fire from the blood god, carrying the blood god's will, somehow found himself and helped him cultivate his own divine domain. Although he has not yet been promoted to the 4th level, the combat power of his clan can easily kill himself in his peak period. Therefore, he became more and more terrified of the methods of the blood god. He quickly explained, Blood god, I am just worried about the God of Mystery. After all, his hero unit is too weird. What if I am not his opponent? Humph! He's just a demigod. How powerful can he be? The blood god snorted disdainfully. With my dedicated training, you don't have to fear any demigod of the same level. Besides, even if you really can't defeat that mysterious god, I can personally take action against you. What are you afraid of? Hearing this, the Spring God's eyes suddenly lit up. With the help of the blood god, I will definitely be able to avenge my great hatred. At this time, the blood god changed the subject and said gloomily, However, if you dare to break your promise, I will lose such a good body. Hee hee hee. You're a piece of crap. Although you're not as good as the god of mystery, you're still barely usable. Hearing this, the god of spring suddenly froze and said quickly, I will leave right away. Lord Blood God must succeed in taking over the body of the god of mysteries. Chapter 31, The School's Work. The Ruined Plane of the Tree People? The content that students in the third year of high school study is completely different from that in the second year of high school. The most significant difference is that there are almost no teachers teaching, and students are arranged to conduct various practical combats, and then solve the problems discovered in the actual combat to improve their strength. After all, the theoretical courses that school teachers can teach students have already been taught as early as the first and second years of high school. For the remaining practical courses, even Jinghai No. 3 middle school cannot arrange so many teachers to teach students and can only let them practice on their own. As for those truly talented young talents who can enter the top 10 prestigious schools, they are all taken away by top teachers for one-on-one targeted training. Soon, Lin Yan's figure appeared in the area of the senior high school students. Grade 3-1 class. Lin Yan quickly found the class assigned to him by the principal. At this moment in the classroom, a large group of high school students were lying in a series of specially made instruments, and almost no one noticed Lin Yan. Outside the instrument, then, virtual scenes of battles in the divine realm were played. However, Lin Yan observed that these virtual images seemed to be the same divine realm. Roaring and roaring could be vaguely heard. Damn it! It was so close! At this time, a curvy female student just walked out of the instrument and said to herself angrily, Damn it! I was almost there. Classmate, who are you looking for? She noticed Lin Yan at this time and couldn't help but frown and said, Wait, why do you look so familiar? You look like the genius Lin Yan who appeared recently in the second year of high school. Speaking of which, she just realized it, her eyes widened, and she asked in disbelief, Are you the junior Lin Yan who was specially allowed by the principal to study in our senior year 1 class? After that, without waiting for Lin Yan to answer, then he said with shining eyes, I didn't expect that junior Lin Yan. Oh no, not only is classmate Lin Yan so talented, he is also so handsome. Faced with this sudden praise, even Lin Yan couldn't help but blush. This senior student seemed to be more enthusiastic than he had imagined. Student Lin Yan, please introduce yourself. The female student stretched out her hand and said, My name is Chu Qianqian. I'm your senior. No, from today on, I'm your classmate. Chu Qianqian? Wouldn't that mean she is Chu Du's daughter and Chu Tian's sister? Lin Yan's eyes suddenly widened. He really had no choice. Connect the beautiful girl in front of you with the fat guy Chu Tian. But this senior sister, like Chu Du, he is very outgoing. Hello, senior. Lin Yan quickly shifted his gaze to these special instruments. Student Lin Yan, are you asking about the ruined plane? Chu Qianqian smiled and explained. Although that plane is incomplete, it is still extremely dangerous. If we rush in, we will suffer great losses. The college entrance examination is coming, and no one wants to bear this kind of loss. So, the school extracted all the information from that broken plane and created a virtual divine domain. Only after we have completely cleared this virtual plane can we obtain the authority to enter it. Hearing this, Lin Yan couldn't help but sigh. The school's allocation of resources to senior high school students is really a lot. Perfectly replicating all the information of a ruined divine realm and creating a virtual plane would consume a lot of resources. At the same time, those other weak planes really have no way to deal with the realm of gods. Like fish on a chopping board. At this time, the other students also withdrew from the virtual plane and started discussing with regret on their faces. Damn it! This broken plane is so hard to pass. This school is really terrible. We are already in the third year of high school, and they still don't know our strength. They actually assigned us such a tough task. Yeah! I'm going to attack that tree king, it's like feeding him a buffet. If this were a real battle in the divine realm, the Tree Man King would probably be stuffed to death. Tree Man King, you shattered my dream of becoming a true god with just 3 punches. Several female students saw Chu Qianqian and immediately came over. Qianqian, how is this wave of invasion going? Hey, who is this classmate? Have we met somewhere before? Need I say more? He's so handsome and he's in our class, he must be Qianqian's boyfriend. The iron tree is blooming. I heard some of my girlfriends joking. Chu Qianqian blushed and said quickly, What nonsense are you talking about? Junior Lin Yan has a fiancé. If Senior Lu Li hears this, you're done. TSK. Doesn't a fiancé mean you're not married yet? How can Lu Li compare to Chen? Wait, Lin Yan? Senior Lu Li? What the hell? A female student originally wanted to refute with disdain, but when she reacted, her whole body suddenly froze and she looked at Lin Yan in disbelief. Not just her. Following Chu Qianqian's words, everyone in Class 1 of Grade 3 fell silent. Senior Lu Li's fiancé? Then you are the classmate Lin Yan from the 2nd year of high school? All the senior high school students were suddenly excited. The face of the female student just now was still pale, and her body was shaking like a plug. Obviously frightened by the joke just now. Lin Yan was speechless for a while. It seems that Sister Lu Li is not only a big devil in my childhood eyes. He is also very famous in the eyes of others. All right. Chu Qianqian said helplessly. I told you to stop joking, but you didn't listen. You don't know that Senior Sister Lu Li wouldn't cause trouble for you because of this kind of thing. After that, he looked at Lin Yan again and said seriously, Student Lin Yan, this broken plane can only accommodate 10,000 clan units at most. Based on the progress we have made during this period and the information we have obtained, the creatures in this ruined plane should mainly be tree people, with a total of 3 hero units. The first hero unit is the Treeman General, who has extremely strong combat power. The final Treeman King's recovery ability is extremely terrifying. We must be extremely careful. It is simply impossible to rely on grinding bit by bit. Chu Qianqian carefully introduced the information she had obtained during this period of intrusion. After that, she looked at Lin Yan again and advised. This is not the same as what you learned in your 2nd year of high school. Invading a broken plane is much more difficult than fighting in a divine realm between students. Even we tried countless times before defeating the first heroic unit. As for the final heroic unit, the Tree King, none of us have succeeded in defeating it yet. So even if you fail in your first invasion, there is no need to feel frustrated. After all, you have only been developing the divine domain for a short time. She knew Lin Yan's horrific record, and also understood that such geniuses were generally extremely arrogant and could not tolerate failure. So I'd like to give Lin Yan a shot of prevention in advance. I was afraid that Lin Yan would feel frustrated and have psychological problems. But just finished speaking. But she couldn't help but frown. I don't know if it's an illusion. She always feels. After I finished saying these words, Lin Yan seems getting more excited? Chapter 32, Welfare Bureau. Is Lin Yan ready to fight hard? Chu Qianqian couldn't help but frown, thinking that something was wrong. She knew that geniuses like Lin Yan were usually very proud. But I didn't expect Lin Yan to be so conceited. After I told you in advance that the ruined divine domain was extremely dangerous. Still so excited. If his invasion fails, he will be hit. Chu Qianqian whispered in her heart. And now? Lin Yan had already laid down in the specially made virtual divine domain warehouse with an excited look on his face. The senior high school students around immediately started discussing in a low voice. How long do you think Junior Lin Yan can last in this first invasion? It's hard to say. Although he's a junior, his talent is so strong. I estimate that it will take at least 2 hours for him to deliver food to the Treeman General, which is similar to the time I took when I first invaded. So long? Damn! The gifted dog is really fierce. Impossible? No matter how talented he is just a junior who has just opened up the divine realm not long ago. These students. Although his talent was only average, he had opened up the divine realm more than a year earlier than Lin Yan. So in their view, even though they have tried their best to overestimate Lin Yan. They also believe that Lin Yan was at most at the same level as when they first invaded this ruined plane. Even so, many high school students still feel dissatisfied and do not agree with this. On the other side, next to Chu Qianqian, a female student whispered, "Qianqian, you must seize this great opportunity of having Junior Lin Yan come to our class. This kind of genius, wow, must be fought over by countless people." Chu Qianqian said angrily, "What are you talking about? Aren't you afraid that senior sister Luli will know? Who says that if you have a fiancé, you can't continue to have a girlfriend?" The female student whispered, "If you can take down junior brother Chu Tian, by the time senior sister Luli finds out, she will have already." Hearing this, Chu Qianqian's ears suddenly turned red. Then he shook his head and looked in the direction of Lin Yan. And the other side. The moment I lay down in the virtual god's domain warehouse, Lin Yan released the clan members he had arranged. In addition to all the heroic units, there are also 1,549-2 troops, and the rest are all the Ankle Sniper Legion. Then Lin Yan suddenly felt that the scene in front of him had changed. Arrived on a brand new continent. What you see? It is an extremely dense forest. Although these trees are not very thick, their number is unimaginable. Lin Yan tried to raise his perspective, but found that, even though his perspective had been raised to midair, he could still only see endless forest. Its area is much more vast than the forest exchange with the intermediate forest expansion card in his own divine domain. This forest is full of resources. Lin Yan's breathing became a little rapid due to excitement. If these forest resources were to be burned by the fire demon, I wonder how many third-level fire demons can be split out, etc. At this time, Lin Yan was suddenly stunned. There seems to be something wrong with these trees. At this time, Chu Qianqian's voice rang in his ears through the private chat of the Divine Realm interface. "Student Lin Yan, be careful. There are many tree people hiding in these trees in this forest." As soon as the words fell, brush, 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 the whole forest shook. Then I saw the trunks of some trees. A pair of huge eyes suddenly opened, watching the invaders gathering outside the forest. "Hungry!" A deep and hoarse voice came from within these tree people. The senior high school students around immediately started discussing. "Here they come! There are at least 1,000 tree people in this group. I wonder if junior brother Lin Yan can make it through? The chances of junior brother Lin Yan passing should be quite high. Did you see those tens of thousands of clan units? Damn it! It makes me angry just thinking about it. A junior who has just opened up the divine realm can have tens of thousands of ordinary followers. Who can I complain to? However, although those tens of thousands of followers are numerous, their combat power does not seem to be strong. They may be useless in front of the tree people. Look! That was the first hero unit Lin Yan chose, but other students mocked him for being trash. What a great result! It was at this moment, in the virtual broken plane. I didn't expect my luck to be so good. It's like the welfare bureau. Looking at those tree people, Lin Yan's heart was filled with joy. Before attacking this broken plane, he had not expected that the main race in this broken divine realm was actually the tree people. This is simply a resource library tailor-made for Flame Demon. This can save you a lot of currency points. Junior Lin Yan, you can deal with these tree people alone. You follow this route. Wait. Junior Lin Yan, what are you going to do? Looking at the scene happening in the virtual broken plane, Chu Qianqian, who was originally preparing to guide Lin Yan, was stunned. The tree people have good tempers. Tree people generally will not attack unless you enter their warning range or take the initiative to attack. Those high school students before. In order to save manpower, generally, they are killed instantly by the concentrated fire of one tree man after another. Although this will waste time, it can greatly reduce losses. Certainly, it took them countless attempts to figure out the distribution of the tree people and summarize the route. She was just about to tell Lin Yan about this route. As a result, Lin Yan directly released his tens of thousands of rat-like clan units, and at the same time provoked the tree people. As for the rest of the clan, they were waiting outside the forest. Roar! The next moment, these tree people immediately rioted and attacked the snipers. No, isn't Junior Lin Yan so tough? It's over! If we provoke thousands of tree people at the same time, even if Junior Brother Lin Yan can resist them, he will definitely suffer heavy losses. TSK. He obviously didn't learn the basics well enough and doesn't know enough about the tree people. You made the same mistake as me, but I didn't provoke so many tree people at the same time. The senior high school students immediately started discussing. When Chu Qianqian saw this scene, her heart tightened even more. Just as she worried. As expected, top talents like Junior Brother Lin Yan are very conceited. He was actually preparing to fight these thousands of tree people head-on. And at this time, in the broken plain, the tree people had been attracted by the snipers and immediately discovered the different clans waiting outside. There was no hesitation at that moment. He roared and rushed towards the 049-2 army. Seeing this scene, countless high school students immediately widened their eyes and watched carefully, afraid of missing out on anything. They had heard it long ago. How powerful are Lin Yan's strange-looking followers and the two heroic units. Now I can finally see with my own eyes what it's like when these clansmen fight. However, at this moment, they saw. All the family members took a step back. Then I saw. Several humanoid creatures with flames burning all over their bodies suddenly appeared in front of the clan's army. Seeing this scene, all the senior high school students were stunned. Not buddy? Are you stuck in this bug? Chapter 33, Treatment General. The senior high school student is hot. The moment I saw these tree people, the 5 fire demons roared immediately and pounced directly at the thousands of tree people. Next moment, the tree people in the front were directly set on fire. Roar! The other tree people suddenly roared in fear and attacked the fire demons. However, the attacking methods of these tree people are almost all to use their torsos to launch attacks. Even if you occasionally have special skills, it is still a wood-attributed attack method. Facing a third-level fire demon, there is absolutely no way to deal with it. They could only watch themselves being burned, becoming fuel for the flames, making the fire burn even more fiercely. Seeing this scene, the senior high school students around were stunned. No, huh? Junior Lin Yan, you actually have a clan made up of pure elements? And it's a fire element. What the hell, these tree people are just here to get fed. No wonder he dared to attract all the tree people at the same time. It turns out it was because of this. It's not fair. This is too unfair. I had to go through a lot of trouble to pass by the tree people, but when I got to Lin Yan, it was so easy. All the senior high school students were immediately excited, and many of them couldn't help but cheer. His eyes revealed extremely complex emotions. Who would have thought? They have to be careful with the tree people for half a day. In the end, he was easily restrained by Lin Yan's family? The other side. Chu Qianqian was also dumbfounded. She just realized it now. Why did Lin Yan get so excited when he mentioned the tree people? At that time, I actually thought he was conceited. Now it seems. That is the excitement of a wild animal when it sees its prey. And it's the kind of prey that can't resist at all. However, who would have thought that Junior Brother Lin Yan could actually cultivate a fire-attributed elemental clan? Chu Qianqian muttered to herself and looked at Lin Yan, but was stunned. Wait. Why does Junior Lin Yan look as if he is very dissatisfied? In the virtual broken plane. What a pity, this is just a virtual, broken plane, Lin Yan whispered. Because it is virtual. So the fire demon burned these tree people and did not split itself. It just makes the flames burn more fiercely. However, once we successfully break through the virtual broken plane and obtain the true coordinates of this broken plane, we will be able to greatly develop the flame demon. Lin Yan looked towards the divine realm and spoke in a low voice. Immediately, he then ordered the rest of his clansmen to head straight into the depths of the forest. And those tree people, after realizing that he had no way to deal with the fire and could only watch himself being burned, he suddenly became extremely terrified. There is no time to care about the advancement of other clans. Soon, Lin Yan then saw a completely different tree man. Compared to the previous tree people, this tree man is obviously much older, with a dense crown and countless growth rings on the occasional exposed cross-section. At the same time, a panel also appeared in front of Lin Yan. Tree General. Category: Hero Unit. Level: Level 3. Skills: Charge, Death Coil, Wood Armor. Description: a general of the treeman race who has lived for who knows how many years. After being blessed by the will of the plane, his physical attributes have been unimaginably enhanced. Once his huge body attacks, it will cause unimaginable damage. Suggestion: the treeman general moves slowly, so be careful of his charge skill. You can launch an attack after the charge when he has difficulty moving his body. Seeing this information, Lin Yan couldn't help but feel emotional. This kind of virtual broken plane is still convenient for students. After all, there won't be any such suggestions during a real invasion. As for the plane will, those ownerless worlds will infuse energy into selected units to strengthen them in order to avoid being invaded. That is what some worlds call the sun of the world. Without hesitation, Lin Yan issued the oracle. 049, go! Plague! The plague doctor roared. Drive away the plague! Next moment, 049-2 the army rushed towards the tree man general. You damn invaders! A hoarse voice suddenly rang out from the huge body of the treeman general. Die! All of you die! The next moment, then they saw the treeman general charging directly towards the 049-2 army. Boom! Just a moment. Large numbers of 049-2 troops were directly defeated, including even the 049-2 that was originally a heroic unit. The next moment, these 049-2 armies appeared in Lin Yan's divine domain and could no longer be sent to this broken plane. Fortunately, it was a virtual invasion, otherwise the loss would have been huge. Lin Yan's eyelids twitched. No wonder those. Just when the treeman general collided with the 049-2 army, the attacks of the Plague Doctor and 096 also successfully hit the treeman general. I have to say, the defensive power of the treeman armor of the treeman general is indeed strong. Even the attack of 096 could not break it. However, it's different with epidemic doctors. The Plague Doctor's attack method is to kill the target quickly upon contact, and he can ignore the treeman armor. However, the treeman general was infused with the will of the plane after all, and his vitality was very strong. Unlike other ordinary units, they cannot die in a short period of time. But Lin Yan was not panicked at all. Directly order 049-2 to launch another attack to attract firepower. After repeating this dozens of times, the huge body of the tree man general finally fell heavily to the ground. The other side. The senior high school students who were watching. Everyone's eyes were almost fixed on the fire demon that was burning the legion of tree men. They are thinking, is this considered a bug, Lin Yan? After all, anyone with eyes can see that. This wave of treeman troops obviously tests the students' ability to coordinate and plan. Who would have thought that? Lin Yan actually got through it so easily? This shouldn't count at all. He just cheated. One student blushed and sighed. This Lin Yan is just pure luck. His name is Zhou Li, and he is one of Li Cheng's younger brothers. Before, when he faced the first wave of treeman army, he failed more than a dozen times before he barely managed to get through. Now seeing that Lin Yan was actually able to restrain the tree people and it was over so easily, his heart suddenly turned red. Luck? Chu Qianqian immediately sneered and retorted. Zhou Li, can you show me your luck and cultivate a clan of pure elements? Besides, didn't junior brother Lin Yan get through this stage with his brute strength? Shouldn't that be more valuable than your killing tree men one by one? Zhou Li's face suddenly froze. Pure elemental clans are extremely precious, and being able to cultivate them is a kind of strength in itself. The other students also reacted immediately. Yes. Lin Yan clearly relied on his brute force to defeat the legion of tree men. Even if it is due to attribute restraint, it should be far more valuable than their methods. Zhou stiffened his neck and looked at the virtual ruined plane. He suddenly smiled, as if he had regained his face, and said quickly, "Haha! Look at Lin Yan's operation! These fire element followers haven't even finished cleaning up the Treeman army, but they have already sent other followers to go deeper and deliver food to the Treeman general." Chu Qianqian's breathing stagnated for a moment before she sneered. "Have you forgotten that Lin Yan is just our junior? How can you say such a thing?" Many of their senior high school students were stopped by General Shuren. Now that Lin Yan invaded for the first time, he was defeated by the Treeman general. Isn't this normal? Humph! Isn't this just his own fault? Zhou Li sneered. If he can beat the Shuren general like this, even if he is so powerful, I will call him Dad. But as soon as he finished speaking, some students exclaimed, "What the hell? Look! Lin Yan defeated the Tree Man General!" What? The other students were stunned. "This is impossible!" Zhou Li exclaimed instinctively, immediately pushed away the students in front of him, and turned his head to look over. Then I saw the huge body of the Tree Man General falling to the ground, completely losing his life. Seeing this scene, Zhou Li's face suddenly turned red again. Chapter 34, The Invincible Treeman King. All the students in Class 1 of Senior 3 were shocked. Even they. When facing the Treeman General for the first time, we suffered many defeats. It was only after countless explorations and figuring out the Treeman General's attack rhythm and habits that we were able to successfully defeat the Treeman General. As a result, Lin Yan successfully defeated the Treeman General for the first time? Who the hell can I go to for justice? Especially Zhou Li, his face turned blue and red. I wanted to leave immediately. However, at this moment a figure blocked his way. Hee hee. Chu Qianqian sneered. Zhou Li? Shouldn't you be waiting for Junior Lin Yan to come out and then call him Dad? Zhou Li blushed and said angrily. Chu Qianqian. We are classmates after all, don't go too far. In the virtual broken plane. After cleaning up the Treeman General, Lin Yan did not stop at all. Just keep moving forward into the depths of this ruined plane. Soon. He then found the second heroic unit in this ruined divine realm. Tree Chieftain. Category, Hero Unit. Level 3. Skills, Earthbound Spirit, Vine Attack. Description, the Chieftain of the Tree People, very agile, extremely good at controlling the surrounding trees. Be careful not to be hit by his control skills, otherwise, all that awaits you is failure. The physical strength of this heroic unit is far inferior to that of the Treeman General encountered before. His strength lies in his agility, and the skill of Earthbound Spirit. A very powerful control skill. Combined with vine attacks, invaders can be easily killed. But this skill? Given the characteristics of 096, it's almost useless. Intruder! The Treeman Chieftain said in a cold voice. Leave your bodies here and use them as food. Next moment, under the feet of Lin Yan's army, vines suddenly rose from the ground, forming a huge cage, attempting to control Lin Yan's army. At the same time, countless vines emerged from the cage and attacked Lin Yan's clan. Woo! However, at this moment, a sharp cry was heard. The next moment, 096 directly broke through the restraints of the earthbound spirit and rushed towards the Treeman Chief. The Treeman Chief immediately stepped back and chanted again. Immediately, a new cage was created at 096 feet. But the next moment, the cage shattered with a sound. Soon, 096 has already arrived in front of the Treeman Chief. The Treeman Chief was stunned. In the classroom of Class 1, Grade 3, Chu Qianqian and Zhou Li were still arguing. At this time, they noticed that in this broken plane, the second hero unit was also dealt with by Lin Yan. The quarrel between the two suddenly stopped. In an instant, the entire Class 1 of Grade 3 was in an uproar. Holy shit! Is this true? The Treeman Chieftain was also dealt with by junior brother Lin Yan? Don't even mention Zhou Li. I'm a little defensive now, too. Who the hell doesn't have to break the defense? I haven't even gotten past the second hero unit yet. Damn it! I knew there was a gap in talent between me and junior Lin Yan, but I didn't expect it to be so huge. Chu Qianqian was also stunned. She was originally thinking about how to comfort Lin Yan later. As a result, it now appears that it seems like she is the one who needs comfort. She suddenly shuddered, and an inexplicable thought popped up in her mind. Junior Lin Yan, could we really pass through this ruined divine realm today? The next moment, she was shocked by her own guess and quickly shook her head to deny it. That's impossible! She knew clearly how difficult it was to deal with the last heroic unit, the Treeman King, in this ruined divine realm. But even so, Lin Yan's performance was very eye-catching. She had to experiment more than a dozen times before she was able to deal with the second hero unit. When I think of this, she suddenly didn't want to mock Zhou anymore. Because she herself was a little bit broken. In the broken plane, Lin Yan ordered his clansmen to step over the body of the Tree Man Chief and continue moving deeper. Occasionally, a group of wandering ordinary tree people would be encountered on the road, and they were easily dealt with by Lin Yan. So far, the 049-2 army was almost completely wiped out. However, there was almost no loss in the number of ankle snipers. Although the tree people have strong vitality, they move slowly. The ankle sniper's speed advantage was reflected at this moment. The combat power of the clan units is not constant. If used properly, they can achieve a surprise victory. Lin Yan thought about what he had learned before. Sudden. The view in front of Lin Yan suddenly became wider. In this area, there is only a majestic locust tree in the center, surrounded by grass and no other trees. The leaves of the locust tree swayed in the wind, and its entire body exuded a rich breath of life. Tree King. Category: Hero Unit. Level: Level 3. Skill: Description: the King of the Tree People, infused with the will of the plane. Compared to the Treeman General and the Treeman Chief, there is much less introduction to the Tree King. There is almost no important information. Obviously, this is also the reason why this broken plane makes countless high school students feel scalp tingling. Junior Lin Yan! At this time, Chu Qianqian's voice suddenly rang out again. You have to be careful, this Tree King's life recovery ability is simply unstoppable. Even if there is only a trace of blood, it can be restored. Your family has suffered such a great loss. Speaking of which, Chu Qianqian suddenly fell silent. When these high school students attacked the Treeman King, their own clansmen had often suffered heavy losses and there were not many left. Although junior brother Lin Yan's family also suffered heavy losses, none of their heroic units were killed. It can be said that the combat effectiveness of the main force is still there. And the other side. Hearing Chu Qianqian's words, Lin Yan murmured, "Is the vitality particularly strong?" Immediately, he then issued an oracle and ordered 096 and the Plague Doctor to launch an attack. Soon, he then understood how powerful the vitality Chu Qianqian meant. After screaming and crying, 096 immediately launched a fierce attack. Under the swift attack, you can see the bark flying in the air like confetti. Soon, the trunk of the Treeman King was covered with scratches. Coupled with the attack of 049 Plague Doctor, the condition of the Treeman King dropped to the extreme at a speed visible to the naked eye. That's it. This is obviously not as good as General Shuren. Lin Yan frowned, but the next moment his pupils shrank. Wait a minute! Then you will see. The Treeman King, who was clearly close to death, instantly recovered to his perfect state. Brush! The tree trunk swung and instantly cut off 096's two arms. Chapter 35, Invasion Successful. All defenses broken. Sure enough, junior brother Lin Yan was also stopped by this Treeman King. Seeing this scene, Chu Qianqian, who was worried about Lin Yan's mental damage at first, suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. She was also tortured by the Treeman King and could not take care of herself, and she was really afraid that Lin Yan would successfully defeat the Treeman King. Otherwise she would really be defeated. But fortunately it seems that Lin Yan is unable to deal with the Treeman King. Just like when she invaded this broken plane. She could even imagine what would happen next. There's no way, it's too familiar. Then she said to herself with a sad face, This Treeman King is simply not something we can handle at this stage. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but think about how to deal with the Treeman King. In the virtual broken plane, the Treeman King's recovery ability is indeed terrifying. This seems to be somewhat similar to 096. So it seems that I have come to the end of my journey today. Lin Yan pondered. No! He suddenly recalled the battle scene just now. The Treeman King was not recovering continuously just now. Instead, after being hit to a certain state, he immediately recovered from all injuries. Lin Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. Thinking of this, he immediately ordered 096 and 049 to launch another attack. When the Treeman King recovered from his serious injury and returned to his peak state, Lin Yan was immediately certain of his guess. So why is this? Lin Yan's brain was working frantically, thinking. Logically speaking, the recovery ability is terrifying, and it should recover immediately after being injured, but the Treeman King is like this, unless... He thought of a possibility. Unless the Treeman King's ability to recover does not come from himself. In this case, this Treeman King should have some way to recover himself. Lin Yan looked at Melancholy and said excitedly, I want to see how long you can hold on. However, after the Tree King was severely injured more than a dozen times and still recovered as before, Lin Yan frowned again. If 096's recovery ability had not been so terrifying and the Treeman King had not stayed in the same place, he would have been defeated. But at present, it seems like this Treeman King can really hold on for a long time. I have exhausted all the means to restore its life, and I have no idea how long it will take. This road won't work. Lin Yan's mind was working rapidly, his eyes fixed on the broken plane, afraid of missing any information. His body suddenly stiffened. He discovered a blind spot that he had been ignoring. Even ordinary tree people, they can all pull their roots out of the earth and get themselves moving, even if it's very slow. However, until now, the roots of this Treeman King have never left the ground, and he only uses his trunk and leaves to attack. As the King of Tree Men, it is obviously impossible to let oneself lose action for no reason and fall into such a passive situation. The means for this Treeman King to restore his life lies in its roots. Thinking of this, Lin Yan's breathing suddenly became rapid. There was no more hesitation, and he immediately gave the oracle. Focus on his roots! Immediately, the 5 fire demons rushed towards the direction of the Treeman King. At the same time, Lin Yan directly ordered the 096 and 049 plague doctors, as well as tens of thousands of snipers, to launch an attack on the roots of the Treeman King. As if he had sensed something, the Treeman King's torso trembled violently. All the leaves on the branches fell off one after another and flew towards the army of snipers like weapons. But before the leaves arrived, above the snipers' army, curtains of fire suddenly formed, blocking all the leaves outside. Squeak! Although the attributes of ankle snipers are not very powerful, their method of attack is by gnawing on the target's ankles. In addition, that terrifying number of tens of thousands, as well as 096, 049, and the fire demon attacking at the same time. The roots of the Treeman King were instantly eaten and burned, leaving only a thin vein, connecting the thick trunk to the earth with difficulty. This time, the Treeman King's instant recovery speed had not yet taken effect. Its huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang. Lin Yan quickly turned his gaze and looked over. Then, his breathing became rapid. Now he finally knew. Why would the Treeman King give up his ability to move? Why would he have the ability to recover to his peak instantly even when he was on the verge of serious injury? Where the Tree King took root, there is a fountain of life. This is an extremely rare material. It can continuously produce life-giving spring water, which can restore the drinker's condition. Whenever the Treeman King is on the verge of death, these life-giving springs will flow into his body in large quantities, allowing him to recover instantly. This fountain of life has apparently existed for who knows how long, existing along with this ownerless plane. There is an abundance of life-giving water inside. If I really wanted to consume it just now, I'm afraid it would take an eternity to consume all the life fountain water. At this moment, In the virtual broken plane, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded. Congratulations! You have successfully invaded the virtual broken plane. The coordinates of the broken plane will be sent to you soon. Please note that the actual invasion of the broken plane may be slightly different from the virtual invasion, so please be careful. Then, in Lin Yan's mind, a constantly changing coordinate instantly appeared. At the same time, in the classroom of grade 3-1. Damn it! This Treeman King situation is simply unsolvable. Chu Qianqian rubbed her head in distress. She had just thought of many methods in her mind, but without exception, none of them seemed to be able to truly defeat the Treeman King. She almost wanted to give up. No! You can't give up! Chu Qianqian was excited and encouraged herself. And I have to pass it as soon as possible. I have to pass it before junior brother Lin Yan. Otherwise it would be too embarrassing. However, considering the talent Lin Yan showed today, she felt a lot of pressure. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but look at the virtual broken plane again. Then, she saw a prompt on the screen. Congratulations, you have successfully invaded the virtual broken plane. Seeing this message, Su Qianqian suddenly felt like she was struck by lightning and stood there in a daze. She felt as if something was broken in her. Not just her. All the senior students in Class 1 of Grade 3 were stunned in an instant. It's over? Just passed like that? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, it would be really hard to believe. Junior Lin Yan, you succeeded in invading this broken plane for the first time? I must have not slept well last night, and I am dreaming now. No, why? We are both demigods, how can the gap between us be so big? Don't comfort me, my defense is not broken, really not. It's boring. I don't want to play anymore. Let's go. Chapter 36, Fountain of Life. Sacrifice again. Sea of Tranquility. Within the Ministry of Education, Su Ping, the principal of No. 3 Middle School, was talking to the principal of No. 1 Middle School with a sad face, waiting for the principal of No. 2 Middle School to arrive so that they could start a meeting. Principal Su Ping? The principal of No. 1 Middle School frowned and asked, What happened? What makes you so worried? Hey, it's our sophomore student Lin Yan. Su Ping's face was full of helplessness. I am not sure whether it is a good or bad decision to let him try to invade the broken plane independently with the senior high school students. Are you crazy? The principal of No. 1 Middle School suddenly widened his eyes and exclaimed, Letting a sophomore student invade the broken plane? Wouldn't this hit his confidence and even make him unable to recover? What grudge does he have against you? Hey, it's this classmate Lin Yan, he's just too talented. Su Ping said helplessly. Since he opened up the Divine Realm, he has been on a roll. Previously, he even defeated a coalition of more than 20 high school students. For such a genius, he must be exposed to failure and setbacks as early as possible to stabilize his mentality. Hearing this, the principal of No. 1 Middle School nodded immediately. But I don't know why. Su Ping clearly spoke in a helpless tone, but he always felt that Su Ping was showing off to him. Why? Su Ping, the principal of the 3rd Middle School, sighed again. I hope that this invasion of the broken plane will teach him to accept failure. I have arranged for other students to comfort him in advance. If that doesn't work, I will go myself. After saying that, he glanced at the principal of No. 1 Middle School and continued to sigh. Having such a genius student is also a headache. I wonder if you have ever felt this way. The principal of No. 1 Middle School took 2 deep breaths and clenched his fists. Now it's confirmed. Su Ping is just pretending. What? However, at this time, Su Ping suddenly jumped up, his face full of shock. Principal Su Ping? What's going on? The principal of No. 1 Middle School was stunned and asked quickly. This. Su Ping's face was full of confusion, and he said with a complicated expression. Lin Yan just successfully invaded that broken plane. Hiss. The principal of No. 1 Middle School gasped and asked in disbelief. Are you saying that a sophomore successfully invaded the broken plane? Su Ping nodded. The principal of No. 1 Middle School was so shocked that he couldn't utter a word. At this time, Su Ping sighed again. I obviously wanted him to accept the setback. This kid is too troublesome. The principal of number 1 middle school couldn't help but clench his fists again. At this time, the principal of number 2 middle school came in and greeted politely. Principal Su Ping, why are you here so early? As soon as the words fell, Su Ping nodded and said with a smile on his face, Yes, how did you know that Lin Yan, a sophomore in our school, successfully invaded a broken plane and succeeded on his first try? Question mark. The principal of number 2 middle school looked bewildered. Did I just say anything? The other sighed. Jinghai number 3 middle school, class 3, 1 of senior 3. Lin Yan walked out of the virtual divine domain warehouse with an excited look on his face. I immediately saw. Throughout the classroom, Chu Qianqian was the only one left, looking at him with a complicated expression. Senior Chu? Lin Yan looked around. Where are the other seniors? Chu Qianqian's face was full of complexity. Can I tell you? Have these high school students been so defeated by your success that they just left? After a moment, he responded. They all have things to do, so they left first. Lin Yan nodded and said, Okay, then I won't bother Senior Chu anymore. Looking at Lin Yan's leaving back, Chu Qianqian seemed to be hesitant to speak. Not to mention other students, even she herself had already broken down. Although her talent is not high, she has been opening up the divine realm for a year. As a result, he was crushed by Lin Yan. Soon, Lin Yan returned home. He immediately excitedly called up the constantly changing coordinates. The sea of chaos is vast and boundless. The coordinates of every divine realm or plane are in constant motion. Take a deep breath. Lin Yan immediately prepared to actually invade this broken plane. However, at this moment, instead, he received a transfer of 1 million currency points. At the same time, there is also news about Lu Xian. Lin Yan! Uncle knows the news that your divine domain core has been promoted to the 3rd level, but he cannot return for the time being. He said that since you have just been promoted to the 3rd level, you must be short of resources. He asked you to buy these 1 million currency points. If there are any resources that are not available in the market, please tell me. Seeing this message, Lin Yan was suddenly moved. After his parents passed away, Uncle Lu had always taken great care of him. Uncle Lu has already repaid his parents for their help countless times. After thanking you, Lin Yan decisively invaded the broken plane. All the ordinary tree people were quickly attracted to the ankle sniper, and the fire demon immediately began to burn. Unlike virtual invasion, these tree people are real existences. When they were burned by the Balrog, it immediately became the food of the fire demon, continuously strengthening the fire demon until it grew to its peak, and then quickly split and burned again. So, for Lin Yan to truly invade this ruined divine realm, on the contrary, it is much easier than virtual invasion. Time passes quickly. Lin Yan's clan once again arrived in front of the Treeman King. At this moment, the number of fire demons has accumulated to more than 20. And those tree people, as well as the 2 hero units, Tree General and Tree Chief, have not been completely burned to ashes. There are more than 20 hero units here. Lin Yan was extremely excited. The burning of the tree people is much more efficient than burning ordinary wood. Then, Lin Yan directly sent down the oracle and launched an attack on the Treeman King. Soon, the body of the Treeman King fell to the ground again. Countless liquids revealing the breath of life. Water drops formed from the broken rhizomes. Lin Yan was very excited when he saw this. He immediately ordered the ankle sniper to dig. Soon, a huge fountain appeared in his sight. The Fountain of Life! Lin Yan was surprised. The life water gushing out of the Fountain of Life almost formed a small lake underground. And in the spring, still continuously gushing out the Fountain of Life. I didn't expect that he would get such a rare resource like this. I wonder what kind of anomalous containment can be recruited if the Fountain of Life is used for sacrifice and recruitment? Lin Yan's breathing became a little rapid. But after thinking about it, he calmed down again. But if the Fountain of Life is sacrificed, the Fountain of Life will no longer be produced. There is no need for him to gamble now. After thinking for a moment, Lin Yan directly took out a drop of the spring water of life and dripped it onto the altar. Next moment, the system immediately sounded a prompt. Ding dong! Sacrifice successful. Please choose your recruitment target. At the same time, the 3 recruitment targets suddenly appeared in front of Lin Yan. An icon of a red pill. It instantly occupied Lin Yan's entire attention. Chapter 37, Panacea. Someone challenges. Item number: Anomalous Containment 500 Panacea. Description: Anomalous Containment Item 500 is a red pill. Each pill, when taken orally, will cure all diseases in a very short time. Looking at the information appearing in front of me, Lin Yan was suddenly excited. Anomalous Containment 500 is also one of the famous projects in the Foundation. Even if the effects are caused by the anomalous containment object, taking anomalous containment object 500 can quickly recover and erase the effects. The Foundation has conducted experiments. Even those infected by the anomalous containment object 008 zombie virus, who have completely turned into zombies, can be cured. In short, only 1 tablet of anomalous containment 500 is needed to instantly remove all negative effects from the body and restore health. He immediately chose to offer sacrifice for recruitment. Sacrifice recruitment completed. The sacrifice recruitment was completed in an instant. Lin Yan was stunned. After thinking about it, he directly ordered 049-2, whose body was already incomplete and had not yet been cured by the plague doctor, to take it. The next moment, the incomplete body of 049-2 immediately began to grow again. Only, these bodies that grew again were not its bodies before death, but the parts of its body that were stitched together after being cured by the plague doctor. Plague! At this time, the plague doctor roared suddenly, and instantly came to the front of 049-2, and suddenly became confused. Wait, the plague seems to be decreasing again. This seems to be a little better than my cure. Under his birdbeak mask, his eyes revealed extreme excitement. He dragged 049-2 away excitedly. I want to study how you were cured. I must learn this technique. 049-2 was essentially dead, so the elixir did not revive it, but restored it to its pre-injury state. Lin Yan whispered. He could not help but look at the fountain of life that had accumulated into a small lake, and his whole body trembled with excitement. According to the Foundation's records, the Foundation only obtained a small can of anomalous containment item 500, which only contained 60 pieces. After the first few experiments, it became extremely valuable to the Foundation. Except for the members with the highest authority, other members do not have the authority to mobilize anomalous containment 500. But now, this is not the case for Lin Yan. With 1 drop of life spring water, he can sacrifice and recruit an abnormal containment object -500. This is simply an endless treasure trove, Lin Yan whispered excitedly. Fortunately, we didn't sacrifice the fountain of life directly. This thing is much better than the fountain of life. But perhaps it is because this fountain of life itself is only of the 3rd level. Therefore, the anomaly containment object -500 recruited through sacrifice only has a 3rd level effect. It can instantly dispel all negative effects on targets of level 3 or below. Lin Yan estimated that for 4th tier units, the effect of the Panacea may be much weaker. But it's still scary. Lin Yan then suppressed his inner excitement. Then, his gaze shifted back to the body of the Treeman King. The size of the Treeman King doesn't have any advantage over the Treeman General. It would be a waste to use it to burn the fire demon. Hesitate for a moment. Lin Yan directly chose to sacrifice and recruit the Treeman General. Sacrifice successful. Please select your recruitment target. This time, the 3 recruits who were to be sacrificed as the Treeman General left Lin Yan no room for choice. You can only pick the tallest one among the short ones. Anomaly contained object 038. Universal tree? Lin Yan made his choice immediately. The anomalous effect of this anomalous containment object. When the bar comes into contact with an object, a copy of the object will be produced. That is, clone. The upper limit of the level of the universal tree is only around level 3. And life units cannot be cloned. If the clone target has abnormal effects, its abnormal effects will be greatly reduced and cannot be completely copied. It can be said that this abnormal containment object is not very strong. But it's much better than the other two options. And, for Lin Yen, this abnormal containment object is not completely useless. Choose successfully. Expected to be successfully recruited after 1 hour 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Hear the system prompt tone. Lin Yen nodded immediately. Then he shifted his attention to his own divine domain. Now the fire demon is still burning the forest and the corpses of the tree people in the ruined plain. In addition, there are still some remaining intermediate forest expansion cards in Lin Yan's divine domain. It can be said that for the time being, the flame demon does not lack resources for burning. But the problem is that the fire demon will split, and once it splits, the next burning will consume twice as many resources. Just like a rabbit giving birth, it increases exponentially. In other words, once Lin Yen lacks resources, the gap will not be small. The flame demon is simply a den of money. Lin Yen sighed silently. I must hurry up and earn currency points. He continued to arrange his own divine domain. But soon, Lin Yen was suddenly shocked. Huh! Finally, a third-level demigod comes to challenge me? Without any hesitation, he set off directly to the underground dueling arena. At the same time, in the underground duel arena, grown-ups, a third-rank demigod said to a demigod in a blood-red robe with a flattering smile on his face. I have already challenged the mysterious god as you requested. You see, we have already discussed it before. Snort! The blood-robed demigod was the god of spring. He snorted coldly and said in a hoarse voice, The deposit has been transferred to you. The third-rank demigod smiled even more flatteringly. Got it, thank you, sir. As long as we follow our agreement, I won't treat you unfairly. The god of spring said calmly. If you defeat the god of mystery, there will be a reward. Don't worry, sir. The third-level demigod said quickly. Although the mysterious god performed well in the second-level area, he was promoted to the third level not long ago, while I have been promoted to the third level for a long time. My lord, just wait and see, it will be easy to catch him. He agreed to my challenge. The next moment, this third-level demigod walked directly towards the battle area. The god of spring faced the battle area and closed his eyes. Soon, the third-rank demigod just now stumbled out of the divine realm with a look of horror on his face. Chapter 38, Conspiracy. The secret god's trump card? Monster! This is simply a monster! The third-rank demigod was terrified. Fortunately, I surrendered quickly, otherwise all my clansmen would have been wiped out. He glanced at the direction of the god of spring from a distance and angrily said, It's all your fault. You actually let me challenge this monster. You have to compensate me. You are such a waste, and you still have the nerve to ask for compensation? The god of spring cursed. With the help of the information provided by the mysterious netizen, he really found the trace of the god of mystery. It was also learned that the god of mystery was in the underground arena in Jinghai City and was recently promoted to a gladiator in the third-level area. So he found a third-level gladiator and asked that demigod to challenge the god of mysteries, so that he could obtain some information about the god of mysteries. Unexpectedly, this third-level gladiator is so useless. But he is definitely no match for me. There was excitement in the eyes of the god of spring. Through watching the battle just now, he had an accurate understanding of how strong he is now. The third-level gladiator just now would definitely not last half an hour in front of him before being successfully invaded. That mysterious god couldn't possibly be his opponent. Not to mention, in his divine realm, there is still the remnant consciousness of a true god, and trusting itself to a wisp of divine fire. Then, his mind couldn't help but emerge with the brave gray hero unit that he had just seen when he was watching the battle. The anger in his eyes was instantly ignited. Before, the god of mystery relied on that gray-white hero unit to snatch away his chance of being promoted to the fourth level. He wished he could completely crush the god of mysteries and the gray hero unit right now. No rush, continued to find gladiators to challenge him. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from his divine realm. It is best to find out all his methods. The other sighed. This third-level gladiator is too weak. Lin Yan shook his head helplessly. I fell down before I even tried to exert any strength. In the battle just now. To use for exertion. Basically there are only 096 and some 049-2. The epidemic doctor and 173 didn't even have a chance to fight back before the other party surrendered directly. But am I being a little too strong? Lin Yan showed hesitation. Not many people dare to challenge me like this. The fire demon's consumption is too great, so he must prepare as soon as possible and store resources in advance. This is naturally the most cost-effective way to allow more gladiators to challenge you. While thinking, Lin Yan shook his head and prepared to leave the underground arena. However, at this moment, the reminder sound of the underground arena rang again. You have been challenged, do you accept the challenge? Being challenged again? Looks like the person is an expert. Lin Yan was delighted and immediately agreed to the challenge. But soon, he walked down the gladiator arena with a puzzled look on his face. That's strange. He's not much stronger than the gladiator just now. How dare he challenge me? Is he always so brave? Before Lin Yan could wait for long, he was challenged once again. Time. Every second passes by. It's the 9th game. Lin Yan frowned. During this period, he faced challenges one after another. This is totally inconsistent with the cautious nature of these underground gladiators. Logically speaking, after his winning streak, the intervals between challenges should become fewer and fewer. Just like when he was in the second-level area, he just won a few games in a row, and there were almost no second-level gladiators to challenge him. But now the underground gladiators who came to challenge him left him almost no time to rest. 1 or 2 would be fine, but now it's 9 in a row. There is definitely someone directing this scene. Could it be the boss of the underground arena? Lin Yan frowned. He recalled the previous encounter with the owner of the underground arena. But the next moment he denied his guess. If it was really arranged by the boss of the underground arena, it would be impossible for him to find so many people with similar strength. It would be like he just randomly found gladiators to challenge himself. There is no difficulty at all. And at this time, soon, other demigods also noticed the situation on Lin Yan's side. Holy crap! Look, where did this mysterious god come from? He's won 9 games in a row? These demigods who challenged him don't seem to have very strong records. Wait. The god of mystery? Why does he look so familiar? Is he the number 1 person in the second-level area, who was just promoted to the 3rd level not long ago? It's him? Holy shit! How long has it been since he registered as a 3rd-level gladiator? He's already so powerful? I don't believe it. Those challengers must be too weak. Look! The 10th gladiatorial contest of the God of Mystery has begun. This time, the gladiator who came to challenge Lin Yan was obviously much stronger than the previous 9. His clan is the Ants. Although their individual combat power is poor, they have the advantage of large numbers. Compared with them, the ankle snipers are nothing. With just 096 and the Plague Doctor, it would be impossible to take over the opponent's divine domain in a short time. No way. There are so many ants. Even if they just stand still and let the Plague Doctor and 096 kill them, it will still take an unknown amount of time. It was just like when Lin Yan used Ankle Sniper to bully other students. Hee hee! The God of Mysteries? Nothing more than that. The 3rd-ranked demigod named Ant God sneered and said disdainfully, Your winning streak will be ended by me. Immediately issued an oracle. He ordered his followers to launch a general attack and prepare to win the victory. But the next moment, his expression suddenly changed. I saw. In Lin Yan's divine domain, 3 balls of flame suddenly rose up. Why did the fire suddenly start? The demigod was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly became horrified. That's not fire. That's a clan made of pure fire elements, and it's a heroic unit. Damn it! Why didn't this mysterious god use these hero units in previous battles in the divine domain? He cursed twice and quickly ordered his clansmen to retreat. Although the number of ants in my own tribe is large, but the burning of these flames is area damage, which perfectly restrains his ant tribe. But, he hesitated again and said, these fire elemental followers don't seem to be very strong? Maybe we can give them a try. The other sighed. It's time to end. Lin Yan was about to end the battle. But the next moment, he hesitated again, and ordered the Balrog not to attack with all his might. Final. Lin Yan won a miserable victory, and won this round of the Divine Realm battle with great difficulty. See this scene? The god of spring's eyes were gloomy. If the blood god hadn't stopped him, he would have challenged Lin Yan directly, and he would have suffered heavy losses. He actually has 3 hero units? The spring god's voice trembled a little. In his divine domain, doesn't it mean that there are a total of 6 hero units? Before he met the blood god, he developed for a long time, and there were only 5 hero units in the god's domain. How long has it been since this mysterious god was promoted to the 3rd level, and he already has so many of them? Even 3 of them. It is a heroic unit made of extremely rare pure elements. Why? However, your ultimate trump card has been revealed. You are definitely not my opponent now. Chen Shen's eyes were filled with jealousy. Even if you send 10 more hero units, you can't defeat me. At this time, the blood god's voice slowly sounded. 3 fire elemental hero units? Hee hee. We've already figured out his cards, let's just go for it. Chapter 39, 10-time champion. Accept the challenge. Inside the underground arena. With the defeat of the ant tribe demigod. In the viewing stands, countless spectators burst into exclamations. Holy crap! This god of mystery actually has elemental hero units, and 3 of them. Why didn't he use them before? Those gladiators before were so weak that they couldn't even make the god of mysteries show his true strength. Fuck, there are 3 hero units made of pure elements, this is too outrageous. Who could have imagined that this mysterious god had just been promoted from the 2nd level area to the 3rd level area a few days ago? The god of mysteries. The god of mysteries. And the other side. As the battle in the divine realm came to an end, a reminder sound from the underground arena suddenly rang out. Congratulations. You have won 4 games in a row and won the title, 10-time champion. Next, when a challenger wants to challenge you, he or she will need to pay 10 times the challenge currency points. But if you lose a game and break your winning streak, this reward will be void. Hearing this voice, Lin Yan nodded immediately. Now he accepted the challenge and set the goal at 100,000 currency points. If it was 10 times that, it would be 1 million currency points. Then, he examined his spoils again. These resources should be able to support the fire demons burning for a while longer. Now, the number of fire demons in his divine domain has reached more than 30. Through these challenges, demigods continued to deliver resources, and the number of fire demons increased by almost 10. And because every fire demon can split, the efficiency of the fire demons splitting becomes faster as time goes by. Certainly, resources are consumed faster. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded in my mind. Ding dong! Congratulations! Anomaly Containment 038 Vientiane Tree, the sacrifice recruitment was successful. Along with the sound of the system, a huge fruit tree immediately grew near the altar. Seeing this fruit tree, Lin Yan suddenly became excited. This is his treasure to gain currency points. But before Lin Yan could react, the reminder sound of the underground arena suddenly rang again. You have been challenged, do you accept? Another challenger? Huh! And a challenger with 0 record? Lin Yan frowned, his eyes flashing. The real master is finally here! The previous challengers were all veteran gladiators from the underground arena. And this newcomer actually came to challenge me. It is probably related to this strange scene today. After thinking about it, Lin Yan directly refused. The other party obviously came with a conspiracy, and had been observing him for so long. Even if he was consciously concealing his strength, there was no need to take the risk. However, at this moment, he received a private message from the underground arena. The other party requested to add a half-wisp of divine fire as a condition in the challenge. Do you accept the challenge? This condition has been verified to be true. Half a wisp of divine fire? Lin Yan was stunned for a moment, his breathing becoming rapid. I have to say, he was moved. As the saying goes, money can move people's hearts, let alone a wisp of divine fire. As long as he wins this battle in the divine realm, he will almost get half of the abnormal containment object 310 eternal fire. No matter what, since he can come to the 3rd level demigod zone to challenge me, it proves that he is only at the 3rd level. He felt the risk was worth taking. Certainly. Still need to prepare. Lin Yan directly sacrificed and recruited a large number of abnormal containment objects, 500 Panaceas. Then, he also ordered the fire demons in the divine realm to burn madly. When the number of fire demons reaches 50, only then did he agree to the challenge. Boom! Accompanied by a huge roar, the two divine domains suddenly came into contact with each other. The next moment, a tall and majestic face immediately appeared above his divine domain. God of mysteries! I never thought we would meet again. The voice laughed wildly. I said before that sooner or later I will find you and take revenge on you. Lin Yan frowned. For a moment, he really couldn't remember who the owner of this voice was. How dare you forget me? The voice was obviously even more angry. If you hadn't taken my vampire statue away, I would have been promoted to the 4th level now. Hearing this, Lin Yan finally realized who the other party was. Is it the god of spring? But he didn't expect that the other party would actually find this place. The god of mystery! The god of spring roared. Next, use death to bear my wrath. He originally wanted to see the panicked expression of the god of mysteries, but the other party actually forgot about him. This made him even angrier. The words fell. In his divine domain, countless clansmen suddenly rushed out. Standing at the forefront of all the clans were more than a dozen 3rd-tier hero units. Behind these heroic units are thousands of Scarlet Clan units. Almost all of them are 3rd-level units. Seeing this scene, there was an immediate exclamation from the audience. What the hell? Thousands of 3rd-level vampires? Wait a minute! Is that a Crimson Reaper? He has cultivated such a powerful hero unit? What the hell? This is also a gladiator with 0 combat record. I remember that the god of mysteries also rose from 0 in the 2nd level area, right? Is it the same for the god of spring now? One is the god of spring, the other is the god of mystery. Why are there so many big guys in the arena recently? It was at this moment the god of spring directly sent down the oracle. The next moment, under the leadership of the Scarlet Reaper, more than a dozen heroic units led thousands of clan units and launched an attack on the snipers in the front. Almost in an instant, this army of snipers was completely wiped out. Sure enough, the units copied by the Universal Tree are completely incapable of fighting. Lin Yan shook his head. This army of snipers was just copied through the Universal Tree. He originally wanted to try whether he could produce unlimited troops through the Universal Tree, but now it seems that there is no way. I'm afraid these snipers can't even reach 1/3 of the original body's ability. Moreover, their lifespan is extremely short, and they will die naturally in less than half an hour. However, this was not his original purpose in recruiting the Wenxiang tree. Okay, let's really launch the attack, Lin Yan whispered. The army of the followers of the god of mystery was defeated so thoroughly? Alas, it seems that the god of mysteries is no match for the god of spring. I thought the god of mysteries was already very powerful, but I didn't expect another god of spring to appear. This god of spring seems to be even more powerful. Seeing the defeated ankle sniper army, countless demigods in the audience suddenly became excited. Ha! God of mysteries, is this your clan? They will be defeated at the first blow. The god of spring couldn't help but laugh out loud. Just wait and see how I destroy the core of your divine domain. But soon, his laughter stopped. Because he saw that a large number of clansmen had once again walked out from the divine domain of the god of mystery. Although they are also a clan of rats, this group of clans are actually much stronger. But this is still just a futile effort. The god of spring roared with hatred. Die! Whoa! 096 screamed and attacked the Crimson Reaper in the front. Soon. Then he tore the Scarlet Reaper into pieces. But the next moment, the fragments reassembled themselves into a pool of blood, and then recovered again. As for the Plague Doctor and 173, the situation is similar. Although the Plague Doctor can instantly take the life of a vampire hero unit, the opponent can recover quickly and hold him back again. Many viewers shook their heads as they watched the video. Although in a one-on-one fight, the heroic units of the God of Spring are no match for those of the God of Mysteries. But the problem is that there are too many hero units of the God of Spring. This will free up the combat power of 9 hero units. At this time, deep in Lin Yan's divine domain, a large area of fire was approaching the battlefield. Haha, God of Mysteries, so what if you still have those 3 elemental hero units? The God of Spring sneered. Even if they show up, they can't stop all my troops. He laughed arrogantly. I have observed you for so long, and I have already figured out your trump card. Give up resistance, and I can make your death easier. Hearing this, Lin Yan finally answered. Are you sure? As soon as the words fell, the God of Spring's expression suddenly changed. Because the large approaching sea of fire had already appeared in his field of vision. More than 50 human-shaped flames, riding the sea of fire, rushed towards him rapidly. Chapter 40. More than 50 hero units? Blood mist surges. More than 50 fire demons formed a sea of fire. It swept rapidly towards the battlefield. After seeing clearly, the originally smug Chun-Shun's expression suddenly changed, and he said in horror, More than 50 hero units? How is this possible? Not just him. In the spectator seats, all the audience who saw this scene were completely excited. What the hell? Am I seeing this right? These are all hero units made of fire elements. Are you kidding me? Is there some spiritual demigod here? I must be influenced by him. I remember this mysterious god was still in the 2nd level area a few days ago, right? He was promoted to the 3rd level just a few days ago, but he has cultivated so many heroic units. Is this fucking reasonable? Fuck! That means, in the previous 10 battles in the Divine Realm, even the Ant God was unable to bring out the true strength of this mysterious god? Abe. In the spectator seats, the Ant God looked dazed. Just after the God's Domain War ended, he was still feeling regretful that he was just one step away from defeating the mysterious god and becoming famous in the arena. Now it seems that I have been played by the God of Mystery all along? In the Divine Domain battlefield, the God of Spring had a ferocious expression on his face and growled. God of Mystery! You are still as sinister as ever! You were actually hiding your strength before. You tempted me to attack you so quickly. Lin Yan couldn't help but laugh out loud when he heard this. It turns out that people really do laugh when they are particularly speechless, and so do demigods. Wasn't it that the God of Spring was trying to take revenge on him, hiding there and observing his strength? Now he had the nerve to turn the tables. But in this situation, he is too lazy to talk nonsense. Directly issued an oracle. Flame Demon, go ahead and clean up all these vampires. The sea of fire roared past. Everything along the way turned to ashes. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! The God of Spring roared. His face was so angry that blood almost dripped out. Come on! These fire elemental hero units of his are just numerous. It's so difficult for them to even burn a few ants. You can just crush them. Use Blood Tide. Get the oracle. The rest of the vampires around the 9 vampire hero units suddenly exploded, forming ribbons made of blood, which gathered towards the 9 hero units. Boom! These blood-colored ribbons fluttered in the air and suddenly rushed towards the sea of fire formed by the fire demons. Humph! This is the blood clan that Lord Blood God helped me cultivate. The God of Spring immediately smiled. God of Mystery, even though you have the advantage in numbers, I can still kill you like a butchering a dog. But before his smile could fully develop, it froze completely. Just see. The moment the 9 blood-red ribbons met the sea of fire, The blood-red ribbon began to evaporate and disappear. Almost soon, the 9 thick blood-red ribbons completely disappeared. The god of spring was stunned. This was the method taught to him by the blood god. He should be invincible among demigods of the same level, and this was indeed the case based on his previous experiments. Why now? Were they defeated so easily by Lin Yan's clan composed of fire elements? Didn't these flame clans have a hard time burning even ants just now? That wasn't the true strength of these flame clan members at that time. He was already plotting against me. The god of spring was shocked. But the next moment, seeing the engulfing sea of fire, fear appeared on his face, and he finally knew what he should do at this moment. Not good! Lord Blood God, save me! The god of spring suddenly roared in fear. As soon as the words fell, an ancient and hoarse voice suddenly sounded. What a waste! As expected! Lin Yan looked alert and whispered in a deep voice. Just when the god of spring sent out these vampires, he felt very familiar with it. It was very similar to the aura on the blood statue. At that time, Lin Yan deduced that the reason why this god of spring became so powerful and could produce half a wisp of divine fire was probably related to the dead blood god. However, the blood god should be completely dead, with only a little consciousness remaining, and he wants to revive with the help of the vampire statue. This is also the reason why Lin Yan dared to take risks. What's more, this is an underground arena. If the remnant of the blood god dares to use power above the 3rd level, it would be against the rules. The owner of the underground arena is a true god at the peak. However, I don't know where the remnant of the blood god is attached. Lin Yan was alert. Residual consciousness is just a piece of consciousness. Even if it is the residual consciousness of a true god, it must rely on matter to exist. At this time, a ball of blood-red flame suddenly rose from the chest of the god of spring. Lin Yan suddenly felt excited all over. Waste! The hoarse voice of the blood god could be heard from the divine fire. You are an idiot who is always causing trouble but can't do anything good. Just now Lin Yan rejected the challenge from the god of spring. As a last resort, he could only split the divine fire in which his consciousness was stored in half to attract Lin Yan to agree to the challenge. But in this way, his consciousness could only reside in a wisp of divine fire, and its duration became shorter. But if I can defeat Lin Yan and let him take over my body, all this will be worth it. Unexpectedly, the god of spring actually lost to Lin Yan. At this time, the blood god could not help but turn his attention to Lin Yan, and said with a chuckle, Little kid, I have to say that you are indeed very talented. If it were in the past, I might have. But before he could finish his words, his voice stopped. In his imagination, the god of mystery would be terrified when he saw the appearance of his divine fire with consciousness. So he calmly wanted to put psychological pressure on Lin Yan. Unexpectedly, why did the mysterious god on the opposite side not only not be frightened but excited instead after I appeared? Realizing this, the blood god's voice was no longer calm, and he snorted coldly. A mere demigod, you are disrespectful to the true god. Little kid, I will take over your body as my punishment. Next moment, the half-wisp of divine fire that carried the blood god's consciousness suddenly began to boil. Seeing this scene, the god of spring suddenly laughed grimly. You didn't expect it, god of mystery. I'm so lucky that I was noticed by a true god. Speaking of which, I have to thank you. At the same time, those vampires who were originally fighting with Lin Yan's other clans, including the Scarlet Reaper, exploded one after another. A blood mist suddenly spread out. Puff! Before Chun Shihua finished speaking, he vomited blood, his face became weak, and he was extremely terrified. Master Blood God, what are you doing? His blood, as if guided, it quickly merged into the blood mist. However, the blood god showed no reaction to his condition. The divine fire continues to burn. The blood mist spread across the battlefield and quickly flowed into the bodies of every member of the clan. Chapter 41. Confused. Even if I kill you, these are still mine. With the invasion of blood mist, whether it is the ankle sniper army or the 049-2 unit, Even the 096 and 049 epidemic doctors stopped at the same time. They began to change direction and headed towards the Linyan divine realm, attacking the sea of fire formed by the flame demons. All the demigods who saw this scene were stunned. They couldn't hear the blood god's voice. Can only see. After a wisp of divine fire condensed in the chest of the god of spring, all his followers exploded, and even he himself was seriously injured and weakened, unable to stop spitting out blood. The blood gathered into a blood mist. Then, the army of the God of Mystery's followers turned around and attacked the God of Mystery's divine domain. After a brief silence, all the demigods in the audience suddenly became excited. Hiss! Is this the spring god's trump card? Oh my god, isn't this god of spring a little too scary? It seems that he can directly control the enemy's demigod's followers? It just looks like this will hurt the enemy by 1,000 but hurt yourself by 12,000. Not only will your clan be wiped out, but you will also be seriously injured. But facing a powerful enemy like the God of Mysteries, this method is too effective. The God of Mysteries is in trouble now. Wonderful! It's really wonderful. The duel between these two demigods is simply the most exciting duel I have ever seen in the underground arena. In the battlefield of God's realm, Lin Yan's brows also furrowed deeply. He could feel it. The followers of the abnormal containment objects still have the same level of faith in themselves as saints, which has not decreased at all. However, these anomalous containment objects are unable to control their own bodies. The consciousness is your own, but the body is controlled. Even 096 and 049 are no exception. It's the blood mist just now, Lin Yan speculated. The invasion of blood mist is equivalent to an invisible hand that controls the body of the abnormal containment object, but the flame demon is pure flame, so it cannot be controlled. I have to say, each of these beings who can become true gods is no pushover. Even if the blood god is dead and only has a little remnant of consciousness left, clinging to a wisp of divine fire, this kind of method is not something that an ordinary demigod can handle. But unfortunately, Lin Yan is not an ordinary demigod either. Flame, get ready. In the divine domain battlefield. Hee hee. The blood god chuckled in a hoarse voice and said, Little kid, you do have some skills. But you underestimate the true gods. Who of those who can become true gods was not a leader during the demigod period? His tone was calm and he seemed to have the entire situation on the battlefield under control. Even if I am just a remnant of consciousness. The half-wisp of divine fire trembled, and said fiercely, It is not something that a third-level demigod like you can stop. You shouldn't be greedy for that half-wisp of divine fire. But unfortunately you don't have this chance to regret it. As soon as the words fell, the army of abnormal containment objects accelerated and swept towards the core of Lin Yan's divine domain. At the same time, the sea of fire formed by 50 fire demons instantly formed a thin wall of fire, as if trying to stop the army of these followers. Brush! Soon, these clan armies broke through the sea of fire and continued to rush towards the core of Lin Yan's divine domain. It's ridiculous. The blood god sneered. With so many followers, how many of them can your sea of fire stop? Now be prepared to be defeated by your own followers. But, after saying this, he vaguely sensed that something was wrong. After passing through the sea of fire, those clan armies that were clearly invaded by the blood mist were actually escaping from his control at an unimaginable speed. Impossible! From within the wisp of divine fire came the hoarse and terrified roar of the blood god. This skill of controlling the enemy's demigod followers was the ability he was most proud of during his lifetime. Even true gods would be thwarted by it. As a result, it was actually broken by a demigod. Even if he only had a wisp of consciousness left, and had planned this through the god of spring, he could not accept this result. However, Lin Yan was not surprised at all. The Panacea can even reverse the zombie virus, so why would you be afraid of just a body being controlled? Just before the start of the God Realm War, he gave each abnormal containment a Panacea, which they hid in their mouths so they could swallow it directly when something happened. However, among these anomalous objects just now, some of them could not even be swallowed under control. Therefore, the elixir must be dissolved by itself through the high-temperature burning of the fire demon. After regaining control, Lin Yan's army launched a counterattack again. Plague! The plague doctor roared angrily. You damn plagues, all of you die! This time, the god of spring had no chance to resist. Soon, the core of the divine realm was directly shattered by Lin Yan. He was already seriously injured and died directly on the battlefield of the divine realm. Seeing this scene, the entire audience, all the demigods, and other gladiators were stunned. What happened just now? Weren't the followers of the god of mystery controlled? How come they were able to move again? But after a brief moment of confusion, unstoppable cheers broke out. This battle of the gods. Whether it was the god of spring or the god of mysteries, the shock they brought to other gladiators was truly too great. The Blood Clan followers of the god of spring alone are so powerful that countless demigods find it hard to accept them. But even such an outrageous god of spring was still defeated by the god of mysteries, the originally decadent ant god. At this moment he said with great pride, I am the ant god. I am not that strong. I just fought a divine battle with the god of mysteries for half an hour before I was defeated. I only lasted a little longer than the god of spring. The other side. After Lin Yan received the remaining half of the divine fire, he left the underground arena directly. As for the blood god, only a remnant of his consciousness remains, residing in a wisp of divine fire. And the divine fire has no offensive power at all. Before, the god of spring just wanted to become stronger, and was bewitched by the god of blood, so he followed his arrangements, and let him plant the seeds of his power in him. Soon, Lin Yan's consciousness returned to his own divine realm again. He couldn't wait to take out both halves of the divine fire. Part of it is the color of ordinary divine fire. The other part of the divine fire, which carries the remaining consciousness of the blood god, is blood red. Looking at the divine fire, Lin Yan was extremely excited. Boy, I didn't expect you to be so strong. I was wrong. The weak voice of the blood god came from the divine fire. We can make a deal, you help me. Wait. What are you going to do? Looking at the altar in front of him, the remaining consciousness of the blood god suddenly felt something was wrong and became inexplicably frightened. He said quickly, God of mysteries. We can discuss something. I can give you this half of my fire. No, this whole fire. Leave me the remaining consciousness. I can teach you, a true god's personal teaching. At this point, his voice suddenly stopped. After throwing the two halves of the divine fire into the altar, Lin Yan couldn't help but shake his head and said to himself, Stupid! Even if I kill you, the divine fire will still be mine. Chapter 42, 173 Figure. Panacea Replica. At the moment when the divine fire was thrown into the altar, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Sacrifice successful. Please select your recruitment target. Anomaly Containment 310. Eternal Fire. Lin Yan made his choice without hesitation. Selection successful. Estimated recruitment completion time, 9 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Hearing the voice of this system, Lin Yan nodded, then turned his attention to the anomalous containment object 038 all-seeing tree, and fell into deep thought. The recent battle with the god of spring has already shown that it is unrealistic to use the universal tree to produce large numbers of troops. Basically, they have no combat power, they can only look impressive in numbers. But soon, Lin Yan's eyes suddenly lit up again. But if living things don't work, then non-living things. He turned his gaze towards 173 who had been standing motionless beside him. Strictly speaking, 173 is just a sculpture and cannot be considered a living being. Even the power of faith has never been generated for Lin Yan. Of course, there is also a saying that the origin of 173 is related to a supreme deity, but this is not important now. After coming up with the idea, Lin Yan immediately started experimenting. Under his command, 173 immediately touched the bark of the Vientiane tree. Next moment, then you will see a plaster sculpture suddenly appear on the branches of the Vientiane tree. It looks like a 173 figure. Is it really possible? Lin Yan's heart skipped a beat and a look of delight appeared on his face. But soon his smile froze. Because the sculpture on the branch stopped growing completely after it grew to a certain size. A smaller version of 173? Lin Yan whispered. He quickly took down 173. The oracle was sent down, and a human looked at the replica of 173, and then closed his eyes. The replica of 173 did not move. But this is not the case from Lin Yan's perspective. Good news. The 173 clone was indeed just like 173. After losing the viewer's gaze, it tried to break the neck of the person who was watching it. Bad news, the 173 clones move slower than a snail. So much so that even when observing it with the naked eye, you couldn't detect any movement in it. According to Lin Yan's estimation, it takes several years for the 173 replica just to raise its arm. It looks extremely funny. It seems that the containment of anomalies of non-regenerate life forms is not very effective. Lin Yan shook his head. But he was not very disappointed. Because the reason why he chose 038 Universal Tree has nothing to do with combat effectiveness. Take a deep breath. Lin Yan directly took out an abnormal containment object 500 Panacea. After touching the bark of the Vientiane tree. Next moment, a replica of the Panacea immediately grew on the crown of the Vientiane tree. After repeating this operation, in Lin Yan's hand, soon, more than a dozen copies of the elixir appeared. According to this efficiency, every day, the Vientiane tree can clone tens of thousands of copies of the Panacea. Lin Yan was excited. This meant that he could produce elixirs infinitely without losing the fountain of life. But according to the information of the Vientiane tree, the effect of the replica will be greatly reduced. With a whisper, Lin Yan continued to use 049-2 to experiment with the efficacy of the replica of the Panacea. He soon came to a conclusion. The effect of the elixir cloned by the Vientiane tree is only about 30% of the effect of the elixir. Lin Yan looked at the Panacea in his hand and said with great disappointment. Also, if the damage is permanent, the replica cannot be removed. He didn't expect the effect to be so different. Of course, although it cannot be compared with the replicas and the genuine Panacea, the therapeutic effect is also extremely outstanding, and it is much better than a drop of fountain of life. Lin Yan himself would definitely not look down upon this kind of replica now. But this doesn't mean that others look down on it. Immediately, Lin Yan ordered his clansmen to continue to copy the elixir. And he himself. He quickly rushed to the Jinghai Exchange and went directly to the shop of the Jiaoheng Chamber of Commerce. Brother Lin Yan? Seeing Lin Yan, Chu Ping was immediately delighted. If you need any resources, just contact me and I will send them to you. Why bother to come here in person? Lin Yan shook his head. I'm not here to buy resources, I'm here to sell them. Chu Ping hesitated for a moment. Although he was optimistic about Lin Yan's talent, that was his expectation for Lin Yan's future. Now Lin Yan has just been promoted to the 3rd level Divine Domain Core. What good things can he get? Their arrogant Chamber of Commerce doesn't accept garbage. Forget it. Anyway, the reimbursement amount has not been used up yet, so I will just continue to invest in him. Chu Ping shook his head in his heart, but a surprised smile appeared on his face. Oh? I didn't expect Brother Lin Yan to get resources to sell so quickly? He is really talented. Let me see what resources he has. Lin Yan took out the prepared replicas of the Panacea, 100 pills per bottle. This is? Looking at the red pill inside, Chu Ping frowned immediately. Healing medicines, Lin Yan said calmly. It can instantly heal most injuries of 3rd level units. This is something a big shot asked me to help sell. There are not many in the first wave, so I thought of you, President Chu, the first person I saw. Hearing this, Chu Ping's expression suddenly became serious, and he looked at the bottle of red pills in disbelief. Although in his opinion, the 3rd order units were not very strong, the problem was that in the realm of gods, most demigods were at the 3rd order level. The resources available to a 3rd level demigod can be said to be the most universal resources. And for demigods or even true gods, what is the biggest loss? Of course it's my own family. In every battle in the divine realm, regardless of victory or defeat, the clan will suffer heavy losses and need time to recover. Items that can restore the injuries of clan units are particularly important and are in great demand. Certainly, most demigods cannot afford, nor are willing to buy, such recovery items, so they let their followers recover over time. For a poor demigod, the least valuable thing is time. Chu Ping immediately said, "Brother Lin Yen, can I give it a try?" Lin Yen nodded. "Of course." Immediately, Chu Ping carefully picked up a replica of the Panacea, entered his own divine domain, selected a severely injured clan member, and asked him to eat it. The next moment, the clan member who was almost on the verge of death instantly regained his vitality. Although he has not yet fully recovered, he is out of danger and has even regained some combat effectiveness. Chu Ping's expression suddenly became serious. After checking his own family and confirming that there were no side effects, he immediately left the divine realm with a look of surprise on his face, revealing an excited expression. "It can actually heal the injuries of the family members instantly, and there are no side effects. This is already much better than most recovery potions on the market." "But, little brother Lin Yen," Chu Ping looked at Lin Yen and asked excitedly, "how much of this medicine does that big shot have?" He originally thought that he was going to bleed in this wave, but he didn't expect Lin Yen to give him such a big surprise. Lin Yen thought for a moment and said, "Which big shot only gave me 10,000 in the first wave? Let me see the price first." Chu Ping nodded. A third-level demigod who has been developing for a long time usually has tens of thousands of followers in the divine domain, and 10,000 are not enough for one round of recovery. But if he knew, if Lin Yen could produce 10,000 pills of this medicine a day, he would definitely not be so calm. After thinking for a moment, Chu Ping said, "According to my estimation, the value of one of your potions should be around 10,000 currency points at the lowest, and it can only be higher, not lower." Exclamation point. Lin Yen appeared calm on the surface, but his heart was pounding. One replica of the Panacea can be sold at a high price of at least 10,000 currency points. How many currency points can he earn in a day? But at this time, Chu Ping continued, "But I don't recommend you to sell it directly." Chapter 43, Auction. The Sinister Lu Xian. "If you put it up in a shop, it will be sold out immediately," Chu Ping said. "But this cannot maximize the benefits. My suggestion is that you should directly list it at our Chamber of Commerce auction. Believe me, it will definitely sell for a much higher price than listing it directly at the store." Hearing this, Lin Yen was stunned. Honestly, he was already surprised by what Chu Ping said at the beginning, that a replica of the Panacea could be sold for tens of thousands of currency points. After all, no matter how effective this thing is, it is still a consumable. 10,000 copies of the Panacea would earn him 100 million currency points, which was an unimaginably high price. If it's put up for auction, will it be higher than this? With almost no hesitation, Lin Yen nodded and said, "Then I'll leave it to President Chu." "Don't be so polite. I should thank you, little brother Lin Yen, for giving me such a big surprise." Chu Ping laughed and said, "Speaking of which, little brother Lin Yen, what do you think of my last suggestion to make you my son-in-law?" Lin Yen quickly refused. "Let's talk about it another day." Soon, under the leadership of Chu Ping, Lin Yen entered the auction held by the Jiaoheng Chamber of Commerce. Needless to say, the venue for the auction is also in an independent divine domain. The arrogant auction and the underground arena are two completely different extremes. If the underground gladiatorial arena is full of violence and blood, then the auction is filled with the smell of money and luxury. "I want this thing. I'll give you 100,000 currency points." "Wait. Are you so anxious because I just said something? 1 million currency points." Many gladiators in the underground arena were willing to risk the destruction of the core of the divine realm and participate in extremely dangerous gladiatorial matches to win currency points. However, in this auction, they were called out so casually. But this is normal. In the entire Jinghai city, the richest group of demigods or true gods are basically gathered here. Lin Yen couldn't help but sigh. Even for demigods, drought will kill them, and flood will kill them. At this moment, Lin Yen was suddenly stunned, because he saw a familiar figure. Lu Xian? She's here too? Wait, is that guy Li Hao? Lin Yan looked strange. Li Hao's divine domain core had been destroyed by him before, but he didn't expect that Li Hao would appear in the auction. At this moment, the beautiful hostess at the auction center smiled and said, "The next item is a first-level God's Domain Stabilizer. As its name suggests, it can stabilize the God's domain and may be effective when performing dangerous actions. Of course, if someone's God's domain core is shattered, using this stabilizer can also prevent the God's domain from breaking." Looking at Li Hao's fiery eyes, Lin Yan suddenly understood. It turns out that Li Hao came here for this thing. But to be honest, this thing is useless. Because of its rarity, it is very expensive. However, although it can prevent the shattered core of the divine realm from breaking apart, it is impossible to generate the power of faith again, let alone be promoted like a normal demigod. This divine stabilizer is only of the first level. It would be better to become a subordinate of a demigod or true god than to use it. Divine Domain Stabilizer, starting price is 5 million currency points. Each bid increase must not be less than 1 million currency points. As soon as the beautiful host made the offer, Li Hao couldn't wait to raise his sign and said, "I'll offer 5 million! The way he looked towards the Divine Domain Stabilizer was filled with excitement. After all, he is the second son of the Li family. Even if his divine domain will always be only at the first level, it is better than becoming a subordinate of other demigods. Moreover, apart from him, no other demigod can use this divine domain stabilizer, so no one should compete with him for it." Really? After he made his bid, the other bidders just looked at each other, and no one made another bid. Li Hao immediately breathed a sigh of relief. But the next moment, his eyes were filled with anger again. Lin Yan! If Lin Yan had not resisted at the beginning, how could he be so humiliated now? "If I can recover, I will definitely kill you! Lin Yan!" But before Li Hao could start imagining how to take revenge on Lin Yan, a cold voice interrupted his fantasy. "I'll give you 10 million! Who?" Li Hao's face suddenly changed. He turned around and saw Lu Xian. He couldn't help but said anxiously, "Lu Xian, what do you want this divine domain stabilizer for? Is it necessary to snatch it from me?" After the core of the divine realm was shattered, he no longer had any other thoughts about Lu Xian, but was instead filled with hatred. "None of your business." Lu Xian sneered. "I can take a picture of it and use it as a toy. Is that not okay? 20 million. Hearing this voice, even the wealthy people attending the auction were shocked. "Are you crazy? A first-level divine stabilizer can be auctioned for a high price of 20 million. You!" Li Hao's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth and said, "I'll pay 21 million! After the core of the divine realm was destroyed, his status in the Li family plummeted, and the family's resources tilted more towards his brother Li Qing. The currency points he can mobilize can be said to be less and less as he uses them. Puff! Lu Xian sneered. "You dare to add 1 million? I'll give you 30 million. You!" Li Hao's eyes turned red with anger. 31 million! 40 million! Lu Xian continued calmly. This time, Li Hao didn't say anything. After a while, Li Hao's eyes were bloodshot, and he was desperate, and said angrily, "I'll give you 50 million! Upon hearing this offer, the whole audience suddenly fell silent. A first-level divine domain stabilizer was sold at a high price of 50 million, which is 10 times the reserve price. The beautiful host's face was filled with excitement, and she looked in Lu Xian's direction expectantly. "Okay, you win." However, Lu Xian did not raise the price. Li Hao was stunned for a moment, and after he realized what was happening, he suddenly became angry. How could he not realize now that he was clearly being fooled by Lu Xian? 45 million currency points were wasted in vain. Part of this money was what he had just borrowed. At this time, Lu Xian continued, "Mr. Li is indeed very wealthy. TSK, a first-level God domain stabilizer costs more than 50 million currency points. Oh, he is really willing to spend that much." Hearing this, Li Hao couldn't bear it any longer and vomited blood and fainted. This girl. Seeing this scene, Lin Yan was stunned. He hadn't discovered it before. This Lu Xian is exactly like Luli when they were little, both are so sinister. Chapter 44, Earn Money Again. The money-spending boy Li Hao. At this time, in the middle of the auction stage, the host continued to say to the audience with a smile on his face, "Everyone, our Jiaoqiang auction just received a new collection. I think you will be interested." She waved her embroidering hands. A jade plate with a red pill on it was brought up by a beautiful waitress. "This is medicine used to restore the injuries of the third-level units," the host said with a smile on his face. Many demigods couldn't help but frown. Although the recovery medicine is precious, it shouldn't be so precious that it can be put up for auction, right? Don't worry, everyone. The host still had a smile on his face. As long as this medicine is taken, it can bring back the dying Tier 3 units and even restore a certain level of combat effectiveness. Tier 3 units below the critically injured level can also recover to their peak state in a very short time. Hearing this, all the demigods in the auction hall were in an uproar. Can it bring back a unit on the verge of death and restore a seriously injured third-level unit to its peak condition in a short period of time? Hiss. This is not comparable to ordinary recovery potions. Imagine this. In the battle of the Divine Realm, when both sides have suffered heavy losses, if one side takes out this potion, it is likely to instantly increase the corresponding combat power of its side and reverse the situation. At this time, the host summoned a severely injured third-level clan member and asked him to take the pill. The next moment, the injuries of that third-level clan member recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, everyone's breathing quickened. As expected of a professional, Lin Yan couldn't help but shake his head. Every move of the host was stirring up the emotions of the auctioneers. The unit price of this medicine is 10,000 currency points. 1,000 pieces make up one lot, and there are 10 lots in total. Each bid must not be less than 1 million currency points. The host tapped the hammer in his hand gently, his eyes moving between the many demigods present. "I'll give you 10 million currency points." Almost instantly, someone started bidding. 11 million! The sound of raising the price followed closely. Soon, the price of this copy of the Panacea was raised to 16 million. At this time, Lin Yan noticed that Lu Xian actually looked at the auction table eagerly, with a confused look on his face. Would Lu Xian also want to buy it? Lin Yan was stunned. Lu Xian is only at the second level now. What's the point of spending a high price to buy this third-level recovery potion? The Lu family is rich, but they shouldn't waste it like this, right? But before Lu Xian could say anything, Li Hao gritted his teeth and said, "I'll offer 20 million! Lin Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. Li Hao really is a good classmate. He destroyed the core of the divine domain, but still gave him so many extra currency points. 30 million. Only then did Lu Xian slowly call out the price. Lu Xian! Li Hao stood up and roared. Do you really have to go against me? Lu Xian sneered. I didn't stop you from raising the price. Do you want me to try to raise it again? Li Hao's face suddenly became gloomy. After a while, he suddenly curled his lips and cursed. Lu Xian! If you have the ability, keep adding to me. Don't think that this young master is afraid of you. 40 million currency points. After that, he also looked in Lu Xian's direction provocatively. Lu Xian's indifferent voice sounded immediately afterwards. Well, since Mr. Li wants it so much, I won't fight with you for it. Li Hao's smile suddenly froze. No. This script is wrong. Shouldn't Lu Xian continue to raise the price with me, and then be cheated back by me? Why didn't she continue to raise the price? Li Hao was sweating profusely and said quickly, Lu Xian, you are really a coward! Is this your Lu family? So. But his voice was trembling. He just spent more than 50 million to buy a first-level divine domain stabilizer. He couldn't afford the 40 million currency points at all, so he could only notify the Li family. If he really gets photographed, the Li family will never forgive him when he returns home. Hee hee. However, the only response he got was Lu Xian's sneer. Then congratulations to VIP room number 2 for winning this auction item. The beautiful host couldn't suppress the excitement on her face. The 2 auction items were sold for more than 90 million currency points. The man in VIP room number 2 is truly a fortune-giving boy. Lin Yan was also stunned and couldn't help but secretly give Lu Xian a thumbs up. What a strong woman. Just 2 sentences made the man spend 90 million currency points on her. Well, more than 30 million of it was earned by Lin Yan. The next bid. It was not as scary as the first one, which was offered at a high price of 40 million. However, almost every copy was sold for more than 20 million. Starting from the 7th lot, the bidding became increasingly intense. Final. 10,000 copies of the Panacea were sold for a total of about 250 million currency points. Among them, Leha's share has the highest unit price. Excluding the 10% handling fee paid to the Jiaoheng Chamber of Commerce, Lin Yan still received more than 230 million. Hiss! Lin Yan couldn't help but gasp in excitement. President Chu is right, the auction price is much higher than the direct sale price. More than 200 million currency points. This could already be considered as the total income of a small demigod family for several years. And he earned it in one day. Of course, Lin Yan also knew that this was only because of the auction. It would definitely not sell for that much in the future, and would be closer to the price mentioned by President Chu. But the only drawback is that, out of these 250 million, nearly 100 million were contributed by Lu Xian. Where does she get so much money? Lin Yan couldn't help but wonder. And why did she buy so many recovery potions? Although the Lu family is rich, they also have a lot of expenses. It is impossible for them to let Lu Xian, a side branch, spend so much at one time. Before, Lu Xian's pocket money was probably not as much as his. Shake your head. Lin Yan left the auction room directly. Ha! Brother Lin Yan, are you satisfied with the auction result? Chu Ping came up to him with a smile on his face, which looked like a chrysanthemum. He had originally thought about investing in Lin Yan for a long time before getting a return. I didn't expect the rewards to come so quickly. Unconsciously, his attitude towards Lin Yan also changed from senior to peer, and even to respect. Brother Lin Yan, Chu Ping asked tentatively, is the big shot satisfied with the price? If possible, we will. Lin Yan wanted to speak, but after thinking for a while, he said in a deep voice, President Chu, I am only responsible for conveying this. As he spoke, he stretched out his index finger and rubbed it with his thumb. Chu Ping understood immediately and laughed. Of course, this won't be unfair to you, Brother Lin Yan. That night, after sending out 10,000 copies of the Panacea, Lin Yan immediately received a transfer of 240 million. Another 10 million saved. Lin Yan was very happy. However, at this moment, but he received a message from Lu Xian. Chapter 45, Lu Xian's Little Trick. Li Hao. Lu Xian? What should I do if this guy sends me a message again? Lin Yan's eyelids twitched. After thinking for a while, Lin Yan opened the communication. Lu Xian's virtual avatar suddenly appeared. Lin Yan! Lu Xian's calm voice sounded. Uncle Lu asked me to give you a batch of medicines that can quickly restore the damage of the 3rd-level family members. Lin Yan's eyelids twitched. Almost at the same time, a courier receipt reminder sounded in the divine realm. 30 bottles filled with red pills suddenly appeared before his eyes. Lu Xian's calm voice continued. These 3,000 pills were obtained by my uncle at a high price. Don't waste them. They can help you achieve unexpected results at a critical moment. Looking at Lu Xian's face that was trying hard to remain calm, Lin Yan was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. If he hadn't been at the auction, he would have almost believed it. But he didn't expect that. Lu Xian bought a replica of the Panacea, actually for herself? He couldn't help but feel curious. Why did Lu Xian suddenly become so nice to him? And he has to pretend that it was given to him by Uncle Lu? He immediately looked at Lu Xian and smiled. Oh? So it was Uncle Lu who gave it to me? I thought it was given to me by you. Oh, I'm so sad. Lu Xian's efforts to maintain calmness were suddenly broken. Her pretty face suddenly turned red to her ears. Bah! Lin Yan, what nonsense are you talking about? Do you think I'm as blind as my cousin? Would I like you? Lin Yan couldn't help but roll his eyes. You are too confident. I don't like you either. Bah! Pu Xian girl. He and Lu Xian have lived together for such a long time, and they have been verbally abusing each other since they were young. After all, he couldn't beat Lu Li and didn't dare to confront her, but his strength was not much different from Lu Xian. At this time Lu Xian continued, By the way, don't contact me during this period of time. Before Lin Yan could speak, Lu Xian's expression turned serious. I recently received the inheritance of a true god, so I have to go to that divine realm and pass the test of that true god. Uncle also knows about this. I'm about to leave now. Bye. After saying that, he hung up the phone without giving Lin Yan any chance. Lin Yan was stunned. At the same time, Lu family. Hey! Lu Xian, what on earth are you doing? Lu Xian rubbed his head in distress. You clearly gave him something to remind him of your kindness, so why did he still start to argue with you? But when she thought of what Lin Yan had just said, her pretty face couldn't help but blush again. In fact, having lived together since childhood, she had some inexplicable feelings for Lin Yan. However, because Lin Yan was already engaged to her cousin Lu Li, she could only suppress her emotions. However, she often couldn't control herself and often mentioned it to Lin Yan, asking him to break off the engagement with his cousin. That's why she was instinctively afraid when Lu Li came back. Certainly. She kept comforting herself, thinking that Lin Yan was not worthy of her cousin. Lin Yan's talent is just barely worthy of me. Even if Lin Yan chose the zombie warrior as the first hero unit, it would still be barely different from himself. However, when Lin Yan defeated Li Hao and gradually revealed his amazing talent, and was even allowed by the principal to directly enter the third year of high school, she knew that if nothing unexpected happened, she would have no chance. Now Lin Yan and his cousin are really a perfect match. Her talent was totally different from Lu Li and Lin Yan's, and she immediately panicked. This true god's inheritance must be obtained by this young lady. Lu Xian looked determined and whispered, Humph! After I seize the inheritance of the true god, the first thing I will do is come back and beat the bastard head off Lin Yan. The other sighed. True god inheritance? Lin Yan frowned, looking a little worried. The inheritance of the true god means that after obtaining the token of the true god, one enters the true god's ruins and passes the test of the true god. It is extremely dangerous. Especially when he thought of the blood god, he became even more worried. Although he and Lu Xian love to argue with each other, in his heart, they are like siblings. But since Uncle Lu knows about this and agrees to Lu Xian going, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Lin Yan's eyes flickered. Uncle Lu is also a true god. Since he has agreed, it proves that the danger should not be too great, and he has made sufficient preparations for Lu Xian. No wonder Lu Xian could mobilize so many currency points to participate in the auction. Only, looking at the 3,000 replicas of the Panacea that had returned to his hands, Lin Yan was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Shake your head. He shifted his focus back to his own divine domain. Eternal fire, the sacrifice recruitment is complete. Lin Yan was excited. At this time, he received another message from Chu Ping. Little brother Lin Yan, Chu Ping said directly. Just now, a few people from wealthy families came to me to inquire about you. According to custom, I directly gave them a virtual account. Don't worry, even the real god cannot know the true identity of the other party of the virtual account. After saying this, Lin Yan received a piece of information that was constantly changing. So frank? Lin Yan was stunned. Isn't the arrogant Chamber of Commerce afraid that it will start trading with others? It seems that they are very confident about the price they offer. At the same time, Li family? Ah! A painful howl was heard in the luxurious hall. Li Hao rolled on the ground with wounds all over his body, curled up, and looked at the violent Li Qing in front of him with fear. Brother! Brother, stop hitting me! I know I was wrong! He burst into tears and said, It's all Lu Xian's fault. She deliberately raised the price, so I spent several times more currency points. How dare you say that? Originally, you went to provoke Lin Yan, but the divine domain was destroyed instead, which already made the other elders unhappy. Li Qing was furious. I was actually made such a big fool this time. Currency points are a small matter. The key is that you have brought shame to the Li family. You know how many elders are covering your father's position. Why did my father give birth to such a fool like you? After that, he took a few deep breaths, suppressed his anger, and said, Bring those potions. Li Hao immediately took out the 1,000 replicas of the Panacea. Li Qing immediately started experimenting. After a moment, he breathed rapidly and said anxiously, Quick! Give me the contact information of the recovery medicine provider. If we can gain his favor and cooperate with the Li family, all the mistakes you made can be written off, and it can even be a great achievement. This is even an opportunity for our Li family to annex the Lu family. Hearing this, Li Hao's face immediately showed joy. In the divine realm. Sir, our Li family requests cooperation from you. Don't worry, I can definitely represent the Li family and help you sell this pill. You can name any price you want. As long as it's reasonable, I won't bargain. Looking at the message uploaded on the virtual account, Lin Yan couldn't help but look strange. I can't help but think of the two brothers Li Hao and Li Qing. He immediately sneered and responded. No need, your Li family's noble young master is too domineering, I can't afford to offend him. Li family? Sir, you can ask around. Our Li family is definitely a top-tier wealthy family in Jihai City. We are not comparable to those nouveau riche. If you cooperate with us, it will definitely be. Li Qing, who was considering his words and preparing to send a message, was stunned when he saw the other party's response. He couldn't help but frown and said hesitantly, Could it be that I have sinned against this person? Li Qing immediately tried hard to recall. However, he was determined to get into the Imperial Capital College and catch up with Lu Li. After thinking for a long time, he couldn't remember who else he had offended recently besides Lin Yan. Etc. Li Qing suddenly had an idea. The noble young master of the Li family is not just me. He turned his head immediately. At this time, Li Hao stood up with a grin on his face and said smugly, Brother! How is the situation? Did I do a great deed? Humph, I deliberately bought the pills at a high price. You have to promise me that after annexing the Lu family, I will take Lu Xian's cousin. Chapter 46, Exchange Competition. Imperial University Preparatory Class? Li Qing's face suddenly turned gloomy at a speed visible to the naked eye. Idiot! Next! Screams echoed throughout the Li family hall. In the divine realm. Lin Yan had no idea how much pain his words had brought to Li Hao. Now, he was looking at the burning candle in front of him with excitement. Anomaly Containment 310, Eternal Fire, Lin Yan said excitedly. According to the Foundation's records, this thing is not difficult to contain. But that doesn't mean it's not dangerous. In fact, if 310 really spreads, except for a few projects will be as dangerous as it is. The characteristic that once infected, one is doomed to die is simply too buggy. But, thinking of this, Lin Yan suddenly had a very evil idea in his mind. 310 to 2, it will only extinguish itself after all combustible materials are completely burned, so. His sight. I couldn't help but look at 096, who was pacing back and forth in another area and looked harmless. What would happen if the immortal god of war 096 was contaminated by the eternal fire? Lin Yan suddenly fell into deep thought. Why am I the same as Dr. Liang Liang? Soon. He knew the result. Woo! The screaming 096, with an eternal flame burning on its head, looks like it is wearing a hat made of flames. But if you look closely, you will find that the flames were actually constantly burning 096's head, but it didn't last long before 096's strong recovery ability healed the burned parts. After trying for a long time and confirming that he could not extinguish the flame, 096 seemed to accept the reality. He immediately ignored it and continued pacing back and forth. Okay. So this is considered an evolution for 096? Lin Yan looked strange. I have to say, if his face isn't seen and his trait isn't triggered, 096 is actually quite easygoing. Shake your head. Lin Yan's sight shifted to another corner of his divine domain. The raging flames were burning madly. If you look closely, you will find that in this endless sea of fire, there are actually dozens of human-shaped flames burning in combination. Flame demon! Lin Yan talked to himself excitedly. Then he waved his hand. I directly spent 100 million currency points to purchase 100 advanced forest resource cards. Time passes by every second. Soon, the number of fire demons in Lin Yan's divine domain has reached 100. This made Lin Yan extremely excited. More than 100 fire demons! Lin Yan himself couldn't help but tremble with excitement. This is equivalent to more than 100 third-level hero units. This result. Even in the third year of high school, he can definitely beat a large number of students. You have to know that the middle school in this world is different from his world. The school would conduct tests at regular intervals, and those who failed the tests would be directly expelled and become civilians. This is also the reason why so many people thought he would be expelled from school after he chose the zombie warriors as his hero unit. It can be said that everyone who can successfully stay in the third year of high school is a genius. The fighting power in the divine realm is not comparable to those commoners in the underground arena. But these alone are not enough to get into Imperial University in this college entrance examination. Lin Yan's eyes were fiery. If he had followed the normal timeline of a sophomore in high school and taken the college entrance examination 1 year later, it would have been almost certain that he would have been admitted to the Imperial Capital University. But he couldn't wait. The sooner you enter Imperial Capital University, the better. I have to get stronger. Lin Yan's eyes flickered and he whispered to himself. At this moment, a prompt sounded on his communication interface. It's a message from Chu Qianqian. Student Lin Yan, where are you now? Come to school quickly. Chu Qianqian's voice rang out. Lin Yan was stunned. Senior sister, isn't there no class at school today? Is it free practice? In theory, yes. Chu Qianqian said. But I just received a notice that the exchange meeting of the 3 middle schools in Jinghai has been advanced, so our school's preliminaries have also been advanced. You know, the teacher will not miss this opportunity, so after the selection, the class will start directly. The exchange meeting has been advanced? Lin Yan was stunned. He had only heard of this exchange meeting before the college entrance examination. Seeded players will be selected from the senior high school students of the 3 middle schools to participate in an exchange competition. It aims to enhance the relationship between the 3 major middle schools and at the same time inspire the other senior high school students, just like a 100-day oath-taking ceremony. Lin Yan's figure has already appeared in the school. In the entire senior year department, almost all the students have arrived. There are a lot of high school students in number 3 middle school. But there are only about 50 students who can stay until the 3rd year of high school. It can be said that even the weakest high school student can be considered a little genius if placed outside. Now, these senior high school students are each fighting in their own divine domain battles, selecting the strongest students to represent Jinghai number 3 middle school in preparation for the upcoming exchange competition. After the students who registered had gone through the God Realm Wars. Basically, the top 3 students in the entire senior year have already been selected. Brother Lin Yan, you are here? At this time Chu Qianqian came over and spoke. Lin Yan pointed at the God Realm battle going on in front of him and said, Senior Sister Chu, these God Realm battles seem a little different. This is an exchange competition after all, so the school doesn't want to see too many casualties among the students, but it has to be exciting enough, and it can't be like your high school entrance exams, where you just work hard just to avoid dying. Chu Qianqian explained. So the content of the exchange competition is that you can only send hero units to fight in the God Realm. Hearing this, Lin Yan's eyes lit up. If he used all his clansmen, he might not be able to defeat these high school students. After all, the number of his units and that of these ordinary high school students is not even in the same order of magnitude. But if we only fight hero units. Looking at the hundreds of fire demons in the divine realm, Lin Yan was ready to make a move. What? Junior Lin Yan, are you also moved? Chu Qianqian smiled and said, Do you want to try it? Lin Yan shook his head and looked among the senior high school students. He wasn't really interested in that sort of thing. If you have this much time, you might as well get more resources to help the fire demon develop. After a while, Lin Yan couldn't help but frown and asked, Senior Chu, why didn't you see Li Qing? Although he disliked Li Qing, it was undeniable that Li Qing was the top student in this year's senior year. Li Qing should be attending the Imperial Capital University's preparatory class selection. Chu Qianqian shook her head and said, Maybe they have already arrived at Imperial Capital University. The Imperial University preparatory class selection? Lin Yan's ears perked up. You do not know? Chu Qianqian was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized. Yes, you just started your senior year in our school. It's normal that you don't know this. Then she began to explain. Each school in Jihai Middle School has one quota and can recommend students to enter the preparatory class of Imperial Capital University. As long as they pass the selection, they can enter the preparatory class of Imperial Capital University in advance. As long as you pass, you can enter Imperial University in advance? Lin Yan's heart beat wildly when he heard this. He quickly asked, Senior Chu, is there any other way to enter the Imperial Capital University preparatory class selection? Our school's quota has been given to Li Qingqing. Chu Qianqian shook her head, then looked at Lin Yan, and after thinking for a moment, she said, But if we can win first place in the 3-school exchange competition this time. Before I finished speaking, then Lin Yan's excited voice was heard. Teacher, I want to sign up. Chapter 47, Crush Lin Yan with the number of heroes? Hearing Lin Yan's words, the senior high school students around were stunned for a moment, and then a small area of excitement began to boil. Oh my god, isn't this Lin Yan? That sophomore boy, is he going to participate too? Ha ha ha, you are really confident, Junior. It seems that the invasion of the ruined plane has made me arrogant. Maybe the average students are really no match for him. It's a pity that the top 3 have already been selected. There wasn't much malicious sarcasm in these whispered discussions. The teacher in charge of registration was also stunned and said, Student Lin Yan? But the top 3 students representing our school have already been selected. If you want to sign up, only these 3 students can participate in the God Realm battle. Okay, teacher. Without any hesitation, Lin Yan spoke immediately. Okay then, I'll ask for you. The teacher in charge of registration said helplessly. But it depends on whether those 3 students agree to compete with you. I don't think it's possible. Okay, Lin Yan, you get ready. Su Feng accepts your challenge. Lin Yan was immediately delighted. However, at this time, Chu Qianqian's voice came from the Divine Realm interface. Lin Yan! Don't agree to challenge Su Feng. He usually hangs out with Li Qing. I'm afraid he will do something bad to you. Li Qing again? Lin Yan was helpless. He has had too much indirect contact with the 2 brothers of the Li family in the past few days. But he still has to accept this challenge. Soon, Lin Yan saw the 3rd-ranked student among the senior high school students who was selected. He is a boy wearing glasses and looks gentle. Junior Lin Yan, I've heard of your great name a long time ago. At this time, the teacher in charge of recording said, If both students are ready, the hero battle can begin. Let's follow the rules and stop when the time is right. Don't force yourself to fight even if your hero unit is about to be defeated. Don't worry, teacher. I'll try my best. Su Feng showed a kind smile and looked at Lin Yan again. But Junior Lin Yan, the hero battle is too intense. If I failed to issue the oracle of holding back in time, don't blame me. This guy is just a smiling tiger. Lin Yan thought to himself, and a kind smile appeared on his face. Of course, senior, I was just about to say that. Su Feng's face suddenly darkened. Boom! With a loud bang, the 2 divine domains collided with each other. Oh shit! In the divine realm, Su Feng immediately roared angrily. How dare he pretend in front of me? What gives him the right? But the next moment, he calmed down again in an instant, and said with a grim smile. It's a pity that this is just a hero battle, and I can't destroy your divine domain. However, killing all your hero units can be regarded as revenge for brotherly. Come on, all of you! Next moment, more than 50 heroic unit families rushed out from his divine domain. 30 of them are mechanical life forms emitting metallic aura. It is his core fighting force. Seeing this scene, the group of senior high school students were suddenly in an uproar. No. Is Su Feng crazy? He actually sent out all his heroic units to fight against Lin Yan, a junior? Could it be that he really wanted to attack Lin Yan, a junior? I remember that junior Lin Yan never provoked him, right? What if he just wants to test the true potential of junior brother Lin Yan? I don't even believe that. In the crowd, Li Cheng's other younger brother Zhou Li's eyes were full of red light. He immediately laughed and argued. Haha! Is this kid Lin Yan worthy of Brother Feng's full efforts? I'm afraid I can easily deal with him. He deserved it for provoking Brother Li Cheng. A senior high school student was unhappy and retorted. Zhou Li, you are also a senior high school student after all. Do you really have to be Li Cheng's dog? I remember you still owe junior Lin Yan the name of dad, right? Zhou Li's face suddenly turned red. Chu Qianqian was also extremely anxious. It's over. It's really like this. Su Feng wants to take this opportunity to severely injure junior brother Lin Yan. Lin Yan's hero units only add up to a single digit, while Su Feng has more than 50, a difference of nearly 10 times. Even if Lin Yan's heroes are strong. Under this kind of numerical suppression, there is absolutely no way we can be the opponent. In the divine realm, Su Feng's face appeared on the ring, and he smiled calmly. Junior Lin Yan, I have tried my best to respect you. You must also respect me as a senior. Don't let me down. Don't surrender too early and let me look down on you. Lin Yan immediately showed a kind smile on his face. Okay, senior. Idiot! Su Feng cursed in his heart and said disdainfully. It seems that this Lin Yan is really stupid. He really thinks that I am good to him? But the next moment, when he saw the army of fire demons connected into a sea of fire emerging from Lin Yan's divine domain, his expression suddenly changed. The senior high school students who were watching the game also exclaimed. What the hell? So many pure elemental hero units? There must be hundreds of them, right? No, huh? They're using hero units as normal units? Are they cheating? Wan La! The one who is being crushed now is Su Feng! Chu Qianqian was also stunned. The last time he invaded that ruined plain, Lin Yan sent out only 3 fire elemental hero units. So she always thought that Lin Yan's heroic family members were only in the single digits. How come Lin Yan took out hundreds of hero units now? Could it be that junior brother Lin Yan didn't give his full strength last time? But how is this possible? He is just a high school student who has just opened up the divine realm. Chu Qianqian thought of another possibility. Could it be that junior brother Lin Yan cultivated it recently? But the next moment she shook her head decisively. This possibility is even more terrifying than the first guess. On the battlefield. Are you kidding me? Su Feng was also completely dumbfounded. How could he possibly train hundreds of heroic units? This was beyond his imagination. He originally wanted to use the number of his own hero units to crush Lin Yan's hero units. In the end, he was severely crushed. Senior Su Feng, I will start the attack. At this moment, Lin Yan's voice rang in his ears. Don't show mercy to my men. Su Feng's expression suddenly changed. There was no time to issue an oracle. He saw that the sea of fire was rapidly approaching his heroic army, and almost in an instant, it surrounded his heroic army. Woo! Plague! There were also screams and roars among them. Soon, most of his heroic army has been lost. Especially those mechanical life forms, almost all of them have been melted into liquid metal. Only a few were left, with flames still burning on their bodies, having not been completely melted. I give up! Su Feng said quickly. The next moment, the 2 divine domains suddenly separated, and the hero units of both sides returned to their respective divine domains. In the divine realm, Lin Yan! I will never let you go! Su Feng's face was gloomy, and he roared. Don't let me catch you! Then, he looked at the part of his own divine domain where the hero units were still burning with flames, and felt a lingering fear. He originally wanted to help Li Qing teach Lin Yan a lesson, but he didn't expect Lin Yan to be so outrageous. There are more than 100 hero units in the divine domain. Fortunately, this is a heroic battle. I can admit defeat and stop the loss at any time. Su Feng was extremely grateful. He whispered with a gloomy look and extinguished the flames with an oracle. Lin Yan, wait until I recover, I will. Wait a minute, why hasn't this flame gone out yet? His face was suddenly filled with horror. Chapter 48. Spreading Faith. Evil God from outside the territory? Damn it! Damn it! Why can't this fire be extinguished? Su Feng's face was filled with horror, and he immediately issued an oracle, ordering several of his clansmen to help. However, the result is, the bodies of those family members were also contaminated by the burning flames. What the hell is this? Su Feng was completely desperate. Final. He could only watch as he lost several more hero units, and after they were all burned clean, the flames gradually died down. At the same time, the entire senior year department was silent, and everyone looked at Lin Yan in shock. They really couldn't imagine. A junior who had just opened up the divine domain not long ago actually cultivated more than 100 heroic units? Then the list of people who will represent our school in the exchange competition with number 1 middle school and number 2 middle school has been finalized. It was the surprised voice of the teacher in charge of registration that broke the silence. He looked at Lin Yan with a strange expression on his face. Student Lin Yan, the schedule in the 3rd year of high school is very tight, so you should go to class first and wait for the news of the exchange competition. Junior Lin Yan, you really surprised me time and time again. Chu Qianqian looked at Lin Yan with a complicated expression and said with a giggle. When Lin Yan successfully invaded the broken plane, her defense was already somewhat broken, but she didn't expect that Lin Yan almost broke her defense again. Fortunately, I have a good attitude. Chu Qianqian muttered something and shook her head. Let's go, Junior Lin Yan. Since school starts early today, the course for truly invading the world has also begun. Lin Yan nodded. As they walked, Chu Qianqian introduced the rules to Lin Yan. The real world is a world with extremely complete rules. There are countless subordinate gods in it, and even true gods cannot interfere alone. It is simply wishful thinking for demigods like them to successfully invade. So the real content of this course is to spread faith and make the life forms in this world become your followers. Chu Qianqian explained. The rules of a complete world are perfect. Even if a true god enters, it will be extremely dangerous. Therefore, the most we can do is send out a divine clone, and we can only observe. As for how many followers to send, that's up to you. However, the more followers you send, the greater the chance of being discovered by the world's will. Once discovered, the followers you send out will definitely not survive. Speaking of which, Chu Qianqian's expression turned serious. There are many units in the complete world, but there are also units that are favored by the world's will, which are what we call hero units. The better you can cultivate hero units into families, the better the results will be. Of course, the probability of cultivating hero units into families is much higher than that of ordinary units. Besides, whether it is a hero unit or not depends on your luck. After listening to this introduction, Lin Yan nodded. At this time, Chu Qianqian and Lin Yan had already walked into a classroom and continued to introduce. The location of the school in this world is a port in the central continent. The city is divided into 2 cities, the upper and lower cities, so it is called the Twin Cities. After that, she pointed to the mechanical warehouses placed in the classroom and said, That's about it. Junior Lin Yan, please prepare first. We can teleport with our divine clones when it's almost time. Lin Yan nodded. Without any hesitation, he submerged his consciousness into his own divine realm and began to make arrangements. The fewer followers we send out, the better. Lin Yan couldn't help but look towards his own divine realm. First of all, the fire demon must be eliminated. Even if only one of these abnormal containment objects is sent out, it is likely that countless of them will multiply in that complete world. I'm afraid 096 and 173 won't work either. Although these 2 abnormal containment objects are powerful in combat, they are of little help in spreading faith and converting clansmen. Then it can only be the plague doctor. Lin Yan touched his chin. After Chu Qianqian said this, he realized his weakness. The plague doctor is much better than the others, but his efficiency in spreading faith is not very high. Oh, and this thing. Suddenly, something flashed through Lin Yan's mind and he looked in another direction within his divine domain. It was a pool of liquid metal. It was the corpse left after the flame demon had just burned Su Feng's mechanical life form. After thinking about it, Lin Yan placed it directly on the altar. Sacrifice successful. Please select your recruitment target. Along with the sound of the system, 3 panels immediately appeared in front of Lin Yan. Anomaly Containment 803 Predatory Parasol. Description: Abnormal Containment 803-1 is a collective name for an automated machine whose total number is still uncertain, and its appearance is similar to a small umbrella. A large number of medical devices were found under the umbrella cover of the unfolded Abnormal Containment 803-1. Anomaly Containment 803-2 is similar to Anomaly Containment 803-1 in almost all aspects, and is the carrier of the Anomaly Containment 803-1 cluster. The primary function of the Anomalous Containment 803 instance is to capture live animals using the aforementioned instruments and perform surgery, and occasionally dissect live animals. Upon encountering a usable target, the instance will release its Anomalous Containment 803-1 swarm. Seeing this option, Lin Yan hesitated for a moment, and then looked at other options. Predatory Parasol is also an area of attack item, but he is not lacking in this ability now. Anomaly Contained Object 068, Wire Figure. Description: Anomaly Containment 068 is a little man made of a metal wire of an unknown material. When an electric current is drawn to Anomaly Containment 068, it will become alive and begin to move on its own. It will search for metal materials. After finding them, Anomaly Containment 068 will peel off a small piece of metal wire and use it to create a new little man similar to it. The newly created little man will use the remaining materials together with the original to create a newer one, and then the new little man will continue to create new copies. When the number of generated replicas reaches the upper limit of 102, or there are no other replicas around, all the replicas will gather together and try to form a human figure as large as possible, and repeat the above process. The characteristics of this abnormal containment are somewhat similar to those of the Balrog. However, it can replicate infinitely, and its combat power is far inferior to that of the fire demon. Lin Yan ignored it and looked at the last option. Immediately, Lin Yan's eyes were completely drawn to it. Anomaly Containment 217, Mechanized Virus. At the same time, Xu Qianqian's voice also rang out at the same time. By the way, classmate Lin Yan, after our divine incarnations enter that world, their appearance and information will be changed. The indigenous life there calls us. Out of region evil god! Chapter 49, Mechanized Virus. A cut above the rest. Anomaly Containment 217, Mechanized Virus. Description: Abnormal Containment 217 is a virus that cannot be cured by any means at present, and is 100% infectious. Abnormal Containment 217 has extremely strong vitality and can survive outside the host's body for several years. The infection process is very slow. It can infect all creatures in the animal kingdom and can be transmitted through physical contact or contact with body fluids. Anomaly Containment 217 will change the biochemical characteristics of the infected person's organic tissue, causing the organic matter to reorganize and transform into organic metal. The subject will begin to become a complex individual composed of gears and clockwork devices, which will replace the subject's original biological functions. Seeing this information, Lin Yan's breathing stagnated, and he said to himself excitedly, "There is actually a mechanized virus?" To be honest, mechanized viruses are of no use in the war in the divine realm. After all, its triggering conditions are too slow, even measured in years. By the time the mechanized virus breaks out, I'm afraid the core of the divine realm will have been shattered by others. But it would be very useful if it could be used to cultivate one's own clan in other worlds. Precisely because it lasts for a long time, it can spread for a long time and is not easy to be detected. By the time it was discovered, many targets had already been infected. And if we collect all those abnormal containment objects, we can even create a mechanical god, Lin Yan whispered. Of course, the mechanical god here definitely does not refer to the supreme deity. The broken god cult once used a mechanized virus and several other anomalous containment objects to create a false god that almost destroyed the entire world. Of course, this goal is too far away and not something Lin Yan can achieve now. Without any hesitation, Lin Yan chose to recruit directly. Anomalous Containment 217 recruitment successful. Estimated recruitment completion time, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. At this time, then Chu Qianqian's voice rang out. By the way, Junior Lin Yan, our divine incarnations will change their own information and be called the foreign evil gods by the natives of that world. Lin Yan's consciousness left the divine realm. Then I saw Chu Qianqian lying in the mechanical cabin. She had differentiated into a divine incarnation, and her consciousness entered that world. Without hesitation, Lin Yan also lay down directly. Please differentiate your divine incarnation and I will guide you to the coordinates of the Wang continent. Please note that you have been hidden and your appearance is no different from that of a normal native, but when you send out your followers, your hidden identity will be exposed. When there are many native lives, please try not to send out your family, otherwise your identity will be discovered by a large number of natives, and you will most likely be wiped out by the will of the world. These tips are similar to what Chu Qianqian said before. Lin Yan followed the instructions above and separated his divine incarnation. Next, his consciousness had already arrived in an extremely prosperous city. This is a city built on a cliff. In the sky, countless airships carrying rare cargo are entering the port in an orderly manner. After passing security checks, the cargo on the airships will be delivered to the city. Every indigenous life in the city looks extremely luxuriously dressed. From time to time, patrols pass by, fully armed and with partially modified bodies. Even Lin Yan saw that. A female native whose limbs had been transformed into sharp blades led a patrol team, hurriedly past Lin Yan, and searched towards the bottom of the cliff. It seems that this should be the upper city area that Senior Sister Chu mentioned. Lin Yan whispered and couldn't help but look at everything around him. This was his first time coming to a complete world, so he was a little curious and wanted to observe more. At the same time, in the principal's office, Suri is attending to official business. Headmaster, the registration teacher came in and said, "These are the 3 students selected to represent our school in the battle with number 1 middle school and number 2 middle school in the Divine Realm. Please take a look. By the way, principal this time." Before he finished speaking, Suli interrupted without even looking up and said, "I'm very busy now. Let's talk about it later. Just leave the list there." Not long after, he had just finished his official duties and muttered in a low voice. These 2 old guys saw that Li Qing had already gone to the preparatory class, so they started the exchange competition early. It's a pity that this little guy Lin Yan hasn't grown up yet. If he was also a senior high school student, the first place in this exchange competition would definitely be mine. He then looked at the list of documents on the desk. Well, let me see which students it is. Li Wenrui, Luo Yi, Lin Yan, well, they are all about the same, with varying wins and losses. Lin Yan? The next moment, his eyes suddenly widened, his pupils constricted, and his face was blank. No, huh? Lin Yan? At the same time. Congratulations, Anomalous Containment 217, Mechanized Virus, successfully recruited. Hearing this voice, Lin Yan's consciousness immediately dived into his own divine realm. Then you see, a gear that looked like it was made of bronze was floating within his divine domain. This is the mechanized virus? Wait, the mechanized virus cannot be delayed by any means, but the Panacea can heal all injuries. An idea suddenly came to Lin Yan's mind. Just call in a 049-2 and let it be infected with the mechanized virus. Although the infection speed of the mechanized virus was very slow, Lin Yan still noticed the changes in 049-2 in an instant. Without hesitation, 049-2 was directly made to take a dose of the abnormal containment object 500 million Panacea. However, this time, the Panacea failed. The mechanized virus is still transforming it inside its body. Well, it seems that the mechanized virus is still superior. Lin Yan shook his head and transferred his consciousness back to his divine clone. Now, he had already given this small area a rough tour. It's a pity that this is a complete world. We can't mark who is a hero unit like in the Broken Plane, Lin Yan said helplessly. I still have to guess who the hero unit is. The population of this upper city alone is roughly estimated to be over 10 million. And as a port, at least millions of people come in and out every day. Trying to find a hero unit accurately is like looking for a needle in a haystack. But according to experience, the possibility of heroic units being born in such an economically affluent upper city is relatively low. Lin Yan was in deep thought. The happier you are, the smoother your life will be, and it will be difficult to grow up. As for the heroic units, no matter which world they are in, they basically grew up in hardship. If that doesn't work, we can only look for it in the lower city. Lin Yan looked in another direction. In Xuanqing, even for Lin Yan, who came here for the first time, it was not difficult to find the lower city. After all, the gap between the rich and the poor in this city is so huge that the indigenous lives of the upper and lower cities can be regarded as two species. As long as the people become poorer and poorer, Lin Yan knows that he has gone to the right place. Soon, Lin Yan found the passage to the lower city. A drainage canal in an upper city, with a city below that occasionally lights up. All kinds of resources consumed by the people in the upper city flow into the lower city through this channel and become the resources on which the people in the lower city depend for survival. Even sunlight is a resource unique to upper city, and it only occasionally shines in at special moments. Etc. Just as Lin Yan was about to go down, he suddenly looked in one direction. I seem to have found a suitable target. Chapter 50. Transform the first hero unit. Mechanical Ascension. Twin Cities downtown? The raindrops fall. CJ, tell me why? Wei Tuo looked at his good friend with a pale face, full of resentment. You clearly know that it is my achievement. I have to rely on it to survive, cough cough. Speaking of which, he couldn't help but cough violently, and blood gushed out of his throat, staining a large area of the ground red. However, Wei Tuo didn't care about this at all. Instead, he widened his eyes and looked at his old friend, Shijia, with confusion. He was originally a poor man from the lower city, but because of his outstanding talent for invention, he was chosen by Dr. Dinger from the upper city and became his assistant. But because of my origin in the lower city. So when he arrived at the upper city, everyone laughed at him, except Shijia, who was a noble from the upper city. The two gradually became close friends. However, a few years ago, Vito had heart problems, so he turned his inventive direction to research on artificial hearts in an effort to prolong his life. But I didn't expect that. When the research was about to show initial results, Shijia vetoed it and took back all the research funds. Sorry, Vito. Shijia was tall, holding an umbrella, looking down at Wei Tuo with cold eyes, and said coldly, But your research is indeed wrong, and there are still many problems in it. It needs to be improved by me. On the election day, I will announce this achievement. As a friend, I hope you can live to that time. After saying that, he left without looking back. In the corner, Lin Yan's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw this scene. This Vito is a perfect example of a hero, Lin Yan whispered excitedly. Coming from a remote village, it's no wonder that he has extraordinary talent, but the key is that his research results were taken away by his former brothers. Now all he needs is an old man who will fall from the sky. He continued to look up and observe. Seeing Shijia's leaving back, Wei Tuo's eyes suddenly flashed with an uncontrollable ferocity. In his hand, a dagger gleamed brightly in the rainy night. But in the end, Wei Tuo still did nothing and just watched Shijia leave quietly. Puff! He spat out another mouthful of blood and lay weakly on the ground. After a moment, he suddenly laughed. Brother, hee, this is brotherhood. Human nature, human nature. As expected, human nature is the biggest obstacle to progress. Obviously, Shijia is also a genius. However, in order to steal his research results, he chose to stab his former brother in the back. Then he couldn't help but think of himself, and his laughter stopped abruptly. He knew very well that, if I had thought most rationally, I should have killed Shijia just now. This way, I can push the blame on the gangs in the lower city, and no one will know that I killed Shijia. Even if there are speculations, as Dr. Dinger's only disciple, my research will definitely continue. However, just when he was about to take action. However, his mind involuntarily emerged with those scenes when he first arrived in Upper City, and Shijia helped him and stood up for him, which made it impossible for him to do anything. So he could only watch Shijia leave. Emotions, human emotions, whether good or bad, affect reason and are the greatest impediment to progress. Wei Tuo whispered weakly to himself. Only by completely eliminating human emotions and replacing them with absolutely rational machines can we achieve complete evolution. Unfortunately, I only figured it out now. If there is enough time, he is confident that he can complete the evolution. But unfortunately, his artificial heart, which is only just beginning to take shape, is already dying. Thinking of this, Wei Tuo sighed again, closed his eyes, and quietly prepared to wait for death to come. However, at this time, a low whispering voice rang in his ears. Do you regret it? Want to complete real evolution? Hearing this voice, Wei Tuo suddenly opened his eyes and looked towards the source of the sound. Who's there? Then you see. A figure in the shadows approached him, and a faint voice sounded at the same time. Flesh and blood are weak, only machinery and gears can survive. Hearing this, Wei Tuo was shocked. This was exactly what he wanted to say. He looked at the person who came and was about to say something. But the next moment, his eyes suddenly widened, pointed in the direction of the person coming, and his whole body began to tremble uncontrollably with fear. It seems to be just as Senior Sister Chu said. When I release my followers, their appearance and information will change. Lin Yan frowned. The next moment, a bronze gear suddenly appeared in the palm of his hand and began to turn continuously. The moment I saw this bronze gear, Wei Tuo's eyes were completely attracted, and the fear just now disappeared completely in an instant, replaced by an uncontrollable enthusiasm. This is... Vito's throat moved and his eyes were fixed on the gear. In his eyes, this bronze gear carries with it an incomparable allure, as if all the laws of the world are emerging and included in the rotation of the gear. Mechanical gears, Vito murmured, unable to hold back any longer, and stretched out his finger to touch the gear. Forehead. Now it's Lin Yan's turn. He had originally prepared a speech in order to seduce Wei Tuo and infect him. After all, for this kind of mechanized virus, the less resistance the infected person has, the better the effect will be. But he didn't expect that this Vito didn't even need his instigation. Just reach out and touch it, and you will be infected automatically. Lin Yan could feel it. This Vito has almost no resistance to the mechanized virus, and even thinks that the infection rate of the mechanized virus is not fast enough? The moment he came into contact with the mechanized virus, Wei Tuo screamed in pain, cold sweat broke out on his face, and he couldn't help rolling on the ground. However, he did not show any reluctance at all. On the contrary, his face was full of excitement. Because, the moment he touched the gear, he felt some subtle changes taking place in his body. The first is your own heart. The heart, which had been weak and close to failure, began to beat strongly again. At the same time, Vito can feel that. Inside my heart, it seems that there are gears turning, providing power for this heart. This is exactly the evolution I have always wanted. Flesh and blood are weak, but machinery rises. After a while, the painful feeling in Wei Tuo's body gradually dissipated, and he murmured to himself, I will be the first to sacrifice myself. Then, he looked in the direction of Lin Yan. Although there was still fear on his face, there was more fanaticism. At the same time, a prompt sound also sounded in Lin Yan's divine domain. Congratulations. You have successfully converted an indigenous hero unit into your clan. The other party's current level of faith in you is ordinary believer. Chapter 51, Cogwork Orthodoxy. Join the glorious evolution. Is it really a hero unit? It's so fast. Lin Yan was immediately delighted. He was also gambling just now. After all, the experience of this Wei Tuo was too consistent with the template of a heroic unit. But even if the bet fails, it doesn't matter. With the terrifying infectiousness of the mechanized virus and the population mobility of the Twin Cities port, As long as Vito can survive, he can infect countless life units and transform them into his own clan. Fortunately, it seems that I made the right bet. As for Vito's level of faith, he wasn't too worried about it right now. As long as the mechanized virus completely infects Vito, his level of faith will be that of a saint. He looked at Vito. He whispered, "Go! Follow the guidance of the machinery and gears, and lead this world into a glorious evolution." Glorious evolution? Vito murmured softly. When he raised his head again, he found that the figure had disappeared. He continued to mutter, his eyes gradually blooming. "Yes, this is evolution, this is evolution." The realm of gods, inside the third center of Jinghai. Ah! A senior high school student suddenly cried out in surprise, then retreated from the divine domain cabin with a pale face. His divine incarnation was discovered by that complete world. After Chu Qianqian finished explaining, she asked, "By the way, Junior Lin Yan, how was your result just now?" She looked at Lin Yan nervously. Lin Yan thought for a moment and said, "A unit, the level of an ordinary believer." Chu Qianqian breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "You don't have to be discouraged. It's already very good to be able to convert an ordinary believer in such a short time. I have just converted 2 ordinary believers." Lin Yan did not comment. He had already seen that senior sister Chu had been badly hit by him before, but because she was kind, she did not say that the clan she had converted was a heroic unit. The two chatted for a while, and from time to time, students with pale faces left the divine domain cabin. At this moment, suddenly, prompt sounds came one after another in Lin Yan's divine domain. "Congratulations! You have successfully converted a native unit into your clan. Congratulations! You have successfully converted a native unit into your clan. Congratulations! You have successfully converted a native unit into your clan." The voices rang out one after another, leaving Lin Yan stunned. "What's going on?" He immediately lay back down in the divine cabin. Seeing this scene, Chu Qianqian took a deep breath and said, "Genius is fine, but the key is that Junior Lin Yan is working so hard. What should the other demigods do? No, I can't fall behind this time." After that, she also lay directly into the divine cabin. At the same time, Twin Cities, Lower City? Soon everything will change. Machinery, only machinery and gears are our salvation. Look at you all, you are like ants. Are you willing to continue living like this, or join me in setting off an evolutionary frenzy? Vito was holding a mechanical scepter in his hand and roaring passionately, while below him was a group of lower-class people from the lower city. "But the people in Shangqing are so strong," someone retorted. "Don't worry." Wei Tuo stretched out his mechanized arm and crushed a terrified member of the upper city guard to death. "As long as you also embrace the embrace of evolution, the weak body of flesh and blood will be vulnerable to machines and gears. As long as you are willing, you can become a member of our cogwheel orthodoxy, and you will also gain this power. Join the glorious evolution." Seeing this scene, the people in the lower city below suddenly cheered and expressed their willingness to join the evolution and become a member of the mechanicus. Soon, in Lin Yan's divine domain, there was another prompt sound indicating that the transformation of the clan was successful. No wonder the teacher said before that establishing a religion is the best way to improve the efficiency of the clan. Lin Yan was silent. I didn't expect that Vito was actually a religious leader. In just this short period of time, he was able to establish a rudimentary religion and convert hundreds of followers. And the number is still increasing. Of course, there are also many people in the lower city who can't survive, so they want to join in when they see a glimmer of hope. Although these people are just ordinary units and their combat power is generally not strong. But this is not a big problem. After being infected by the mechanized virus, the entire body of the infected person will gradually become mechanized and geared, and their strength will increase accordingly. At this time, the reminder sound of the divine realm sounded again. "Congratulations, hero unit, Wei Tuo, my faith in you has been raised to that of a deep believer." 3 days later. "Great true God! Final evolution!" Wei Tuo's voice came into Lin Yan's mind at this time. "Please allow your most humble servant to offer you his faith and thank you for your guidance." At the same time, the reminder sound of the divine realm also sounded. Congratulations. Hero unit, Wei Tuo, my belief in you has been promoted to a devout believer. Lin Yan immediately shifted his gaze to Wei Tuo. At this moment, Vito. Many organs have been infected by the mechanized virus. Even its eyes. It also transformed from a flesh and blood body into two cameras made of gears. The most crucial thing is that during this period of time, the number of people infected with the mechanized virus has reached tens of thousands. As for the peripheral members of the Gear Orthodoxy, there are even more of them, reaching tens of thousands, and they are constantly being transformed into victims of the mechanized virus. It can be said that, at this moment, the Gear Orthodoxy has become the largest force in the lower city. I'm afraid this force can overthrow the rule of the upper city. Lin Yan sighed. At this moment, Chu Qianqian's communication request suddenly sounded in his divine realm. Lin Yan! How are you doing? Chu Qianqian said anxiously. You must be careful recently and tell your family members not to show up. Especially in the lower city, it is very dangerous now, you must not go there. What happened to senior sister Chu? What's the danger? Lin Yan frowned and asked quickly. The lower city is his base in the Twin Cities, and no accidents can happen there. Something big has happened in the Twin Cities, Chu Qianqian said quickly. Recently, a sect called the Gear Orthodoxy has suddenly emerged. Many of the families that our classmates sent to the lower city quickly became members of the Gear Orthodoxy and lost their faith in them. Hearing this, Lin Yan, who had a nervous look on his face, suddenly fell silent. So he is the source of the danger that Chu Qianqian mentioned? He looked at the Gear Orthodoxy, which was still growing stronger thanks to Vito's efforts. He responded sincerely. Okay, Senior Chu, I will be careful. Chu Qianqian said seriously. Junior Lin Yan, don't take it lightly. This Gear Orthodox Church is definitely not simple. There may be a big conspiracy behind it. Even the believers of demigods can be converted. Lin Yan. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly paused. Wei Tuo's calling voice rang in his mind. Chapter 52, Godfather vs. 096. Battle of Monsters. Supreme Evolution, our biggest obstacle, the godfather of the downtown gang, Shiku, is trying to negotiate with us. Hearing this voice, Lin Yan immediately became interested. You should know that there are many hidden talents in the lower city, including many heroic units. It is obviously not that simple for this Zico to become the godfather of the largest gang in downtown. He might even be a hero. The incarnation of divinity sneaked directly into the Twin Cities. Following the direction of the cogwheel Orthodox believers, they soon entered a meeting room in the lower city. There is a part of the space above this meeting room. The extremely scarce sunlight in the downtown area flows in through the gap, providing light for this conference room that is incomparable to artificial lights. Wei Tuo sat in the main seat in the conference room. Lin Yan took a look. It was discovered that Vito had undergone a drastic change at this moment, and there was no trace of flesh and blood in his appearance. At the same time, Vito's panel has already been completely changed. Hero unit, Wei Tuo. Hero level, level 2. Hero quality, A level, continuously improving with the degree of mechanization. Gender, none. Degree of faith, devout believer. This mechanized virus is infecting too quickly, Lin Yan whispered. But it should be that Wei Tuo was willing to do so it happened so quickly. At this time, outside the meeting room, a very thin old man walked in. Hiko. Wei Tuo spoke first. I'm glad that you have finally become smart. You can give up your disgusting flesh and blood and embrace evolution. Only the gears are the real power. The prophet of the gear cult. Shika shook his head and said, I have no intention of wasting my time with you, nor do I want to listen to your teachings. I came here to discuss cooperation with you today. Cooperation? Wei Tuo's voice paused. Yes, cooperation. Shika nodded. My gang, if we unite with your gear orthodoxy, we can control the entire lower city. If we unite, even those upper city guys will have to look at our faces. Of course, as long as we can cooperate, you can set any conditions. This is better than us both fighting and losing, and then letting the uptown guys take advantage of us. Then he looked straight at Wei Tuo, with no expression on his face. He felt that his conditions were very generous, and there was no reason for the other party to refuse. But hearing his words, however, from the other party's mechanized throat, only a ho-ho laugh came out. Flesh and blood creatures are so short-sighted. Wei Tuo's eyes were full of pity. Chiku, I thought you were an exception, but I didn't expect you to be the same. Put away your short-sighted eyes. Going down to the city or up to the city has never been my goal. My goal is… He stood up and looked at Shika, the gears turning. Let the whole world enter the embrace of glorious evolution. Flesh and blood, such a weak product, should have been abandoned long ago. Hearing this, Shika's expressionless face finally showed a different look, and he said in a panic, Madman! You are simply a madman! After saying that, he stood up and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, two figures with gears covered all over their bodies appeared behind him and stopped him. Prophet? What does that mean? Shika turned around and asked. Does the Cogwheel Orthodoxy want to break up with our gang now? Foolish. Wei Tuo's voice was devoid of emotion. Starting today, the first part of the evolutionary craze will begin, and the lower city will be the first city to embrace evolution. Hearing this, Shika's face changed and he tried to contact his confidants, but found that he could not get in touch with them at all. Prophet, you will definitely regret your actions today. Zico was furious, and looked at Wei Tuo with anger in his eyes. If you were not afraid that the upper city guy would take advantage of you, do you really think I wouldn't dare to beat you to death? He roared wildly. Next moment, his originally thin body suddenly changed. His muscles suddenly grew larger, and his eyes turned red. Under the old cheeks are extremely strong muscles, which look very visually impactful. This time, Lin Yan will be able to see the information about Zico, the godfather of the downtown gang. Hero Unit Zico. Hero Level, Level 3. Hero Quality A-. Gender Male. It is indeed a heroic unit. Lin Yan showed a look of delight. Roar! At this time, Zico roared and rushed towards Vito. Low-level structure. Vito made a sound of gears turning and extended his scepter directly towards Zico. A gear immediately flew towards Zico and instantly stuck to Zico's face. Then the gears started to rotate, one after another, forming a restraint that controlled Zico. Roar! But the next moment, Zico broke free from his restraints and continued to rush towards Vito. After all, the current Wei Tuo is only at the second level. Lin Yan shook his head. Not every hero unit is as powerful as 096, able to challenge opponents of higher levels. He released 096 directly. At the same time, Zico suddenly looked in the direction of Lin Yan, then howled angrily, ignoring Wei Tuo and rushing towards Lin Yan. Woo! But the next moment, a sharp cry suddenly sounded behind him, and then 096 rushed directly towards Zico. Roar! Woo! The two monsters roared and pounced on each other. Soon, Zico was beaten so hard that his eyes were filled with fear, and he immediately turned back into his original old man state. Lin Yan quickly ordered 096 to stop. The evil god from outside the domain! Ha! It's actually the evil god from outside the domain! The fear in Shika's eyes disappeared. He pointed at Lin Yan and laughed crazily. I didn't expect that the largest sect in the lower city is actually the lackey of the evil god from outside the domain. Lin Yan frowned. I don't know why Shika hates me so much. If you want to live, surrender, Lin Yan said. You evil gods from outside the domain have taken the lives of my wife and daughter, and you still want me to surrender? Bah! Shika spat, his face full of anger. Even if I die, I will never surrender to you evil gods from outside the domain. Then he died. Lin Yan shook his head helplessly and directly put Zico's body into his own divine domain. Considering the extent of Shika's hatred towards him, it is impossible for him to train them as his own followers. Even if a mechanized virus is used, it will take several years if the opponent tries his best to resist the infection. Zico is not dead. If you make your own affairs known to others and attract the attention of the world, it would be more trouble than gain. World invasion is an extremely cruel thing. Although Shika can no longer be used, his corpse can still be used. Without hesitation, Lin Yan's consciousness dived directly into his own divine realm and threw Zyko's body onto the altar. Chapter 53. The Scary Old Man Appears. The Pretentious Principle. Almost at the same time, the system voice sounded. Ding dong! Sacrifice completed. Please choose your recruitment target. The next moment, 3 panels immediately appeared in front of him. Just a few glances. Lin Yan has almost determined his goal. His sight. It stayed on the figure in the middle, which looked like an old man but was covered in mucus. Anomalous Containment 106, the Scary Old Man. It's actually a scary old man. Lin Yan was surprised. Without hesitation, he made his choice. A scary old man, who looks like an old man with a rotten body covered in mucus, and whose intelligence level is questionable. Its main means of attack is to create slime to corrode the target. And whenever solid matter comes into contact with this mucus, it will decay and decompose from the inside within just a few seconds. Moreover, this is only the most insignificant ability among all the abilities of the terrifying old man. Compared with his ability to travel through space and pocket space, the black slime that can corrode and decompose everything is really not worth mentioning. As for the remaining 2 options, it was far inferior to the scary old man, so he simply ignored it. It's just right for the upcoming exchange match, Lin Yan murmured in a low voice. Just for the first place in the exchange competition, he can get a place in advance to go to the Imperial Capital University as a preparatory student, and he is determined to win this first place. Then, his gaze decisively entered his own divine domain and examined his current combat power. According to Senior Sister Chu, previous exchange competitions should have used only hero units to fight. Lin Yan's gaze could not help but turn to the area in his own divine domain where the flame demon was. After several days of continuous burning, the number of fire demons has reached an extremely terrifying number of more than 300. And the number of increases is increasing. Wouldn't it be a bit too much to have so many heroic units? Lin Yan couldn't help but shake his head. Although he didn't want to show off, the number of hero units in his own divine domain was indeed a little too much. In terms of the number of heroes, I'm afraid I can compete with the top high school geniuses in the Federation. Of course, in contrast, my currency points are spent really quickly. The forest resources purchased last time have almost been completely consumed. Lin Yan had to buy another batch. But fortunately, the Vientiane tree has cloned more than 30,000 copies of the Panacea in the past few days, so we can sell them now. After making the decision, Lin Yan went straight to Chu Ping. Brother Lin Yan! I finally got you here! Chu Ping's eyes lit up, and he said, Little brother Lin Yan, what did that big boss think of the medicines that were auctioned last time? After saying that, he looked at Lin Yan anxiously. Lin Yan shook his head grimly. I'm sorry, President Chu. Chu Ping's eyes suddenly dimmed. Then Lin Yan continued. But President Chu, that big guy didn't completely refuse. I can help you negotiate. It's just the handling fee. Chu Ping hurriedly said. Brother Lin Yan, tell that boss that as long as we can provide it stably, the handling fee can be negotiated. Similar to this consumable. You can auction it the first time, but it will be safer to put it directly on the store afterwards. Final. After several discussions, Lin Yan reached an agreement with the Jiaoheng Chamber of Commerce. The transaction fee between the 2 parties was negotiated to 5%, and 10,000 copies of the Panacea would be provided to the arrogant Chamber of Commerce every day. Then Lin Yan directly handed over the 30,000 copies of the Panacea to Chu Ping. Nearly 400 million currency points were directly credited to the account. Little brother Lin Yan. Chu Ping's face was excited, and he said, I know that you must have sacrificed a lot to help me bargain with that big guy this time, and it might even damage your relationship. How about this? Tell me what resources you want, and I will try my best to satisfy you. Lin Yan's face immediately turned red, and he was extremely moved. Then he accepted the several high-level forest resource cards given to him by the Jiaoheng Chamber of Commerce with great embarrassment. From now on, I will have a daily income of 100 million. My hero units will not be short of resources for the time being, Lin Yan whispered. As for ordinary units, at present, there are still basically only more than 10,000 ankle snipers in his divine domain. But in Wolf City, there are still tens of thousands of Gear Orthodox believers, and the number is still growing. Over time, those infected with the mechanized virus will also have their strength upgraded to the 3rd level and become his saints. This is a considerable number of dependents. The most important thing is that he doesn't need to spend any resources. No wonder so many true gods like to transform units from other worlds into their own followers. Lin Yan couldn't help but murmur. Then his consciousness dived into the lower city again, guiding Vito while searching for a suitable target. Soon, the time for the exchange meeting arrived. So Lin Yan did not continue to pay attention to the development of the Gear Orthodoxy today, but went directly to the senior year department. But I found that the senior high school students had already gathered here. They are communicating at this moment. Damn it! Where on earth did that cogwork orthodoxy come from? It just appeared out of nowhere. Stop talking! All the believers I worked so hard to convert are gone. Who knows? We can only blame the school for being so unlucky. The teleportation point we were assigned actually encountered the birthplace of an indigenous sect. Just consider it bad luck. Hearing these conversations, Lin Yan touched his nose somewhat unnaturally. At this time, Chu Qianqian and several female students discovered Lin Yan. He immediately came forward with shining eyes. This is the love lunch I made for you, Junior Lin Yan. After eating it, you will definitely be able to beat those students from number 2 middle school and number 1 middle school. Junior Lin Yan, do you have time after the exchange competition today to make an appointment with senior sister? You should restrain yourself. Don't you know Qianqian is still here? What's wrong with Qianqian being here? Qianqian and I are sisters. It's not impossible for sisters to be together, right, Qianqian? Seeing this scene, several high school male students around immediately showed jealousy in their eyes. However, when they thought of the terrifying talent that Lin Yan had shown, they were immediately relieved. On the other side, I heard what my girlfriend said. Chu Qianqian's face immediately turned red, and she waved her hand. Stop teasing Junior Lin Yan here. After that, he said to Lin Yan in a serious tone. Brother Lin Yan, the influence of the Gear Orthodoxy has been growing recently. Has your clan been affected? Lin Yan nodded. It has a great impact on me. It's okay, Junior Brother Lin Yan, the clan can be transformed again. After giving her some comfort, Chu Qianqian continued. And this is also an opportunity for us. Just think about it, if we can convert the high-ranking members of the Gear Orthodoxy into our clan, how much help will that be to us? Looking at Chu Qianqian, who was getting more and more excited as she spoke, Lin Yan hesitated to speak. At this moment, Principal Suli appeared in the senior class and said, The 3 students who are going to represent our school in the exchange competition, follow me. Lin Yan and 2 other students immediately followed and walked into the principal's office. Now, in the principal's office, the principals of the other 2 middle schools were already waiting. Following behind them were the 3 contestants from their respective schools. Lao Su, you kept me waiting for so long. The principal of number 2 middle school stood up immediately, extended his hand to greet him, looked at Lin Yan, and praised. Is this the genius boy from your number 3 middle school? He broke through a broken plane at the age of a sophomore. He is indeed a genius with extraordinary talent. Principal Suli nodded. That's right, Lin Yan is indeed a genius. Question mark. The principal of number 2 middle school was stunned. In this situation, shouldn't you be humble and then we can praise each other's business? How should I answer this? Lin Yan also widened his eyes. As expected of the principal, this pretense comes naturally to him. I've learned it, and I'll pretend to do the same in the future. Chapter 54. Look at you, you are anxious again. Ha ha! Lao Su, after all these years, you are still like this. At this time, the principal of number 1 middle school burst into laughter. He is just like a little kid, making a fool of himself for the students. Then he looked at Lin Yan and said with a smile. Good boy, you have only been in the god's domain for more than a month, and you can invade a broken plane alone. You are so talented, why did you come to Lao Su for the high school entrance examination? It's the same as classmate Luli, it's a pity. Snort! Suli snorted coldly and said calmly. What's a pity? All the geniuses are running to our number 3 middle school. After so many years, don't you find your own reasons? Principal of number 1 middle school. Lin Yan was also confused. It was the first time he saw the principal look like this. Okay, now that everyone is here, let's get started. Suri said. Let's follow the old rules. Before I finished speaking. Then I heard the principal of number 1 middle school say unhappily. Wait a minute, Lao Su. Don't think you can get away with it so easily. The principal of number 2 middle school also nodded wildly. That's right. The principal of number 1 middle school glanced at Lin Yan and continued. Do you think I don't know? Lin Yan's hero unit has exceeded 100. If we follow the previous rules and only conduct a duel between hero units, then there is no point in exchanging ideas. The principal of number 2 middle school. That's right. Suri suddenly looked embarrassed. He really thought so just now, but he didn't expect to be found out. But he soon returned to normal and said, Okay, I'll let you guys have a go. I'm a good person. How do you guys decide? The principal of number 1 middle school smiled bitterly and pointed at Suli. Old Su. After a moment's silence, the principal of number 1 middle school said, I have 2 suggestions. The first one is to just let the students fight in the god realm. You farted. As soon as he finished speaking, Suli hurriedly asked, Do you have any shame to say such a thing? Under normal circumstances, the clans, ordinary units and heroic units in the demigod realm develop in a coordinated manner. Just like Sufeng, although there are only 40 or 50 hero units, the number of ordinary units is probably close to 100,000. The students sent by the other 2 middle schools to participate in the exchange competition should be of about the same level. Although Lin Yan's hero units exceeded 100. But it is obviously an abnormal development, with the focus on the hero units. If a war in the divine realm really takes place, I'm afraid we will be doomed. Thinking of this, Suli pointed at Lin Yan and continued. How long has Lin Yan been in the god realm? You actually let him fight the top 3 in your school in the god realm? The principal of number 2 middle school also looked at the principal of number 1 middle school with disdain. That's right. Lin Yan hesitated to speak. He thought of himself in the Twin Cities, the followers of the Cogwork orthodoxy. If these believers were to be brought into his own divine domain, the number of ordinary followers in his divine domain would probably reach close to 100,000. However, those Gear Orthodox believers also have the function of spreading the mechanized virus, and they are not yet fully mechanized, so their combat effectiveness is not very high. The principal of number 1 middle school blushed when he was told that, but he immediately smiled and said, Look at you, you're anxious again. After a moment's hesitation. Then he continued, As for the second mode, each student can only send out 1 hero unit. The rest will follow the previous rules. What do you think? Principal Suri hesitated for a moment. In his opinion, under this model, Lin Yan's greatest advantage would be eliminated. However, if we really want to follow the previous rules and conduct a hero battle, this exchange competition would be unnecessary. So he looked at Lin Yan and asked, Lin Yan, what do you think of this? Lin Yan said, I will follow the principal's arrangements. Anyway, no matter how things change, he is confident that he can take first place. After a pause, Suli then said, Okay, that's it. But since classmate Lin Yan has suffered a loss because of taking care of you, you have to give him some benefits, right? The principals of number 1 and number 2 middle schools looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Soon, in Lin Yan's divine domain, there were once again 100 more advanced resource cards. I have to say, number 1 middle school and number 2 middle school are indeed old established top middle schools, and the students are either rich or noble. The 2 principals are so generous in their spending. Frankly speaking, if the Lu family had become a wealthy family a long time ago, I am afraid that the Lu sisters and Lin Yan would also be students of number 1 middle school or number 2 middle school. But isn't this a bit too generous? Lin Yan smacked his lips. Soon, he came to the playground with 2 senior students from number 3 middle school and the top 3 students from the other 2 middle schools. Originally, This kind of exchange competition should be held in the senior year department, but because of Lin Yan, students in the first and second years of high school were also able to watch the game this time. Under the playground, almost all the students of Jinghai No. 3 Middle School, as well as the outstanding students of each grade from the other two middle schools, have gathered together. They looked at the stage with great excitement. The top 3 students from the 3 major middle schools in Jinghai City competed against each other. Moreover, one of them was originally a sophomore in high school. After entering the senior year, he became one of the top 3 students in the senior year of No. 3 Middle School. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. Lin Yan will win! The fat boy Chu Tian raised his head in the crowd. Then the students in the first and second year of high school became excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Lin Yan is awesome! Lin Yan will definitely win! Lin Yan will win! In the end, even the senior high school students started to yell as well. In particular, the brother and sister Chu Tian and Chu Qianqian spoke the loudest, even more excited than Lin Yan himself. Seeing this scene, Lin Yan was speechless. Isn't this just putting himself on the fire? How embarrassing would it be if I lost? But I shouldn't lose, right? Not long after, the details of the game and who will play against whom have all been worked out. The exchange competition among the 3 major middle schools has officially begun. I don't know if it was intentional. First game. He actually arranged for Lin Yan to come out. He fought against. He is a student named Huang Dong from No. 1 Middle School. Junior Lin Yan, I have long heard of your name. Huang Dong's face appeared in the sky above the divine domain and said, I've heard of your name since we were in No. 2 Middle School. I didn't expect that we would have a heroic battle so soon. You are indeed a genius, but I am your senior after all, so let me send out the heroic unit first. Hearing this, many students watching the game took an immediate liking to Huang Dong. After all, anyone with eyes knows that. In this situation, sending out the hero unit first will definitely be a disadvantage, as the demigod sent later can completely target the hero unit that can restrain it. This senior Huang Dong is indeed very graceful, Chu Tian couldn't help but say. However, when he saw the heroic units sent out by Huang Dong, he couldn't help but swear. What the hell? So he was just trying to show off. It was actually a heroic unit whose body was made purely of rock and soil, with an outer layer of extremely thick rock armor, and it looked very honest. Lava Beast. Junior Lin Yan. Huang Dong smiled and said confidently, Then next, it's your turn to send out the hero units. Chapter 55, Chu Tian digs a pit. Lava Beast. In the principal's area. Hee hee. Su Li sneered, looked at the principal of No. 1 Middle School, and sneered. The principal of No. 1 Middle School really knows himself and the enemy before the 3 armies are deployed. He has actually studied Lin Yan so much? He absolutely would not believe that Huang Dong had never studied Lin Yan. Otherwise, how could it be possible to take out this heroic unit? As for Lin Yan's hero units, whether they are the pure fire elements, the bird-beak doctor, or the gray-white hero unit, judging from their previous performance, it can almost be said that they are 100% restrained by this lava beast. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Su Li said sarcastically. He is a sophomore in high school, and you really have to worry about him. The principal of No. 2 Middle School sneered. That's right. The principal of No. 1 Middle School smiled bitterly. Old Su, don't you know me yet? I have studied Lin Yan, but that is because of his talent. I would never let a student do this. Wait. What kind of hero unit is Lin Yan recruiting? How come I have never seen it before? His expression suddenly became stunned. Just see. Just after the yellow lava beast appeared on the battlefield, a crack opened up on the battlefield in the direction of Lin Yan. Next, a figure more than 1 meter tall and resembling an old man walked out of the crack and appeared on the battlefield, facing the lava beast from a distance. Only, the old man's movements were extremely slow, and his body was covered with rotten skin. He looked like a zombie. And his entire body was covered in thick mucus. It looks extremely creepy. It is anomalous containment 106, the scary old man. Seeing this scene, Huang Dong, who had been so confident, suddenly changed his expression. How come I've never heard of this heroic unit of his? And on the playground, seeing that Lin Yenshin had dispatched a heroic unit, Chu Tian, who was originally indignant, was stunned and couldn't help but said, "What the hell? Lin Yan actually cultivated a new hero unit?" Then he shouted excitedly, "Lin Yan is awesome! He beat that pretentious freak from number 1 middle school!" Then, the emotions of all the students in number 3 middle school were ignited in an instant, and they all started shouting, "Lin Yan is awesome! Lin Yan will definitely win! Lin Yan is invincible!" The sound was deafening and almost spread throughout the entire number 3 middle school. Suddenly, those students from number 1 middle school couldn't stand it anymore. A student named Xiaoli couldn't help but say, "Isn't it just a heroic unit? I don't know what you are so excited about." He looked towards the battlefield of heroes. Pointing at the terrifying old man, he said, "Don't you know how powerful Lavamon is? A heroic unit like this, I'm afraid Lavamon can crush it with just one punch. I heard that Chu Tian could sweep away the entire second grade class of your number 3 middle school. I thought he was very strong. But this is the result? Such a heroic unit can also cause your collective excitement. It seems that you three are too weak as a whole." Hearing this, a student from Jinghai number 3 middle school next to Chu Tian couldn't help but ask, "Are you looking for a fight? You're not allowed to talk about the dishes?" Xiaoli sneered and continued, "It's hard to say whether this heroic unit can beat me. Not to mention competing with Senior Huang Dong." Then he looked at the battlefield with admiration. "Humph! You have no idea how strong Senior Huang Dong is. Just wait and see. Lin Yan, whom you are so proud of, will soon be killed instantly by Senior Huang Dong. But it is an honor for him to fight with Senior Huang Dong." Hearing this, the students from the surrounding number 3 middle school were suddenly furious and couldn't help but want to take action. Lin Yan is their idol, how could he be insulted like this? A quarrel was about to break out. At this time, Chu Tian stretched out his hand and stopped the 3 middle school students. "Hee, there was someone in our school who treated Lin Yan like you before. His name was Li Hao." Chu Tian chuckled, his eyes turned, and he said, "But you also think Huang Dong is invincible, and no one can convince anyone, so how about we make a bet?" "How to bet?" Xiaoli frowned. "Simple." Chu Tian's eyes lit up. "I'll bet 100 million currency points, and classmate Lin Yan will definitely win. Do you dare to bet? 100 million? Several students from number 1 middle school looked at each other and started a discussion. 100 million currency points is a huge expense for them, and one person simply cannot afford it. After a moment they said, "Since you want to give us money, we can only accept it. Make a deal." Chu Tian couldn't suppress the smile on his face. "Hey, sister, what are you doing?" At this time, Chu Qianqian frowned, pulled his ear and pulled him aside. "Are you crazy?" Chu Qianqian frowned. "Where did you get 100 million? Hey. Chu Tian quickly laughed and said, "Sister, you see, brother-in-law didn't even take out that gray-white hero unit, which proves that brother-in-law thinks that the hero unit he took out this time is stronger. Don't you have this confidence in brother-in-law? It just so happens that these local tycoons are in power. If I don't cheat them, I will be unworthy of my father's teachings." Thinking of the terrifying combat power of that gray-white hero unit, Chu Qianqian nodded immediately. But the next moment, she blushed again and pulled Chu Tian's ear. "Wait, what do you mean by brother-in-law? Chu Tian, you are so bold that you even dare to make fun of your sister." Chu Tian quickly begged for mercy. "Sister, I believe in your charm, you will definitely be able to win Lin Yan." Chu Qianqian's face turned even redder, and then she directly transferred money to Chu Tian. "There are a few students from number 1 middle school next to me. Since they are all cheated, they can help me make some money too." In the principal's area. "Snort!" The principal of number 1 middle school snorted coldly. "Old Su! How dare you criticize me? You are secretly preparing a new hero unit for Lin Yan." The principal of number 3 middle school, Suli, was confused. "I don't have any. I have never seen this heroic unit." Then he sneered. "And even if I really know, I can't tell you, otherwise someone will target me again. The principal of number 2 middle school nodded. That's right. The principal of number 1 middle school groaned suddenly. In the hero battlefield. This is another new hero unit. This is bad news. Looking at the terrifying old man, Huang Dong felt filled with regret. Originally, he thought he had studied Lin Yan thoroughly, so he took the initiative to propose sending the heroic units first, so that he could appear to be awesome. I didn't expect that Lin Yan actually had a new hero unit. Now he couldn't take any targeted countermeasures against Lin Yan. But even if we rely on hard power, my Lava Mon is undefeated. Huang Dong whispered in his heart. Lava Beast, go ahead, earthquake fragments. The divine domain has just issued an order. Just see it. On the battlefield of heroes, the lava beast stretched out its arm made of pure rock and soil and pointed in the direction of the terrifying old man. Next moment, a burst of rock and soil flew out from under his feet and attacked the terrifying old man. And the rock fragment was still absorbing rock and soil from the earth, forming a huge circular dart. As the distance gets closer, it keeps getting bigger. In response, the terrifying old man remained motionless. However, just as the earthquake debris was about to reach the feet of the terrifying old man, something strange happened. Chapter 56, Rock and Earth Cage. Lin Yan lost? Heroes on the battlefield. Just see. The earthquake fragments used by the lava beast to attack quickly flew towards the terrifying old man, and as the distance increased, their size and power continued to increase. However, just when the earthquake debris was about to touch the terrifying old man, then I saw the old man who had been motionless suddenly move. He held out his hand toward the oncoming earthquake debris. Sizzle! The next moment, a corrosive sound was heard. Then we saw that cracks had suddenly appeared on the surface of the earthquake debris. Within a few seconds, the originally majestic earthquake fragments simply decayed and collapsed. Tick! Tick! Black slime then fell to the ground, corroding the surrounding earth. Seeing this scene, Huang Dong's pupils shrank suddenly. What on earth is this hero unit? His first move was originally a tentative attack, but he didn't expect that this hero unit that looked like an old man could resolve his attack so easily. From this perspective, then his original tactics might not work. After all, he originally wanted to use the rock and earth body of the lava beast to restrain Lin Yan, but the black slime of this hero unit can corrode the rock and earth elements. And under the playground, the students of number 3 middle school had already cheered. Lin Yan is awesome! We won! As always, Lin Yan never lets us down. Come on, Lin Yan! You will win! Chu Tian couldn't stop smiling. He immediately turned his eyes and walked up to the students from number 1 middle school with a sad expression on his face. He said to Xiali, Oh, it looks like you're in a bad situation. Now that I have 100 million currency points, how can I spend them all? Hey classmates, do you have any experience? Seeing Chu Tian with a serious face, Xiali and several other number 1 middle school students clenched their fists so hard that they made a creaking sound, and their faces were gloomy. But they were also extremely shocked that the terrifying old man had resolved the lava beast's attack so quickly. As middle school students, they know how strong Huang Dong is. As a result, before the attack even arrived, it was corroded by the black slime. But when they were ridiculed by Chu Tian, he immediately put aside his shock and snorted. Humph! The hero's battle isn't even over yet, what are you so proud of? That was just a test from Senior Huang Dong, he didn't show his true strength at all. Chu Tian was not angry, and continued to smile. So that's how it is, then how about we make another bet? Xiali and several other students from number 1 middle school were stunned for a moment, and did not respond to Chu Tian's words. Although the families behind them are all wealthy, 100 million is basically the limit of what they can raise. Chu Tian was a little disappointed, thinking to himself. Alas, it seems that there is no way to trick them. Why did Lin Yan act so strong at the beginning? But at this moment, the group of number 1 middle school students suddenly cheered again. Shit! It's a rock and soil cage. Senior Huang Dong has started his real attack. You country bumpkin from number 3 middle school, just wait and see, this is the true strength of Senior Huangdong. Huh! I didn't expect Senior Huangdong to use this move so quickly. If this gets out, it will be enough for Lin Yan to brag about for a long time. Chu Tian immediately looked towards the heroic battlefield. Just see it. At the feet of Lin Yan's hero unit, countless rock and soil elements gather together layer by layer and rise from the ground. In a very short period of time, 6 walls of rock and soil elements tens of meters thick were formed, imprisoning the terrifying old man inside. And more rock and soil elements are constantly gathering in it to reinforce this cage. The next moment, these rock and soil cages continue to squeeze towards the center. Rock and soil of this quality, squeezed at such an astonishing speed, even a hero unit with third-level top-level defense would not be able to withstand it, and would be crushed to pieces in an instant. This junior Lin Yan is really ridiculously strong. It's hard to believe that he is just a sophomore. At the same time, I can only look up to him. Thinking of this, Huangdong quickly made his divine incarnation appear and said to Lin Yan, "Brother Lin Yan, you have proven your strength by allowing me to use the rock and earth cage so quickly. Surrender now, or else if you continue, your heroic unit will be damaged or even destroyed." This was just an exchange match, and he and Lin Yan didn't have any deep hatred. In his eyes, Lin Yan was destined to be a top talent in the future, so he wanted to leave a good impression now. But hearing his words, Lin Yan simply responded, "Senior Huang, thank you for your kindness, but I still want to give it a try." Huangdong frowned. But since Lin Yan said so, there was no need for him to hold back. The rock and earth cage continued to squeeze towards the center at an astonishing speed. At most, I will take the initiative to compensate him with some resources after it's over. Huangdong thought to himself. This should also help me gain his favor. Boom! The next moment, these rapidly gathering rocks and soil finally came together completely. In an instant, smoke and dust covered the entire heroic battlefield. Soon, the smoke cleared. In the area just now, apart from some black slime, there was nothing but rocks and gravel all over the ground. Where is the scary old man? Seeing this scene, in the playground, all the students from the 3rd grade middle school were silent. Lin Yan lost? Although it seems natural for a sophomore to lose to a talented senior. And the skills that Huangdong's lava beast had just displayed were indeed incredibly powerful. But they still found it difficult to accept for a while. The students from number 1 middle school were instantly excited. Senior Huangdong is awesome! Ha! Senior Huangdong is so strong! Give these number 3 middle school idiots a slap in the face. This is the Lin Yan you all had high hopes for, and this is the result? That heroic unit died without even leaving a body behind. Xiaoli and several other students went straight to Chu Tian and mocked him. TSK. Chu Tian, right? Didn't you just ask me how to spend 100 million currency points? Congratulations, you don't have to worry about this problem now, it's our turn to worry. Do you have any good suggestions? But in the face of this ridicule, Chu Tian ignored him, his eyes searching the battlefield. Impossible! Since Lin Yan dared to use the new hero unit, it proves that he is absolutely sure and can't lose so easily. At this time, you still refuse to believe the reality and deceive yourself? Xiaoli sneered and taunted, and also looked at the hero battlefield, and said with admiration, I advise you to collect money as soon as possible. Senior Huangdong is so strong! Rock and Earth Cage, that's the signature skill of the Rock and Earth Beast. If Lin Yan's hero unit can survive, I'll eat it live. How is this possible? Chapter 57. The 3 major middle schools want to work together to train Lin Yan? In the hero battlefield, Huangdong's eyes also searched the battlefield carefully. After making sure there was no sign of life, only the black mucus remained, which continued to corrode the clay, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. He condensed the incarnation of divinity and said to Lin Yan, Junior Lin Yan, you are already very strong to have achieved this. Although it is an exchange match, it was me who killed your hero unit after all, so I will compensate you. Wait. A question suddenly occurred to him. Even if it was crushed into pieces by the rock and soil cage, there should be pieces of flesh and blood. At this moment, he suddenly looked in another direction. Just see! In another corner of the hero battlefield, the horrible old man, his body covered in mucus and with rotting skin, stood quietly on the ground. In the empty eye sockets, the green eyes looked straight in the direction of the lava beast. Huan Dong's pupils suddenly shrank and he broke out in a cold sweat. In the playground, after seeing that the scary old man was not dead, all 3 middle school students cheered. Damn it! Damn it! Lin Yan's hero unit is not dead! Lin Yan is awesome! Lin Yan is awesome! Where are those kids from number 1 middle school? Why aren't they talking? It's so fucking invincible. All I can say is, awesome! The students of number 1 middle school. He looked at the heroic battlefield in shock, unable to utter a word. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Of course Chu Tian would not miss this opportunity, and said to Xiaoli, who looked dazed. Huh? Why isn't Xiaoli talking? Is he born to be quiet? Charlie was still in shock and didn't hear what he said. He just stared blankly at the battlefield, muttering to himself. How is this possible? A country bumpkin, Chu Tian said disdainfully. But he was also very curious. That rock and earth cage blocks all directions. How did that scary old man just now escape from that rock and earth cage? Look! Suddenly a student pointed at the air and shouted. Then a light curtain suddenly appeared. The image on the light screen was actually the slow-motion image just now. Just see! Just when those rock and earth cages gathered together, the head of the terrifying old man actually stretched out from the left side of the rock and earth cage. Next, the entire body of the terrifying old man just passed through the rock and soil wall that was 100 meters thick. Only a pool of black mucus was left on the thick wall surface. Then, the terrifying old man stood there, quietly watching the lava beast working hard to control the 6 walls to squeeze inward continuously, and finally shattered them completely. Seeing this scene, all the students in the playground were shocked. The 3 middle school students have been shocked countless times and have long been accustomed to it. So they were the first to react and became excited. Puff! Chu Tian couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha ha! In the end, he even held his stomach and laughed until his face turned red. What are you laughing at? Chu Tian asked. Sister, didn't you notice? Chu Tian couldn't suppress the smile on his face at all, and deliberately said loudly. Although Lin Yan, the hero unit, has no expression on his face. But with this picture and the appearance of the lava beast, don't you think it's like appreciating a fool's hard work? All I need is some melon seeds. Chu Tian suddenly looked at the light curtain with a strange expression. Now that you mention it, it seems to be true. After battling with wits and courage for a long time, it all ended up being useless. But after the scary old man left, he was still watching quietly not far away. Watching it again with this thought in mind, the picture immediately came to mind. I can't take it anymore. The more I look at them, the more they look alike. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. At this time, Chu Tian then said to Xiaoli and several other students from number 1 middle school. Xiaoli, do you think they look alike? In response to him, Xiaoli roared. Roll! In the principal's office. Spatial ability! The 3 principals saw this scene and exclaimed at the same time. This heroic unit actually seems to have the ability to travel through space. Then, the principal of the number 1 middle school and the principal of the number 2 middle school looked at each other in surprise. They now finally believed that Lin Yan was definitely not specially cultivated with the resources provided by Suri. How is it possible to cultivate a hero unit with spatial abilities with just a few resources? Well, at this time, Suli sighed and said, This kind of genius is really frustrating. It makes me, as the principal, feel like I don't exist. Don't you agree? The principal of number 1 middle school and number 2 middle school. I just fucking know it. This guy Suri will never miss any opportunity. The principal of number 1 middle school shook his head and smiled bitterly, then said, Now that you've said that, I actually think that for a genius like Lin Yan, it would be a bit of a waste if he just stayed in number 3 middle school. Suli immediately became furious. What do you mean? It's been so many years since you became a true god, and you're still so impatient. The principal of number 1 middle school said nonchalantly. Even if Lin Yen is such a genius, how many resources can you allocate to him at number 3 middle school? Do you have the heart to bury such a genius? I have discussed this with the principal of number 2 middle school when I came here. Why don't we, the 3 major middle schools, train Lin Yen together? What do you think? The principal of number 2 middle school nodded. Suli paused for a moment and sneered. No wonder you guys came so early this year. It turns out you guys have discussed it and are here to poach my girlfriend, right? The principal of number 1 middle school said as if it was a matter of course. Do you really think you are so attractive? Suri snorted coldly. However, he whispered to himself in his heart. But what you said does make sense. The 3 major middle schools working together to train Lin Yen is the best outcome for Lin Yen. Heroes on the battlefield. The lava beast stared blankly in the direction of the terrifying old man and scratched its head. It seemed to be wondering how the terrifying old man escaped from his rock and earth prison. Huang Dong also reacted at this moment. This heroic unit definitely escaped early just now and has been staying there ever since. Huang Dong looked in the direction of the scary old man. He is teasing me. Thinking of this, his face suddenly turned red. But now is obviously not the time to get angry. Then he saw the terrifying old man rushing towards the lava beast. Lava beast, defend quickly! Huang Dong immediately issued an oracle. Yes. Lavamon responded innocently. Solid as a rock. The rock and soil on its body surface became hard at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if it was covered with a layer of indestructible armor. Sizzle! But the next moment, then the sound of corrosion was heard continuously. Huang Dong's pupil shrank, and he quickly said, All right, junior brother Lin Yen, I surrender. Magmamon is the strongest hero unit that he has cultivated with great effort, and he can't just disappear like that. On the playground, as Huang Dong's voice of surrender came, the students of number 3 middle school were also excited. Lin Yen really won! Awesome! Lin Yen! The eternal god! Xiaoli and other middle school students were all shocked. They didn't expect that Huang Dong, whom they had always regarded as an idol, would just give up like this. I gave in to a high school sophomore. And they were just saying that the 3 middle school students who thought Lin Yen could win were unsophisticated. So who is the bumpkin? At this moment, Xiaoli saw a figure walking towards him. His pupils suddenly shrank, and he prepared to leave. An arm grasped his shoulders. Chu Tian said with a smile on his face, Dear good people, it's time to pay the currency points. If you can't afford it, the Jiaoheng Chamber of Commerce can provide loan services. Chapter 58, Abyss Demon Dragon? Let the upper city evolve gloriously. Soon, Lin Yen and Huang Dong both withdrew from the heroic battlefield. The students from the 3 middle schools cheered excitedly and surrounded Lin Yen in the middle. Fuck! Brother Yen! Awesome! From today on, you are my big brother! It was so cool to watch. So damn strong! Lin Yen, I love you! Chu Qianqian's 2 best friends even started yelling, causing many male classmates to join in the shouting. Lin Yen quickly said, Forget it, buddy, it's impossible for us to do it. The other students burst into laughter. At this time, Lin Yen received a transfer of 50 million currency points from Chu Tian. Before he could ask, then Chu Tian pointed in the direction of Xiaoli and other students and said, These are some kind-hearted people from number 1 middle school. They saw that you, Lin Yen, are too powerful, so they specially contributed them to you. Lin Yen was shocked. He knew that the students of number 1 middle school were either rich or noble, but were they really so rich and noble? Lin Yen didn't understand, but he was greatly shocked. When Xiaoli and several other students heard Chu Tian's words, they were stunned instantly and began to tremble with anger. Lin Yen didn't understand what was going on, and his consciousness went straight into his own divine realm. He looked at the scary old man. Not long after the terrifying old man summoned the sacrifice, he went straight into a heroic battle, and I didn't have time to observe carefully. According to the Foundation's records, the terrible old man is one of the most difficult subjects to contain. It was his ability to travel through matter that made most methods ineffective. But even this ability is not the most powerful aspect of the terrifying old man. Pocket dimension, Lin Yan whispered. This is the most frightening thing about the scary old man. He can pass through black slime or solid matter and enter an independent space assumed to be a pocket dimension. The scary old man can drag the target into the pocket dimension. In that dimension, the terrifying old man will become almost like a god, playing with his prey at will. Apart from the fact that no living organisms can exist for long, it is simply a miniature divine domain. This is the most frightening thing about the scary old man. If this ability is used properly, it may be used to capture units into my possession. Lin Yan's eyes flickered with excitement. Shortly after Lin Yan and Huang Dong stepped down, a new confrontation suddenly began. This battle is between two students from the second middle school and the first middle school. The exciting duel between the heroic units of the two talented students often attracted the admiration of countless students below. I have to say, excluding some individual cases, the overall level of students from the number 1 and number 2 middle schools is indeed better than that of students from the number 3 middle school. Lin Yan watched the battle between the heroic units of these two students seriously. The confrontation came to a temporary end with the victory of number 1 middle school. Immediately following, the third heroic battle has begun. This heroic battle is between Li Wenrui, the number 1 student from number 3 middle school, and Lu Su, the number 1 student from number 2 middle school. The unit Li Wenrui sent out was a heroic unit called the Spiked Dragon Turtle, which had extremely strong defense and immediately caused cheers from the 3 middle school students. He looked across with great confidence. However, when Lu Tao, the number 1 student in number 2 middle school, sent out his heroic unit, Li Wenrui's pupils suddenly shrank. Not only him, all the students in the playground were silent. Because the heroic unit sent out by Lu Su was a giant black dragon with a pitch-black body and cold eyes. Abyss Dragon. This is the hero unit that appears in textbooks. A powerful creature unique to the Abyss. Even in the Abyss, it is an extremely powerful existence. It can occupy a large territory and is far beyond the reach of ordinary demons like the Imp. Unexpectedly, the number 1 person in the second middle school could actually cultivate this kind of heroic unit into his own clan? But the moment Lin Yan saw the Abyss Dragon, his eyes suddenly lit up. In the principal's office, when the 3 principals saw this scene, their expressions instantly became serious. Nonsense! This is absolutely nonsense! Suli frowned and looked at the principal of number 2 middle school, cursing. How can you let students cultivate abyssal creatures as their own clans so early? The Abyss is originally the hostile plane of the realm of the gods. The creatures of the Abyss are naturally filled with hatred towards every god, and it is extremely difficult to cultivate them into a clan. Even in schools, they only cultivate the lowest level of Abyss creatures such as imps into their own tribe. Abyss creatures like the Abyss Dragon are even more arrogant. Even if they have developed a certain level of faith, they may still rebel at any time and wreak havoc in the divine realm. Throughout history, there have even been examples of abyssal creatures pretending to be tamed and then destroying the realms of demigods. Therefore, even though the creatures of the Abyss are powerful, not many gods would choose to cultivate them as their followers. And now, Lu Su is just a demigod, but he actually cultivated the Abyss Dragon into his own heroic unit? Facing the accusations from the 2 principals, the principal of number 2 middle school smiled bitterly and said, Lu Su is from the Lu family. This Abyss Dragon was obtained by his family. I can't do anything about it even if I object. Suri and the principal of number 1 middle school were suddenly helpless. The Lu family is considered an old and wealthy family in Jinghai City. Since they got this Abyss Dragon for Lu Su, there shouldn't be any big problems. But this is still too dangerous. Suri shook his head. In the student area, if I were to give this Abyss Dragon to use as a sacrifice. Lin Yan was very excited. He felt that it might even be possible to recruit the most legendary and famous subjects in the entire Foundation. But obviously, he can only think about it now. This Abyss Dragon is Lu Su's hero unit, so there is no way he could give it to him. At this time, roar! The Abyss Dragon roared, flapped its wings, and rushed towards the spiked dragon turtle. Seeing this, the spiked dragon turtle immediately locked its shell tightly to defend itself fully. For the time being, the abyss dragon really couldn't do anything to him. I have to say, the spiked dragon turtle hero unit is really tanky. Lin Yan shook his head and asked doubtfully. But this abyss demon dragon doesn't seem to be as powerful as described in the textbooks. He continued to watch the game, absorbing the experience of the top senior students from both schools. But at this moment, in my mind, but suddenly a prompt sound came from the divine realm. Congratulations! Your hero unit, Wei Tuo, has been promoted to level 3. Congratulations! Your hero unit, Wei Tuo, has been promoted to a saint in terms of his faith in you. Hearing these two voices, Lin Yan was stunned. Then I heard Vito's call. Chapter 59, Why not let me give it a try? Hero unit, Wei Tuo. Hero level 3. Hero quality S. Gender none. Faith level saint. After taking a look at the hero attributes that appeared in the god's domain, Lin Yan's attention was instantly shifted to Wolf City. At this moment, Vito no longer looks like a human being. He has been completely infected by the mechanized virus. His entire body is made up of pure bronze gears, and weapons made up of countless gears are attached to his body. Every part of his body has its own function, replacing the original organs and becoming more powerful. Is this what it means to be fully infected by the mechanized virus? Lin Yan whispered, looking to the side of Wei Tuo. There are also several infected people who have been completely infected by the mechanized virus, and their level of faith in Lin Yan has reached that of a saint. As for the others, they were not completely infected, just like Cyberpunk, except that some parts of their bodies were transformed into bronze gears. People like Wei Tuo who originally wanted to be mechanized are, after all, a minority among the minority, and they are not resistant to infection by the mechanized virus at all. Then, Lin Yan took another look at the other situations and was immediately excited. In the Twin Cities, the number of my followers has reached more than 80,000. At this moment, the lower city has almost completely come under the control of the Gear Orthodoxy. However, the vast majority of believers appeared to be unchanged from before, and their level of faith in Lin Yan was just that of ordinary believers. But Lin Yan knew very well. The internal organs of these believers have begun to become irreversibly mechanized and will gradually change over time. And the more intense the exercise, the faster the body's metabolism, and the higher the efficiency of the mechanized virus. Everyone, the evolution day of the upper city is coming soon. At this time, Wei Tuo's voice resounded in every corner of the lower city. On the day of evolution, we will show the people of the upper city what true evolution is. We will destroy all the outdated ideas in upper city, and then improve them. According to our plan, let's start the action. With the sound of gears turning, in every shadowy corner of the lower city, a mechanical voice echoed. Destroy. Then improve. Embrace the glorious evolution. Looking at this scene, Lin Yan suddenly became a little excited. If he could really take over the upper city, he would be able to completely control Wolf City, plus the properties of this mobile port in Wolf City. How many people will his clan have? At the same time, go upstairs. CJ sat in the conference room, overlooking the entire upper city. Congressman CJ. A female counselor walked into the meeting room and reported. The organization called Cogwheel Orthodoxy in the lower city seems to be growing in power. As long as Upper Town isn't affected. Shijia's eyes were full of disdain. Even if all those pigs in the lower city unite, what kind of waves can they cause? As he spoke, he put his arm around the female counselor's waist and kissed her. After the election day is over and I have completely taken control of the upper city, I will have time to deal with those scum in the lower city. The dark-skinned female counselor immediately nodded with a rosy face. The upper city is the crystallization of technology. Due to the huge power gap, no matter how many people there are in the lower city, they will be slaughtered. After giving a few instructions, Lin Yan's consciousness left the Twin Cities again. His attention. He continued to look at the heroic battlefield, staring at the abyss dragon with fiery eyes. At this time, The battle between the spiked dragon turtle and the abyss dragon has entered a white-hot stage. Roar! The abyss dragon flapped its wings and hovered in midair, staring at the spiked dragon turtle without any emotion. At this moment, the spiked dragon turtle's body was covered with wounds. But, thanks to his extremely strong defense, he didn't suffer much real damage. There's a chance! Seeing this, Li Wenrui was overjoyed and gave a divine oracle. Spiked dragon turtle, hold on for a while. This abyss dragon is not as powerful as we thought. In other words, you are more powerful than we thought. As long as we consume the abyss dragon, we may have a chance. White air suddenly came out of the spiked dragon turtle's nostrils. The other side. Great God! The abyss demon dragon also communicated with Lu Su. This turtle's defense is too annoying. Why don't you quickly untie my restraints? Lu Su hesitated for a moment. The combat power of the abyss dragon is extremely strong. The reason why he was able to tame this abyss dragon is purely because his family added constraints to this abyss dragon. Although it will reduce the combat effectiveness of the abyss dragon, it will allow one to fully control it. If the restraints were removed, who knows what would happen? Lu Su revealed his divine incarnation and said to Li Wenrui, Li Wenrui, you can't win if you keep going like this. Admit defeat. Snort. Li Wenrui snorted coldly and said with a smile, It's still uncertain who will win or lose. Lu Su. Today, let's watch my spiked dragon turtle create a miracle of single-handedly fighting the abyss dragon. Lu Su's face suddenly darkened. At this time, the voice of the abyss dragon sounded in his mind again. Great God! Do you really want to lose to this turtle? Can't you feel my loyalty to you? No! I absolutely cannot lose! Lu Su was shocked and whispered, It is an ordinary believer of mine. Besides, I am a demigod. What kind of waves can it cause with just a third-level unit? Immediately, he had an idea. Crack! Next moment, there seemed to be a sound of some chains being untied on the body of the abyss dragon. Now your chains are off. Lu Su quickly issued an oracle. Hurry and defeat this spiked dragon turtle. Of course, my God. The voice of the abyss dragon was filled with mockery. Heroes on the battlefield. Spiked dragon turtle, did you see that? The abyss dragon is not invincible. We should defend first and find the right moment. Li Wenrui was planning his tactics, but the next moment he was suddenly stunned. Wait. Why do I feel that the abyss dragon has suddenly become stronger? The spiked dragon turtle seemed to sense something, and its originally calm body suddenly began to tremble. Then he saw the abyss dragon roaring and rushing towards it again. Crack! Almost in an instant, the spiked dragon turtle's shell, which had been almost intact, suddenly cracked. The abyss dragon showed disdain and continued to attack. At the same time, dark fog spread across the heroic battlefield. Li Wenrui's pupils suddenly shrank, and he quickly said, How is this possible? I give up! Lu Su, stop your abyss dragon! Lu Su? Next moment, the spiked dragon turtle was torn into pieces and swallowed by the abyss dragon. Li Wenrui was immediately furious and wanted to question him, but he found that Lu Su opposite him had fainted. At the same time, cracks actually appeared on the surface of Lu Su's divine domain. Li Wenrui suddenly felt something was wrong and hurriedly tried to separate his divine domain. But he found that his divine domain could not leave this heroic battlefield no matter what. Moreover, his divine domain was blocked by black fog, and he was unable to send out his followers. Li Wenrui was immediately terrified. And now, the playground had already been turned into chaos because of this scene. All the students' faces were filled with shock and horror. The 3 principals and teachers of number 3 middle school rushed to the scene as soon as possible and were equally anxious. Because they found that, at this moment, they were unable to close or enter this heroic battlefield. The upper god of the abyss! Principal Suli stared at the battlefield of heroes that was already surrounded by black fog, and said in a deep voice, The Lu family thought they were smart, but they didn't expect to fall into the trap of the abyss god. At the cost of a third-level abyss dragon, they can at least exchange for 2 genius demigods. It's a good deal no matter how you look at it. Hearing this, the whole audience was in an uproar. The conspiracy of the higher gods of the abyss? No wonder Lu Su could train an abyss dragon as his own clan member. At this time, the true god of the Lu family also arrived at the scene. Su! Seeing the divine realm full of cracks and Lu Su fainting, the Lu family's true god suddenly became furious. Then he angrily said to the principal of number 2 middle school, Lu Su has caused such a big incident in school, shouldn't he give me an explanation? The principal of number 2 middle school sneered. How dare you say that? Didn't I warn you before? You are just being too smart and insist on thinking that you can cultivate the abyss dragon? The Lu family's true god paused for a moment, and then said with hatred, So what? Don't you have any responsibility at all? As the principal, since you already knew about this, why didn't you take care of him? Why did you just watch him get into this situation? If anything happens to Lu Su, you and I will fight to the death. Upon hearing this, the principal of number 2 middle school became furious. All right. Now is not the time to argue, Suli said in a deep voice. The problem now is that we have to kill this abyss dragon first, otherwise the destruction of the 2 students' divine realms will be a small matter. If that abyss high god descends through the abyss dragon, before the arrival of the Federation's higher gods, all of them, and even all the gods in the entire Jinghai city, will definitely die here. But now the hero's battlefield is shrouded, and they cannot send in their followers. How can they stop this abyss dragon? Thinking of this, the feeling of fear instantly enveloped all demigods and true gods. Wait! Maybe we can still make it now! At this time, the principal of number 1 middle school stretched out his finger and lightly drew a line on the heroic battlefield shrouded in black fog, causing ripples. He was immediately surprised and said, If the 4 of us true gods join forces, we may be able to forcibly tear open a rift and send a heroic unit in. As long as we kill this abyss dragon and send no more than 2 level 3 heroes, we might even be able to save the 2 students' divine realms. The 4 true gods immediately showed joy on their faces. If that's the case, then it's certainly possible. But Suli nodded and asked again, which 2 third-level hero units can kill the fully stated abyss dragon? The Lu family's true god and the 3 principals fell silent. As true gods, they certainly know how powerful the abyss dragon is. If there were no restrictions, there would naturally be many heroic units in their divine domain that could kill this third-level abyss dragon. But if it can only be a third-order unit, then it's different. Not to mention these students. Even for true gods like them who have ignited the divine fire for a long time, they cannot find a hero unit in the divine realm that can kill the abyss dragon at the same level. What's more, this abyss dragon is being taken care of by the abyss supreme god at this moment. I'm afraid it is not comparable to any ordinary abyss dragon. If it really doesn't work, the principal of number 2 middle school said with a gloomy look, then I can only tear open the cracks, and then I will send stronger followers to forcibly burst the divine domains of the 2 students. When he said this, his face was full of struggle. This action was tantamount to asking him to destroy the divine realms of 2 talented students with his own hands. How could he bear it? But there is no other way. This seems to be the best solution at the moment. Either he would destroy the 2 students' divine realms with his own hands, or the 2 students' divine realms would be destroyed by the higher gods of the abyss, causing even greater disasters. He has to do this. I do have some responsibility for this matter. The principal of number 2 middle school sighed and said in a trembling voice, Let me be the one to do this sin. No! The Lu family's true god directly refused and stopped the principal of the 2nd middle school. Lu Su is my only bloodline and the heir of my Lu family. Nothing can happen to his divine domain. Hearing this, Principal Suli couldn't help himself and shouted, Enough! Isn't this the mess you caused in the first place? Lu Su's divine domain must not be in trouble, but can Li Wenrui's divine domain be in trouble? He is the one who will suffer from the unprovoked disaster. If this abyss demon dragon is not killed, if the abyss higher god descends, the entire Jinghai city will probably fall. Having said that, he couldn't help but shudder. The other 2 principals also looked serious. The Lu family true god stood in front of the hero's battlefield and said, No matter what, Lu Su must not get into any trouble. Upon hearing this, the 3 principals immediately tried to hold back their anger, and Suri even wanted to take action directly. However, at this moment, in the student area, a voice suddenly rang out. Principal, how about, let me try? Chapter 60. Lin Yen is so selfless. The demon dragon is furious. Hearing this, the whole playground suddenly became quiet. The three principals and the Lu family's true god were stunned for a moment, then looked in the direction of the sound. Suddenly I saw Lin Yan's figure. Then the whole audience became excited. Oh my god! Is classmate Lin Yan so tough? It's useless. That's an abyss dragon, and it's very likely an abyss dragon under the command of a higher god. That's right. Didn't you see that even the principal and the others couldn't do anything? No matter how talented Lin Yan is, he is only a demigod after all. Stop talking so much and run away. Didn't you hear what the principal and the others said just now? Every student's face was filled with fear. Lin Yan's eyes were full of excitement. He originally thought that he had no chance of fighting the abyss dragon, but he didn't expect such a thing to happen. You are the classmate Lin Yan, right? Are you telling the truth? The Lu family's true god's eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly took 2 steps forward. Then hurry up, as long as you can save Lu Su. Nonsense! The principal of number 2 middle school shouted, interrupting. All students and teachers, evacuate here first and prepare for the worst. The principal of number 1 middle school also nodded. Obviously, they wanted to deal with this crisis independently to prevent other teachers and students from being involved in it. The Lu family's true god suddenly became anxious. Judging from the situation, it seems that Lu Su is really doomed to fail today. Lin Yan was also a little anxious and looked at Suli. Principal, let me try, I am sure. If he really broke through the battlefield of heroes and released the abyss dragon, he would have no suitable excuse to capture it in public. Lu Jia's henshin was immediately moved. Su is seriously injured, and this classmate Lin Yan is even more anxious than me. Suli showed hesitation on his face and asked, Student Lin Yan, have you really thought it through? This is a fully powered abyss dragon. The 2 heroes you send out might die, but the key is that your divine domain might also be implicated. Lin Yan said righteously. We are all students of Jinghai City. Principal, it is my duty to save Lu Su. Hearing this, everyone present was stunned for a moment, and then stood in awe of Lin Yan. Classmate Lin Yan is so great. Not only is he talented, but he also has such a good character. In order to save a classmate you don't even know, you actually dare to take such a risk. Suli hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, Okay. Then let Lin Yan try. Remember, if there is any danger, close the god's domain immediately to avoid other crises that you won't be able to deal with in time. Ensuring your own safety is the first priority. Lao Su! The principal of number 1 middle school and number 2 middle school suddenly became anxious. It's fine if Lin Yan doesn't understand, but why are you making such a fuss? In their eyes, with the talent Lin Yan has shown, his future achievements will be limitless. If an accident really happens here, they will become sinners. Suli sighed and said, I know Lin Yan. He won't take risks if he's not sure of the outcome. However, we must pay full attention to him and not let anything happen to him. Upon hearing this, the principals of number 1 and number 2 middle schools looked at each other. Then nodded in agreement. Seeing that the 3 principals had reached a consensus, the Lu family true god immediately showed joy on his face and urged, Hurry up! Lu Su can't hold on any longer. Next, the 4 true gods walked to the heroic battlefield shrouded in black fog and activated their own divine domains at the same time. Not long after, on the surface of the heroic battlefield, a crack suddenly appeared in the thick black fog barrier. Lin Yan, hurry! Principal Suri said with sweat on his forehead. Lin Yan no longer hesitated and directly unfolded his divine domain. Next moment, 2 figures rushed directly into the crack. Almost at the same time, the crack disappeared instantly. The 3 principals and the Lu family's true god immediately collapsed to the ground, panting, looking in the direction of the hero battlefield. Although they were unable to see through the black fog, their faces were filled with anxiety. At the moment when the 2 anomalous containment objects entered the black fog, the expression on Lin Yan's face instantly turned into excitement. In the hero battlefield, The Abyss Dragon flapped its wings and soared in the sky. Black mist was still emanating from its pitch-black scales. This thick black fog obscured the entire heroic battlefield, and an aura completely different from that of the realm of gods gushed out. At the same time, at the border of the heroic battlefield, one can vaguely see two divine domains with cracks constantly appearing. The Abyss Dragon, Lin Yen whispered excitedly. Who? At this time, the Abyss Dragon also discovered 096 and the terrifying old man, and its cold eyes immediately revealed a look of disdain. Two dead bodies? Where did these lowly creatures come from? You want to stop me? Die! It immediately felt insulted. It was an Abyss Demon Dragon, one of the top existences in the Abyss, but the other party only sent two corpses to try to stop it. Even one of the dead bodies was so scared that he started crying while covering his face. This made the Abyss Dragon even more angry. Do they think such a cowardly thing can stop this dragon? It immediately roared, shook its dragon wings, and whizzed towards the direction of 096. It will shatter these two corpses in an instant. Woo woo woo! At this time. Then I saw that the corpse that was originally crying stopped crying and instead rushed towards me screaming. The next moment, a bloody wound appeared on the dragon wing of the Abyss Dragon. You can actually hurt me? But unfortunately you are still too weak. Looking at 096 whose chest was torn by him, the Abyss Dragon ignored him and turned around immediately, ready to kill the motionless corpse covered with mucus. Woo! But at this moment, the screaming sounded again behind it. The Abyss Dragon's pupils suddenly shrank. Outside, the three principals guarded Lin Yen, who had his eyes closed, behind them with extremely nervous expressions. However, the hero battlefield was shrouded in black fog, and they could not know the situation inside the battlefield. Seeing that a long time had passed, but the black fog in the hero battlefield still did not decrease, the three principals suddenly became anxious. Lao Su! The principal of number 2 middle school said anxiously. Why not forcibly cut off classmate Lin Yan's divine domain? The Lu family's true god immediately shook his head. No, Lu Su hasn't yet. Stop that, Lu Su! The principal of number 2 middle school said angrily. If Lin Yan gets into an accident, your entire Lu family won't be enough to compensate. Wait a minute. Su Li's face was also full of anxiety. I believe in classmate Lin Yan, let's wait a little longer. At the same time, roar! In the hero battlefield, the slightly terrifying voice of the Abyss Demon Dragon continued to resound. What kind of monster is this? Why can't I kill it no matter what? And it keeps sticking to me. You lowly corpse! Get out! Chapter 61. The Abyss Demon Dragon Dies. Big Harvest. In the hero battlefield, the wings of the Abyss Dragon vibrated wildly as it shuttled back and forth in the heroic battlefield. However, no matter how fast it moves, 096 can always catch up at an astonishing speed and launch a violent attack. Damn it! What kind of creature is this? The Abyss Dragon was completely terrified. It has lived for so long, and has never seen such a monster. Based on the attack I just made, that gray-white unit should have died countless times. However, the opponent always survives and continues to attack himself. It's as if he can't be killed at all. It doesn't matter if you can't win. The most important thing is that even if he put aside the arrogance unique to the Abyss Dragon and ran away, he could not escape at all. Even if I fly up and escape at an extremely fast speed, that grayish-white corpse could mysteriously appear beside him. All the methods it was proud of seemed to be useless in front of this gray corpse. At this moment, the Abyss Dragon felt for the first time that death was so close to him. Woo! At this moment, the screaming sounded again. It's almost like a conditioned reflex. The Abyss Dragon immediately flapped its wings and flew away again. As expected of an Abyss Dragon, its defense is too strong. Lin Yan's eyes flickered. Ordinary hero units would have died long ago under an attack of the intensity of 096. However, this Abyss Dragon is still alive. Fortunately, 096 was dispatched directly. If it were just the terrifying old man alone, he might not be a match for this Abyss Dragon. After all, The scary old man doesn't have the perverted immortality like 096. But the more this happened, the more excited Lin Yen became. Time passes by little. The injuries on the Abyss Dragon were increasing. Its flying speed was getting slower and slower, and it even started to shake in midair. Looking at 096 chasing closely from behind, the Abyss Dragon was suddenly surrounded by fear. This guy is so strong, why did he cry at the beginning? Did he have to pretend to be weak so that I could let my guard down? The Abyss Dragon doesn't understand. Brush! 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 At this time, 096 had already jumped onto its head and started attacking frantically. The Abyss Dragon suddenly fell heavily to the ground, a deep wound appeared on its head, and it howled weakly. It was at this time that the figure of a terrifying old man appeared in front of it. Sizzle! The dark slime dripped onto the cracks in the wound on its head, causing its huge body to twist. Soon, the cold eyes of the Abyss Dragon dimmed completely and lost its vitality. Finally worn out, Lin Yen let out a long sigh. This Abyss Dragon is definitely the most powerful heroic unit he has encountered so far. I can only rely on 096 to grind it to death. Of course, if this idea were to be made public, there would definitely be a large number of demigods or even true gods who would be speechless. This is the Abyss Dragon. Even in the Abyss, it is a top-level heroic unit. But with such a strong unit, the anomalous containment recruited through sacrifice must also be very powerful. Lin Yen was excited. The oracle was issued immediately. The terrifying old man immediately took action and touched the corpse of the Abyss Dragon. The next moment, the huge body of the Abyss Dragon disappeared in an instant. At the same time, on the playground, the expressions of the three principals and the Lu family's true god became increasingly solemn. It's been so long. The principal of number 2 middle school said solemnly. Old Su, quickly move Lin Yen away and close his divine domain. This time, Suri did not answer, but nodded imperceptibly after a moment. The Lu family's true god was very anxious. No, Suri is still. But before he could finish his words, the three principals glared at him, and he immediately swallowed the words. At this moment, his face suddenly lit up, and he quickly said, Wait! Don't be in a hurry! The black gas began to dissipate, and Suri's divine core stopped breaking. The three principals looked over immediately. Just see it! In the heroic battlefield, the thick black air actually began to dissipate rapidly at this moment. The three principals were stunned. Really succeeded? The Abyss Dragon was solved by Lin Yan's 2 hero units? Soon, the thick black air had completely dissipated, leaving only 2 hero units, 096 and 106, standing on the hero battlefield. Lin Yan also opened his eyes at this time. All the teachers and students were immediately excited. What the hell? It actually worked? Wait, where's the Abyss Dragon? Lin Yan actually killed the Abyss Dragon with just 2 hero units? And look! None of those 2 hero units died. Doesn't this mean they killed the Abyss Dragon without taking any damage? Now I know what a true genius is. Damn it! So, Lin Yan held back in his fight with Huang Dong? Hearing this, Huang Dong in the student group was suddenly speechless. What the hell does this have to do with me? But on second thought, he paused again, smiled bitterly and shook his head. He really couldn't refute this. The other side. Su! The Lu family's true god quickly picked up the unconscious Lu Su and began to examine him. However, they discovered that Lu Su's divine domain was severely damaged. Although the core of the divine domain had not been broken, the Lu family's resources were simply not enough to restore it. His heart suddenly felt cold. He couldn't help but look at 096 and the terrifying old man who had not yet died in the heroic battlefield. Then he looked in the direction of Lin Yan. It's all Lin Yan's fault. He definitely didn't try his best to save you just now. He just wanted to delay the battle for so long because he was afraid that his 2 heroes would die. Otherwise, the Abyss Dragon would have been dealt with long ago, and I might have been able to restore your divine domain core. A feeling of resentment suddenly arose in his heart. However, He did not show it on the surface and just looked at Lin Yen gloomily. "Student Lin Yen? Are you okay?" At this time, Suri had already checked Lin Yen once and asked worriedly. "Principal, I'm fine." Lin Yen shook his head, then apologized and said, "But the Abyss Dragon just escaped, and I couldn't stay." The three principals looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. "Student Lin Yen, have you ever learned that excessive modesty is just pretense?" Suli looked at Lin Yen and laughed. "Not bad, boy, you actually defeated the Abyss Dragon, and both heroes survived. This is beyond my expectation." "Yes, classmate Lin Yen is indeed strong." The principal of number 1 middle school nodded and said seriously, "But classmate Lin Yen, don't take such risks next time. You are much more important than Lu Su." Hearing this, the Lu family's true god, who was full of resentment, suddenly paused. "That's true." Suli nodded and then continued to talk to himself. "Oh right, I remember someone just said that Lin Yen saved Lu Su, and he would never let Lin Yan's efforts be in vain?" The Lu family's true god trembled all over, his face looked terribly gloomy. But the next moment, he forced a smile on his face again, walked up to Lin Yen, and said through gritted teeth, "Lin Yen, no matter what, thank you for saving Lu Su's life. So I'll take out a piece of the 3rd level God Realm core fragment as a thank you gift, don't refuse it." Lin Yen was immediately delighted. The 3rd level Divine Domain core fragment. I didn't expect such a big unexpected gain. But before he could speak, then I heard Principal Suli's voice as if he was talking to himself. "A piece of the core fragment of the 3rd level Divine Domain? TSK, an Abyss Dragon that has been tampered with by the upper gods actually appeared in the school. I have reason to suspect that there is a traitor from the Abyss in the realm of the gods." As soon as the words fell, the Lu family's true god trembled again, and smiled flatteringly at Lin Yen. "3. I'll give you 3 3rd-level Divine Domain core fragments. Classmate Lin Yen, are you satisfied with this reward?" Chapter 62, Sacrifice the Abyss Dragon. Reward 682. When saying this, Lu Jiazhenshin's heart was bleeding. Although the Lu family is a wealthy family, they have many businesses that need to be transferred. The 3 core fragments of the Divine Realm would be a huge expense, and the Lu family would even need to sell some of their assets. After that, he looked cautiously in the direction of Suli and the 3 principals. Suli snorted coldly. "Why are you looking at me? It wasn't me who saved Lu Su." The Lu family's true god immediately looked at Lin Yen. Lin Yen was also confused at this moment. "I didn't expect that after capturing the Abyss Dragon, I could get such a huge benefit as well." But he really wanted to know, if he disagreed, could he ask for more resources? At this moment, he heard Suri's whisper again. 3 fragments of the Divine Realm core were almost the limit of what the Lu family's true god could produce. If you say more, the Lu family's true god will definitely not agree. After all, the Lu family definitely has nothing to do with the Abyss superior god behind the Abyss Dragon. At most, it will just make the Lu family more troublesome to be investigated. "So I suggest you quit while you're ahead." Suli snorted coldly. "This old man surnamed Lu has no shame at all." "Get the voice transmission." Lin Yen immediately pretended to be weak and said, "Then I will thank the true god." "No need!" Lu family true god quickly said. "Student Lin Yen, you saved Sewer. I can't thank you enough." Soon, in Lin Yan's divine domain, there appeared 3 more third-order divine domain core fragments that were glowing with a faint light. "Hey, Lao Su, are we going to continue this exchange competition?" The principal of number 1 middle school glanced at Lin Yan and asked helplessly. Considering Lin Yan's record of defeating the Abyss Dragon alone without any casualties, there is no need for the other senior high school students to continue the exchange competition. The gap is really too big. "Go on, why not?" Suli said as a matter of course. Of course, Lin Yan doesn't need to participate. The remaining senior students still have to compete for the 2nd place. Hearing this, all the senior high school students were speechless. "Damn. Principal Suri, is it really okay for you to say it so bluntly in front of us?" Student Lin Yan. At this time, Suli said to Lin Yan, "I just discussed it with the principals of number 1 middle school and number 2 middle school. From today on, You will be jointly trained by our 3 schools. What do you think? The entire school of teachers and students was in an uproar. Being jointly trained by 3 schools? This kind of treatment has never been seen in the entire history of Jinghai City. But, if this student is Lin Yan, it seems normal? Forehead. Lin Yan was about to speak when he paused. But after thinking for a while, he said, Principal, didn't you say that if you win first place in the exchange competition, you can be recommended to the preparatory class of Imperial Capital University? Hearing this, the 3 principals were stunned and looked at each other. They had originally wanted to jointly train Lin Yan, which was already a bold exception, but they didn't expect that Lin Yan would be even bolder. Want to enter the preparatory class of Imperial Capital University when you are only a sophomore in high school? After a while, Su Litsai hesitated and said, That's right, classmate Lin Yan. We do have the qualifications to recommend you. But whether you can pass it still depends on the assessment of Imperial Capital University. If you want this recommendation, we can give it to you. But after all, you have only been in the divine domain for a short time, and this assessment is for high school students. Regardless of the result, our 3 schools will still jointly train you. Maybe you can get in directly in this year's college entrance examination? He was afraid that Lin Yan would fail the Imperial Capital University's preparatory student assessment, and his confidence would be greatly affected, so he said this. Seeing that the goal had been achieved, Lin Yan was delighted and nodded. Thank you, Principal. Suri and the other 2 principals looked at each other helplessly. While Lin Yan was discussing this, an exchange competition was also going on the other side at the same time. But after what just happened, this time, the students' enthusiasm was obviously reduced a lot. The eyes of countless classmates. They all looked towards Lin Yan unconsciously. And Lin Yan himself. His consciousness once again entered his own divine realm. At this moment in his divine domain, the number of fire demons has reached more than 200, and they are still burning fiercely. 096 was still pacing back and forth, and the terrifying old man was hanging upside down on a tree, motionless. As for the plague doctor, he was surrounding the corpse of the abyss dragon, muttering, Plague, over and over again. Then there are the ordinary units. Lin Yan didn't take much care of his human clan, and they multiplied to nearly 1,000. As for the ankle snipers, their number did not increase much, still around 10,000. For a level 3, an ankle sniper with a limit of level 2 is of little use, Lin Yan whispered. But he still has tens of thousands of gear Orthodox believers in Wolf City. As long as they wait for a certain period of time, all these believers can become ordinary 3rd-level units. Then, Lin Yan exchanged another batch of advanced forest resource cards. After doing this, Lin Yan's gaze then came to the altar of his own divine domain. Next to the altar, the huge corpse of the abyss dragon was lying on the ground. In comparison, the altar seemed insignificant. I have to say that the abyss dragon is indeed a top-level creature, with treasures all over its body. Not to mention the living abyss dragons, their combat power is extremely powerful, but the chance of cultivating them into a clan is very small. Lu Su is an example if you are not careful. Even after it dies, every part of its body can be sold for a very high amount of currency points. After driving away the plague doctor with fiery eyes, Lin Yan directly threw the corpse of the abyss dragon onto the altar. Sacrifice successful. Please select your recruitment target. Next moment, 3 options immediately appeared in front of Lin Yan. Anomaly contained object 939,000 Ma Beast X100. Unit, ordinary unit. Description: Abnormal containment 939 is a warm-blooded carnivore that lives in groups. It lacks many organ systems necessary to sustain life. It can lure prey by imitating the sounds of other creatures, and then bites them to death. It can also cause sea-level amnesia to targets within range through breathing. Sea-level amnesia can at most erase the faith of devout believers. The moment he saw this abnormal containment object, Lin Yan immediately passed it. This abnormal containment object is fine as an ordinary unit, and can erase the faith of devout believers on a large scale, but if it is exchanged for the abyss dragon, it is a bit not worth it. Lin Yan continued to look at the next options. Anomaly contained object 4715, Beast of War. Unit, Hero Unit. Description: Anomaly Containment 4715 is a large hexapod carnivorous mammal with a chimera morphology. The object is highly aggressive and will attempt to attack the most intelligent life it encounters. If Containment 4715 senses an entity intending to harm another entity, including itself, it will rapidly gain mass proportional to the number of these entities. Once there are no hostile sources around, its size will quickly shrink to a minimum of 5.2 meters. Anomaly Containment 4715 has a fairly high natural resistance and is able to regenerate a large amount of lost tissue, including limbs lost in violent conflicts. Seeing this line of information, Lin Yan was immediately excited. In short, as long as the target has the intention to harm, the beast of war will make itself as powerful as or even stronger than the target, and can quickly recover from its own injuries. It can be said that this is definitely an abnormal containment object that is so powerful that it can be called a bug. It is not comparable to the Abyss Dragon. On the battlefield, it is almost invincible. He was almost impatient to make a choice. But he took a deep breath, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and continued reading. Just this look. He could no longer suppress his excitement, his pupils shrank, and he couldn't help but exclaimed. 682? Chapter 63, Master 682 appears. 096 is stunned. Project name, Anomalous Containment 682, Immortal Lizard. Unit, Hero Unit. Description: Abnormal Containment 682 is a huge reptile of unknown origin. It shows extremely high intelligence, and shows hatred for all life. Anomalous Containment 682 has been observed to possess extremely high strength, speed, and rapid reflexes, though the exact degree varies depending on its form. The item's regenerative and adaptive abilities are amazing, and Anomalous Containment 682 can still move and communicate even when its body is destroyed or decayed. When the object is threatened by a fatal threat, it will evolve the ability to adapt to the threat, and then the threat will be ineffective against the object. Looking at the series of information appearing on the system interface, Lin Yan's breathing became a little rapid. He took several deep breaths before whispering, "I didn't expect that Mr. 682 would be recruited." In the Foundation, Anomalous Containment 682 is definitely the most famous project. Its origin is unknown. But what is clear is that it has an even stronger immortality trait than 096. Even if the universe were destroyed, 682 would still survive. In addition to its immortality, the most terrifying thing about 682 is its adaptability. Once he is injured, he will heal quickly, and after healing, he will be able to adapt. The same type of injury inflicted on him last time will be completely ineffective. There is simply no solution. It's okay that it can't be killed, but the key is that it can evolve and adapt crazily. How do you play this? In the Foundation, there have been countless attempts to execute 682. The execution record of 682 alone could form a thick stack of information, and even many extremely dangerous anomalous containment objects were used for this purpose. However, the final result is basically that 682 heals quickly and then adapts to the anomalous containment that is supposed to execute it. 682 is also immune to the abnormal effects of these anomalous containment. Therefore, 682 Immortal Evil Lizard has a nickname of Uncle in the Foundation. If Anomalous Containment 4715, Beast of War is an anomalous containment that can be called a bug, then 682 is the real bug. Without hesitation, Lin Yan made his choice. I choose option 3. Choose successfully. Anomaly Containment 682, Immortal Evil Lizard, recruiting now. Estimated recruitment completion time, 9 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Just when Lin Yan was examining his own divine domain, the exchange competition among the 3 schools is gradually coming to an end. The top 3 senior students from the 3 major high schools have already decided the winner. Almost at the same time, cheers suddenly rang out from the student group below. Lin Yan is awesome! Woohoo! What is a genius? Lin Yan! First! Hearing these cheers, the winners of the competition suddenly felt helpless. Fucking! I've been playing here for a long time, but it ended up being an exhibition match for Lin Yen? But Lin Yen is awesome! He followed up with a roar. After everything is processed, Lin Yen couldn't wait to return home. His consciousness immediately re-entered his own divine realm. The divine domain panel suddenly expanded. Deity, Lin Yen. Divine Domain Core, Level 3. Hero Units, 096 Shy Man, 106 Scary Old Man, 173 Little Peanut, 049 Plague Doctor, 457 Fire Demon X300. Ordinary Units, Terran X958, Ankle Blowers X14680. Power of Faith 9860710. Currency points, 305 million. It's almost 10 million faith power! How come it's so much? Seeing this number, Lin Yen himself was shocked. Then he reacted. I'm afraid that 70% to 80% of this much power of faith comes from the Gear Orthodox believers in Wolf City. The power of faith generated by these clansmen within his own divine domain only accounts for a small proportion. The clans in Wolf City don't have to consume my own resources. Developing clans in the ownerless world is really a business with no capital and huge profits. Lin Yen couldn't help but mutter absent-mindedly, and then fell into deep thought. Using resources from other worlds to support your own clan, I wonder if this can be considered a kind of NTR? Of course, he also knew that this was basically all due to the mechanized virus. Generally speaking, even for a true god, it would be extremely difficult to develop a clan in an ownerless world, and any carelessness would attract the attention of the local will. Where is it like me? All you need to do is release the mechanized virus, and you don't have to worry about anything else. Shake your head. Lin Yan's attention shifted to the sky above the divine realm, to the 3 third-level divine realm core fragments. The value of the third-level divine domain core fragment is much higher than that of the second-level one. Once the power of faith exceeds 100 million, and one more third-level divine domain core fragment is obtained, then you can advance to the 4th level. Lin Yan whispered. If these words were spoken outside, they would definitely scare a bunch of demigods to death. How long has it been since Lin Yan opened up the divine realm, and he's already considering advancing to the 4th level? While Lin Yan was thinking about development, the system's voice suddenly rang. Anomaly Containment 682, Immortal Evil Lizard, recruitment successful. At the same time, in Lin Yan's divine domain, a huge reptile suddenly appeared in the northwest area. It looked like a lizard, and its dark green eyes revealed contempt for everything. Anomalous Containment 682, Immortal Evil Lizard. But Lin Yan could feel that the Immortal Evil Lizard's level of belief in himself is still that of a saint. The Immortal Evil Lizard should be in a newly born state now. Lin Yan fell into deep thought. An evil thought suddenly came to his mind, and he looked in the direction of 096 with ill intentions. Lin Yan swore that he was definitely doing this to help 682 grow, and he had no other thoughts. At the moment when Lin Yan issued the oracle, 096 and 682 took action at the same time. Soon, the two anomalous containment objects discovered each other. Lowly creature. 682 spit out his tongue and growled with disdain. Ouch! The moment their eyes met, 096 covered her face, turned her back and began to cry sadly. 682 suddenly became a little agitated. Next moment, brush! 096 launched an attack directly towards 682. I saw a grayish-white afterimage passing by, and a piece of flesh was instantly torn off from 682's dark body. 096 was also seriously injured by 682. But, faced with their own injuries, the two anomalous containment objects didn't care at all and continued to attack each other. About 10 minutes later, the injuries on the bodies of 096 and 682 were very serious, even most of their bones were shattered. But the next moment, the injuries on both of them recovered quickly. Brush! 096 launched another attack. However, this time, its attack did not cause any damage to 682's scales. The slender gray figure suddenly froze. Just then, 682 raised his head again and looked at 096's face with disdain. Then, 096 decisively turned his head and madly attacked the flame demon next to him. After finding that his attack was ineffective, he began to scratch his face frantically. Lin Yan. Chapter 64, 173 made 682 scared. Lin Yan could clearly feel that. After the fight with Uncle 682 just now, 096's worldview seemed to have collapsed. His IQ, which was not very high to begin with, went straight into madness. No way. The abnormal characteristics of 682 are too restraining for 096. Not to mention the stronger recovery ability. The key is that it can evolve and adapt after being attacked for a while, so that 096's attack has no effect on it. Then, 096 immediately became timid. Even without Lin Yan issuing an oracle, 096 directly and proactively violated its abnormal characteristics. Even if 682 saw its face, it was no longer shy and would not launch an attack. But 682 felt nothing about it, and his eyes still showed that look of contempt. As expected of Master 682, Lin Yan was deeply moved. Then, he decisively issued another oracle. The fire demon who had been watching the battle on the side immediately stepped forward, and the scorching sea of fire instantly enveloped 682. Sizzle. The next moment I saw 682's huge body was burned at a speed visible to the naked eye. The black scales instantly turned red and curled outwards. Soon, Lin Yan could even smell the aroma of meat. Roar! 682 suddenly howled in pain. But soon, the howling ended. 682's eyes returned to disdain again. On the surface of its body, the red scales turned back to black again. The scorching flames of the Balrog no longer seemed to cause 682 any discomfort or any harm. You've become immune to the Balrog's damage so quickly? Lin Yan was shocked, and his eyes became more excited. Next, he issued another oracle, asking the terrifying old man to take action. Sizzle! The dark slime dripped onto 682's scales, and immediately a corrosion sound was heard. But soon, the corrosive sound stopped, and the black slime could no longer cause any damage to 682. Even 682 can take a bath in it. Next came the 049th Plague Doctor. Plague! After receiving Lin Yan's oracle, the Plague Doctor looked at 682 with hesitation in his eyes. It seems that it is not sure either. Is there something like the plague that he thinks 682 has on him? But in the end, the Plague Doctor still reached out to 682. Then Lin Yan felt 682's life was fading away at a very slow pace. Not long after, 682's eyes closed completely, as if he was completely dead. No, not like. Lin Yan could feel it. At this moment, all of 682's vitality disappeared, and he was truly dead. But the next moment, 682, the corpse that seemed to have died, suddenly stood up again. And this time, no matter how the Plague Doctor touches it, it has no effect on 682. Is this Mr. 682? So fierce! Lin Yan was excited. Even the Plague Doctor's harvesting of lives based on unknown principles can be evolved and adapted to. After the evolution he had just performed using several anomalous containment objects, 682 now had many more resistances than when he was first recruited. Physical damage, fire, corrosion, life drain. Lin Yan whispered and looked at the last abnormal containment object. The moment the oracle was delivered, Peanut then took action. However, the result this time was beyond Lin Yan's expectations. At the beginning, 682, just as Lin Yan expected, his neck was broken by Peanut. However, due to the huge size difference, Peanut did not cause fatal damage to 682. However, as 682's size continued to decrease, its injuries became more and more serious. Final. 682 evolved a way to resist the little Peanut. It turned out that several pairs of eyes grew on various parts of the body, to ensure that he could always keep an eye on Little Peanut and avoid triggering Little Peanut's abnormal characteristics. Little Peanut, is he so strong? Lin Yan was stunned. He originally thought that Peanut would not be able to cause any harm to 682, but unexpectedly, 682 got scared. However, Peanut does not have any intelligence, but is an abnormal object similar to a mechanized virus or a Panacea. Then, Lin Yan began to think. The anomalies contained within my divine domain are definitely not enough. I have to adapt 682 to most attacks as much as possible. This needs to be prepared in advance. After all, although 682 is immortal, it still takes time for it to adapt and evolve. It would be bad if a very important battle in the divine realm really took place and 682 was unable to escape due to an attack method that he had never encountered before. But where can one find such an opportunity? Lin Yan fell into deep thought. At this moment, a communication request sounded in his divine domain. Seeing the other party's message, Lin Yan raised his eyebrows immediately. The boss of the underground arena? When he first entered the underground arena, the owner of the underground arena offered Lin Yan a favor and a gladiatorial contest in exchange for several second-level divine domain core fragments and information about Lin Yan's parents. However, after such a long time, this is the first time the other party has come to see Lin Yan. Lin Yan, you really surprised me. In such a short time, you have created so many miracles. The moment the communication was connected, the voice of the boss of the underground arena rang out. Lin Yan's heart moved. It seemed that the other party had been observing him the entire time, and only now considered himself qualified to participate in this gladiatorial contest. If you are ready, come to me in 3 days. The boss of the underground arena continued. Of course, if you want to go back on your word, that's fine. I'll give you the core fragments of the god's domain. We can pretend that we never made a deal. After saying that, he hung up the call. 3 days? I wonder what kind of gladiatorial contest it is, Lin Yan whispered. Since the news concerns his parents, he must go to this gladiatorial contest. At this moment, Lin Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes. Isn't the Colosseum a good place for 682 to adapt and evolve? Soon, Lin Yan appeared in the underground arena. He went straight into the waiting area for the challenge and started selecting his target. Soon, Lin Yan then selected a suitable target. 36 wins and 20 losses. To be able to participate in so many gladiatorial matches, this gladiator must be quite strong and can help 682 adapt and evolve. Lin Yan's eyes lit up and he decisively chose to initiate the challenge application. Arena tips: you have initiated an application to the cat god and are waiting for him to agree to the challenge. Arena tips: the other party has rejected your application. Please reselect your target. Lin Yan. Chapter 65, Hero Arena Tournament. The Bold God of Mystery. Rejected? Lin Yan widened his eyes. He had just been planning in his mind how to injure 682 first, then evolve adaptively, and then defeat the opponent. Unexpectedly, the other party didn't give him this opportunity at all. Shaking his head helplessly, Lin Yan continued to choose. Arena tips: you have initiated an application to the dog-headed god and are waiting for him to agree to the challenge. Arena tips: the other party has rejected your application. Please reselect your target. Lin Yan was confused, ? He didn't believe it and continued to choose targets to challenge. Arena tips: the other party has rejected your application. Please reselect your target. Arena tips: the other party has rejected your application. Please reselect your target. I invited them several times, but all I received were rejections. Even this time. While rejecting, the other party also sent a private message to Lin Yan. God of Mystery, please don't invite me anymore. Give up. No gladiator will agree to your challenge when they know they will have to pay for currency points. Lin Yan was suddenly speechless. It seems that having too good a record is not a good thing. He sighed helplessly. I didn't expect that because of such an outrageous reason, no gladiator dared to fight with me. But he did not give up and continued searching. Soon, Lin Yan found an opportunity in a small corner of the arena. Hero Arena Tournament? Lin Yan's eyes lit up. This is an extremely unpopular project in the underground arena, and Lin Yan had never heard of it before. The rule is: Send out a hero unit to accept challenges from 10 challengers in a row in the arena. A heroic battle will be fought during which the player cannot quit. Either you have to wait until the hero units you dispatched are killed, or you can only quit after 10 hero arena matches. When engaging in heroic battles, there will inevitably be losses. Even if you can win, you will definitely be injured. However, the hero competition does not allow the champion to replace the hero unit. Even if the hero unit is injured, it must continue to participate in the competition. So, the Underground Arena has hardly ever been used for the hero competitions since they were first opened, and has been gradually forgotten by the gladiators. There were only a few heroic matches when the Underground Arena was first opened, but no champion had ever succeeded in his challenge. So, when Lin Yen found the waiter in charge of reception, the waiter was stunned, with an expression that said he must have heard correctly. "Mysterious God, are you sure you want to start the hero arena?" "I am sure." Lin Yen nodded. "Okay, then we'll start the competition for you." The waiter's eyes lit up and he said excitedly. He has been in the Underground Arena for so long, but he has never seen the hero arena start. In fact, it wasn't just the waiters in the Underground Arena. Countless gladiators noticed the situation here at the first moment. Suddenly the entire Underground Arena was in an uproar. Huh! Holy shit! Did I see that right? The Hero Arena tournament has actually been started? Who is so brave? Let me see who it is, hiss! It's the God of Mysteries. Has he become so conceited? Damn it! He really looks down on me, doesn't he? Damn it! If it's a battle in the God realm, it's fine, but a Hero Arena? I don't believe he's really that strong. Let's go and take a look. But to be honest, the hero units in the God of Mysteries' domain are indeed strong, especially the corpse-like hero unit. At the same time, Lin Yan's figure has also stood on the stage. Arena tips, please send your hero unit to defend the arena. Hearing the reminder of the arena, Lin Yan did not hesitate and directly sent out 682. Then, countless spectators saw a huge lizard-like creature lying across the ring, its eyes filled with disdain. A lizard man hero unit? How could this mysterious god not send out his strongest hero unit? No! Since the God of Mysteries sent this heroic unit, he must have his reasons. What does it matter if you have a reason? I just don't believe it. No matter how powerful this thing is, can it take on 10 heroic battles in a row? No matter who it is, it can be worn out to death. That's right. Even that invincible corpse can't survive 10 consecutive heroic battles, let alone this lizard. The God of Mysteries is going to fail this time. We can finally see him fail. Almost all eyes were instantly focused on the immortal evil lizard. If it were a real battle in the divine realm, they would not have the confidence to challenge Lin Yan. After all, Lin Yan's record is there, and the probability of them winning if they challenge him is too small. But if it was this kind of heroic competition, many gladiators would immediately become excited. This is the best chance to defeat the God of Mysteries. No matter what type of gladiatorial contest it is, as long as you win, it will be counted in your record. In the Underground Arena, that will definitely be something to brag about. However, but still no gladiator was willing to be the first to challenge, and they all wanted other gladiators to test 682's strength first. Never mind, I'll go give it a try first. Finally, a gladiator couldn't bear it anymore and chose to challenge directly. Arena tips, someone has challenged the hero arena you opened, please be prepared for the battle. At the same time as the Colosseum reminder sounded, the demigod immediately appeared on the other side of the ring. It's finally here. Lin Yan let out a long sigh, and then couldn't help but get excited. I hope you won't let me down too much. For other hero units, holding 10 consecutive heroic gladiatorial contests is indeed a big challenge. But for 682, this is pure opportunity. At this time, the opposing demigod also summoned his hero unit. It turned out to be a huge armored rhinoceros. The only horn was still dripping with blood that had not yet dried. Chapter 66, Fishing for Enforcement? The Secret God of Good Dogs. The armored rhinoceros is extremely large, and its main method of attack is to rely on its amazing speed to charge and cause damage. Especially the silver-white armor draped on its back makes it look majestic. In comparison, the immortal evil lizard seems very ordinary. It's like a black lizard that's several times larger. But because the immortal lizard is a heroic unit recruited by the god of mysteries and used to start the hero arena, no gladiator takes it lightly. In particular, after seeing the armored rhinoceros, they could clearly feel that the lizard's eyes were full of disdain. Armored rhino, go ahead. After observing for a while, the other demigod directly issued an oracle. Mao! The armored rhinoceros immediately groaned, and 2 puffs of white air came out of its nostrils. Next, it swung its hooves and charged towards the immortal evil lizard. Although the armored rhinoceros is extremely large, its speed is astonishingly fast. It almost turned into a silver-white stream of light, and in almost an instant, it arrived in front of the immortal evil lizard. Boom! Accompanied by a violent crash. Then he saw the dark body of the immortal evil lizard being pushed directly into the air, and then fell heavily to the ground. The dust has cleared. Although the surface of the immortal evil lizard's body was intact, it lay on the ground motionless. There was even blood flowing from the corners of his mouth. Ha! Success! The armored rhino demigod suddenly laughed out loud. He knew very well that although the lizard opposite him looked uninjured on the surface, its internal organs were definitely severely damaged by this powerful impact. In the audience, all the spectators and gladiators watching the fight were stunned, and then burst into excitement. The heroic unit sent by the god of mysteries to start the hero arena is so weak? This was only the first match, and he was already severely injured. Damn it! The hero unit of the god of mysteries lost already? I bet tens of thousands of currency points on him. Damn! Is he playing a fake match? Amazing! I knew the god of mysteries would never make it through this heroic arena, but I didn't expect him to lose in the first match. No, where does he get his confidence from? If I had known, I would have been the first to challenge him. I don't think it's that simple. He's the undefeated god of mystery. This hero unit shouldn't be that simple. Hearing the cheers around me, the demigod was immediately excited, his eyes full of excitement. It seems that this mysterious god is not as powerful as the rumors say. Or maybe I'm too strong. But no matter what, today is the day for me to become famous in the underground arena. Just when the demigod was thinking this, he saw the heroic unit sent out by the god of mysteries actually stood up again, staggeringly, as if the injuries just now had not existed at all. The look towards the armored rhinoceros was still filled with disdain. How did he get up again? The demigod's eyes suddenly widened. It was clearly injured just now. At the same time, he almost instinctively issued an oracle to attack again. But it doesn't matter. Armored rhino, go ahead, attack continuously this time, don't hold back. The armored rhinoceros charged towards the immortal lizard again. Boom! The loud noise came again. However, this time, the figure of the immortal evil lizard stood there motionless. A lowly species. It looked disdainful and then bit the armored rhinoceros directly. The next moment, the armored rhinoceros immediately lost its life. How is this possible? The demigod was stunned. He really couldn't understand it. The first time, his armored rhinoceros should have smashed the giant lizard's internal organs into pieces. Why did the second impact have no effect? Could it be that the other party was playing a trick on him from the beginning? Not just him. All the demigods in the audience were also excited after a brief pause. The god of mysteries is awesome. Damn! I didn't lose any currency points. Hiss! How did they suddenly win? Wasn't the god of mysteries at a disadvantage just now? I understand. At the beginning, the god of mysteries was just pretending to be weak. He wanted us to think that his hero units were not much different from this armored rhino, and lured us to challenge him. That's definitely the case. I fell into their trap the last time. That fire elemental hero unit almost wiped out my entire clan. Damn it! Why is this mysterious god so insidious? I don't think so. Think about it, the hero unit of the god of mysteries just vomited blood. I feel that the lizard is now at the end of its strength. The fact that it is unscathed may be just an act. It is betting that we dare not attack. Countless speculations filled with resentment suddenly arose in the minds of the audience. Lin Yen was completely unaware of this. Arena tips: you have defeated the first challenger and have received 20,000 currency points which have been deposited into the prize pool. Arena tips: please be prepared for the next challenge. Hearing the reminder of the arena, he immediately looked at 682 with excitement. At this moment, 682 has naturally almost recovered. And there is no change on the surface of 682's body. But inside, a protective mucous membrane is formed on all the internal organs. The bones in the abdomen and back are also greatly strengthened. Now 682 will be immune to the damage caused by the impact. Lin Yen whispered excitedly. This time coming to the underground arena, it was indeed the right choice to let 682 evolve. Otherwise, he really hadn't considered this method of attack. Moreover, there is no such abnormal containment object in his divine domain that mainly relies on impact to cause damage. There are still 3 days left. I hope we can come up with some different ways of attacking, Lin Yen said excitedly. This feature of Mr. 682 is simply amazing. It's simply cheating. At the same time, in the viewing stands, countless spectators and gladiators looked at each other in bewilderment. After the battle just now, they paid more attention to the immortal evil lizard. Although they did not think that the immortal evil lizard could survive 10 heroic challenges, they also did not want to challenge Lin Yen first. After all, everyone knows. In this situation, whoever challenges first will basically only cause the immortal evil lizard to be injured, making way for those who come later. After a while, finally, another gladiator couldn't bear it anymore and came to challenge Lin Yen. But unfortunately, the demigod sent by the gladiator to challenge Lin Yen this time was a giant antelope, and its main method of attack was also ramming, specifically targeting the part that had just been injured by the immortal evil lizard. The result was that 682 was hardly injured, and its indestructible horns were shattered by the immortal evil lizard. What's going on? Wasn't the lizard injured here just now? The demigod was immediately in disarray. Could it be that the horns of my giant rift antelope are fake? Then he was filled with grief and indignation. He looked at Lin Yen and yelled, "Damn it! The hero unit of the God of Mystery just pretended to be injured. Aren't you such a jerk?" Chapter 67, The Conspiracy of the Mysterious God? The Final Submerged Individual. Inside the underground arena, countless gladiators were immediately caught in a dilemma. They were thinking about how the God of Mysteries performed in the last 2 heroic competitions. It is possible that the lizard-like hero unit deliberately pretended to be injured to lure them to continue participating in the hero competition. After all, this is not the first time that the God of Mysteries has done such a thing. But this might just be the first layer. The God of Mystery predicted their thoughts. The real situation may be that the hero unit is really injured and is at the end of its strength. He pretended to be like this on purpose to induce them to make the above guess. As a result, no gladiator dared to challenge the God of Mysteries, thus taking the record of the first winner of the hero arena. But it is also possible. The God of Mystery also thought of this, so the real situation is still the first guess. As a result, countless gladiators were entangled. The other side. Lin Yen didn't know that his simple action had caused countless gladiators and spectators in the underground arena to fall into a frenzy of self-imagination. What a pity, this wave of 682 didn't get much improvement. But this is normal. After all, the attack methods of most hero units are essentially very similar. The fact that the immortal evil lizard can evolve a way to deal with the situation means that it can also completely resist other attacks of the same type. But there are still 3 days left, so we should be able to come up with other different ways of attack, Lin Yen whispered. However, after the failure of the first 2 challengers, after waiting for more than half an hour, the next challenger finally jumped up. Damn it! I wanted to wait for the other gladiators to talk it out first, but I didn't expect them to be so cowardly. The demigod looked at Lin Yen and said, Mysterious God, let me, the 8th God, see how strong you are. After saying this, he sent out his own clansman. It was a gigantic ape, completely red in color, with hard hair. There was a strand of dark brown hair between its eyebrows, which was emitting a faint fluorescent light. Seeing this giant ape, countless audience members in the audience suddenly became excited. TSK, the giant fist ape, this thing doesn't have much chance of winning. Wait a minute! Am I seeing things? That glow. Is this giant fist ape the ultimate submersible individual? What the hell? It seems to be true. I wouldn't have noticed it if you hadn't told me. Oh my god, who is this ape god? How could he be so powerful? It hasn't reached the level of the ultimate dive, but it's very close. He actually cultivated an ultimate dive creature and brought it to the underground arena? Is he crazy? This is going to be interesting. The god of mysteries is probably going to fail here. He has really hit a wall this time. Can I still return my bet now and bet on the ape god to win? Countless spectators and gladiators were excited. The so-called terminal latent individual is a way of cultivating a clan. It means using a large number of units of the same clan to fight each other, taking out the strongest individual, and then using this strongest individual to breed offspring, and then fighting each other again until only one is left. After continuous cycles, the most powerful individual is obtained. Basically, it can be regarded as the most powerful state of this clan after its potential has been fully tapped. So it is called the ultimate potential individual. But generally speaking, few gods would choose this method of cultivation because the loss is too great. Compared to improving combat power, it is far less effective to win by numbers. Not to mention the ultimate potential individuals of the heroic units, the losses would be even greater. Not only do you need countless hero units of the same race, but you also need these hero units to fight and die among themselves before you can cultivate one. Wouldn't it be nice to have heroic units that can be cultivated into ultimate potential individuals and use them directly in combat? As a result, such a precious heroic unit was actually seen in the underground arena. How could the surrounding spectators and gladiators not be excited? Snort! Ignorant fools! In response to the cheers from all around, the ape god snorted in complacency. This giant fist ape of his was indeed not bred by him. Instead, he accidentally found it when he entered the border of a true and mysterious secret realm, and it took him a long time to tame it and make it his own clan. The cheers around him were all within his expectations. And he really enjoyed the feeling of being watched. He couldn't help but look in Lin Yan's direction, wanting to see the shocked and even fearful expression of the long-renowned god of mystery. But found that, instead of shock, the face of the mysterious god was filled with excitement. Isn't this mysterious god frightened? The ape god directly sent down the oracle. Attack! Roar! The giant ape roared, smashed his chest with his mountain-like fist, then jumped high and smashed directly in the direction of 682. Boom! A huge cloud of dust was suddenly raised, and at the same time, the sound of broken bones was heard. Wait until the dust settles. It can be seen that a big pit suddenly appeared at the original location of the immortal evil lizard. The undead lizard was standing at the bottom of the pit, with a huge fist mark clearly sunken into its spine. But the immortal evil lizard's eyes were still filled with disdain and hatred as it looked at the giant fist ape. Roar! Noticing the scene, the red giant ape suddenly became furious and pounded his chest and roared. On the other side, all the audience were immediately excited by this scene. The arena was specially made, but it was dented by a single punch from the red giant ape. It is indeed a heroic unit with the ultimate potential. Even more terrifying is that the lizard of the god of mystery did not die after being hit by such a punch, but only its backbones were broken. In an instant, countless demigods suddenly shouted with excitement. Huh! You can actually withstand a punch from my giant ape? But this is just the appetizer. Seeing that his move was successful, the ape god couldn't help but feel a little proud and looked at Lin Yan provocatively. But found that there was still no serious expression on the face of the god of mystery. Instead, I became even more excited. The ape god was stunned. The power of the ultimate submersible creature is indeed great. Lin Yan was indeed excited. Originally, after 096 infinite attacks and the collision between the armored rhinoceros and the exploding boar, he felt that 682's defense, especially the back defense, was already very high. I didn't expect that now I could evolve and adapt again. It's so delicious. And most importantly, as a heroic unit that is the ultimate individual. Lin Yen looked at the red giant ape with shining eyes. This shouldn't be the only trick you have, right? This mysterious god actually looks down on me so much? Noticing Lin Yan's excitement, the ape god couldn't help but feel angry. But the next moment, he sneered again. But God of Mystery, do you really think that my ultimate dive unit, the giant fist ape, is just stronger? Just wait and see. I'm going to slap you in the face right now. Chapter 68, Great Evolution. 3 days later. Roar! 2 giant beasts, one black and one red, continued to fight in the hero arena. They roared, and their huge bodies fought each other in midair, erupting in the most primitive way of fighting. Huge roars continued to sound, causing bursts of exclamations from the audience below. But the monkey god's expression gradually became ugly. Damn, why does this lizard feel stronger? The ape god frowned and muttered. Obviously at the beginning, his giant fist ape could easily seriously injure the lizard, but as the battle continued, the injuries suffered by the lizard became less and less. He immediately stopped holding back and issued an oracle. Don't hold back, giant fist ape, use the skill, Wild Thunder Vajra Fist. The giant fist ape's eyes suddenly turned red, and then it leaped high into the sky and rushed towards the immortal evil lizard. The next moment, fists rained down like crazy, and each punch was equivalent to the giant ape's previous full-strength attack. Every time the whole head fell, there was a faint sound of thunder. The entire hero arena began to shake, with dust everywhere and muffled thunder brewing. Wow! The monkey god is awesome! He defeated the god of mysteries! Countless audiences were immediately excited by this scene and cheered. Hee hee! God of mysteries, now you know my true strength, right? The ape god snorted coldly and looked at the god of mystery, only to find that the latter's face was still full of excitement. He suddenly felt something was wrong. At this time, roar! A roar came from the dust. The next moment I saw the huge body of the immortal evil lizard suddenly jumped out and bit towards the giant fist ape. Damn it! This guy is actually fine? How is this possible? The ape god was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. But now is obviously not the time to think about other issues. On the battlefield of heroes, as the immortal evil lizard counterattacked, the injuries on the giant fist ape became more and more serious, with blood and flesh flying everywhere. What a pity! Lin Yen was a little disappointed. It seems that the move just now can only be released once by this giant fist ape in a short period of time. The power of the thunder just now was not strong, but it also allowed the immortal evil lizard to adapt and evolve some resistance to thunder. He was still thinking about another wave, but now it seems obviously unrealistic. Ever since the immortal evil lizard began its counterattack, the giant fist ape has been losing ground and its injuries have continued to accumulate. Countless viewers were stunned. Didn't the Gigantoron just beat the lizard so hard that it had no chance to fight back? How come the offensive and defensive situation was reversed in the blink of an eye? The ape god himself was also very puzzled. He looked at Lin Yen, only to find that the latter's face was full of disappointment. He suddenly became angry. Damn it! This mysterious god actually looks down on me so much? The monkey god was furious, then gritted his teeth and issued an oracle. No matter what, giant fist ape, use the spike hair! The next moment I saw all the hair on the giant ape's body suddenly became sharp like a hedgehog. Then, these spikes broke away from the giant fist ape's skin and shot towards the immortal evil lizard like a rain of arrows. Looking at the bald giant-fisted ape, the monkey god felt a pang of regret. Spiky hairs are the core skill of this ultimate potential individual, gigantic fist ape. It takes a long time to recover after using it, and it can be used next time. But he was a little drunk just now, so he didn't care about so many things. No matter what, even if it means a great sacrifice, defeating the god of mysteries will increase my worth a lot. The monkey god looked at the immortal evil lizard with an uncertain look. Just see. Those countless hairs hit the immortal evil lizard almost instantly. Before the latter could react, they penetrated its scales and pierced into the body of the immortal evil lizard. The immortal evil lizard was instantly pierced like a sieve, and blood gushed out. Roar! The immortal evil lizard suddenly let out a painful howl, and its entire body was covered in blood. However, before the monkey god could feel proud, then I saw that the big lizard actually endured the pain and raised its head again. And the hatred in the giant fist ape's eyes almost solidified into substance. The giant fist ape was immediately trembling with fear. The monkey god was confused. The look in the big lizard's eyes just now was enough to frighten even him, not to mention the Giganteron. At this time, then I saw the big lizard rushing directly towards the giant ape, regardless of the wounds on its body that were still spurting blood. Ouch! The hairless giant fist ape suddenly howled in fear and fled backwards without paying attention to the orders of the ape god. Damn it! How dare this lizard attack? Is it really not afraid of its own injuries being too serious? Will it die before it attacks the giant fist ape? The monkey god's eyelids jumped, and he decisively chose to surrender. The god of mysteries can ignore the life and death of the lizard, but he cannot ignore the gigantic ape. In the audience, countless audiences suddenly became excited. This is a giant fist ape that is close to its ultimate potential. How could it be defeated by the heroic unit of the god of mysteries? No wonder the god of mysteries has the confidence to let this heroic unit serve as the defending clan. But this lizard must be seriously injured in its current state. Although it's a bit unethical, this is the best chance to defeat the god of mysteries. Immediately, many gladiators vied for the opportunity to take the next challenge. Lin Yan barely had time to react before the next hero unit came on the field. However, when he went on the field with full confidence, but found that the scales of the immortal evil lizard were intact and there was not a single injury on it, the demigod was stunned. What is going on? After a long while, the demigod finally reacted and shouted, I report it! The god of mysteries is cheating! The hero arena does not allow the champion to change hero units midway. And just now so many people saw with their own eyes that the hero unit of the god of mysteries was injured and on the verge of death, but in the blink of an eye, its injuries were almost recovered? Is there any other explanation for this other than changing hero units midway? However, the next prompt from the arena made him dumbfounded. Arena tips, after testing, the current champion, the god of mysteries did not cheat, please continue your challenge. Didn't change the hero unit? The demigod's eyes suddenly widened, and he felt like crying but had no tears left as he looked at the immortal evil lizard that pounced towards his hero unit. 2 minutes later, seeing his hero unit die instantly, the demigod fainted. Damn! I originally wanted to take advantage of the opportunity, but ended up losing my own hero unit. In the audience, countless spectators and gladiators were also shocked. Is this lizard's recovery ability so terrifying? It recovered so quickly? No. Such a powerful hero unit, why have I never seen the god of mysteries use it? The last time I invaded his divine domain, I was chased by a gray-white heroic unit. It was just as terrifying. Bah! What gray-white hero unit? The one I encountered was the birdbeak mask, and my followers died instantly when they encountered it. Oh my god, this mysterious god's domain can't be full of heroes of this level, right? Countless demigods were boiling with excitement. The other side. This heroic battle with the monkey god is a big win. Lin Yan was excited. The melee just now had almost completely adapted and evolved 682's defense. Not to mention the thunder resistance. And the last wave, an adaptation evolved from the attack of the spiky hairs. These resistances, he doesn't have much chance to develop them in his own divine domain. There is still so much time left. I wonder how many surprises you will bring me next? Lin Yan whispered excitedly. However, to his disappointment, there were almost no gladiators coming to challenge him in the following period. Even if there were those who came to challenge, they were unable to cause much evolution of the immortal evil lizard. Time flies. 3 days passed in a flash. Chapter 69, Control the Twin Cities. Mechanical Hammer. 3 days passed in a flash. After the undying lizard bit and seriously injured another new hero unit, All the audience in the auditorium immediately burst into cheers. Awesome! The God of Mysteries is still fucking invincible. These few days I bet on the God of Mysteries to win, and I won a whole year's worth of expenses. Who the hell could have imagined this? The God of Mystery actually completed the challenge of the Hero Arena. Is this the history of the Underground Arena? His hero unit was so fucking outrageous. It looked like it was going to die several times, but it still won in the end. You don't understand this, right? This is the God of Mysteries' plan. If I hadn't pretended to be injured, would those gladiators dare to come forward? The God of Mysteries? I think he should just be called the God of Trickery. This guy is really too insidious. The key is that not many demigods can resist the temptation. Arena tip, congratulations, you have successfully defeated the challenger, and 23,000 currency points have been deposited into your account. Arena tips, congratulations, you have won 12 games in a row. You can choose to continue or quit. Hearing the prompt from the arena, Lin Yan shook his head with a little disappointment. After the final dive individual, the giant fist ape, came on stage, the frequency of other challengers came less and less, and it was usually a long time before they dared to come on stage to challenge. So far, there are a total of 12 challengers who have come to challenge him. The one who has made the immortal evil lizard adapt and evolve the most is the giant fist ape sent by the monkey god, which has made the immortal evil lizard evolve comprehensively. And there is also a certain degree of thunder attribute resistance. In contrast, the other challengers provided very little help in adapting and evolving the immortal evil lizard. More than this, almost as soon as he came on stage, he was instantly killed by the immortal evil lizard. Sigh, it's getting harder and harder to make the immortal lizard stronger. Lin Yan sighed with emotion. He looked towards the arena, wondering whether to continue the challenge or go straight down. But a beautiful waiter came over with a smile on her face. God of Mystery, our boss invites you. Is it only 3 days? Lin Yan was stunned. In the past few days, all his energy had been focused on the immortal lizard, and he really didn't pay much attention to time. There was no hesitation immediately. He followed the beautiful waitress off the stage. This mysterious god is really powerful. He has only been in the underground arena for a short time, but he has already set so many records. If I could spend a night with him, I'd make all those sisters jealous. Along the way, the waitresses all blushed and looked at Lin Yan with starry eyes. Lin Yan was completely unaware of this, because his attention has now reached the lower city of the Twin Cities. At this moment, the power of the mechanized virus finally began to show its initial manifestation. During this period of development, all permanent residents in the entire lower city have been completely infected with the mechanized virus. There are already 70,000 to 80,000 people who have been completely infected and have reached the 3rd level of strength. And most importantly, many of the natives in the upper city were also infected. However, under Lin Yan's deliberate arrangement, the infected people in the upper city are currently under control to the extent of infection of their internal organs. Only a small part of them are externally mechanized. However, the Twin Cities is originally a punk city, and a little external mechanical modification will not attract much attention. The Great Supreme Evolution. Wei Tuo's prayer sounded in Lin Yan's mind. We are ready. Today is the election day. According to your oracle, we will launch an evolutionary frenzy today and completely control the Twin Cities. Lin Yan nodded. This was a plan he had made long ago. At this moment, he had followed the beautiful waitress into the office of the owner of the underground arena. Seeing Lin Yan, the boss of the underground arena, Xiao Long, showed a complicated look in his eyes and asked, Have you thought about it? Lin Yan nodded firmly. I've thought it through. It's exactly the same as Boss Lin. Xiao Long muttered something in a low voice and shook his head. Don't rush to agree. Let me explain the situation to you first. You still have a chance to regret it. In the Federation, there is an underground arena in every city. And each city is ranked against each other. And what he needed Lin Yan to do was, it is the underground arena representing Jinghai, which is engaged in a divine domain war with the first underground arena called Wenqing. Wenqing was originally ranked similar to Jinghai, but recently a foreign aid arrived from the Fusang realm. Xiaolong pondered and said. The foreign aid from the Fusang realm is very strong. Just relying on him as a gladiator, Wenqing's ranking has risen sharply recently, almost to the top 100 in the entire Juxia Federation. That guy was very cruel. All the opponents who lost ended up with their divine domains shattered. After saying that, he looked at Lin Yan again and asked, Now answer me, do you still want to go? Boss Zhao, you said before that if I win, you would tell my parents the news. Is that true? Lin Yan asked. Xiaolong was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Of course. Lin Yan did not hesitate. Then I'll go. Xiaolong was stunned for a moment, and then he said, Okay, then pack up and we'll set off right away. Looking at Lin Yan's back, Xiaolong silently smiled bitterly. Boss Lin, your son is exactly like you. I can't stop him at all. And the other side. Lin Yan's consciousness also came to the Twin Cities again. Now, in the upper city, almost all the residents have gathered together with great excitement. Because today is the most important holiday in the Twin Cities, Election Day. Every candidate will unveil his or her greatest creation today to win votes. Whoever gets the most votes will be able to control the Twin Cities during his term of office. Ladies and gentlemen. Soon, Shijie came on stage, causing cheers from the audience. Shijie enjoyed the countless admiring gazes, and with a wave of his hand, a glass counter appeared behind him. Inside the glass counter, it is a heart made of machinery that keeps beating. This is my latest research, the artificial heart. Shijie was all smiles and announced his speech in an excited tone. Ladies and gentlemen, the biggest cause of human life failure is heart failure. And this mechanical heart will never stop beating. In other words, you can even get an artificial heart when you are born. This will be the first step towards evolution for the entire Twin Cities. I have to say, his speech was very contagious. After he said this, all the people in the Twin Cities cheered. Shijie smiled in his heart. It seems that my election is almost certain on this election day. Mr. CJ, but I heard that this artificial heart was not invented by you, but by Dr. Vito. At this moment, a figure shrouded in a black robe in the crowd spoke loudly, causing an uproar. Shijie panicked for a moment, but soon calmed down and said in great sorrow, That's right. This artificial heart was initiated by my good friend Wei Tua and I, but he died of heart failure some time ago. I studied artificial hearts to fulfill his last wish. So that's how it is. The figure in the black robe nodded, and then said, Then Mr. Shijie, since artificial heart replacement is the first step of evolution, then completely replacing the flesh and blood body with gears is the final evolution, right? After saying this, he took off his black robe, revealing a body made purely of bronze and gears. Shijie's pupils suddenly shrank, and he said in panic, Damn it! It's the prophet of the cogwheel orthodoxy. Where is the patrol team? Catch him quickly! But no one listened to him. Only then did Shijie realize something was wrong. The prophet of the Cogwork Orthodox Church appeared openly in the upper city, but did not cause any commotion. The scene seems a little too quiet. He raised his head. Suddenly he saw a scene that he would never forget in his life. Everyone in the audience raised their heads and looked at him straight. It seemed as if gears were turning in everyone's eyes. Evolution! The mechanized virus brought with it tens of thousands of third-order units, whose combat effectiveness is simply too strong. What's more, many people in the upper city were also infected. The army that rushed over after hearing the noise was completely vulnerable to this mechanical army. With almost no resistance, they completely controlled the election day scene. As for the other forces in the upper city, after witnessing the powerful strength of the bronze and gear body, they also chose to defect. Soon, the upper city was completely under control. Great Supreme Evolution, the upper city has been fully inspired by you, and everyone is willing to embrace evolution. Vito's excited voice reached Lin Yan's mind. Bronze and gears have reached every corner of the Twin Cities. Next, we will let the whole world join in the glorious evolution. This is the spoils we seized. I thought you might be interested. Soon, a huge hammer with a faint luster appeared in Lin Yan's field of vision. Chapter 70, Broken Artifact. Wenchang Arena. Hammer of Punishment damaged. Level, True God. Introduction. true god, a divine weapon refined and used by the god of punishment. However, due to a war between gods, the true god of punishment fell, and this divine weapon was also damaged, losing most of its divinity, and was left in the twin cities. It is detected that there is still a little divinity left, which allows the clan to release a divine skill, punishment. Seeing the information sent back by the Divine Realm interface, Lin Yen was immediately shocked. It's actually a divine weapon! Artifact. Only true gods are qualified to refine and use these weapons, and those who can possess divine weapons are among the rare top true gods. For an ordinary true god, wanting to possess a divine weapon is simply wishful thinking. I didn't expect that there would be an unexpected surprise when we took over the Twin Cities this time. It's a pity that this artifact has been completely damaged. It only has enough divinity to use a single divine skill. Lin Yen was helpless. Otherwise, after he ignites the divine fire, he can use it directly. But even so, after he ignites the divine fire, he can remelt this artifact and forge it into a new artifact that belongs to him alone. It's better than nothing. And Lin Yan's heart skipped a beat, and he looked towards the altar. He remembers. The weapon of the supreme deity, the god of destruction, is a hammer. So, if this hammer of punishment is thrown into the altar. Thinking of this, Lin Yan's breathing couldn't help but become a little rapid. That is a divine weapon of the supreme divinity. If I could really get it in my hands, I'm afraid he can be on par with the ancient gods with only half of his body. Without hesitation, he threw the hammer of punishment directly onto the altar. However, the system's prompts quickly calmed him down. You have not yet ignited the divine fire, so you cannot sacrifice the artifact. All right. Lin Yen was helpless. I was so excited just now that I almost forgot that my divine core is only at the 3rd level. But this artifact can be kept. At this moment, the underground arena owner Zhao Long's communication rang in Lin Yan's divine domain. Lin Yan, are you ready? Soon. Lin Yan and Zhao Long appeared in front of a huge portal in the center of Jinghai City. The Zhuxia Federation is actually a federation composed of countless planes of gods. Every city is an independent plane of gods. Therefore, if you want to get from one city to another, you need to use this portal that connects different planes of gods. Otherwise, you will probably get lost in the sea of chaos. Following behind Zhao Long, Lin Yan stepped directly into the portal. Next moment, his gaze suddenly changed. A city with a completely different style from Jinghai City suddenly appeared in his sight. From time to time, you can see gods with a style completely different from that of the Zhuxia Federation walking on the streets. This is Wenqing. Zhao Long introduced. The coordinates of this god's plane are very close to the Fusang realm, and they are connected to each other. Lin Yan nodded to show that he understood. Realm and Federation both refer to the size of the spheres of influence of different civilizations in the realm of gods. A realm generally refers to a civilization that controls more than a dozen planes of gods. The requirement for the Federation is that it must control at least 500 planes of gods to be called a Federation. In the entire world of gods, there are only 3 civilizations that can be called a Federation. Following Zhao Long, Lin Yan soon arrived in front of a magnificent and luxurious building. The words Wenqing Arena were clearly written on the building. Lin Yan suddenly became curious. In his understanding, the underground gladiatorial arena has always been a force in the gray area. Even if Zhao Long is a true god, his underground arena in Jinghai City can only be set up secretly in an inconspicuous shop. And the underground arena in Wenqing, how could it be opened so blatantly that even the word underground was omitted? It's all because of your father. Muttering something in a low voice, Zhao Long handed Lin Yan a pendant and said, The situation in each city is different. Some cities are more special. Let's go. This pendant is somewhat similar to the mask used in underground arenas. After putting it on, Lin Yan's entire aura and appearance changed drastically. Even if Principal Suri was here, he would not be able to recognize Lin Yan. The moment I entered the Wenqing Arena, I heard Xuantian's call filling my eardrums. Unlike the underground arena in Jinghai, there is only one divine battlefield in the Wenqing Arena. At this moment in the battlefield of God's domain, The two demigods are engaged in a fierce contest. This Fusang foreign aid from Wenqing has been too popular recently. Many arenas in other cities can't stand it. Zhao Long explained quietly beside him. His strength is indeed not to be underestimated. He is said to be the most powerful third-order demigod in all of Fuso. Ordinary fourth-order demigods are no match for him. You observe his specific strength first, and I will help you sign up. Lin Yan nodded and immediately began to observe. Standing on the left side of the divine battlefield was a short demigod, who was the Fuso foreign aid invited by Wenqing, Miyamoto Shinji. On the right side, there is a female demigod. The female demigod was very powerful. At least Lin Yan had never seen such a strong gladiator in the Jinghai arena. Its main fighting clan is the Half-Dragons, and there are nearly 200 hero units. And Miyamoto Shinji's family. What the hell is this? Lin Yan frowned. The followers sent by Miyamoto Shinji looked extremely uncoordinated, and he couldn't even confirm what race they were. Almost as incongruous as 049-2, but in a different style. It's like, after being irradiated, they became mutated like the families. Lin Yan whispered with a strange look on his face. Chapter 71, Invincible Miyamoto Shinji? Lin Yan, go kill him. The followers sent by Miyamoto Shinji are indeed extremely strange. For example, the human race with 3 hands, the fishman race with 2 heads, the snake race with dense limbs. It is very similar to 049-2 made by the Plague Doctor. However, all of Miyamoto Shinji's followers are alive and have independent consciousness. It's like it's been mutated by radiation. Lin Yan looked strange. At this time, the battle in the hero battlefield is coming to an end. The half-dragon race is indeed powerful, but it is no match for Miyamoto Shinji's followers. And I don't know if it's an illusion. Lin Yan also discovered that. As time went on, the strength of the half-dragons and half-goddess was actually decreasing. Finally, the half-dragons of the female demigod could no longer hold on, and after more than half of them were killed, they were completely defeated. I surrender! Although the female demigod was unwilling, she had no choice but to surrender. Surrender? Hee hee. Miyamoto Shinji sneered. You piece of trash from the Jusha Federation, have you forgotten the rules? I refuse your surrender. After saying this, he issued an oracle, ordering his clan's army to rush into the female demigod's domain. The female demigoddess's expression suddenly turned ugly. The audience from the city she represented were also extremely angry, but there was nothing they could do. This kind of divine domain war between underground arenas is no different from a real divine domain invasion war. Even surrender requires the other party's consent. Soon, the core of this female demigod's divine realm was directly breached. In an instant, in the audience seats of the Wenqing arena, countless people suddenly burst into excitement. Miyamoto Shinji, awesome! Woohoo! Ha! Stupid Jusha Federation, are all your demigods so stupid? Why didn't you ask about the previous challengers before coming here? You still want to surrender? Damn it! This is so infuriating! Although I am also from Wenqing, can there be a gladiator to defeat him? Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. This gladiator was so confident at the beginning, but he lost so quickly? Hearing these taunts, the audience in other areas immediately clenched their fists, their eyes filled with anger. Although the rule is that surrender requires the consent of both parties. However, in general, if the two parties do not have a deep hatred, if one party chooses to surrender, the other party will basically agree. However, this Miyamoto Shinji. So far, no surrender has been accepted. For all the demigods who challenge him and lose, the only consequence is that the core of the divine realm will be shattered. What's even more infuriating is, these audiences from Fuso actually started to mock this scene. This immediately made the other audiences from the Jusha Federation even more angry. Snort! An audience member who knew some inside information couldn't help but ask. Everyone knows that your Miyamoto Shinji is the strongest third-level demigod selected by the Fuso world? And yet he only dares to come to this kind of underground arena? If you have the guts, go compete with those real geniuses in our Jusha Federation. If you have the guts, go challenge the gladiators in the top 10 arenas in the Jusha Federation. Hearing this, the audience from the Fusang realm nearby sneered. You gods from the Zhuxia Federation, are you good at just talking tough? If you lose, you lose. What about real geniuses? Hurry up and let your real geniuses come. After they are defeated by Miyamoto Shinji, I wonder how you can still talk tough. As for the top 10 in your underground arena? Humph, just wait, Miyamoto Shinji will defeat you one by one. Hearing this, the audience member was suddenly speechless. He really couldn't refute this, although he wanted to slap the faces of the Fusang realm audience. But in the Zhuxia Federation, all the real talents go to those top universities. That was a god cultivated by the Zhuxia Federation to deal with other federations and the abyss. How could such a genius come to the underground arena? What's more, it was because of the reason of saving face with the Fuso Federation. After all, although the Fuso realm is disgusting, it has never been taken seriously by the Zhuxia Federation. Damn it! When we go to the top 10 arena, I wonder if you can still be stubborn? He couldn't help but curse in his heart. In the Zhuxia Federation, the top 10 arenas are often visited by students from top universities. Seeing this, the audience member from the Fuso realm thought that he had refuted him unreasonably, and immediately laughed even more wildly. Idiot! Just wait and see. Our Miyamoto Shinji will soon defeat all of you third-level demigods, and then overthrow all of you young people. At this time, the new challenger is ready to take the stage. He was a middle-aged man with a full beard, and his face was immediately filled with anger when he saw Miyamoto Shinji. You rubbish from the Fusang realm! Are you bullying the Zhuxia Federation? I will destroy your divine domain right now! After making these harsh words, the middle-aged man directly materialized his own divine domain. The smell of blood was overwhelming, and it was obvious that this was a divine domain that had experienced countless bloody battles. The audience in the audience suddenly burst into cheers. He's the number 1 in the Snow City Arena, ranked 80th. The god of Black Python, damn it! Beat him to death! Come on, Black Python god! Suppress the arrogance of these Fusang realm. God of the Black Python! Do not show mercy! However, facing the bloody divine domain opposite, Miyamoto Shinji sneered disdainfully and manifested his own divine domain. In the divine realm of Shinji Miyamoto, except for a long and narrow island, it's all ocean. Boom! The moment when the divine realms collided. From within the ocean, the densely packed and bizarrely shaped clansmen showed their heads one after another. There were at least tens of thousands of them. They climbed ashore one after another and attacked the Black Python god's domain. The strength of this Black Python god is obviously much stronger than the female demigod just now. As soon as Miyamoto Shinji's strange-looking followers came ashore, countless giant pythons emerged from the divine realm and devoured all of Miyamoto Shinji's followers. Although Miyamoto Shinji's followers are numerous, but for a moment, not many were able to successfully enter the divine realm. As expected of the Black Python god, as long as we block this wave of attacks, we can launch a counterattack. Huh! I thought Miyamoto Shinji was so strong? But he is helpless when he meets the 90th ranked Black Python god? You guys keep pulling? Seeing this, many audiences from the Zhuxia Federation suddenly gained confidence and cheered. Something's wrong. Lin Yan shook his head slightly. At this moment, Miyamoto Shinji's face did not show any anxious expression. Still very calm. It's like the expression on Lin Yan's face when he was fighting in the ring in order to make the immortal evil lizard adapt to evolution. It was at this moment. Just see it. The Black Python god's followers suddenly stiffened. Next, the bodies of those giant pythons actually began to change at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hands or other organs grew out from the surface of the giant python and started attacking itself. At the same time, in the ocean, the remaining clansmen also rushed in quickly at the same time. Damn it! The Black Python god's pupils suddenly shrank. Not long after, the core of the Black Python god's divine domain shattered. All the audience suddenly fell silent. Next, the audience in the Fuso realm burst into laughter. Ha! I'm dying of laughter. Gods of the Zhuxia Federation, why aren't you laughing? How boring! Is that all? I thought it was so amazing! Is this the level of your 90th place gladiator? Miyamoto Shinji is going to single-handedly defeat all of you gladiators. I think you guys shouldn't fight next time. Just blow up your own divine realm and give the divine realm core to Miyamoto Shinji. Hearing these taunts, the audience from the Jusha Federation immediately clenched their fists, wishing they could go on stage and smash the divine realm of the audience from the Fuso realm. But there's no way. This Shinji Miyamoto is indeed ridiculously strong. At the moment, it seems that they really can't do anything to him, and can only watch him continue to be so arrogant. And the other side. Lin Yen fell into deep thought. Although completely different. But now, he finally understood what the spectators were thinking when he was dominating the Jinghai arena. Damn it! So damn arrogant! At this moment, a familiar voice sounded beside him. Lin Yen, your name has been registered. If there's one more person who passes, it's your turn. Don't lose face and beat him to death. Chapter 72, 3:7. I make 3 moves, he makes 7. Lin Yen turned his head. Then Zhao Long was seen looking towards the battlefield of the Divine Realm with an angry look on his face. Damn it! These bastards from the Fuso Realm are so damn arrogant. Zhao Long cursed and looked at Lin Yen, and asked seriously. Lin Yen, how sure are you that you can defeat this guy? Lin Yen thought about it and said, let's split it 30% and 70%. A 70% chance of winning? Boy, are you so confident in yourself? Zhao Long looked towards the battlefield of the God Realm and said, okay, when you go on stage later, I'll wait for you to smash that guy's God Realm core. But just finished speaking. He saw Lin Yen shaking his head and said, Boss Zhao, what I mean is, I will use 3 moves to make him pass the first 7. Zhao Long suddenly paused. After a moment, he came back to his senses and couldn't help shaking his head and smiling bitterly. Alike, so much alike. You and Boss Lin are simply cast from the same mold. Lin Yan's heart moved. From what he said, it seems that Mr. Zhao, the boss of the underground fighting arena, knows his father? Just shortly after defeating the Black Python god, Miyamoto Shinji in the Fuso realm has already chosen to make the corrections. I didn't need to repair myself to deal with you guys, but in order to save your face and make it sound better, I still spent some time. Miyamoto Shinji said disdainfully. Naturally, these words caused a climax among the audience in the Fuso realm. Although other spectators from the Jusha Federation were angry, they could do nothing about it. No way. The gladiator who was drawn to challenge him next was ranked outside the top 100 in the arena of his city. He was not even a match for the Black Python god, so how could he possibly defeat Miyamoto Shinji? The demigod chose to surrender before he even got on the field. He obviously knew. If he were to go on the field in this situation, the only result would be the destruction of his own divine domain. However, this action again attracted ridicule from the audience in the Fuso realm. Is this the level of the gladiators from your Jusha Federation? You actually retreated without a fight? Shame! This is simply a disgrace for being a gladiator. If this were the case with the gods of our Fusang realm, even if we were no match for them, we would definitely not choose to surrender. Why don't you just let Miyamoto Shinji become number 1? On Miyamoto Shinji's face. He also smiled disdainfully. This is considered the smartest gladiator. It's a pity that I lost a core fragment of the god's domain. After the previous demigod surrendered, Lin Yen, as the next demigod, naturally took over as a substitute. And notice Lin Yan's message. Throughout the arena, all the spectators from the Jusha Federation had ugly and gloomy faces. The god of mystery? He is actually in the Jinghai City arena ranked 365th? How dare he come up here? Too stupid! Even the 90th ranked Dark God was defeated, why is he still coming here? To give away the God Realm core? Damn it! Even though we know we are no match for them and the core of the Divine Realm might even be shattered, we still choose to fight. How brave! But what's the use? In this situation, the smartest thing to do is just not to participate. Wait a minute, everyone! According to the information I just got, this mysterious god seems to be extraordinary. His current record is still undefeated. Seeing Lin Yen coming on stage, Miyamoto Shinji was stunned for a moment, then smiled. I didn't expect that you, a underground gladiator ranked over 300th, didn't have the courage to retreat without a fight like a gladiator. Faced with Miyamoto Shinji's provocation, Lin Yen said nothing and ignored it. Miyamoto Shinji was furious, then sneered. Okay. I hope you can remain so calm next time. Next moment, he directly expanded his divine domain, and a vast ocean that stretched as far as the eye could see suddenly appeared in front of Lin Yen. Lin Yen didn't waste any time and directly spread out his own divine domain. A divine domain filled with gray fog and seemingly filled with weirdness immediately appeared in front of everyone. Is this his divine domain? Trash can only play tricks. Miyamoto Shinji sneered and immediately issued a divine oracle to his followers. Start the attack immediately and quickly destroy his divine core. Tens of thousands of radiation followers emerged from the bottom of the ocean and swarmed onto the shore, ready to kill everyone. However, at this moment, Miyamoto Shinji was stunned. Because he actually found a unit in Lin Yan's divine domain that was extremely similar to his own clan. The appearance of these units was also extremely strange. They had the shadows of the clans he was familiar with, but when he looked closely, he found that these were not any known clans. It's more like the characteristics of countless clans mixed together. And his family members are so similar. How is this possible? Does he have that thing too? Miyamoto Shinji was stunned. In fact, it's not just him. When you see the first batch of clan troops displayed by both sides had such strange and creepy appearances. Whether it was the audience from the Fuso realm or the Jusha Federation, they were all stunned. No. What's going on? The families of these two gladiators are so similar? Where did they breed such families? Humph! Is this the only trick you, the gladiators from the Jusha Federation, have? It's useless. Nothing can help in such an absolute gap in strength. You, the god of mystery, will only have the core of the god's domain destroyed. Just when all the audience was excited, Miyamoto Shinji had already launched the attack. He followed the previous tactics. Through contact with these radiation followers, they attempt to irradiate the target, grow organs, and reduce its combat effectiveness. But they found that these strange and creepy clans had no signs of growth at all. It's like there's not a single bit of life left. No, not like! Miyamoto Shinji's eyes widened. These clansmen are dead clansmen in the first place. Lin Yen also sneered. It is indeed the case. He discovered this when he was watching the battle just now. These followers of Miyamoto Shinji should have special abilities that can irradiate the enemy and thus reduce their combat effectiveness. It is similar to the effect of the previous low-profile version of Blood God. These 049-2 legionaries were originally dead bodies, so how could they grow new organs due to radiation? But unfortunately, the number of your followers is too small. Miyamoto Shinji sneered. I can't stop it. But the words were not finished yet. Brush! Then you see. At the border of Lin Yan's divine domain, flashes of fire suddenly appeared. These flames formed a sea of fire in the blink of an eye. More than 400 tall human figures shuttled through the sea of fire, burning countless radiation clansmen into ashes each time. The legions of radiation clans simply couldn't break through this massive sea of fire. This is... Miyamoto Shinji was stunned, his pupils trembling. More than 400 hero units? How is this possible? He was originally the strongest third-level demigod in the Fusang realm, and was vigorously cultivated. But even so, there are only more than 200 hero units in the divine domain. If there are more, the core of the divine domain will not be able to withstand it, and cracks will appear. And now, this demigod called the God of Mystery actually has more than 400 hero units? What the fuck is this, a joke? In the audience? All the audience who saw this scene were stunned. Whether it was from the Fuso realm or the Jusha Federation, all the audience's eyes were filled with disbelief. 1, 2, 3, are these all hero units? A shady deal! This is definitely a shady deal! You in the Jusha Federation can't afford to play this trick! Nah! A third-level demigod has more than 400 hero units in his domain? I'm at the 4th level and I only have more than 300. Dream! This is definitely a dream! I just pinched my flesh and I didn't feel any pain. It's confirmed, this is a dream. Is there a possibility that you pinched me? When all the audience were shocked, something even more shocking happened to them. The sound of gears vibrating all over the sky. A loud bang came from the other direction of Lin Yan's divine realm. Chapter 73. Who restrains whom? He is even weirder than me. Damn it! How could he have more than 400 hero units, and they are made of pure elements? Miyamoto Shinji's face was filled with shock. If you force Lagan, even if his clan could successfully break through the Sea of Fire, they would suffer heavy losses. But the next moment, he sneered again. But unfortunately, your luck is too bad. These hero units are all fire attributes and are completely restrained by me. He immediately issued an oracle. Then I saw. The countless legions of radiation units in the ocean no longer attacked in the direction of the fire demon, but landed in the completely opposite direction. His divine domain was all ocean, extremely vast, and had too many borders with Lin Yan's divine domain. Landing from this direction. To get around the sea of fire formed by the fire demons, one must either take a detour or cross a large straight area filled with sea water. This time, it was like blocking the sea of fire formed by the flame demon outside, making it impossible to stop his tens of thousands of radiation followers from continuing to land. Miyamoto Shinji is awesome! Destroy this guy's divine core! Hee hee! So what if you prepared in advance? Aren't you still restrained by Miyamoto Shinji? Just wait and see. See how the core of your divine domain is destroyed. The other spectators from the Jusha Federation looked at the battlefield nervously. So far, this mysterious god is definitely the gladiator with the best chance of defeating Shinji Miyamoto. But now it seems that this mysterious god is in some danger. A third-level demigod who can cultivate more than 400 heroic units can be considered a top-level genius. One audience member looked deep in the eyes and whispered. Especially if he is still young, he can definitely enter a top university. Such a genius, even if it means losing face for the Jusha Federation, we cannot let his divine domain core be destroyed. In the divine domain battlefield. I have to admit, you do have something. Miyamoto Shinji sneered. But this is far from enough to stop me. After destroying your divine core, I will also take all of your hero units. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly heard the sound of gears turning. Miyamoto Shinji frowned suddenly. Then his expression suddenly changed. How is this possible? Just see. From the place where he had just landed, tens of thousands of humanoid units poured out from all directions of the plains, rushing towards his radiant army. From a distance, they look so densely packed that they look like ants gathering together. Confused. Completely confused. Be it Shinji Miyamoto or all the audiences in the audience, they were all plunged into deathly silence at this moment. A third-level demigod. Not only has it cultivated more than 400 heroic units, but it also has so many ordinary units. How could his divine core support so many units? Are they really not afraid of the core of the divine realm being shattered? But the next moment, the audience from the Jusha Federation became excited instantly. This time, the biggest advantage that Shinji Miyamoto had previously used to win was now gone. The number of followers of the God of Mystery is even greater than that of Miyamoto Shinji. But having more numbers doesn't mean we can't win. Miyamoto Shinji gritted his teeth and said, The most powerful part of my radiation clan is not the number. As long as you are infected by radiation, the combat effectiveness of your clan will be. However, when he said this, his pupils suddenly shrank. As the army approached, the sound of gears that Miyamoto Shinji heard was getting louder and louder. Only then did he discover that all the units of this legion were made up of gears. This is actually an army made of bronze and gears. This is fucking. Miyamoto Shinji was stunned. Facing an army made up of bronze and gears, how should he radiate and infect the enemy? Yes. Long before the gladiatorial contests began, Lin Yan transferred all the fully infected mechanized virus carriers from the Twin Cities here. After all, the Twin Cities are now completely under his control, and there is not much use in keeping these complete infected people in the Twin Cities. Damn it! Damn it! Where on earth did this mysterious god come from? Miyamoto Shinji was so angry that he wanted to curse. His invincible radiation clan was completely useless against the clans of this mysterious god. Be it those equally strange followers at the beginning, or those heroic units composed of fire elements, or the final follower armies composed of bronze and gears, none of them are affected by his radiation. At the beginning, he actually thought that the ocean topography of his divine domain could restrain the opponent. Now it seems, he is the one who is completely restrained. In that case, let's have a head-on confrontation. Miyamoto Shinji showed a fierce look. Let me see who is stronger. The next moment, in the ocean, countless radiation followers suddenly emerged and fought with the gear army. However, soon, Miyamoto Shinji's face gradually turned blue. The fighting power of the mysterious god's followers is beyond his imagination. Not to mention the gear armies, their combat power is unmatched. As the gears turn, large numbers of radiation clansmen die. The key is those hero units, they are simply weird and outrageous. The gray-white heroic unit with a ball of fire on its head was clearly crying in the previous second, but in the next second it was killing everyone in its path. Although the dying counterattack of his radiation followers could cause harm to him, it seemed that the other party would not die at all. Even with his body torn to pieces, he could still continue fighting. And on the other side of the battlefield, the doctor with the bird's beak was shouting words like plague, cure, and other words he couldn't understand, and then he started killing people. Every touch. Any of them can kill a radiation follower instantly. Even if it is also a hero unit, it won't be able to hold on for long. And the sculpture with a photo attached to it. The radiation family members who see the photo on the sculpture will be instantly torn apart by the gray-white hero unit. However, if you close your eyes, the sculpture will twist strangely again. The most outrageous thing. It's still that giant lizard-like hero unit. There was disdain in those dark eyes. His radiation followers couldn't even break through the opponent's defense. It can be said that every corner of the battlefield seems to be filled with weirdness. Baka! Looking at the radiation army that was retreating step by step and filled with fear, Miyamoto Shinji's mouth was trembling. Who is this mysterious god? Where did these strange hero units in his domain come from? It's okay for a hero unit to be weird. Why the fuck are all the hero units so weird? The other side. Countless viewers were also shocked by this scene. Before that, all the audience thought that Miyamoto Shinji's divine domain was extremely weird, and those radioactive followers were even more creepy to countless demigods. However, it now seems that, compared to the realm of this mysterious god, it's almost normal. Next moment, the audience of the Juxia Federation suddenly burst into cheers. Ha! The god of mysteries is awesome! Invincible! Beat him to death! It's so damn fun to watch! Hit the faces of these Fusang realm demigods hard! Hee hee hee! You rubbish from the Fusang realm, why are you silent? Is it because you are naturally quiet? I'm finally going to win! Ha ha! It was at this moment. In Miyamoto Shinji's divine domain, the vast ocean suddenly trembled. It seemed as if some huge creature had resurrected from the bottom of the sea. Then you see it the next moment. A giant snake with 8 heads suddenly leaped out from the bottom of the sea. Thunder flashed continuously around the head at the center of the giant snake. Chapter 74, Orochiyaki, Successor to the Higher God. In the vast sea, the originally calm sea suddenly began to tremble, as if some creature was about to wake up from the bottom of the sea. Just at this moment, the sea was surging, and a giant snake with 8 heads suddenly leaped out from the bottom of the sea. Only, the other 7 heads of this 8-headed giant snake are much smaller than the head in the middle, like 7-head embryos, without any 7 orifices. The fully grown head had half-open eyes and a huge crystal between the eyebrows. Thunder continued to explode around the head. A powerful sense of oppression suddenly swept across the 2 divine domains. Seeing this giant snake, all the audience were stunned, and then quickly became excited. What the hell? What the hell is this snake? The ultimate submersible individual! This heroic unit must be a true ultimate submersible individual. But what species is it originally? What the hell is this thing? Why have I never seen it before? Who on earth is this Miyamoto Shinji? How could he be able to train a heroic individual of the ultimate potential unit? Countless viewers began to speculate. After all, this 8-headed giant snake is extremely extraordinary at first glance and is definitely not comparable to any other heroic unit. Soon, the true god with extraordinary insight recognized it and immediately exclaimed, "This is the direct descendant of Orochi-yaki." The audience around was immediately puzzled. The true god explained, "Yamada is a signature latent individual cultivated by the upper god of the Fusang realm, and eventually grew into his core subordinate god. When it grows to its full form, all 8 heads will be fully grown. By then, each head will have an ability far stronger than an S-quality hero unit of the same level. There is a rumor that the upper god has fallen and selected hundreds of successors from the Fusang realm to bestow the Yamada serpent's direct descendants. These heirs will chase each other and cultivate the descendants of Yamada Snake, and in the end only one will be chosen to become his true successor." After that, the true god looked at Miyamoto Shinji with a burning gaze and said in a deep voice, "I didn't expect this rumor to be true. I never expected that this Miyamoto Shinji is actually one of the successors of that higher god." Then, everything seems to be explained. Hearing this, the audience around was shocked. A superior god cultivated a signature ultimate potential individual, and he became a core subordinate god. The direct descendants of this heroic unit, even if they haven't become complete yet, how strong would they be? Then they couldn't help but look at Miyamoto Shinji. The fact that Miyamoto Shinji was chosen by the higher gods as one of the successors is enough to show his amazing talent. No wonder its strength is so strong, and it has never been defeated so far. Even the audience from the Fuso realm claimed that Miyamoto Shinji had the strength to challenge the top geniuses of the Jushia Federation. Now it seems that this might not be bragging. But the question now is, if this Miyamoto Shinji is the successor of a higher god, that's why he's so powerful. I can understand that. The true god looked towards the battlefield of the divine domain and wondered, what is the origin of this mysterious god? The clans cultivated in his divine domain can actually suppress the fight between Miyamoto Shinji. Could he also be the successor of some higher god? The rest of the audience also thought of this, and their eyes suddenly became extremely excited when they looked towards the battlefield of the divine realm. The higher gods, even for the true gods, are just rumored existences. The successors they choose are definitely top geniuses. And now, they could actually see a battle between 2 heirs of the higher gods? Not far away. Zhao Long's eyes were also somewhat puzzled, and he pondered anxiously. When did this kid become the successor of a certain upper god? I wonder if this upper god is qualified? At the same time, Asshole! Asshole! Miyamoto Shinji looked at Lin Yen, his eyes full of anger. Using Orochi Yamada so early will definitely disappoint the Lord of the Upper God. Do you know how much I have lost just because of you, bastard? You bastard, I'm going to make you live a life worse than death. Orochi Yaki, come on! Get the oracle. The big snake Yaki, who only had 1 head, immediately showed disdain in his eyes. However, it still chose to take action. The originally half-open pupils of the great snake Yaki suddenly opened, the crystal between the eyebrows burst into light, and the huge body twisted, rushing directly towards Lin Yan's divine realm. Almost in an instant, he had already crossed a distance of several kilometers and arrived at the battlefield. Boom! The next moment, the head in the middle of the great snake Yaki suddenly appeared with lightning, and with its huge body as the transmission point, it instantly spread into the battlefield. The countless Gear Orthodox believers and Radiation clan who were originally fighting in the surroundings were infected by the thunder, and a large number of them were killed or injured in an instant. For the casualties of his teammates, Orochi didn't care at all and continued to move towards the center of the battlefield. Seeing this scene, countless audiences were instantly shocked. What the hell? Is this the ability of the direct descendants of Orochi? It's fucking terrifying. 1 unit is worth an entire legion. Meat grinder. This is simply a battlefield meat grinder. It's over. I'm afraid this wave of mysterious gods is going to be over. This Fusang realm is so shameless that it actually allowed the successor of the upper god to challenge in the underground arena? Too strong! Ha! Miyamoto Shinji, you are indeed invincible, worthy of being the successor of the upper god. Kill this mysterious god! Your inheritance rights will definitely be raised to a higher level. Hearing the excitement at the scene, Miyamoto Shinji was immediately satisfied. He looked at Lin Yan and sneered. The god of mystery? You didn't expect that the first ability awakened by my Orochi Yaki was thunder. Your gear army has no power to resist at all. He couldn't help but feel that he was lucky. If the god of mystery's main followers were not these gear legions, his great snake Yamada would not be so effective. Everything is thanks to the supreme god protecting me, Miyamoto Shinji excitedly said to himself. Let me restrain you so perfectly. And the other side. Seeing Orochi Yaki's fighting posture, Lin Yan's expression suddenly became excited. The thunder of this giant snake Yaki is obviously much stronger than the previous giant fist ape. Just based on the range attack just now, the immortal evil lizard's resistance to thunder has evolved and adapted a lot. It's a pity that the thunder of this Yamada no Orochi seems to have reached its limit. At the same time, with the joining of Orochi Yaki on the battlefield, the situation that had originally leaned towards Lin Yan was reversed in an instant. No way. The thunder power of Orochi Yaki is too restraining for the followers of the Gear Orthodox Church. After all, the mechanized virus has turned their bodies completely into bronze and gears, making them the best conductors. Facing the thunder attack, there is no way to resist at all. With disdain in his eyes, Orochi Yaki continued to kill on the battlefield. However, at this moment, a dark figure suddenly jumped out and blocked its way. The look in that figure's eyes when he looked at him was filled with disdain and disgust. In an instant, Orochi Yaki became angry. It is the pure-blooded descendant of the true Orochi Yamada, and when it grows to its full form it will surpass all other creatures. How dare the lizard in front of it show such an expression? Roar! The great snake Yaki roared and opened its huge mouth. In an instant, thunder gathered from its mouth and burst towards the immortal evil lizard 682. Lightning flashed, instantly covering the immortal evil lizard. However, wrapped in the lightning, it found that the lizard was intact and seemed to have not suffered any harm. Seeing this scene, Miyamoto Shinji's laughter stopped abruptly. How is this possible? That lizard actually managed to resist the attack of the great snake Yaki? Are you kidding me? But soon, Miyamoto Shinji figured out why, and gritted his teeth and said, That lizard is actually resistant to thunder? He couldn't help but feel extremely resentful. He didn't expect that he was so happy too early, and the opponent's hero unit actually restrained him again. Why? But the so-called restraint does not exist in the face of such a huge power gap. Miyamoto Shinji gritted his teeth, looked towards the battlefield, and issued an oracle. Next moment, the crystal between Orochi Yaki's eyebrows glowed. At the same time, the bodies of the radiation followers around it suddenly stiffened, and then gradually returned to normal. Then I saw. The lightning from the mouth of Orochi Yaki gathered more violently. Chapter 75. Innate Companion Training Holy Body. 2 in 1. As lightning flashed, the power of thunder gathered. The thick thunder suddenly gathered in the mouth of the great snake Yaki. Feeling this power, countless demigods and true gods trembled. Is this really the power that a third-tier unit should have? My fourth-tier hero units won't be able to withstand this move. Let alone the fourth level, even among the fifth-level units, only the top-level heroic units can have this level of attack. I can't imagine how powerful this big snake Yaki will be after it is promoted to the fifth level. Is this the pure-blooded descendant of the core god of the upper gods? This is too fucking terrifying. The god of mysteries is in danger now. The arena suddenly became lively. Next moment, the thunder came swiftly, like a strong light, enveloping the figure of the immortal evil lizard. Almost instantly, then you can hear the sound of flesh and blood being torn apart by thunder, and you can see that the body of the immortal evil lizard is actually being burned by the thunder. Seeing that his attack was successful, Miyamoto Shinji was relieved immediately and laughed. I said, as long as the thunder element is strong enough, it cannot be restrained. On the other side of the battlefield, Because Orochiyaki's attention was all focused on the immortal evil lizard, he was unable to continue to join the battlefield. The Radiation Clan Legion also showed signs of decline again. Although Lin Yan also suffered losses, the losses on the Radiation Clan Legion's side were obviously greater. However, Shinji Miyamoto was not in a hurry at all. As long as we hold back the other followers and let the great snake Yaki finish off this lizard like you, the battle will be over. Miyamoto Shinji sneered in his heart. I want to see, without this lizard, what can you use to stop my great snake Yaki? Time passes by every second. Soon, Miyamoto Shinji couldn't laugh anymore. Because he found that. Obviously, the lizard was constantly injured by the lightning, but its flesh and blood were recovering rapidly. And the recovery speed is getting faster and faster. On the contrary, the power of thunder that Orochiyaki can release is getting smaller and smaller. So far, the thunder of Orochiyaki couldn't cause any harm to the lizard. Damn it! How could this happen? Miyamoto Shinji was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that even though Orochiyaki absorbed the radiation and converted it into power, he still couldn't kill the lizard? This lizard's recovery ability is so strong? Miyamoto Shinji took a deep breath and made up his mind to give the oracle. Increase the power! The Radiation Clan in a larger range resumed its growth, and the thunder attack released by Orochiyaki suddenly became swift again. The other side. Lin Yan noticed this and his eyes suddenly lit up. This great snake Yaki is simply an innate sparring saint body. It actually continues to increase the power of thunder. Doesn't this mean that it can adapt and evolve rapidly continuously without wasting recovery time? After all, as the thunder continues to strengthen, the resistance of the immortal evil lizard is also constantly evolving. But soon, Miyamoto Shinji noticed something was wrong. Why isn't it dead yet? What is the limit of its recovery ability? He fell into deep thought. If this continues, my radiation family will only suffer more losses. Orochiyaki, absorb as much as possible, then release it instantly, and kill it instantly. He initially thought about minimizing the losses as much as possible, but now it seems that he can't do that. The moment I received the oracle, the crystal between the brows of the great snake Yaki suddenly burst into an extremely dazzling light. The next moment I saw tens of thousands of radiation dependents have returned to normal. After returning to normal, the combat effectiveness of these radiation followers suddenly dropped at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Legion's defeat became even more rapid. However, Miyamoto Shinji didn't care about this at all. He breathed deeply and looked at the battlefield with red eyes. Orochiyaki was originally his trump card. In his imagination, it was used to massacre a large number of enemy hero units. As a result, now, it was actually stopped by a hero unit. It also forced Orochiyaki to directly absorb the extreme radiation in order to extract power. Next moment, even more violent thunder instantly rushed towards the immortal evil lizard. In an instant, the light of thunder dimmed the heaven and earth. All the audience were so shocked by this move that they were speechless. Is this the ultimate attack of Orochiyaki? This is too terrifying. Oh my god! If this Miyamoto Shinji was the right age, he would be able to enter the Imperial Capital University with this ability. Although I don't want to admit it, it's really too strong. No matter what, I still believe that the God of Mysteries will win. And on the other side of the battlefield, noticing the mighty thunder, Lin Yan quickly issued an oracle, ordering the surrounding clansmen to flee quickly. At the same time, an expression of extreme excitement appeared on his face. Just now, the effect of Orochiyaki's second wave of thunder attack had already surprised him. Unexpectedly. Then Orochiyaki brought him another big surprise. This thunder attribute attack can be even more powerful. As for the survival of the immortal evil lizard, he wasn't worried at all. That is a containment object that is even more powerful than 096. Even if the universe is destroyed, it will not necessarily die. The most serious the damage is, the longer it will take to recover. The other side. Inside the Oracle battlefield. Boom! After this thunder attack, no unit within a radius of kilometers existed. Both the Gear Orthodox believers and the Radiation Clan were annihilated in an instant. After the lightning faded away, all that can be seen is a huge piece of black charcoal standing on the scorched earth. That piece of black charcoal is actually the corpse of the immortal evil lizard. Even more than half of its back was directly vaporized. Miyamoto Shinji heaved a sigh of relief and laughed out loud. Ha! No matter how strong your recovery ability is or how much you control yourself, it is useless in the face of absolute power. After getting rid of the immortal evil lizard, the great snake Yaki immediately joined the battlefield. With its addition, the Radiation Legion, which had originally shown signs of decline and even suffered a series of defeats, soon regained the upper hand. No way. Every time Orochi Yaki's lightning flashes, countless mechanized virus-infected people will instantly lose their combat effectiveness. As for the Fire Demon and the Plague Doctor, they were on the other side of the battlefield and could not make it here for the time being. The 096 who was able to arrive could only harass Orochi Yaki as much as possible, and was unable to stop the spread of the thunder for the time being. Countless audiences sighed. It's over. It seems that this mysterious god is really at a loss. His lizard-like hero unit has been killed, and the defeat is inevitable. Surrender as soon as possible. Surrender? Have you forgotten what Miyamoto Shinji did before? Will he agree to the surrender of the god of mysteries? Will such a genius fall in the arena? There were true gods who stood up without saying a word, intending to end the war in the divine realm. However, at the same time, true gods from the Fuso realm also stood up and confronted them from a distance. These true gods suddenly felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. The Fuso realm was clearly well prepared this time, and even if they wanted to stop it, they would not be able to escape for a while. Moreover, doing so is against the rules and there is no way to tell anyone about it. This brat! Zhao Long kept his eyes on the battlefield of the god's domain, with a look of hesitation on his face. But if he can't even solve this, how can he go to find Boss Lin and the others? The core of the god's domain has not been broken yet, I can't do anything. In the divine domain battlefield, wherever Orochi Yaki appears on the battlefield, lightning will spread across the battlefield. There is nothing that can stop its existence. It's just that the gray-white hero unit is a bit annoying. Not only is it impossible to kill it, but it also follows Orochi Yamada closely wherever he goes and can't be gotten rid of. However, although this thing can recover, its effect is far inferior to that of the lizard. All you need is Orochi Yaki to cripple him first, and within a short period of time, the zombie hero unit will not have much attack power. Miyamoto Shinji once again issued an oracle. Looking at the densely packed army of gears, disdain flashed in Orochi Yaki's eyes, and lightning immediately gathered, ready to attack. But at this moment, a huge figure pounced towards him and knocked Orochi Yaki away heavily. Roar! The great snake Yaki roared, turned his head, but his pupils suddenly shrank, and there was horror in his roar. At the same time, the entire arena was silent. The next moment, completely boiling. Fuck! What the hell? Then. The god of mysteries actually has a hero unit of that lizard type? No way! Damn, that lizard just now wasn't dead at all. Damn it! I have goosebumps all over my body. I was turned into charcoal by the thunderbolt attack, but I am still alive. Is this a joke? Outrageous. This is too outrageous. This mysterious god is even more outrageous than Miyamoto Shinji. Not only the audience was shocked, Miyamoto Shinji himself was dumbfounded. He couldn't understand how the lizard could survive the ultimate attack from Orochi Yaki. Monster! This is a monster! Miyamoto Shinji was suddenly filled with fear, but he knew that now was not the time to be afraid, and he immediately reacted and responded. Orochi Yaki, absorb the radiation to the limit again and attack with all your strength. The other radiation followers are ready. Once this lizard is reduced to charcoal, tear it into pieces for me. Boom! At almost the same time, thunder gathered again from the mouth of the great snake Yaki and spit towards the immortal evil lizard. However, this time, the devastating thunder attack on the immortal evil lizard failed to cause any harm. Across the lightning, the immortal evil lizard stared at the great snake Yaki with disdain and disgust. Seeing this scene, All the spectators in the arena cheered in shock. The sound of the words, God of Mystery, instantly filled the entire arena. And the other side. How is this possible? Miyamoto Shinji even forgot to breathe. He couldn't understand why Orochiyaki's ultimate attack was enough to beat the lizard into a charred block at the beginning, but now it has no effect at all. Just as he was stunned, the immortal evil lizard had already launched an attack. Noticing the look of disdain and contempt, Orochiyaki was no longer angry this time. Boundless fear suddenly arose in its heart. For the first time since its birth, it felt the threat of death. Roar! The next moment, the immortal evil lizard jumped up, knocked the great snake Yaki to the ground, and bit the neck of the middle head of the great snake Yaki fiercely. At the same time, 096 also screamed and attacked it. Roar! The great snake Yaki roared miserably, and lightning filled the sky, but it was to no avail. Miyamoto Shinji was immediately frightened and said quickly, I admit it. I refuse. Before he could finish his words, Lin Yan spoke directly. The great snake Yaki was torn to the ground and struggled hard, but he was still getting weaker and weaker. At the same time, in the audience, when several Fuso true gods saw this scene, they couldn't help themselves and stood up, ready to stop Lin Yan. Orochiyaki is the descendant of a higher god, and this is a matter of great importance. How could they possibly watch Orochiyaki die? But the moment they stood up, several true gods of the Jusha Federation also stood up at the same time to block them out. Didn't you hear? A Fuso true god roared. Miyamoto Shinji has admitted defeat. Do you still want to kill him? You guys in the Fusang realm really have some shame. The Jusha true god on the opposite side immediately sneered. Why didn't you say anything when he destroyed our Jusha demigod just now? And you want to come to our Jusha Federation to break the rules? All the Fuso gods dared not say anything more. The reason they dared to be so arrogant just now was purely because it was within the rules of the Jusha Federation. Running into the Jusha Federation and violating the rules of the Jusha Federation is a hat that not only they but even the Fusang realm would not dare to wear. It was at this moment. Roar! In the divine domain battlefield, a tragic roar suddenly came. Then I saw. The only head of the giant snake Yaki fell heavily to the ground. All the Fuso gods were suddenly filled with despair. Their original intention was to train Miyamoto Shinji, and at the same time strike a blow to the morale of the Jusha Federation. Unexpectedly, not only did it fail to hit the target, but it also killed Orochiyaki. It's like losing both the wife and the army. After the death of Orochiyaki, naturally, the remaining Radiation Clan armies are no match for the Containment Corps. Soon, they were completely slaughtered and counterattacked into Miyamoto Shinji's divine domain. Next moment, the core of his divine domain shattered. Chapter 76 Invitation from the Successor of the Higher God? As the core of Miyamoto Shinji's divine domain was shattered, the entire Wenqing arena fell silent in an instant. Whether in the Jusha Federation or the Fuso realm, all the audience's faces were filled with disbelief. Was the core of Miyamoto Shinji's divine domain really destroyed by the God of Mysteries? The God of Mysteries is awesome! I don't know who shouted. The atmosphere of the entire arena exploded instantly. The God of Mysteries is awesome! Fuck! That's so fucking cool! The heir of the higher god was beaten to pieces just like that. So what if they were descendants of gods nurtured by the higher gods? They were still beaten to pieces by the God of Mysteries. The God of Mysteries! Awesome! The eyes of all demigods and true gods were focused on Lin Yan. They were even more excited than if they had won the battle in the divine realm. The demigods and true gods in the Fuso realm gnashed their teeth when they saw this scene. But now this situation. They could only grit their teeth and leave in disgrace, leaving Miyamoto Shinji with the core of the divine realm shattered. In the audience, this kid actually did it. Zhao Long's eyes were full of astonishment. Then he smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying to himself, Boss Lin, you know, this is not my fault at all. I can't stop your son. However, the manager of the Wenqing Arena, he actually has a connection with the Fusang realm. With a sneer, Zhao Long's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. When the true gods in several different corners saw this scene, they disappeared one after another. The other side. After dealing with Miyamoto Shinji, under the adoring gazes of all the demigods and true gods, Lin Yan walked down from the arena. Just when he was looking for Zhao Long's whereabouts, he heard Zhao Long's call, asking him to wait for a while. Then, Lin Yan couldn't wait to dive his consciousness into his own divine realm. He examined his spoils. 9 fragments of the divine domain's core floated in the air, emitting a faint light. Among these 9 divine domain core fragments, 1 belongs to Shinji Miyamoto, and the remaining 8 should have been obtained by Shinji Miyamoto by smashing the divine domain cores of other gladiators. Adding Lin Yan's original 3, he now had 12 fragments of the divine realm core. My power of faith is about to break through 100 million. By then I can use 4 core fragments of the divine realm to advance to the 4th level. Lin Yan whispered excitedly. The remaining God realm core fragments can be given to President Chu to sell. He had only opened up the divine realm for less than a month, and the core level of the divine realm was about to break through the 4th level. Who would dare to believe this speed if they told others about it? Take a deep breath. Lin Yan turned his attention to the body of the great snake Yaki. I have to say, Orochi Yaki is indeed worthy of being the descendant of the core gods of the upper gods, and his strength is very powerful. But unfortunately it encountered 682, an abnormal existence that caused headaches for countless abnormal containment objects. In Lin Yan's mind, the scene where Orochi Yaki accumulated energy and released even more powerful thunder emerged involuntarily. It is similar to the Blood God's previous ability, but it is far more effective than the Blood God's ability. After all, the Blood God sacrificed his own clan, while Orochi Yaki made the surrounding radiation clan units return to normal. It seems that those radiation clan units are affected by some kind of radiation energy, and Orochi Yaki can absorb this energy to strengthen itself. Lin Yan deduced. Then, he no longer hesitated and prepared to sacrifice Orochi Yaki to recruit him. However, at this moment, a majestic voice sounded. Demigod, wait! Lin Yan was stunned for a moment and looked for the source of the sound. Then, the majestic voice continued to ring out. Demigod, you defeated my successor. According to the rules, you can replace him and become the new successor. Lin Yan frowned. Are you the upper god? Only then did he realize that the voice came from Orochi Yaki, but it did not carry any power or information. It was like a set program that would be triggered as long as Orochi Yaki died. That's why he didn't notice it before. That's right. The majestic voice continued. Now as long as you agree and give me the coordinates of your divine domain, you will become my successor. There was a strong sense of arrogance in his voice, as if this was a great reward from heaven. But before he could finish, Lin Yan simply shook his head. I refuse. The majestic voice was stunned for a moment, and then filled with disbelief. Weak demigod, do you know who I am? Do you know how many demigods and true gods have fought to the death for the identity of my successor? And you dare to refuse? At the end, there seemed to be some anger in the majestic voice. Become my successor, and you will obtain my core god, the pure-blooded descendant of Orochi Yaki. Do you know how powerful this is, and how glorious it is? The majestic voice still had a strong sense of confidence, as if he was not afraid of Lin Yan's rejection at all. Mind my business. Lin Yan was annoyed and directly cut off the source of this information. If Lin Yan could get a giant snake Yamada for free, he would definitely be willing to do it. But he actually asked Lin Yan to provide the coordinates of the divine realm. You have to know that for a demigod, once the coordinates of the divine domain are mastered by other gods, it is equivalent to handing over one's life to the hands of other gods. It is obvious that this superior god has no good intentions. However, the temptation of Orochi Yamada is too great, and ordinary demigods or even true gods cannot resist it. But Lin Yan is different. Shake your head. Lin Yan's attention shifted to Orochi Yaki again. At this moment, his gaze suddenly froze and stopped at the crystal between Orochi Yaki's eyebrows. When I observed him closely, I found that this crystal does not seem to be something that Orochi Yaki was born with. It looks more like it was embedded in from the back. Lin Yan immediately tried and took the crystal from the center of Orochiyaki's eyebrows. The moment I left Orochiyaki, Lin Yan felt that strong radiation energy suddenly overflowed. A piece of information floated out at the same time. Radiant crystal. Description: a crystal that emits an endless source of radiation, which can make all surrounding units passively radiate. The immediate combat power will be enhanced, but the future growth path of the clan units will undergo unpredictable changes. After seeing this message, Lin Yan suddenly understood. Finally, I know where those radiation clan units came from in Miyamoto Shinji's domain. And in saying that, the ability to absorb radiation energy and reach one's own limit is probably not Orochiyaki's original ability, but comes from this radiation crystal. Without this thing, Orochiyaki would have to accumulate strength for a long time to launch an extreme attack. Lin Yan whispered, and suddenly hesitated. It has to be said that the effect of the radiation crystal is indeed very strong, but it will cause unpredictable changes to the clan units. It would be great if we could make our followers become radiation followers like Shinji Miyamoto did, and enhance their combat power. But judging from the battle record of Shinji Miyamoto just now, this thing may also cause the clan units to mutate in a bad direction. We need to use our clan to experiment in order to determine which possibility it is. For a moment, Lin Yan was undecided. After thinking for a moment, his eyes suddenly lit up. In my own divine realm. Isn't this the perfect guinea pig? Chapter 77, Jing Man. A request for cooperation from the Fusang realm? In Lin Yan's divine domain. The immortal evil lizard that was resting suddenly opened its eyes and realized that there seemed to be some changes in its body. He raised his head, spit out his tongue alertly, and whispered, "What's going on?" "I don't know. It doesn't seem to be dangerous. You can rest." A head next to it that looked exactly like the immortal lizard looked around and said in human language, "I'll be on guard, and you can replace me later." Hearing this, the immortal evil lizard immediately nodded with relief, closed his eyes and prepared to continue sleeping. But the next moment, he suddenly shuddered all over again. He opened his eyes, turned his head, and looked at the other head that was inexplicably growing from his neck. Roar! The next moment, 682 bit off the head, tore it apart, and threw it to the ground. The head lost its life in an instant, and at the same time, the torn wound on the body of the undying evil lizard healed quickly. Lin Yan tried again. After confirming that 682 has evolved the ability to be immune to radiation, he immediately looked at the radiation crystal, frowned and whispered, "This thing is indeed not very useful. If it were any other unit, it would be completely destroyed by this wave of radiation mutation. It seems that my second guess should be correct. The radiation crystal will most likely cause the irradiated clan units to mutate in a negative way. Miyamoto Shinji's familiar unit should be the familiar unit that he specially cultivated to target the radiation crystals," Lin Yan speculated. This method is not difficult, and he can achieve it, but it is too time-consuming and requires sacrificing a large number of clan units to evolve a group of units that can adapt to radiation and reproduce them. No wonder Miyamoto Shinji's divine domain core is still only at the 3rd level. But Lin Yan is different. He has a system, so there is no need to waste time and energy to specially cultivate units that can adapt to the radiation clan. Without hesitation, Lin Yan threw the radioactive crystal directly onto the altar. Sacrifice successful. Please select your recruitment target. Along with the sound of the system, 3 panels with information and pictures immediately appeared in front of Lin Yan. Lin Yan immediately started browsing, and the next moment he was shocked and chose the target. 409 Crystal Vine? Lin Yan exclaimed. Detailed information immediately emerged. Anomaly Containment 409 Crystal Vine. Description: Anomaly Containment 409 looks like a huge quartz crystal, about 1.5 meters high and 0.6 meters wide. Any object that comes into contact with Anomaly Containment 409 will crystallize within the next 3 hours. The crystallization effect will spread at a speed of 2.5 centimeters per minute, and both the interior and the surface will crystallize. When the crystallization is complete, the object will crack and make a creaking sound, and then suddenly shatter into countless fragments. Any object that comes into contact with the fragment will immediately begin to crystallize. Any organic matter that comes into contact will be unable to resist the crystallization, including amputation of the affected part. Lin Yen was stunned, and then a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. What a pleasant surprise! This is definitely a pleasant surprise! I didn't expect that in addition to the corpse of Orochiaki, there would be such a big surprise. In the battle of the Divine Realm, the crystal vine is definitely a weapon of unimaginable range and power. Once it comes into contact with something, it will crystallize uncontrollably, and even removing the crystallized limbs will not stop it. And, after being completely crystallized, it will break into pieces. All units that come into contact with the crystal fragments will experience a chain reaction and continue to crystallize. Imagine. When the battle in the divine domain is fierce, as long as one enemy unit touches the crystal vine, it will be completely crystallized and exploded into pieces. It's even more outrageous than a mechanized virus. After all, a mechanized virus takes years to complete the infection, and is more suitable for quietly cultivating clans in other planes. It is almost useless when the war of gods is going on. Immediately, without any hesitation, Lin Yen made his choice directly. Choose successfully. Estimated recruitment completion time, 9 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Hear the sound of the system. Only then did Lin Yen suppress the excitement in his heart. He took a few deep breaths and continued to examine his own divine realm. Time passes by every second. Soon, Zhao Long contacted Lin Yen again. Lin Yen was shocked suddenly. As soon as his consciousness left his divine realm, he saw Zhao Long looking at him with a complicated expression. Final. Zhao Long just sighed and said, "Come on, I'll tell you everything I can." Lin Yen took a deep breath and nodded. Then Zhao Long said, "Your parents are not dead yet." Even Lin Yen, who had always believed that his parents were not dead. But when he heard this affirmative statement, he couldn't help but tremble all over, and immediately looked at Zhao Long excitedly. "I have known your parents for a long time." Zhao Long looked at Lin Yen. "They are now most likely trapped in the ruins of an ancient battlefield in the Chaos Star Sea." Hearing this, Lin Yen frowned. Chaos Star Sea? The Chaos Star Sea is a cluster of plains, which contains countless unknown planes. The scope is too large. "How do I know the exact coordinates?" Zhao Long said as if it was a matter of course, then shook his head and smiled bitterly. "I didn't want to tell you at first, because it's too dangerous." He looked at Lin Yen with a complicated expression. This time, having Lin Yen fight with Miyamoto Shinji in the Divine Realm is also a test for him. If Lin Yen can defeat Miyamoto Shinji, it will prove Lin Yan's talent, and he may really have the opportunity to go to the ruins of the ancient god battlefield in the future. Certainly. If Lin Yen lost, telling Lin Yen this news would only mean sending Lin Yen to his death. He would never let Lin Yen go. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Long continued, "There is still some news that I cannot tell you for the time being. Otherwise, if something happens to you when you take the risk, I will not be able to explain to Boss Lin. Wait. The old guys in the Wenqing arena have finally come out. I will be back soon. You wait for me here." After that, he just sneered and disappeared in an instant. Lin Yen took a deep breath and his whole body shook. Although the scope of the Chaos Star Sea is still very large, it at least gives Lin Yen a direction. At this moment, the Wenqing arena has returned to a state similar to the Jinghai arena, and countless arenas and Divine Realm battles have begun. Lin Yen immediately prepared to find a target for the immortal evil lizard. However, as soon as the other party heard that it was the god of mysteries, he immediately rejected the challenge. Lin Yen suddenly felt helpless. At this moment, a message suddenly sounded on Lin Yan's communication interface. "Dear God of Mystery, I am the demigod of the Fusang realm. You can call me Hilda. I want to cooperate with you. Are you interested?" Lin Yen was stunned. He had just destroyed the core of Miyamoto Shinji's divine domain, and those true gods of the Fuso realm wanted to kill him on the spot. As a result, there is actually a demigod from the Fuso realm who comes to him for cooperation. Chapter 78, Another Descendant of the Higher God. Borrowing Seeds. without waiting for Lin Yan's response. Then I heard a very smart voice coming from the side. Dear God of mysteries, I am sorry to bother you. Lin Yan turned his head and saw a woman with a very graceful figure standing not far from him. But this is just a disguise. In the underground arena, no one will reveal their true identity. Obviously. This woman was Hilda, who had just contacted him. I didn't expect you to actually respond to me. Hilda spoke, but her voice only rang through Lin Yan's communication interface. Since you have already defeated Miyamoto Shinji, you must have known and rejected the inheritance of that higher god, right? I saw that our total number of inheritors decreased by 1, but we didn't replenish it. After a pause, she looked at Lin Yan again and said, I am also one of the inheritors of that upper god. Lin Yan frowned slightly. There is a lot of information revealed in Hilda's words. It seems that if I had really accepted the so-called inheritance just now, the other inheritors would probably also know that I had accepted the inheritance. You are very smart, but I couldn't resist the temptation at first. Hilda smiled bitterly. I didn't know how cruel it was until I accepted the identity of the successor. We must compete and fight with each other, and only the last successor will survive. I don't want to die. So, what kind of cooperation do you want to have with me? Lin Yan asked. I came to you to cooperate and to get your help, Hilda said. As the inheritors of the upper gods, we can choose an assistant to help us when we start the battle in the divine domain. Of course, I won't let you help for nothing. As long as you win the gods' domain war, you can choose the spoils of the other inheritors first, and I will take the rest after you choose. Moreover, every time I ask for your help, I will pay you a sufficient amount before you take any action. After saying that, Hilda looked straight at Lin Yan. Lin Yan suddenly fell into deep thought. I have to say, Hilda's condition was too tempting for him. In other words, every time Lin Yan helps, as long as he wins, he can get at least the corpse of one giant snake yaki. And there is Hilda's reward. It's like a mercenary. After a while, Lin Yan exhaled a breath of foul air and nodded. Okay, I agree. Hearing this, Hilda's eyes suddenly lit up, and the look of surprise was simply difficult to suppress. The next moment, Lin Yan received a new communication application record. This is obviously Hilda's true identity, and the other party is expressing his sincerity in this way. At the same time, Hilda's disguise in the arena was also removed. Lin Yan suddenly became curious. You don't look like a god from the Fusang realm? Hilda's face suddenly showed hesitation. After a moment, he nodded silently and said, I am my mother, who came here by borrowing the seeds of other gods. Lin Yan was stunned. The so-called borrowing of seeds is a characteristic of the Fusang realm. Generally, goddesses are arranged in the Fusang realm to actively seek sexual intercourse with powerful gods, or gods with extremely high talents, so as to give birth to powerful and talented offspring. At this time, then Hilda's eyes suddenly lit up and he said, Although it may be a bit presumptuous, if you agree, I would also like to borrow your seed. Lin Yan was stunned, then refused decisively. Soon, Zhao Long had finished dealing with his affairs, and he took Lin Yan with him and returned to Jinghai City through the portal again. Lin Yan immediately returned to his own divine domain and began to arrange the development of his own divine domain. Deity, Lin Yan. Divine Domain Core, Level 3. Hero Units, 096 Shy Man, 106 Scary Old Man, 173 Little Peanut, 049 Plague Doctor, 457 Fire Demon X435. Ordinary Units, Terran X1067, Ankle Sniper X14680, Mechanized Virus Fully Infected X86504. Power of Faith, 634196000. Currency points, 600 million. After taking the entire Twin Cities, Lin Yan's collection of the Power of Faith is countless times faster than before. The reason why countless demigods are stuck at the third level is because the Power of Faith cannot reach 100 million. After all, the development of the divine realm also requires a large amount of Power of Faith. For an average demigod, he or she could only save up a few 100,000 points of faith power in a lifetime. Even the top talents. Anyone who can gather enough Power of Faith in more than a year can be considered a genius among geniuses. However, It has only been a short time since Lin Yan opened up the divine realm. That's enough power of faith to accumulate to over 60 million. There's no way, the clan of the Twin Cities is too buggy. He can continuously transport resources from the Twin Cities to feed his clansmen. The Twin Cities are a gold mine. Lin Yan's eyes lit up. His gaze inevitably turned to the Twin Cities. The Twin Cities at this moment. Basically, all residents have been infected with the mechanized virus and become members of the Gaia orthodoxy. Moreover, the Twin Cities is a port. As long as Lin Yan is willing, he can release the mechanized virus, and the infection efficiency will be higher. But in the end, Lin Yan resisted the urge. There are real gods in the Wang continent. It's okay for a city like the Twin Cities that is basically full of ordinary people. After all, it is a city carefully selected by the school. If the mechanized virus spreads to other places and is discovered by a true god, it would be a waste of time and effort. Shake your head. Lin Yan's sight returned to his own divine domain, and he began to arrange the development routes of other abnormal containment objects. Although he won a great victory in the battle with Miyamoto Shinji, he also suffered a lot of losses. For example, the loss of those infected with the complete form of the mechanized virus was nearly 10,000, and they were directly dismantled into parts. But in the Twin Cities, there are still a large number of Gaia Orthodox believers who are constantly being infected, and this part of the clan can be replenished. And in another corner of the divine realm, the plague in these patients is unprecedented. The plague doctor was healing the bodies of the radiation family members, and his voice was full of solemnity. Perhaps my treatment plan also needs to be improved. There are far more plagues in this world than I imagined. As for the rest, it is no different from before. It's such a peaceful divine place. Looking at his divine domain filled with abnormal objects, Lin Yan nodded with satisfaction. Then, he fixed his gaze on Jingman's countdown. Time passes by every second. Finally. Ding! Congratulations. Anomaly Containment 409 Crystal Man recruited successfully. Hearing the system's voice, Lin Yan was immediately delighted. Cast your gaze over there. Then I saw a huge white crystal standing around the altar. Is this Jingman? Lin Yan's eyes lit up. But Lin Yan felt that he still needed to understand some necessary information about this powerful weapon on the battlefield. I wonder how efficient the crystal vine is in spreading? Can the followers of the same level resist its speed of spread? This requires a suitable mouse to carry out the experiment. Then, Lin Yan's gaze. He couldn't help but look again at the immortal evil lizard that was sitting with its eyes narrowed.